CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. If you go by statistics, most murder victims are killed by people they know, a friend, a relative. And almost always, such violent death is the end to a quarrel, the fatal heat of the moment. Today, something quite different. Crimes without passion. Committed not in hot blood, but in cold.
Are you're the man they call
Cool Killer KARL. Yeah, that's me. Is this your wife?
What are you going to do to us? I wish you wouldn't point those guns.
Well, you can't come in here like this.
Well, of course he can. He can spend the night.
Shirley, what are you doing? This man is a killer. He's a wanted man.
Don't care if he is. He's a human being, isn't he?
Our mystery drama, Cool Killer KARL, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Mason Adams. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and True Value hardware stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. To believe they could be marked for death accidentally, that chance rules. The pistol, the shotgun, the knife is pointed at someone else, not you. If you live harmlessly, why would you be harmed? The question haunts us. The answer eludes us, and so we don't like to think about it. Some of us, however, have to think about it and do something about it. One such person is Lieutenant Poletti of the Union City Police Force.
This case took us 2 years to solve. And if it wasn't for the action of one family who were threatened with certain death, who knows how many more lives he would have snuffed out. Who was he? I'm talking about Karl Hefner, or as we used to call him at police headquarters, Cool Killer KARL. And man, he was cool. Take that April Fool's Day when Karl walked into a bar on James Street.
You're lucky, I'll say that for you. I was just about to close up the bar for the night. Well, what'll it be, Mac? You got time for just one drink.
Well, I see you've got another customer, so I guess I don't have to rush.
Oh, you mean him? He's been nursing that drink for too long. I can't make any money out of him. Hey, Kramer. Kramer, I'm closing down, pal.
But it's just as well go home and face the music.
What do you mean, Mr. Kramer?
Oh, when I get home, believe me, my wife's going to throw the book at me.
Yeah, how come?
This is the second pair of glasses I've busted this week. Oh, Benny's going to lay me low.
Okay, kid, what's in your mind? Hey, what are you doing? What is this?
This is a gun. And this is another gun. Both are loaded.
Hey, put those away, young man.
Now, don't go sticking your nose where it isn't wanted, mister. Stay healthy.
I'm a cop off duty.
Don't reach for your gun.
Kramer, don't.
Yeah, that's why I carry two of these. One for each arm.
Please, Kramer, do as the kids say.
He's giving you good advice, cop. Now, take it out slowly. That's right. Yeah, very slowly. And now, slide your gun down the counter to me. Go on.
Kramer, please.
And now, cop, just remain where you are. You sit right there, and you finish your drink, and think about your wife. Okay? And now, you were asking me what I'll have, weren't you?
Sure. You name it.
I'll take whatever's in the cash register. Don't stall, friend. It's not polite, and it's unwise. Open it up. Yeah. All the green stuff. And, by the way, in case I should be coming in here again, my name isn't Mac. Good night, gentlemen.
Any sign of him?
That kid must be an Olympic champion sprinter. When I got out to the street, he was but nowhere. I ran up the corner, James in front, no one. Back down the other way to Maine. Not a trace. There's no crowd this time of night for him to disappear into. He's just fast.
Oh, you'll get him.
Feel like such a darn fool. Me, a cop, and this happened.
Oh, believe me, Kramer, I'm just as glad there was no shooting.
Oh, boy. Wait till Poletti hears about this.
Who's that?
The lieutenant.
Oh, but that fella had the drop on you. You had no choice.
Yeah. Let me have my gun, will you?
Yeah, here. Here, take it. Don't let it get you down, Kramer. I'm only out $60. My life's worth a darn sight more than that.
I was out the door and after him in 10 seconds, Lieutenant, but he disappeared. I didn't think anyone could run that fast.
What did he look like, Kramer?
Well, clean-shaven, 5'4", thin, had on what looked like army fatigues, you know, the fake surface kind. Brown hair, brown eyes, muscular.
Fast on his feet.
Oh, greased lightning. Up James Street and out of sight.
And a very calm demeanor during the holdup.
Calm? Cold.
2 guns, you said, hmm?
Yeah, 44s, both of them.
Mm-hmm. I hate guessing, Kramer, but I'd say that's the same guy who's been keeping the other precincts jumping. Holding up neighborhood saloons since last Christmas. Now, how long is that?
4 months.
Mm-hmm. He waits till closing time, and then he hits.
I feel so darn dumb.
Take a look at these reports, Kramer. Let's see. Here's one. Yeah, I'll bet on it. Here, listen to this. Male, 25. Same description. Held up Ferretti's bar on Chestnut. Bartender described the assailant as very young, very calm, very cool. Unless he's got a twin, Kramer, it sounds like yours tonight.
Yeah, well, I'll type up my report. And, hey, thanks for being so, benevolent.
2 weeks later, another stick-up of another bar. The same cool hold-up man. The M.O. exactly the same. Not much money taken. Closing time. Only the address was different. McCloskey's Bar and Grill on Front Street. At 11:30 p.m., richer by $125 than he'd been 5 minutes earlier, a man ran out of McCloskey's, made a 50-yard dash up the street, and jumped into a cab parked at the curb.
Get going, driver, fast!
The cab driver knew something was wrong. He fumbled with the ignition key and then froze. In his rearview mirror, he could see a big man wearing a bartender's apron running up the street toward his cab, yelling, Stop that man.
Come on, let's go, chum. Please, you gotta help me. See, that man back there, look. See, I've been romancing a girl, and I only just found out that she's married. And that's her husband heading for us, and he's threatened to kill me.
Got the story later from the taxi driver. He thought he was doing his passenger a favor. We told him he sure was. $125 favor. Weeks went by, and I'm ashamed to say months. Our mysterious gunman racked up a total of $4,000 lifted from grocery stores, liquor stores, bars, and laundromats. Then, finally, that fateful Monday. We held our usual weekly quarterbacking at the station house, all hands on deck at 7:45. Patrolman Kramer, the only man on the force who had seen our elusive hold-up man at close quarters, had the floor.
Of course, I would have seen him better if I hadn't broken my glasses that day. But this drawing the art boys have come up with resembles him pretty well.
Now, there are 2 known facts that we have to go on. 1, this young punk is going to go right on robbing. He's too successful and he's too cool to stop. Our psychological report tells us we're dealing with a character of exceedingly high intellect. Fact 2, for 22 months now, this man has pulled out 2 loaded 44s and 1 threat. Now, one of these days, One of the 44s or the other, or both, will go off. And instead of hunting a thief, we'll be tracking a murderer. Remember that. All right, boys. You've all got a sketch of the wanted man. Now get out in the street and search.
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant. Yes, Kramer?
Lieutenant, I've been examining this drawing with my glasses on, and there's one thing that comes to me. I mean, identification that might help.
Yeah?
The man we're looking for has got a mole on his right cheek, high up, almost under his eye.
All right. All right, boys. You heard what Kramer just told me. Pencil in that mole. That was 8:15 Monday morning. Patrolman Kramer took the subway to Union Avenue, where he was detailed that day. At 8:47, Kramer stood up and went to the subway train door. Union Avenue was the next stop. Sitting in the seat right by the door was the young man with the mole on his cheek. The man, Kramer was certain, who had robbed the bar on James Street, April the 1st.
Get up, fella.
What's the matter? I haven't done anything. What do you want from me?
I want you to get off at the next station.
Well, what for? That's not my stop.
It is now. Come on your feet.
Oh, you can't go around dragging honest, law-abiding citizens off trains just because you're a cop.
You're a suspect. I certainly can. Come on, out of the platform, kid. Don't make a fuss if you know what's good for
I tell you, you're making a mistake, officer. I have done nothing wrong.
Well, we'll see. Just you stand there.
Oh, look at that. You made me miss my train. I tell you, you've got the wrong guy.
Yeah. I got a picture here which says different.
Patrolman Kramer was killed instantly. His murderer disappeared. I had said that it was only a question of time. Kramer's death was the answer. The slugs extracted from Kramer's chest were identified at ballistics, and from there we got a line on the guns. Only a question of time before the guns and the bullets and the purchaser were identified. Now we knew who it was we were hunting. KARL Hefner.
Finding KARL Hefner presented the kind of problem that police find almost the most difficult of all to solve. Somewhere, he must have a family, friends, a past life. But apparently he had cut himself off completely from anyone who had known him and operated alone. We stepped up our manhunt, for now he was no longer an ordinary stick-up man. He had killed a cop, and without doubt, there would be other deaths. I'll be back shortly. Headlines screamed in Union City, in the state, in the entire country. Cool KARL kills. The young man who robbed without apology, now killed without regret. People went to work, looking over their shoulders, wondering if they'd be next. The heat of notoriety was on the cool killer, but it was also on the police to stop him before his guns fired again.
We took men from anywhere they could be spared. Beefed up the street patrols, the squad cars, and the detective division. The search took Detective Wallicott from our precinct to a movie house the night of the 4th. They were showing an old war movie, the Japanese attacking Pearl Harbor. In a back row, apparently dozing, sat the man we were looking for. Detective Wallicott recognized him.
Wake up, Hefner.
What's the matter? What is it?
If you just open both your eyes, you'll notice I got my gun pointing straight at you. Now hold your hands up high.
Oh, my. What do you think you're doing?
Now stand up slowly. Are you KARL Hefner?
Who? KARL? I never heard of.
No kidding. You don't even read the newspapers. All right. Move out to the aisle.
You haven't any right to do this.
I'm a police officer. You're under arrest. Now march up the aisle into the lobby. Up there, through those swinging doors.
Hey, watch it. Sorry, I stumbled. I'm just not awake yet. I didn't mean anything.
I'm right behind you. Now march, and no tricks. I don't want to use this gun in a crowded theater, but I will if I have to. Push open those swinging doors.
Yeah.
Wise guy, huh?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to let that door swing back in your face like that.
Stop that man!
Dave? Dave Wellicott? Dave, it's me, Paletti.
Oh. Hi. Where am I?
You're in the hospital.
No kidding. I've been here long?
Since last night. Now, don't talk, Dave. I'll fill you in.
Yes. Something tight on my chest. I'm strapped up clear to my neck. What happened?
He fired at you point blank. 3 slugs in the chest.
No kidding. And I'm still here.
You don't know the half of it.
That cool KARL leads a charmed life.
I questioned the guy behind the candy counter, Dave. He saw the whole thing. He saw you bring Hefner into the lobby. Hefner in front of you. He turned around and pushed the swinging door into your face. And when you got the door open, he let loose with both guns and was out of there before anyone knew it.
I remember. But I'm sure I hit him.
That's right, you did. Guy at the candy counter said you got him in the leg. We found blood all the way into the street.
Lieutenant, I don't feel very good. What are my chances?
They're good, Dave. Very good. You were on the operating table from midnight until 4 this morning. They took out 3 slugs and then sewed you up.
They took bullets out of my chest. And I'm still here.
That's it. Cool KARL's not the only one that leads a charmed life.
How did I cheat the morgue?
By a heartbeat, Dave. You know, the doc told me that at that split second when you were shot, your heart had contracted. If it had been expanding, the bullet would have nicked the heart, and right now, we wouldn't be talking. So you'll be as good as new, Dave. They're sure about that.
Thanks, Lieutenant. I think I'll go back to sleep now.
And as soon as the stitches are out of your chest, maybe I can persuade the commissioner to pin a medal on it. Within minutes of the attack on Detective Dave Wellicott, we had a complete circle cordoned around 10 city blocks of the area. No one could leave or enter without being questioned. What we didn't know was within minutes after the shooting, KARL Hefner was ringing the front doorbell of an unsuspecting family of 4. Mr. and Mrs. Edward Cable and their 2 small children. This is the way that encounter was pieced together for the police later.
All right. Hold your horses. I'm coming.
Shirley, be sure to put the chain on the front door before you open it. You know what they said on television.
Okay, hon.
I guess you know who I am.
Yes. Is that gun loaded?
Oh, they both are. I just shot another cop. Now, do as I say, and nothing will happen to you.
Take your foot out of the door.
Shirley, what is it, dear? Who is it?
Good evening, sir. I just told your wife to take it easy, not to panic, to keep calm, and nothing will happen to you.
Hey, those are guns you're pointing.
Aimed right at your wife, sir. And I can shoot a lot faster than you can close this door.
What are we going to do?
That's the man, KARL Hefner, they've been talking about on TV.
Look, would you go away, please? We have 2 little children upstairs.
You sound like a nice family. They'll never look for me here.
You go somewhere else and leave us alone, will you?
Yeah, if you're really thinking of your kids, you wouldn't want them orphans, would you? Just let me inside and close the door behind me quietly. Hey. Now look, I really mean it, I promise you. I just need to stop running and rest for a bit. I won't hurt you.
I'll let him in, Ed. Come on in. Are you the man they called?
Yeah, that's me. And now, about your children.
They're upstairs. They're watching television.
Well, I think it's about time that they went to bed.
I've been thinking about this. I don't really think you should spend the night here.
Of course he can, Ed. I've got some blankets. I'll make you comfortable on the sofa.
You out of your mind, Shirley? What are you doing? This man's a hunted criminal.
Sit over there, Mr. Hefner.
Didn't you hear what I said? This man is a
I
killer.
don't care if he is. He's a human being, isn't he?
Shirley, I don't get you at all. Here you are in the kitchen making a pot of coffee. I must be dreaming.
Why not? If we have people over in the evening, we always give them coffee.
For heaven's sake, he's not exactly an invited guest.
Oh, I wonder if I've got any cake left over from yesterday.
Look, maybe I can just quietly lift up the kitchen telephone and get some help.
I wouldn't do that if I were you, mister.
What? Do what?
Take your hands away from there. Leave the phone alone, okay? Unless you want me to rip it out of the wall.
Carl, you sit down there and have some coffee.
Coffee?
Why not?
Is this on the level?
Oh, Shirley's on the level, all right. When she says coffee and cake, she means it.
Well, I haven't had anything to eat all day.
You haven't? I could fix you a tuna fish sandwich.
Sure, if you say so.
Hey, look, Carl, if you don't mind, how about putting those guns away, huh? I mean, we're not going to jump you or anything. That crazy we're not.
That's a reasonable request. I'm a reasonable person. I'll put them on the kitchen counter.
Now, will you two men just stop hanging over me? The coffee will be ready as soon as the kettle's boiled. I told you to sit, both of you. Eddie, you take this chair. Carl, the other side. We always eat in the kitchen. Eddie, will I get the mugs down? Will you slice the cake? Carl, I'll have the sandwich for you in a jiffy.
You guys don't seem to be a bit scared.
Oh, dear.
Oh, sure, I'm scared. I'm scared for Shirley, for David and Betty upstairs. Yeah. I mean, what are you asking?
Yeah, I meant to ask. Are they all right, the children?
Well, I brought them their milk. I tucked them in for the night.
Did you tell them you had a friend staying?
Well, there's time enough for that in the morning.
What's that?
Oh, I don't believe it. Put those guns down, silly. Is the water boiling? All right, now, let's all have a quiet cup of coffee. And, Carl, you eat. Here's a sandwich. I hope you like it. I don't want to hear another word out of you, young man, until your plate is clean.
You know, you sound just like my mother. That was very good. Thanks a lot.
How long do you think you'll be,
Staying here? Well, that depends. You know, I suddenly realized I didn't know your names.
Oh, Ed Cable.
And your wife's name is Shirley, I know that. And the kids are David and Betty. Is that right? And what do you do, Ed?
Oh, you mean for a living?
Yeah.
I teach mathematics at Union City High. Shirley works in the same school.
She works? Well, who takes care of the children?
Well, she does. She's both a mother and a teacher.
Oh. Well, what does she teach?
Oh, I'm not exactly a teacher, Carl.
Shirley's a guidance counselor.
Wait, what's that?
Carl, you're bleeding. There's blood all over your leg.
Oh, yeah. I thought I'd stopped it with my handkerchief.
Turn around in that chair. Now stick your leg out. Oh, Ed, will you look at that? The boy's hurt. Roll those trousers up so I can take care of it.
Lady, Shirley, you're crazy. I mean, I've shot 2 cops, and today one of them nicks me, and you... Holy God.
You don't know my wife, Carl. If she wants to help someone, nothing's going to stop her.
I'm not helping anyone but me. Now, you go get some bandages, Ed. They're in the medicine chest upstairs. I'm not going to have blood all over my nice new linoleum kitchen floor.
Shirley, can't you sleep?
No, I've been lying here thinking about him. It's awfully sad, isn't it? Why would a boy like that, obviously intelligent, turn on society.
Look, Shirley, don't you think your sympathies are a little misplaced? Karl Hefner's a murderer. The whole city's looking for him.
I don't know. He's so young.
You've fed him, you've cleaned off his wound, you've bandaged it, given him a blanket and a pillow. How about thinking of David and Betty? Do you think they're safe with this crazy guy at the house?
He wouldn't hurt them. He promised.
Promised? You think this trigger-happy kid, do you think he knows the meaning of the word? Okay, I'm all for understanding, and well, if you're stalling for time, that's fine. That's okay by me, Shirley. But all I'm saying is, we gotta have a plan before he kills us all.
There's someone on the landing.
Get up, you two, Carl. Up, stand up against the wall.
What is it? What are we doing?
Turn around, both of you. Face the wall. I don't want to see you when I pull the trigger.
You can't mean it, Carl. Why?
Why? You don't hear the police outside, do you? You don't know anything about them. I might have known. Coffee and cake and mothers.
Are you just going to...
One broken promise deserves another.
In the underworld, the code of the criminal rewards treachery by death. Cool Killer Karl is obeying that code. The sanctity of life? He never heard of it. To him, it is not a matter of revenge, but justice. He who rats on me deserves to die. Besides, no matter how many more corpses Karl Hefner adds to his list, society can only pay him back once. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Here is a young man who is killed without compunction. Is he normal? Abnormal? Psychopathic? What difference by what name he is labeled? For some reason, he is revenging himself upon society. Without his guns, what kind of person is he? Afraid?
I never thought it would end like this. Shot in the back by a coward.
Who's a coward?
You can't even look us in the eye when you do it. Are you going to ask the children to bury their faces in their pillows when you shoot them so you can't see them looking at you?
Shut up!
I'm not going to turn around, Carl. Those police outside, we didn't call them.
You're as good as dead if the cops walk into this house. I told you both to play it cool and you wouldn't get hurt. How dumb can a wise guy be?
I swear we didn't call the police.
Oh, yeah? Why have they turned off the siren? I changed my mind. I'm taking your wife downstairs, Ed, with me. Now, if any cops come to the door and she doesn't give them the answers I want to hear, she gets a hole in the back of her head.
We didn't call the cops, I swear it.
And then I'm coming up here for you, Ed, and the children. What's keeping those cops? Where are they? What are they waiting for?
Police? Maybe they're just out there giving parking tickets.
Don't be funny.
I disagree with you, Carl. Just doesn't make sense to me that you'd kill me and my husband and David and Betty. For what? You'll be caught finally, and you'll have 4 more deaths on your conscience.
You called the police here. I mean, what did you expect from me?
I told you, I didn't. Ed didn't. As for expect, I thought you'd treat us the way we treated you.
What do you know? They're going.
You must be relieved.
I don't know. I can tell you this, Shirley. You confuse me lots.
Someone who wants to help you confuses you?
I don't want to think about that. I don't want to get caught. Not just yet, that's all.
Is your leg still hurting you?
It's all right.
You ought to get to a doctor. Suppose it gets infected. It could, you know. A bullet wound.
Do you really care?
Well, of course I do.
Why? I mean, what am I to you?
I keep thinking of my own son, David. I mean, supposing someday something went wrong for him and he needed help. What if I wasn't around? I'd hope he'd find someone to help him, too. I'm only doing what any mother would.
Maybe if I'd had you for a mother, it would all have been different.
You'll never make me believe your mother didn't love you.
She sure had a funny way of showing it.
Is she still alive, your mother? Does she know where you are?
She does now. They got pictures of me in every newspaper in Union City. Television, too, I guess.
When was the last time you spoke to her?
I don't know.
You haven't spoken to her.
Not in 3 years. Gosh, I'm tired. 3 years and 2 months. It was my birthday, and we had dinner. She made me a special birthday dinner. My dad is dead. She was nagging at me. You get a job, she'd say. What are you doing hanging around the house? Get a job. She bought me a comb and a brush, real bristly kind, for my birthday. I kept taking it, what she was saying, and I kept eating the cake that she'd made. She always makes cakes for me. And then I walked out of the house. I never looked back. I didn't even take my new comb and brush she gave me. I never saw her again.
You never even phoned her? But you should talk to her. Does she live far?
Well, in Barrett Hills, right outside of the city. Get a job. I guess I'm sorry about one thing. In all this time, I didn't do one thing to make my mother proud. Done it all wrong. But it's too late now. They'll get me to the cops. They don't kill me, I'll go to the chair.
You could make it easier for your mother, if she saw you before.
I guess. I'd like to see her, too. They say if you're on death row, they give you one last wish. One last meal and one last wish. So I'll tell them I want to see my mother. Bring her here.
Why wait, Carl? Maybe you won't get that chance.
I wasn't the first to shoot. Sure, I threatened with a gun, I know that, but the other guy always had his finger on the trigger before I did.
I believe you.
But I was a kid in school. Nobody took me seriously. I was a school joke, you know that? I was always dropping things. I was always breaking things. Clumsy Klutz Carl. That was my nickname, Karl the Klutz, when I was a kid. I sure changed everybody's opinion. Just by showing them the muzzle of a 44. And with 2 44s, yeah, they believed me twice as much.
With threats, sure, but you didn't ask to be taken at your word.
Oh, boy, they knew I wasn't kidding around. I had to do that, don't you see? For my own self-respect.
Carl, tomorrow morning, if I get your mother on the telephone, will you talk to her?
Oh, you mean just like that?
I'm going up to bed now and have a look at the children to make sure they're all right. And you go to sleep, too, right here on that sofa. And in the morning, I'm coming down and get your mother on the telephone, and I want you to talk to her.
You think I should?
Good night, Carl. Hello? Is this Mrs. Hefner? Mrs. Hefner, you don't know me. My name is Mrs. Shirley Cable. We live in Union City. I'm calling you at the request of your son, Carl.
Why did you say that? It was your idea.
Yes. Your son. He's here in our house. I know Carl hasn't been in touch with you lately, but he said he'd like to talk to you, so just a minute. Please hold on. It's your mother, Carl. She's on the other end.
Well, Ma? Yeah, I know. Yeah, fine. How are you? What I've been doing? Well, lots of things. Well, I had a job in the filling station. Yeah, some work on cars. Mostly pumping gas. Yeah. Well, no, wait a second. Listen, I had a real nice job for a pretty long time, stacking books in the library. No, not the one near home, the big one downtown in the city. What do you mean, why didn't I keep one job? I had to try them out, didn't I? I mean, you were always after me to get a job. Well, I got jobs. I got lots of jobs. So what? So do you have to believe everything you read? Yeah, that was me. So what? Now, look, Ma, look. Just listen to me, Ma. I didn't want to call you in the first place, but this lady where I'm staying, she said that I should. Oh, boy, I knew you'd still be after me. You never changed, do you? You never... Ma, are you crying? Oh, Ma, don't do that. Please don't cry. I didn't mean that, honest, I didn't. Listen to me, Ma. Whatever they say about me, they don't know anything. I mean, some of it's true, what I did, but not all of it. Ma, you gotta stop crying. Yeah, I believe you. Yeah, I do too, Ma. I do love you. Sure I do. Yeah, and I miss you. I've missed you lots of times. I get so lonely sometimes. But I had to go away from home. Well, you never listened to me. Oh, no, you didn't. See, listen, Ma, I had to make people listen to me. Come home? I can't, Ma. I gotta lay low. Yeah, I wish I could see you, too. Hey, Ma, if everything goes wrong and they get me, I promise you I'll see you. I'll make them get you to come see me. Oh, Ma, don't. Please. Hey, Shirley, will you please talk to her? I can't anymore.
Mrs. Hefner, this is Mrs. Cable. Yes, he's all right. I know he's a good boy. Mrs. Hefner, you can't blame yourself. I'm sure you did. And whatever Carl's done, I'm sure he's deeply sorry. I certainly will, and you take care of yourself too, Mrs. Hefner. No. Don't thank me, Mrs. Hefner. It was Carl's idea. Yes. Goodbye.
You have to say that. I never thought to call her. It was your idea.
No, not really, Carl. Deep down, you want to speak to your mother. I know you did.
They're gonna get me. I know they will. It's a blessing, I guess. I've been running away for years and years. Running since I ran away from home.
Your mother told me to tell you that she always loved you. And I should be sure to tell you that.
She said that? Always?
Yes, she did. Now come along into the kitchen. I'll bring the children their breakfast, and then you and Ed and I will have some breakfast, too.
Carl Hefner kept the Cable family prisoners in their own home all that morning. He watched television down in the living room, staring at the special news bulletins about his escape and the wounding of Detective Wellicott. While he watched, Mr. and Mrs. Cable had a hurried consultation in their bedroom.
We can't go on like this, Shirley. Hour after hour, just waiting for what? You got to get the kids out of this house.
He's calmed down, Ed. He really has.
Yeah, for now.
I think I could make him give himself up.
Not in a million years. Don't count on it. He's erratic. He's irrational.
You're wrong, darling. You should have been there when he called his mother. He can be reached.
Darling, you know I respect everything you stand for and do, but this isn't some rejected teenager in school that you can steer with guidance counseling. Carl Hefner is killed in cold blood. He's way past the point of being able to return.
Oh, please, don't do anything. Wait, just a little longer.
No, listen to me for a minute. Let's tell them our kids are really going stir crazy. They're not used to being kept in all day, and I just can't keep them in the house any longer. And if he'd be a good fellow and let us all out of the house for a breath of fresh air, we won't do anything that would jeopardize his safety. I'll promise him that if I have to.
However, don't promise.
Shirley, see him for what he is, please. Honey, I have to think of our safety first.
Well, you'll have to make those promises to him yourself. I can't. He trusts me.
Okay. I'm not asking you to. You just go get the kids ready and leave the rest to me.
At 3:35, I got a telephone call from Ed Cable from a street phone booth. They had run from their home 10 city blocks. He had his family safely with him, and they were going to his mother's. At 3:45, we had the Cable house surrounded.
Karl Hefner. Karl Hefner. We have this house surrounded. This is the police. Come out quietly with your hands up. Come out, Hefner, with your hands up. You haven't a chance. Don't waste your ammunition, Hefner. You're just making it harder for yourself. We have 20 trained marksmen waiting to pick you off. Come on out. Live a little longer.
Hold it! Hold it! Hold your fire! I'm going into that house.
No one on the first floor. I made the second. Kicked open the door to a room facing the street. There, lying on the floor in his own blood, was the young man.
Get out of here. Get out.
You've been hit pretty bad, kid.
Not me, you want. I live here. I belong here.
Karl Hefner, it's you we want.
You don't want me. I'm not him. I'm not him anymore.
Bring up a stretcher, boys. We've got him.
A young man gone wrong, leaving behind him a trail of blood and ending in his own. A young man so sure he was misunderstood, that nobody cared, that his worth was unrecognized. 6 months later, cruel killer Karl paid the supreme penalty. But in his final earthly hours, he was granted his wish. His mother came to see him. And when she left, it was reported, this troubled youth seemed calmer. At long last, he had found peace. I shall be back shortly. It has been said that somewhere between self-love and self-hate lies the balance of a peaceful mind. Overweigh either on one side of the human scale, and the result can be self-destruction. We've told this story of Karl Hefner in order to shed some light and perhaps even sound some warning. A psychological misfit? We'd rather remember him as a man who thought he was unloved. Our cast included Mason Adams, Marion Seldes, William Griffiths, Ian Martin, and Mandel Kramer. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
My wife will never speak to me again if I sell that portrait.
You are not selling it. You're giving it away.
Why? Why are you doing this?
I am a rich man. I can afford to indulge my whims, my fancies. What's the point in having money if you can't enjoy it?
Has it ever occurred to you that your enjoyment is based on someone else's misery?
Oh, yes, quite often. Shall we draw up the papers? I will release you from your obligation, and you shall present me with Aurora by Duquesne. Well?
You win.
We both win. You've learned a lesson on how not to sell short. And I've been enriched by a great work of art.
Do you know something, Inez? One day, somebody is going to put a stop to you.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. In everyone's life, there's an individual who doesn't fit into the ordinary mold. Most of the time, he's witty, amusing, charming. But always remember, the strength of will, or whatever drives such a person to be able to climb out of the normal rut, is a hidden danger. Disturb his equilibrium, interfere with his own peculiar order of things, and who knows what sleeping giant or remorseless nemesis might be awakened.
Who's there? What are you doing here? Oh, blast, mister. No, don't. What have you got in your hands? Oh, no, you can't. Stay away from me, or I'll scream.
Eighth Precinct, Detective Evans. Yeah? Yeah, where?
You got a big one, Evans?
Yes, Sergeant. Suspected homicide, Greenville Hills. And this is Gerald Willoughby. Garroted.
You mean strangled?
Yeah, like what I just said, sir.
Suspected?
No, sir. She's dead, all right. Somebody made sure of that.
Our mystery drama, Don't Let It Choke You, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Robert L. Greene. It is sponsored in part by Uncle Ben's Long Grain and Wild Rice and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Carlton Isham Nelson Godfrey Fisk is the one and only issue of the marriage of Beecham Fisk of the Boston banking family and Amelia Standing of the Grosse Pointe, Michigan standings. For reasons not important to this narrative, they made their residence in a Baroque limestone just off Fifth Avenue in New York City. Carlton was brought up strictly to conform to his double birthright. Born late in his parents' union, he suddenly found himself at 20 when his parents died in a flu epidemic, master of their magnificent residence, but unfortunately without liquid assets. Somehow he has managed to maintain his lifestyle for the last 15 years. Just how is the thrust of our tale.
Why, Bascom, still up and about?
Oh, yes, Mr. Fisk. Startled me when your cab pulled up in front of the house.
What were you doing here in the shop?
Oh, just dusting a bit, sir. I often do when you're out for the evening.
You know I don't like anyone disturbing my treasures.
I think you can trust me, sir.
Of course I can, Bascom. You of all people.
May I take your coat, sir?
What? Oh, yes, of course. Thank you.
There's nothing wrong with Miss Elliot, I trust?
No, not in the sense you mean. On the other hand, there is a great deal that's not quite right. I finally had to face it once again this evening. So I'm home. Early for me.
Yes. Oh, your bed is turned down, sir, and...
I don't feel like retiring yet. This is rather a special evening for me.
Sir?
I finally come to an irrevocable decision. The lure is not worth the chase. The cornering of the hunted brings no exultation. It's all illusion. There is no woman alive to share my life. I have decided that I am now a confirmed bachelor, and to hell with matrimony and the perpetuation of the line. I'm going to stay here in the shop and sit among my antiques. They offer beauty and permanence, and they ask nothing in return.
Yes, sir. Would you like me to bring you a drink, sir?
Of hemlock or the waters of Lethe?
But I take it Miss Elliot will not be here for dinner tomorrow?
No, she won't. I'm sorry to say Lucille suddenly revealed herself. In spite of her own riches and already unconscionable collection of jewelry, she's acquisitive, greedy, and totally unprincipled. Ah, the witching hour, as sung to us by the rosewood clock. No drink, thanks, Bascom. You can turn in. I want to be alone.
Yes, Mr. Fisk. Good night, sir. Rest well.
I will, for the next 2 hours. And don't let anything disturb me.
Yes, sir.
The rosewood clock, the key to my existence. I crossed quickly to a magnificent 17th century armoire that I have priced so high, I hope no one will ever buy it. From a secret recess, I drew out the precious dark green bottle and held it to the light. My heart failed when I saw how little of the liqueur was left. I poured a precious drop or two into a glass, drank, and went to sit in my Venetian armchair, facing the rosewood clock, waiting. The years rushed back once again to the very lowest point of my life, after the sudden death of my parents. In this very room, I had sat in the same chair, drinking from the same bottle, watching the highly polished convex face of the rosewood clock's pendulum swing back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, until suddenly, reflected in its shining brass face, there was Wanda, smiling at me.
Come to me, darling, for a little while. You're safe, and I want to talk to you.
But you're dead. You're not alive anymore.
Always I live on in you, Carlton.
All those years ago, I did come back, and between selling some antiques from the house and investing the money in the market, guided by some incredibly fortunate guesses, I wiped out my debts and became well-to-do again. But I knew where my strength lay and where it came from, and from time to time, I would return to sip from the square green bottles and watch the clock that brought me a magic hour with Wanda. What is this place, Wanda?
Don't you remember? That first summer we met and my father had the farm?
Of course. A bright blue sky, not a cloud.
And we wandered hand in hand down to the mill stream.
There were daisies. A whole field of daisies.
And you told me you loved me.
And we kissed.
And afterwards, you lay with your head in my lap. And we said it would last for eternity.
Only it didn't. The bottle is almost empty. Our visits grow shorter and shorter. What can I do?
Believe.
Believe? Me? Cynic of the cynics? With all romance buried? Bachelor of bachelors? No, Wanda. It's too late.
It's never too late.
Spare me the cliches. Or even you.
Or even I might turn out to be less than perfect. I never claimed to be. You are the perfectionist.
Are we quarreling?
Never. Just speaking as openly as we may. Oh, my darling, you're getting to be a hard-shelled old crustacean.
Environmental protection. My reputation is enviable. I'm a cynic with a waspish sense of wit and an infallible instinct how to penetrate the armor of others. It's been quite a life lately. I've had to learn to kill not only the enemy, but those who try to take advantage of the love I seem to be able to bring no one. Wanda, why did you leave me?
It wasn't my choice, and I haven't. Yet.
What do you mean, yet?
Well, I won't be forever. You know that, Carlton. You will find someone else. Perhaps there will be a lot of me in her, even if you don't recognize it. Have faith, my darling. Perhaps she's closer and nearer than you think. You are due for a surprise beyond anything you could imagine. It's time to forget me, and time to stop killing everyone you love.
I fled for Europe and a long buying trip. 3 months later, I returned, to be awakened the following morning, dull with jet lag, by... Come.
telegram for you, sir.
Let me see it.
It was phoned in, sir. I took it thinking it might not be important enough to wake you.
And since you have, I may assume that it was.
Yes, sir. Your cousin Ralph has died rather suddenly.
Cirrhosis of the liver, no doubt.
Well, the cause was not mentioned, but he has left you something.
Ralph? He owed everyone, including the local minister. I've always suspected the only reason he was an inveterate churchgoer was to pilfer from the offertory. Left me what?
Something you apparently agreed to sometime in the past.
Let me see that. Good Lord. So he did. Flat out of cash. On my way, signed Jerry.
Yes. You're apparently a guardian.
Of some junior citizen named Jerry. And I thought I was a free man. My mother's side. Some sort of a cousin. And now his child is my responsibility?
Legally or morally, sir?
Morally is enough. But what am I going to do with this young man when he gets here?
Well, there are plenty of guest rooms.
I suppose so. Make up whatever seems reasonable, and let's pray he's not pimply-faced or acneed. Excellent, Bascom. I wouldn't normally open it, but I'm just a little afraid of this year. Pour me a little so I may taste it.
Enough, sir?
Now, let's see. A naive little wine, but with its own slight urgency.
Yes, sir.
A sort of invitation to the dance, as one might say.
Pardon, sir?
Literary allusion. Alice in Wonderland. The whiting to the snail. We are having whiting tonight.
Ah, yes, sir. With sauce bechamel.
Excellent. Now, for the wine, the Rothschild Lafitte. Not the 69, of course. The 73 will do. A middling year, but my nephew is young enough not to be able to detect our little deception.
17, did you say, sir?
Just about.
Yes, sir.
I know quite how you feel. There really is no room at all in this well-ordered existence of ours for some young high school boy. We shall have to pack him off to school somewhere.
Oh, yes, Mr. Fisk. But I am sorry about your cousin's death.
We don't have to dwell on that.
What time will the young gentleman be here, sir?
Any moment, according to the second telegram. Arriving by car 7:30 tonight. Right on, Uncle Carlton. See you then.
Right on.
The language of our times, an expression of approval, vulgarly stated.
Well, let's hope the young gentleman will meet with your approval, sir.
I'm not sure. I don't like stones thrown in my life pool unexpectedly.
Yes. Well, I'd better go down and check on the bechamel. It needs tender care. Oh, what is the young gentleman's name, sir?
My cousin's name was Forbes. The offspring is Jerry. Short for Gerald, I suppose. Or possibly Jerome.
Thank you, sir. I'll have everything in readiness for an 8 o'clock dinner.
Right on.
I beg your pardon, sir.
What? Oh, the insidiousness of slang. One can never be too careful. Yes, at 8 precisely.
Right on, sir.
Come.
Mr. Fisk, your relation has arrived.
Well, see his bags to his room and show him in, Bascom.
Yes, sir. Begging your pardon, sir, there is another person in accompaniment.
Dear me. Male or female?
Well, it's so hard to tell these days, sir. Male, I believe, but that's only a speculation.
I see. Long hair, but facially non-hirsute?
That's right, sir. Neither is bearded.
Blue jeans, I suppose?
Yes, sir.
Not leather jackets with the studs and decals, I hope.
Exactly, sir. Yours has a beaded headband and a feather.
And tinted glasses?
I'm afraid so, sir.
Very well. Show them in.
Yes, sir. Mr. Fisk is expecting you now.
You my uncle?
You are the offspring of my cousin Gertrude.
Yeah. Oh, if that means like she was my mother.
You're younger than I expected.
17.
And your voice hasn't broken yet.
Huh?
A boy's voice undergoes a normal change during puberty. It moves from the higher ranges to...
Hey, hold up, man. You got some kind of idea I'm a male?
Well, Jerry is...
Ken, you are way out. Jerry for Gertrude. Same name as my mom. Don't you know a woman when you see one, Uncle?
A woman? I tried to keep my face a mask, but behind my eyes, blood-red rage seared them. This vulgar, wretched little gutter snipe was twitting me, laughing at me, traducing every sensibility of my life. My long search for beauty and perfection. I could have killed her. At that very moment, strangled her for invading my life.
The killer lies buried in all of us, and buried less deep than we imagine, until the right circumstances reveal him. Man's special curse, the only member of the animal kingdom who kills for passion, without reason or the excuse for survival. I'll return shortly with Act 2. A strange confrontation. Two young people of today and a hidebound Bostonian. A man who had intellectually decided to turn his back on woman as a companion and to become a bachelor recluse. And now he faces the fact that the ward he has committed himself to be legal guardian of is a female.
It was, I suppose, only a second or so, but it seemed an eternity. All my years of searching for a woman to share my life, a woman such as I had lost, and now to find that this slovenly child with the long, tangled hair and dirty fingernails, the skin-tight jeans, the cheap beads, and the ludicrous hussar boots, and the face marred by the corpse-colored lipstick and the blue eyeshadow. For the first time in my life, I was speechless.
You want to check me out, Uncle? Ask Cokie here. Hey, that's right. I want you to meet Cokie, who drove me here. Meet my uncle, or some kind of relative, Mr. Fisk.
Cokie? Ah, yes, of course. Pleased to meet you. Mister?
You got any notions about old Cokie here? Forget it. Say hello to the man.
Hi, Fisk, man. Crazy joint you run here. Crazy.
Crazy?
Yeah, far out, man. Hey, hit me with some skin.
Just shake hands. Cokie likes the house.
I'm certainly flattered.
Am I really going to stay with you, Uncle? What do I call you?
My first name is Carlton.
That's kind of stuffy. We got to find something better. Hey, if I'm staying, can we find a pad for Cokie here? See, he's out of gas, and we have no bread, and anyway, he always went for the Big Apple.
The Big Apple?
New York. Where it's at. Kind of excited myself. Oh, man, this place is way out. Those rooms downstairs. Once I took a peek in when you were cooling our heels. Cokie, you dig that crazy stuff, huh?
Yeah, real cool. Looked like a cross between my Aunt Emma's barn and the old clubhouse down by the garbage dump.
You got some kind of a gig going down there, Uncle Fizz?
Uncle Fizz?
Yeah. Everybody's got to have his own special name, dig? My name is Cochrane Ryder II. What kind of name is that? So, Cokie. Gertrude, Jerry. Fisk, Fizz. Hey, man, what is all that old jazz down there anyways? You sell junk?
Junk?
Oh, he doesn't mean horse, grass, bennies like that. He means old things like the goodwill of the Salvation Army.
I sell antiques, yes, to a very private and select clientele.
You don't say.
I think being around here is going to be kicks. How about you, Cokie?
I ain't exactly got the glad hand yet, baby.
Come.
Dinner is served, Mr. Fisk, whenever you're ready.
I think the sooner the better, Bascom. Oh, and you'd better set an extra place.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ryder will be joining us.
Oh, gee. That was swell of you, Uncle Fizz.
After all, he did chauffeur you all the way down from upstate.
Oh, look, no sense in getting in an uproar about me. I could easily grab a couple of beers and a big smack down to the corner.
I wouldn't think of it. You must be my guest.
Well, okay. If the old woman wants it, you twisted my arm. Let's go load up.
The dinner was an absolute disaster. When the white wine was served...
Oh, wow. That tastes like vinegar. You got any sangria or cola?
I could go for a beer myself.
With a sauce bechamel?
You mean this gooey stuff? Oh, it didn't turn out so good, huh? Hey, why don't we send out for a pizza?
I won't ravage you with the rest of it. Suffice to say, as soon as the horror was over, I fled for bed and left Bascom to find somewhere for Cokie, the very name catches in my throat, to bed down. By the following morning, I felt almost myself as the bell to my antique establishment announced one of my favorite and most lucrative customers, Mrs. Willoughby from Westchester.
Exquisite. Absolutely exquisite.
A veritable gem. An escritoire par excellence.
Of course, I can't see it very well. My eyes are not what they were.
Allow me to see it for you. The wood is sycamore with gilt bronze mounts. The top of the writing table itself is marble, inlaid with plaques of Sèvres porcelain. Undoubtedly Louis XIV.
Louis the 14th?
The sun god himself.
How much?
For a treasure like this?
I want it.
They're like my children. I hate to part with them. If I told you what this has actually been appraised by my peers, but then you are an old and valued customer. I must make what accommodation I can. Shall we say $10,000?
That's a lot of money.
But then it is one of a kind. Excuse me. Yes, Bascom.
The mail, sir, it just arrived.
Put it over there, please.
Yes, certainly, sir.
I'll take the desk. As soon as possible.
Any accommodation you desire.
Well, I will be in Saratoga for a few days.
You make the time.
Say next Thursday. It will be cash as usual. You know my books. I don't trust banks. $10,000. Oh, are these your new delivery boys?
Why?
I'm Uncle Fizz's newest antique. I'm his ward, Jerry. This here's my old man, Cokie. Pleased to make your acquaintance.
Well, I can't say the same. Mr. Fisk, I've never questioned your taste before. But really, riff-raff like this, it's enough to shake my judgment in you, and others of your customers, too. Good morning.
Did I say something wrong?
Bascom.
Yes, sir.
Go after Mrs. Willoughby and make sure she gets in her car all right.
Yes, sir.
Did you say something wrong? Did you say... It isn't just what you say, my dear. It's what you are. You are wrong. That's the problem. You simply do not fit. You've got to go.
Oh, now, man, let's not get to throwing our weight around.
Hey, lay out, Corky. Who asked you in? I'll handle this myself.
Okay. That's the way you want it? You got it.
Now, Uncle Fizz, let's you and me get it on the table. There's a court order you got to take care of me till I'm of age. I'm buying that for the next year because I go for some of what's here.
You mean you're waking up to the fact that it's time for the leopard to change her spots?
Oh, not me. Maybe you. I ain't changing my lifestyle till I'm good and ready, if ever. But you sure could use a few changes in yours. So I'm sticking, just as long as I can.
I stared in dismay at this defiant child. My only thought was to rid myself of her, at least for the moment. I sent her away. I had to be alone. I closed my door after hanging out my sign, tastefully rendered in intaglio on a plaque of cherry wood. The legend read, Mr. Fisk regrets that pressing affairs require his absence for the next 2 hours. Then I sat down, the dark green bottle in hand, waiting for the rosewood clock to strike the hour.
Wow, Mr. Bascom. What a super kitchen.
Yes, Miss Walton, it is rather nice.
And all those lovely copper pots hanging overhead. You use all them?
Oh, I suppose I have at one time or another. You mind if I keep on? I'm preparing lunch. And dinner, too.
Oh, that's all right. Could I help?
Oh, I bless you. No. Everything under control.
You could help me.
Huh? Could I? How?
Well, I like it here. And I like Uncle Fit. I like my uncle. Why doesn't he like me?
Excuse me, miss. I've got to chop these onions. It's just that, well, you see, he's sort of off women, as you might say.
I don't dig you. I mean, I don't understand. He's pretty damn attractive and sexy. So why?
Quite a long time ago, when we were in the army together, he was going to be married to a girl, and she was killed in a car crash before he ever got back from overseas.
How long ago?
Oh, Lord, pretty near 15 years.
And he hasn't liked women since then?
Not him. He's the most eligible bachelor in New York.
Why, Bascom, you're crying.
Not me, ma'am. Just the onions. You too.
No. It isn't the onions with me. I'm sad for anyone who's haunted by ghosts. I got my own closet full. Cokie, I thought you cut out.
I meant to. Then I got to thinking. I was just about to ring the doorbell when you came out.
Oh, I just wanted some air.
Want to ride? Walk?
No. Just sit here for a moment on the stoop.
Oh, I'll sit with you. Hey, look, Jerry, I got to thinking. You buy all that jazz? The old lady with the 10 grand in cash for a piece of crud you can pick up at the Goodwill for $25.
What's your drift?
Well, I don't know myself. Blackmail? Horse? A bagman for the numbers.
Who?
Your Uncle Fish.
Don't call him that.
Okay, he's off. I'm just trying to figure maybe we could have a good thing going here.
We?
I need you to cut in whatever's cooking.
Yeah, I need you to cut out.
Well, what do you got? The hots for a guy old enough to be your father?
That's all you'd figure. It's not that way. Anyways, he isn't all that old. Why don't you just bug off?
I don't figure what you're hanging around for. What can you get out of it but a short-term in Dullsville?
Well, maybe that's what I need. Maybe that's what I really want.
Okay, baby, it's your life. But there's something screwy about this whole scene. Maybe you'll get more than you bargained for.
Anything new in the old Wallaby dame, Evans?
Nothing much to go on, Sergeant. Except for one thing.
Yeah, what?
You remember I made a point she wasn't strangled? She was like, garroted?
Yeah, with some kind of wire.
Yeah, right. Something rang a bell, and I checked around. First thing I dig up is an open file on the 20th. A few months ago, a woman named Lillian Elliott was found dead in the same way.
Yeah?
Turned out to be a fancy hooker. No leads. Just on a hunch, I had Central Files punch up the computer. And I turned up 2 more in the last 10 years taken out the same way.
Yeah? Anything else to tie them together?
Nope. First was an Ellen Parkins, American. But it happened in Paris. She was a 30-year-old artist. The second was 4 years later, in the village, 6th precinct. Woman around 25 in the antique jewelry business.
How old was the hooker?
34, maybe 35. Good looker, but getting a little old for the game.
And an 80-year-old society biddy worth millions who kept it all in cash and safety deposit boxes in her apartment, pinned to the drapes, and folded up between old newspapers in the basement. Huh. Is she the only one robbed?
Yeah, as far as we know.
Yeah, well, there's not much of a pattern there. Where do we go from here?
I keep digging. I don't know why, but I smell one guy in all of these. And I ain't gonna let him get away with it.
It was a long wait. The pendulum swings in its gentle arc. I can feel her presence coming closer, closer. Feel myself floating back into that special world of peace and beauty. Her back is turned to me as I call, and she turns. But it is no longer Wanda's face I see. It's the face of the slovenly, mocking little witch I have taken into my house. Bad enough she invades my waking life. I will not let her spoil what few dreams I have left. Old instincts explode, and I reach towards her. ready to strangle her for daring to try to take Wanda's place.
A curious story about a curious man who lives a secret life with a phantom woman. What is he seeking? And does his dream life drive him to destroy any woman who seeks to invade it? I'll return shortly with Act 3. Controlled hypnosis is a parascience and a valuable tool in psychiatric medicine. But self-hypnosis is something else again. For the limiting factor of hypnosis ordinarily is that the subject will not do anything ordered by the control which is against his own desires. But where there is no control, except the subject himself, perhaps we're about to find the answer.
No! What are you doing?
I won't let you take Wanda away from me. No one can take my...
God, it's me. Wanda, let me go.
Wanda? I thought...
You thought I was your ward.
Jerry. Yes.
Why would you think that?
I thought I saw someone else's face instead of yours.
Perhaps you did.
What do you mean?
It's lasted far too long, Carlton. Far too long. It's time for me to go.
No.
Yes, my dear.
But I love you.
And I love you. But all things come to an end. It's finished, my darling. Finished. Better it's finished for me than for the others. For the others.
Yes. Who is it?
Begging your pardon, sir, but there's someone to see you.
You know very well I never see anyone when the sign is out.
Yes, sir. But this gentleman is from the police, sir.
Police? Oh, very well. Just a moment. Yes, what is it?
My credentials, Mr. Fisk. Detective Evans, 20th Precinct. I'll get right to the point. Do you know Mrs. Beatrice Willoughby, 120 Sutton Place?
Of course. She's an old and valued customer. I had a desk delivered to her mansion only this morning. Now, don't tell me anything's happened. It's a priceless antique.
If it's the desk you're worried about, no. But that's what brought me here.
Mrs. Willoughby?
Yes, sir. She's dead.
Aunt?
No, sir. She was strangled and robbed.
Oh, how terrible.
I should really say, garroted.
That's a strange word for you to use.
Is it?
Well, it has rather a specific meaning.
Yeah, that's why I used it. It wasn't a stocking, for example, or a rope. Definitely a wire, used very expertly.
Are you, by any remote chance, suggesting that I had anything to do with that?
I'm not suggesting anything. Just doing my job. You were with the Green Berets, weren't you, sir?
Yes, for 3 years. And I'll anticipate you and say that part of my training was the technique you were describing. But if you think... Detective Evans, was it?
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Willoughby owed me $10,000. I would scarcely, if you will forgive the praise, do her in before I was paid, would I?
I'm not suggesting anything. I'm only collecting information. Do you recall knowing an Ellen Parkins?
I most certainly do. I knew her in Paris, 10 years ago. Great talent as an artist, but I lost touch. I've often wondered what happened to her.
She was found in her studio, dead, garroted.
Good Lord, no. When?
10 years ago. Were you also acquainted with a Judith Carlin? Sort of, in your business?
Yes, she was in antique jewelry. Had an unerring sense of taste about jewelry, but not about her friends, shall we say. Don't tell me that she...
Yes, sir. About 5 years ago. Garroted. Now, sir, Miss Lillian Elliott.
Oh, no. Not Lillian. What is this? Some psychedelic dream? It can't be happening.
Bascom, what are you up to? You look like you're eavesdropping.
I was just closing the door. See the sign?
Oh, no. I wanted to have a talk with my guardian.
Well, you can't interrupt him now. He has a very important guest. Come along.
Oh, okay, Pesky, okay. But easy on my arm. You got some grip there.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize. Let's go in the kitchen, ma'am. I have my work to do.
Well, let me help a little.
No, there's nothing for you to do.
Well, there's a whole lot for me to do. I've decided to be a permanent guest. That is, as long as I'm allowed to be permanent.
Just what do you mean by that, Miss Jerry?
Well, look. You really love Carl. I mean, my guardian, don't you?
We've been through a lot together, he and I. Yes, Miss Jerry. I love him like the son I never had. I'd do anything for him.
Well, that's the way I feel. Oh, I know it'll seem silly to you, except... Well, maybe you're the only person in my whole life who could understand. You see, my mother was a drunk, and my father was a deadbeat. So I had to develop a shell hard enough so I didn't curl up and die. But I don't need that anymore. I love him. And not like an uncle, like a woman.
But you're only 7.
Age is relative. If I'd let my parents shape my life, I'd be 117 going on 18. Age doesn't mean anything anymore. Oh, Juliet was 16. Charlie Chaplin, he's about 90. Casals, Picasso. A man is a man as long as he wants to be. And Bas, I'm in love. I love him just as much as you. We're the same.
No, not quite. You said I had a strong grip. Well, that's because I've been conditioned all my life. I was a commando during World War II. Special Service Force in Korea, then Vietnam. That's where I met Mr. Fisk. He's like a son to me, as I told you, and I protect him even with my life.
You don't think I feel the same?
I'd like to say something, if I may. Perhaps it would be safer for us all if you get out of the Master's life right away.
For a long time after the police officer left, I lay sunk in my chair, my mind a kaleidoscope of the past. He had forced nothing. I had admitted nothing. But he had shaken me. I went to the armoire and unlocked it. There was the leaden green bottle with its final few magic drops to seek Wanda again. Then I opened another compartment. Within it were the tools of death I'd never been able to throw away. The most prominent and of focal interest for the moment was the wire garrote with its handholds that, to the best of my belief, had been shut away since my last patrol. Holding it, my hands were shaking and my stomach was ice. Had I? Was it possible, under self-hypnosis, that I had used it against the women who proved less than perfect? I might have believed that, except for poor dear Mrs. Willoughby. I had a sudden urge for air, to breathe, to walk, to think outdoors. Carelessly, I thrust things away, pushed the armoire door shut without locking it, and left.
Uncle Carlton? Carlton? Are you in there?
Oh, shut up. I told you to leave, Miss Jerry. What are you doing in that dress?
Well, I haven't really got anything of my own. I mean, like this. I found it upstairs. What's that in your hands?
I'm sorry, Miss Jerry, but you couldn't help him either. You just couldn't measure up. You'd let him down like all the rest, and I won't allow that to happen. He's special, you see, very special. Nobody but me knows that. And those of you who don't know how special he is have to be eliminated. Don't be afraid. It doesn't really hurt, and it's only for a moment.
No, Bascom, you're crazy.
Hold it, Bascom. The garrote. You.
Only because of you, Carlton.
You mean Judith, Ellen, Lillian?
They let you down. I never did.
But Beatrice Willoughby, why poor Mrs. Willoughby?
That was an accident. You remember how you and I first met?
Yes, in training.
And I had a certain weakness.
The ponies?
You bailed me out then. My life wasn't worth a nickel. You made one stipulation.
That you would lay off them for good.
Yes, sir. I broke my word some years ago. I did all right for a while, and then it all ran bad. When Mrs. Willoughby bought the desk, and I knew that all that cash was loose around her house, I thought I'd found my way out. Only she didn't go away as she promised, and she discovered me robbing her. The rest was reflex action.
Oh, Bascom.
For me, nothing. I'm old enough, it doesn't matter. And I deserve it. I think you'd better call the police so I can set the record straight.
Fizz,
Yes, Gertrude.
are we doing the right thing?
I can't answer that. Once I wanted to be a Pygmalion to your Galatea. I wanted to mold and change you.
Oh, that's okay with me.
Except that it backfired. You changed me. You took 10 years off my age, which still makes me 35, but that makes me young enough.
Well, considering I was the oldest 17-year-old you ever knew.
From ward to wife. It's quite a jump.
Well, if you don't risk the big ones, you don't end up a winner.
A strange twist, but a nice one. Two lost souls found each other, and a life that could have been denied them so easily. And Bascom, for whom there are no excuses, died while awaiting trial from a sudden, massive heart attack. The best and kindest thing he could do for both Carlton and Jerry. Their backgrounds alone were enough to make a human relationship a problem, without the complication of Bascom's misguided help. I'll be back shortly. Just a glance at the long view for people who agonize over age gaps or any other fancied objection to a long-term relationship or a marriage. As life, or fate as you prefer to believe, arranged it, it was actually Jerry who died before Carlton. But not before they had had over 30 full years between them. The Lord giveth and taketh away. But if you believe in him hard enough, the odds are on your side. Our cast included Robert L. Greene, Jennifer Harmon, Court Benson, Ann Petoniak, and Larry Robinson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Did you hear something?
Not a damn thing.
Don't talk anymore. Just let me get a look through the door and...
Good Lord.
I can't understand why you're so glum this evening. You seemed happy enough this afternoon.
Ken, it's Claudia. Can't you see her? She's come back. It's Claudia.
Dear God. It's Claudia, all right.
Be quiet, they'll hear you.
I don't think so, Martha. I don't think they can hear us.
It's not as if I'd dragged you out here or something.
You might as well have. You knew I didn't want to come.
It can't be. Ken, that man looks like you.
Yes.
But it can't be.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant
dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. As Mr. Hawthorne said, what other dungeon is so dark as one's own heart? What jailer is so inexorable as one's own self? Yes. How many of us will admit to being prisoners of our own fear or vanity? And how many of us realize that the key to our freedom lies in our own soul?
You the doctor?
Yes, but I don't have office hours this evening.
We're coming in.
Now, see here. Say, this man is bleeding.
Right. He's been shot.
Well, you need a surgeon.
But we're here, Doc.
I don't perform operations.
The sign says you're a doctor.
I'm not that kind of a doctor. If I tried to operate, especially under these conditions, I'd probably kill him.
You don't want to do that, Doc, because then we'd have to kill you.
Our mystery drama, Is the Doctor In?, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Tony Roberts. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The darkness comes quickly in mid-November. Suddenly the world is drab and dull. Dimly remembered is the warmth of summer, quickly forgotten the colors of autumn. Still ahead is the excitement and adventure of the holiday season. But now there is only the chill wind and the cold rain to warn of the dread coming of winter. The street is almost deserted. 3 men emerge from a restaurant. To be accurate, one comes out first. He looks quickly up and down the block, and then he nods his head. He goes to an automobile parked nearby, opens the door, gets in, and starts the engine. 2 other men, one elderly, one young, now move quickly out of the restaurant. They head for the car, but as they do, another auto comes hurtling around the corner. There is a fusillade of gunfire. Hit the ground! Hit the ground!
Pop. Hey, Pop, you okay? Eddie, give me a hand. Pop's been hit. Pop, can you say something? Give me a hand, Eddie. We gotta get him to the car. Ollie, come on, Eddie. Get in behind the wheel, quick. Let's get him to a hospital, fast.
No.
What'd you say, Pop?
No hospital.
But, Pop, you're hit. Bad.
No hospital.
If you don't get to a doctor, you're gonna die.
Doctor, but no hospital. Understand?
Sure, Pop, you're right. I understand. But we gotta find you a doctor. Eddie, get moving. We gotta find Pop a doctor.
Just a moment. Yes?
Is the doctor in?
Do you have an appointment?
No, I don't have no appointment.
Well, I thought not, because I know we're all through for the day.
I gotta see the doctor.
Oh, very well. We'll make an appointment.
Listen.
I'll have to check the book, but I do know we don't have an opening till late next week.
Sister, we're gonna see the doctor right now.
Oh, I'm afraid that's impossible.
It is?
Well, what's that?
You know what it is. It's a gun.
Who rang the bell, Sue Ann?
Huh? Oh. Is there anybody else in the joint?
Look, sir, if this is a holdup, we have no cash.
I said, is there anybody else around?
No, nobody.
All right, stand still, both of you. Don't move.
Well, what are you going to do?
Okay, Eddie. Bring him in.
Hey, listen, if this is for drugs,
Shut up.
Look, I don't keep any drugs. See, I write prescriptions for that sort of thing. I don't have anything that would interest you in this office.
Oh, who is that man?
You, the nurse. Give him a hand.
Hey, that man is hurt.
That's right, Doc. He's hurt bad. Now, you got an operating table inside someplace, huh?
Operating table?
You got something you can lay him down on while you work on him?
He's bleeding.
That's right. And you got to stop it.
Oh, but I...
You, the nurse. Let's get him inside. Yeah, that's all we're looking for. Let's lay him down on top of that table.
Look, this man needs a hospital.
Shut up.
The doctor is right.
You shut up, too. Okay, get to it, Doc.
Sue Ann, we'll need some sterile pads to stop the bleeding. What happened?
What do you think happened? He got shot.
A bullet wound?
I think only one bullet hit him. Whoever it was a lousy shots. Although I figure I know who it was.
A bullet wound? You know, you've come to the wrong place.
He needs a hospital. I'll call an ambulance.
He can't go to the hospital.
He can't?
No. Cops are after him.
Well, that's the only way to save his life.
Oh, no, it ain't. You'll have to do it.
I don't know how.
What are you talking about? You're a doctor, aren't you?
Look, let me explain something to you. I am a dermatologist.
Yeah?
Yeah. My specialty is disorders of the skin.
All right, quit stalling, Doc. Hey, you the nurse. Shouldn't it be boiling water or something? The doc here's got to operate.
I don't have any equipment.
Oh, yes, you do. In that big glass case there, what are them? I've seen enough movies.
Can't you understand what I'm saying to you? I am not a surgeon.
Yeah? What do you think? I'm some bum that can't read? What's it say on the wall there, huh? Harold W. Smiley, M.D., is hereby licensed to practice medicine and surgery in the state of New York.
But that doesn't mean anything, don't you understand? Look, when I was an intern, we rotated on all the services. See, I spent 60 days on each. All I have is 2 months of surgical experience. And I didn't do very much. Mostly I watched. And that was 10 years ago.
Come on, Doc. We got to get going.
Listen. Just down the street is a friend of mine, Jack Marcus. He's an abdominal surgeon. He's the fellow you need.
Doc, you have to do it.
But I can't do it myself.
You got a nurse here?
You need an anesthetist.
Doc, quit whining, will you?
Anesthesia. I don't have any anesthesia.
He's out cold. If he comes to, we'll give him a slug of whiskey.
Whiskey?
But you'll have to use a local, Doctor.
There you are. No problem.
No problem? Are you mad? Supposing he needs blood. Plasma.
Doc, in this world, we all got to do the best we can.
Yeah, but we are completely unqualified and unequipped to handle...
What did doctors do in the old days?
I'll tell you what they did. They killed their patients.
You better not kill him, Doc. Your life ain't worth 2 cents if he goes.
Oh, can't you understand? I don't have enough help.
What's the beef? You got this good-looking nurse here. You got Eddie to give you a hand.
That big gorilla.
Okay, I'll admit he ain't much to look at. And he don't have much of a brain, and he can't talk, but he's a human being. And he's entitled to consideration. Now, let's go.
You'll have to do it, Doctor.
Do you know what you're saying?
These 2 men, they'll shoot us if we don't.
Well, this is a dame that catches on.
Doctor, what do you want me to put in the sterilizer?
All those instruments down there on the bottom shelf, I guess.
Right.
I don't know if we have enough clamps. I don't know if we have enough of anything.
Let's not worry about it now, Doctor.
How do I know where that bullet is? You know, if I could get an X-ray and, well, look here, whatever your name is.
Jerry.
Jerry. Look, I don't have any X-ray equipment.
So what did doctors do before they had X-rays? Did everybody die?
Almost everybody.
Well, all I'm telling you is he'd better not.
I'll cut away his clothes.
Wash and sterilize a field. I'm trying to remember how it lays in there. It's midway above the right lower quadrant.
You ready to scrub, Doctor? We've got gloves.
Yeah, all right. Lay out the antiseptic, the antibiotic powders, and, Oh, these aren't the best sutures.
Are you complaining again?
You, whatever your name is.
I told you, his name's Eddie.
Open that book. You see table of contents? Yeah, good. Look, on top of the first page somewhere, you read the heading? Abdominal cavity. You got that?
He's got it.
What page does it say? It should be a big color illustration. You see it?
He sees it.
All right, now hold it up so I can see it. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Stand back. Just a little bit. Let me just study this now.
Pick it up.
I can't pick it up. I can't touch anything that isn't sterile.
Well, leave her pick it up.
She can't touch anything either.
Listen, wise guy. If there's no answer, somebody's going to get worried, maybe, and call the cops. Is that what you figure? Well, it ain't going to work. I'm going to pick it up, and you're going to talk. I'll say one phony word, and you and this nurse, you're all through.
Just don't touch my hands.
Harold? Harold? Hello?
Don't just stand there and look stupid. Say
Hello?
something.
Yes. Hello?
Harold, what is the meaning of this?
Oh, Wilma.
Why aren't you home?
Oh.
Deliberate. You just want to embarrass me.
Listen,
Jeanette
Wilma.
Wilson is my oldest and dearest friend.
I'm tied up here.
You know we're expected there for dinner.
It can't be helped, Wilma. This situation came up all of a sudden.
Well, what you say, Doc?
I dare say. And Miss Sue Ann Carter is there, too, I suppose.
She has to be here, Wilma. She's my nurse.
And what else is she?
Now, look here, Wilma. I am sick and tired of your insinuations.
All right. I won't insinuate. I'll make it a fact. You're having an affair with her.
That is not true.
Hey, Doc, fight with your wife on your own time, huh?
When are you coming home?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I just can't say anything right now.
Well, I can. If you don't come home in time to take me to Jeanette Wilson's dinner party, I don't care if you never come home.
Wilma!
She hung up on you, Doc. Well, now we don't have to worry about her anymore.
Doctor, I'm sorry.
Why?
Well, I don't know. I somehow feel it's all my fault.
Why?
I feel guilty.
But you haven't done anything. We haven't done anything.
What's with you two? Are we going to get this thing going here or not?
The instruments are ready, Doctor.
Oh, yes, I see that. All right, now, hold that book just a little bit closer to me. Yeah, that's it. All right, I'm going to have to keep looking at it while I'm,
I've made the field as sterile as I could, Doctor.
Yes, that's really very good, very good. Anesthesia? Jeez, I don't know, Novocaine for an abdominal?
The clamps are ready if you're going to make the incision.
Oh, yes, I see. I see now that I have got to do this. Even if these men would allow us to take him to the hospital, we couldn't move him. He'd die on the way, wouldn't he?
Yes, Doctor.
Yeah. And even if I could call Dr. Marcus, there isn't enough time to wait for him to get here, right?
That's right.
And so, whether I want to or not, ready or not, I have to do it. Right, Sue Ann?
That's right, Doctor.
Hand me the scalpel, please.
You know the old saying, the operation was a success, but the patient died. Here we may have a slight reversal in roles. It might very well be said that the operation was a failure, and the doctor died. Life, death. These will be the exclusive concerns of Act Two, which will come your way in just a few minutes old saying, if the mountain will not come to Mohammed, then Mohammed must go to the mountain. The application to our story is quite obvious. In an era when a doctor does not, as a rule, make house calls, he must expect some of the strangest callers to come see him at his house.
That's the bullet.
I see it.
And I can pick it up and take it right out.
Ha. There. Hey, Doc, you done it.
No, this is just the beginning.
What are you saying? I just seen you pull out the bullet.
Before I try to close him up,
Yeah?
I should have somebody here, like Dr. Marcus.
What for?
To help me ascertain how much more, if any, damage there is inside.
We can't afford to get another guy tied up with this thing.
I think it looks clean, Doctor.
Well, he's lost a considerable amount of blood.
Well, he had a lot to begin with.
Well, you don't understand.
That's a favorite saying of yours, ain't it? You don't understand. I'll bet you're one of them guys that sits in a gin mill and says, nobody understands me.
You still don't understand.
Now, you take Pop here. His favorite saying, I'm a man with a lot of blood. So you see, he got it to spare.
He should have a transfusion. At least some plasma.
Doc, you're doing fine. You know what I mean? First, you said you couldn't operate. So you operated. See? It's a success.
Yeah. Now the problems first begin.
I counted the sponges, Doctor. They're all out.
Let me have that needle. Not even the right kind of suture.
Oh, no, just sew him up as best you can, Doc. We can have somebody else fix it later.
What do you think you're dealing with here? A suit of clothes? If only we could give him some blood.
That's a real thing with you, isn't it? All right. Take some blood from Eddie.
Take blood from Eddie? I can't just take anybody's blood.
Now, what's the matter?
The blood, it has to be the right type. It has to be cross-matched in a lab. Don't you understand?
Okay, forget it. I was only trying to help.
But we could use some plasma.
So use it.
I don't have any.
Why not? Something important like that?
Because I wouldn't have any use for it in my practice. Somebody has to go out and get some.
Okay, I'll send Eddie to the drugstore. Write down what he's supposed to ask.
You don't buy plasma in a drugstore.
Are you kidding? Today you can get anything in a drugstore. Next thing you know, they'll be selling cars.
You would have to go to a hospital.
Yeah?
Yeah, or some medical supply house.
Oh, very cute, Doc. He walks in, he hands him a note, and right away they smell stale fish. Next shot out of the box, we got 1,000,000 cops here, no dice.
I'm only trying
Yeah, you've been trying to get a message out of here ever since we came in. Now, you've been stalling about this and lying about that. You just keep your mind on your work, huh? We'll all be better off.
I think you want the small needle, Doctor.
That's all we can do.
Great. You know, Doc, you ain't going to be sorry you done this. Now, how soon can we get him out of here?
Are you kidding?
I asked you a question. I'm entitled to an answer.
Well, in the first place, he's still unconscious, you know. I mean, and then I don't know when you can even think of moving him.
Okay. So we'll play it by ear, huh? You got any coffee in the place? Hey, you the nurse. Want to make some?
Well, you leave her alone. Now, she's exhausted. Can't you see that?
It's all right, Doctor. I could use some coffee, too.
Yeah, Doc, she does look kind of beat. Show him where it is. Let Eddie make the coffee.
No, I'll do it. I'll be right back.
Honey, you got any ideas of jumping out the window and running for the cops? Remember, I got this piece aimed at your boyfriend.
Now, see here. You don't...
Just give me your word you're going to behave yourself.
I give you my word.
A dame like you, I believe. But you're one in a million. Now, go ahead. Just to make sure, keep an eye on her, Eddie. You're a lucky guy, you know, Doc?
Oh, it's nothing like that.
That ain't, huh? Who are you kidding?
Let me just plead with you. Believe me. This man needs a hospital.
He's doing okay so far, Rainey.
I can't even begin to explain to you how fantastically lucky he's been.
Well, that don't surprise me. It's what Pop always said. Luck is a fortune, and I got it.
Hey, now I recognize him. Pop Waldo. One of the underworld bosses.
Oh, no, you got that wrong. He was the big boss.
So what happened to him?
Why, don't you read the paper?
No, not that part of it.
Well, the government says that they got some pretty good stuff on him. So the cops want to pick him up.
So why didn't he submit?
Are you kidding?
I read where fellas like him have expensive lawyers who generally get him off. One technicality or another.
No. This is pretty good evidence. So when some guys hear about it, they figure maybe he'll sing to make a better deal for himself. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So they're out to knock him off first.
There's no honor among thieves, is there?
You're a great one to sing about honor. Here you are, cheating on your wife.
That isn't true. I've never...
The nurse? You never touched her?
No. Never.
You know, I had a priest once. Know what he said? The sin has been committed even if it only took place in the mind.
Look, if the police are after him and the underworld is after him, where can he go?
Out of the country.
Where? I mean, most places have extradition arrangements with the United States.
Not this one. It's just a little island in the Caribbean.
How long could he stay there, and what would he do?
Well, you see, Doc, he got a lot of money stashed away there, and only he knows where it is.
You know, what good would the money do him? I mean, on a little island, how could he spend it?
Wisely. With money, you can rule the world, right?
I suppose that's true.
So, with money, you can also change the world. Money and time. See what I mean? With money, you can buy the right politicians, you pay off the right witnesses. The government thinks they got a guy ice cold, but for enough money, a witness can get up on the stand and say, no, I ain't exactly positive it was Pop after all.
I see.
That's the way these things always work out. All you need's a little bit of time and a lot of money. Yeah, I bet I know who that is. Go on, answer it. Remember, not a word, huh?
Yes?
Well, Harold, I hope you're happy.
Wilma.
At first, I decided to go without you. But I'm out of excuses for why you can't be with me. So I just phoned Jeanette and said I had a headache. Well, I can assure you she saw through that one, too. Well, what have you to say for yourself?
Wilma, please.
I'm not even sure I care.
But maybe I can't stand women like Jeanette. Has that ever occurred to you?
How's your girlfriend, Miss Sue Ann?
Oh, now don't start that.
I'm going to stop it. I'm coming down there right now.
No, Wilma, don't.
All right? All right, I won't. I won't break into your little love nest. I won't disturb your little tete-a-tete. I'll let a lawyer do all that for me.
Wilma.
Doc, you want my advice? You know how to handle a dame like that?
Please.
You just knock her around a little bit, you know? I mean, don't break nothing. Just like I remember seeing this picture on the late TV show. James Cagney, he hits his dame in the mouth with a grapefruit, that kind of stuff. Oh, they love it, these dames.
That's all I have to do.
That's right, Doc. That's all you would have to do. 6-2 and even, it's her again. Pick it up.
Yes?
Lest you consider that an idle threat, Harold.
Please, Wilma.
I have already been in touch with an attorney.
Please, not now.
He has already been gathering evidence.
Look, can we discuss this fully when I get home?
Oh, and when shall you deign to honor me with a visit?
Just as soon as I possibly can.
Remember this, Harold. The legal wheels are poised and ready to be set in motion at any time.
Wilma!
Wait, listen.
Yeah, he's stirring around a little bit. All right, we have to get him off the table. It's too narrow and uncomfortable. There's a couch in the office. It opens up into a bed.
Ah, you're a sly one, aren't you, Doc?
Oh, it's just some nights I work late, and I might just as well sleep in the office.
Mm-hmm. And what's her name, the nurse? She work late, too?
Oh, now, look, let me assure you that nothing...
What do you want to assure me for, huh?
Sue-Ann, I'll need a hand.
Yes, Doctor.
We'll have to make up the couch, and then we'll have to carry him inside.
Hey, this ain't bad coffee. You, the nurse, anytime you want to dump the doc here and you want a new boyfriend...
Doctor, his color isn't bad.
Yeah, we've been incredibly lucky so far.
Well, some of it was skill.
Well, maybe. I think I did it all in a dream. I remember as an intern, I watched an operation something like this. I haven't thought about it in years. Why should I even want to remember it? I'm not a surgeon. And it all came back to me. I think it was a miracle.
I think you're wonderful.
You look tired, Sue-Ann. You should be. You work very hard.
Yes, I am very tired.
Why don't you just curl up in the armchair there?
Hey, that's an idea. We all better sack out. You know what I mean? Now, I'm going inside and stretch out on that table. Eddie, you sit here by the door and watch. Don't let nobody try nothing funny. In a couple of hours, I'll come back in here and relieve you.
Doctor, are you awake? Doctor.
Hey, it's you. You're awake. Hey, how do you feel?
Listen, Doctor.
Don't try to talk if it's an effort.
Just listen. Don't say a word.
All right.
You got to get me out of here.
What?
Quiet. Just listen. You got to get me out of here.
And so the big boss has finally come awake. And with the strangest request, Jerry is absolutely insistent that Pop stays put where he is. And now, Pop himself seems equally determined to leave the premises. Obviously, there are many wheels turning within wheels here, but all of them seem to be going in opposite directions. We'll try to steer a straight course when I return shortly with Act 3. Blood, as they say, is thicker than water. In many ways, this has been a blood-stained story so far, especially for Harold W. Smiley, M.D. Although he is a physician, Harold, like many doctors, gets to see relatively little blood. They are like those soldiers who get to see relatively little combat. However, one day the tables turn, especially the operating tables, and life becomes real and life becomes earnest in a hurry.
Doctor, you got to get me out of here.
Where?
Shh. Keep it low. A hospital.
Yeah, but Jerry said if you go to a hospital, you'll be arrested by the police and the FBI.
Yes, and that's just for starters.
You mean you want to be arrested?
Yes, that's what I mean.
Oh, at least you've got some sense. It's only by a miracle that I was able to operate. I'd need another miracle to keep you alive.
Oh, that don't worry me.
I don't understand.
I didn't understand neither at first. But then I figured it out. It's a miracle.
Yeah, that's what I said.
But you're just saying that off the top of your head. I believe it.
What?
Yeah, I heard everything. I couldn't talk, but I could hear.
What did you hear?
Oh, Jerry, he brings me to a doctor like you. I wanted to yell at him, stupid Jerry, not here. Not to some quack that takes care of the skin.
Well, now, look, see here. I am a qualified physician.
No, you don't sound like one. Can you imagine what I'm thinking, lying there on the table with a bullet in me? And you complaining about how you don't have this, you don't have that, to do that, and how you've never done the other thing.
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to yell at Jerry. Get me out of here before this clown kills me. But it worked out. It was a miracle.
Yes. Now that you look at it that way, I believe it.
But do you believe it the way I believe it? That this thing, it was decided by God.
Oh. I don't know.
I do. Doctor, I've been a bum all my life. In the beginning, I killed guys. Now, I can buy that kind of thing. I think the worst is that I could buy people, turn them crooked. Well, here I am, laying in the gutter with a bullet in my belly. I know I'm dying. Why should God want to save a guy like me?
Well, these things are always a mystery.
God must have said to me, you're a rich man. You accumulated lots of wealth while I wasn't looking.
God said that to you?
He must have. Because it's in my mind. So now, you got to give it back. You got to make up for everything. You got to turn straight.
I think I see.
So, I'm going to turn myself in. And instead of using all that money to buy myself another shot, I'm going to give it away. You know, to the poor, the churches, the hospitals.
Sure, yeah. But right now you have to get some sleep.
No. We have to talk about this.
Later.
No, it can't wait.
Why not?
Oh, you're starting to raise your voice again. It has to be now. While Eddie is sitting there by the door. He can't hear. And he can't see my lips move neither. Make sure your back is to him.
But I don't understand.
When Jerry finds out I want to turn myself in, he won't like it.
But it's a sure way to save your life, after all.
Just listen. Jerry's going to knock me off if he thinks I'm going to do it.
Oh, no. I saw how devoted he is to you.
Yeah, he's devoted, all right.
Well, then why would he?
I'd do the same thing if I was him.
But,
Doc, he's my boy as long as I'm his boss. But what happens to him if I'm no more in the picture?
I don't know.
But he does. He don't want to go to jail. And without him being in an organization anymore, he's sure to get himself knocked off.
Can't he join another organization?
Yeah, but he has to prove himself to his new boss. And the best way to do that would be to bring them my scalp. You see what I mean?
Oh, yes, I think so.
Sooner or later, I gotta tell Jerry what I want to do.
Oh.
He won't like it. So he'll knock me off. He may knock you off for good measure. You and what's her name, the nurse.
Yeah, but what can we do?
In the next room, where you worked on me.
Yes?
You took off my coat, right? What did you do with it?
I remember. Sue-Ann dropped it on the floor. Probably kicked it into a corner. I'm sorry.
It's okay. When Jerry comes out here, you make some excuse to go in there, understand? And in the inside pocket, nobody knows about this, I carry a little .22 automatic.
A gun?
Just pay attention. Very thin, very small. I had it made. You get it. And when I tell Jerry what I want to do, just pull the gun and hold him and Eddie off till you can call the cops.
But I don't know anything about a gun.
What's to know? Can you tell which end the bullet comes out of?
Yes, I suppose so.
Well, just aim that end at the guy and everything else comes natural.
Well, I just grabbed me my 40 winks. How's he doing?
Pretty good.
Hey, Pop, I see you're up.
Hello, Jerry.
Don't make him talk. He must have rest.
Yeah, that's a ticket, Pop. Gotta get your beauty sleep. Eddie, you might just as well sack out on the rug. The table in there's no bargain. Go ahead, Eddie. I'll sit up. Hey, where you going, Doc?
Inside. I'm going inside.
What for?
I think I want to get some more sulfur powder.
Oh, well, why didn't you say so?
Is it all right with you?
Sure. It's all right with me. Now, there's a dame with a one-track mind. Pick it up, huh?
Yes.
Still working, aren't you?
Yes, Wilma. I'm still working.
Really? Don't tell me you're performing emergency surgery.
Don't tell her.
What kind of work could you possibly be doing there? You and Miss Sue-Ann, the nurse?
I can't talk now, Wilma.
Well, maybe you can't, but I can. I told you I had everything in readiness, and now I'm going to unleash the hounds.
Wilma!
She's mad, huh?
Well, maybe she has a right to be.
They get over it.
Oh, See, I owe everything to her.
Oh, no, you don't.
No, we were married in college. She worked so I could go to medical school. She sacrificed a great deal for me.
Oh, you think so, huh?
Oh, it's a fact. Can I tell you something, Jerry?
Doc, I'm your pal. Shoot.
2 gangsters break into my office early this evening. At the point of a gun, I'm forced to perform an operation on a third one. An operation? Me. I'm a good doctor, a very good doctor.
Doc, anytime you need a reference.
But in my own specialty. Now, listen. I didn't go to medical school to help adolescents get rid of bad skin. I was interested in research. That's all I ever wanted.
So, what stopped you?
I was sick of being poor. Of scrimping, saving, making do. Of doing without.
You and me, Doc. We're the same kind of guy.
So I figured I'd make some money for a while, you know? In private practice.
I was like that, too. But the only way I could get out of being poor was to carry a gun.
And I made a great deal of money. But I haven't been happy.
Happy? What's happy?
And she senses it, Jerry. See, I resent her. I feel I'm doing this because I owe it to her. I have to pay her back. But I can't do it anymore. You know why I stay here so late? I'm trying to do research.
Now, Doc, you don't want to blow your stack over a dame, do you?
I just can't lead this kind of a life anymore. This isn't for me. Yes, it's useful and it's important work, but it isn't my work. I want to go back to the laboratory.
Yeah, go, Doc.
I started to say before that tonight, see, I was forced to perform surgery at the point of a gun. And this is the most exciting thing that's happened to me in 10 years.
Doc, maybe we can manage to do it again sometime.
No, it was exciting because it was vital. Because it pushed me to the absolute limits of my capability and beyond. I want to go back to doing that in my own specialty, where I have something to contribute. She'll have to take it or leave it.
Doc, you know something? I think she'll take it.
Well, she'll have to. Basically, she's a very serious woman, you know. I mean, that's why we got together in the first place. We're both serious people.
Doctor!
Hey, Pop, you're up.
Yeah, Doctor, I hate to break this up. But what I think is, tell me, did you take care of the thing?
Yes. I found it.
Yeah? What'd you find?
I found some, steel. A small piece of steel. And I removed it.
Well, that's good.
Jerry, I think I better go to the hospital.
The hospital?
Yeah. This doc here, he's okay, but he's gone about as far as he can go.
No, Pop, I was thinking we could stay here.
How?
The doc here can lock his door and say his office is closed. And in a little bit, when you feel better, we could make it to the boat.
Yeah, well, I want to go to the hospital.
But, Pop, it'll be all over then.
Yeah, it'll be all over.
Are you okay in the head?
I am now, Jerry.
Well, what happens to me and Eddie?
You don't have to be here when the cops come.
Well, I mean, what happens? I can't see it that way.
Doc, right now.
I advise both of you not to move at all.
What's that you got in your hand there? A water pistol?
Don't let them get to their guns, Doc.
Put that away, stupid, before I blow your head off.
Open it up. Or we'll bust it down.
What's that?
Hey!
Harold!
Who's here?
Harold, what is the meaning of this?
What do you guys want to do? Shoot it out?
Hey, you're not cops. Oh, I know you. You're a private dick.
Yeah, but there's a big reward out for all of you.
Harold, what is going on here?
You can't get away. There's two of us, so drop them, huh? Hey, Mrs. Smiley. I guess you don't need the photographer. Pete, you can go home.
Ann, please, call an ambulance for my patient.
Oh, Harold, you really were working. Oh, can you ever forgive me?
Come on, Jerry. Let's go. You and Eddie. Move.
Don't give in cheap, Doc.
Oh, Harold, you see, the lawyer had these private detectives ready for me, and I thought we'd catch you and, well, that's how you get divorces.
No, that's not how you get divorces. You get them because you forget why you got married in the first place. I guess I forgot for a while.
I suppose I did, too.
Well, I'm glad we both remember. How you doing, Pop?
Oh, well, I recognize him from his pictures. He's the most notorious gangster.
Yeah, he's my patient. You all right, Pop?
Yeah, Doc. You saved me. Thanks.
You know something, Pop? I think you saved me, too.
There are certainly enough thanks to go round. Although the story goes on after the curtain falls, we can only speculate as to its course. Harold and Wilma, it is to be hoped, found a renewal of their marriage. Pop, although in jail, is happy and fulfilled. Ann, I'm sure, has found a new and more viable romance. And Jerry and Eddie, they usually land on their feet. And I shall land here again in just a few minutes. Is the doctor in? If the nurse says yes, that doesn't really tell us everything, does it? How is the doctor in? And what is his mood, his temper, his ability to function at this particular moment, which is the precise moment we need him? Doctors are just as human as the rest of us, and just as mysterious. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Joyce Gordon, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. For those of us who grew up listening to the chug-chug of steam and the lure of that mournful whistle in the night, the romance of the railroad will never die. Nowadays, of course, trains are different. Yet the clickety-clack of the wheels remains the same, and the whistle still speaks of strange and faraway places. I hope the romance still lingers, long enough for me to bring you this story.
The whole point was, you see, that it didn't matter where they thought they were going, because they were really all dead.
That ain't true about us, Mrs. Winsome. I can assure you, we're all very much alive.
You know, Mr. Conductor, you're the very last one in the world I would trust to tell me the whole truth.
Our mystery drama, Journey to Somewhere, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Norman Rose and Carol Teitel. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. On a certain day, in a certain year, not so very long ago, a certain train pulled out of a terminal in one of our major cities and headed north. It was traveling what was little better than a spur track. There were few stops along this line to Skeffington Junction, and just as well. For weeks, this part of the country had lain gasping in the clutch of one of the most bitter winters in Weather Department history. For the record, the locomotive was number 711. A cosmic joke, considering all the bad luck this train carried with it and was heading into.
Sounds almost like a ghost train, doesn't it?
I beg pardon?
Well, maybe I should beg yours. A silly sort of remark, I guess. What I meant was all this snow. It muffles the sound, sort of a dream-like quality.
I was thinking the same thing. Looking out the window, a world smothered in white silence, swallowing up, absorbing the sound. It is a ghost train.
A sad opening gambit for a conversation. Forgive me, my name is Henry Thorpe.
How are you, Mr. Thorpe? I'm Julie Conrad. I suppose I should say was.
Oh, now, don't tell me that you're a disembodied spirit.
It isn't something I can joke about. Not after 23 years of marriage.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're widowed.
No, it hurts a lot worse than that.
Divorce?
That's the polite name for it. It can be a dirty business, Mr. Thorpe. Just for your information, if you've never been through it.
I haven't. My wife died.
Oh, I am sorry.
Well, it's some time ago.
Does one make adjustments?
Well, I guess it's up to the individual. I have not been roaringly successful, or I suppose I wouldn't be on this train.
Nor I suppose would I.
It might be interesting to pursue just what that means.
I beg your pardon, sir, but could the lady please take care of my patient? And could you help me? Oh, get the conductor.
Oh, dear lady, what is it?
My patient is in the seat just across the aisle, a few seats back. She's not ill, just elderly. Her name is Mrs. Winsome.
Mr. Thorpe, help this woman. I'll go and take care of Mrs. Winsome.
Oh, yes, of course. Now, what can I do for you, nurse?
We'll need the conductor. Would you get me to a hospital? I'm having, I believe, an acute appendicitis attack.
All right. Now, take it easy, nurse.
Mrs. Winsome?
Oh, yes? How did you know my name?
Well, I'm sitting a few seats in front of you. Your nurse told me your name.
Did she? Oh, but what happened to her?
Well, I'm afraid she's not feeling too well.
Dear me, that's rather strange.
Why?
Because she's supposed to be in charge of me.
Well, you aren't well?
Of course I am. Just the way they feel.
They?
My daughter.
and that dreadful husband. They just wanted to get rid of me. So they stuck little Miss Brown with carting me off to be incarcerated.
To be what?
Locked up in a nice, safe nursing home.
Mrs. Winsome, could we talk about you a little later?
Of course. Everyone always wants to talk about me a little later. But somehow, the time never comes around. Who did you want to talk about?
Well, just for the moment, your nurse.
What's the matter with her?
Well, she thinks she may be having an appendix attack.
Oh, dear. Then we must stop the train immediately.
Well, I think they're discussing it. I mean, I see Mr. Thorpe is talking with the conductor.
Now, what are we going to do?
Well, it ain't but a few miles to Lambert up ahead. I'm going front to tell the engineer we'll be making an emergency stop.
Well, do they have a hospital in Lambert?
Oh, Doc Prouty has a clinic I reckon will have to do. We'll phone on ahead and alert him. I'll be right back.
He said there is a doctor.
Yes, that's right, nurse.
Well, I hope that solves me. Now, what am I going to do about my patient?
Surely we can find accommodations for her, too.
No, you don't understand. She can't manage alone. And besides, she should be gotten to the sanitarium as soon as possible.
Yes, where is the sanitarium?
It's Skeffington Junction. It's about 6 or 7 minutes from the station. You know the town.
Well, I was born there, but I left a long time ago.
Do you remember Little Falls Ridge?
With the big Indian teepee on top of it?
Oh, bless you. That blew down years ago. They've got the sanitarium there instead. If only...
Now, you just try to rest, and don't worry. I'll get your patient there for you, okay?
That is a load off my mind. Now, if you'll go by my purse, there's a big envelope beside it with all the papers. Now, would you bring it, please?
Well, I don't like to leave you alone.
No, I'll be all right. I want to check and make sure you have everything. Oh, I think we must be coming into Lambert now.
Be a second. Miss.
Yes, sir?
This lady isn't feeling well. Would you mind keeping an eye on her for just a minute?
Well, I don't know if I can...
Please, it's an emergency.
Oh, okay, sir, I'll do my best.
I'll be right back.
Ma'am, excuse me, but, this man asked me, could I help you? Is there anything I can do? I'm sorry, you heard it. If you could tell me how I could help you. Ma'am? Lady, wake up. Please. No. Oh, mister. Oh, where did he go? Hey, watch it, lady. Don't fall off the seat. Hey, you.
Me?
Yeah, you. Come here. Will you please help me? Help me.
What's the matter? Your mother passed out or something?
No, she's not my mother. She's just some woman that's sick. Now, here, help me get her back on the seat, will you?
Well, why not?
Give me a lift right here, okay?
Okay. There. She's all right. Hey, what's the big idea of the train coming to a sudden stop like this?
It's coming into the station, I guess.
I don't see nothing out there but snow and snowbanks. Hey, where'd that conductor go?
Oh, search me. Hey, what's eating you, whoever you are?
Nothing. I just don't like it. Why should we be stopping here?
What's the matter? You act like you had cops on your tail.
Hey, I never said that.
Okay, miss. And you, son. Thanks for helping out. I'll take over now.
Hey, you know why we're stopping here, mister?
Yes, to get this lady to a hospital. And what happened to her?
Well, I think she just sort of passed out, Mr.
Thorpe, Henry Thorpe.
Oh, yes.
Now, let me see. She's breathing all right. Maybe it's a blessing she won't feel the pain. All right, thanks again. The conductor and I will handle the rest.
Yes, sir.
Hey, where are you sitting?
Oh, right over here.
You mind if I sit with you?
I don't know.
I want to ask you something.
What?
How come you thought I might be, taking off from the cops?
Maybe it takes one to know one.
What does that mean?
It means bug off. I'd rather be alone.
Okay, suit yourself, sister, if that's the way you want it.
That's the way I want it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've made an emergency stop. There'll be no one boarding the train, and with the exception of the lady we have to get to the hospital, no one will leave it. There's a bad storm out there, and we'll be pulling out first chance we get, because we're running late. How long do you think we're going to have to hang around this whistle stop?
I don't know, till they get the nurse day into a hospital, I guess.
What's going to happen to the old lady she was taking care of?
Oh, Mr. Thorpe said he'd look after her.
Who's Thorpe?
Well, that guy who came over when you were helping to get the nurse back on the seat.
The one who got off with the conductor and the guys with the stretcher?
Yeah.
Suitcase Sam.
No, I think he said his name was What do you mean, Suitcase Sam?
Oh, it's just a name I gave him in my mind, like.
Why? Hey, wait a minute. Who asked you to sit down?
Me, myself? My name's Duke. What's yours?
Linda Now, what's it to you?
Well, does it hurt to know your name? Linda what?
Goes both ways. Duke what?
Okay, so, Linda Duke.
How come you call Mr. Thorpe Suitcase Sam?
Oh, that. You ever notice the way he hangs on to his briefcase? Ever since he got on the train, no matter what he does, he never lets go. Helps out the old lady, lugs the briefcase. Goes off the train, it still goes along like it was chained to him. How come?
Well, he has important papers in it. Money, I don't know. Why?
This crummy old train, headed for practically nowhere. 5 of us in this coach now that the nurse is gone. Ever stop to figure what brings us all here?
No, I got my own problems.
Sure. We got problems, all of us.
Hey, who are you?
I told you, Duke. A student of life.
Well, what are you trying to say?
There are 5 of us right here, and we've got one thing in common. We're all on the lam, running like hell from something or other.
Okay, everyone, we're sorry for the delay. You'll be glad to know that the lady who was sick is in good hands. By now, in spite of the weather, she's at the clinic about to have her appendix removed and in A1 condition. So we'll be getting rolling again.
Did you hear what the conductor said, Mrs. Winsome?
Oh, yes. In spite of my age, my hearing is quite unimpaired. Tell me, is Nurse Brown all right?
Well, I believe so.
Excuse me, Mr. Thorpe, just collecting tickets. For the excitement for clean slipped my mind.
Oh, sure, conductor. Here's mine. The other lady.
I got the 2 young people and her. Just Mrs. Winsome's and the nurse left.
Miss Brown put them right there on the back of the seat.
That's right. Let's see. Huh. One way for you, I reckon. Return ticket for her. Should have gotten that to her.
Well, how do you know the return isn't for me?
Well...
Or for Mr. Thorpe?
Is it?
Well, no, the return trip was Miss Brown's, the nurse.
Cozy, isn't it? 5 of us left on the journey. All one-way tickets. They aren't they, conductor?
Why, yes.
What a night. Can't see anything out of this window. For all we know, we could be plunging straight into a void.
Well, I doubt it. As long as the train stays on the tracks. They do lead somewhere, you know.
Do I? Do you? I wonder where.
Skeffington Junction. That's where I'm headed.
Are you sure?
I don't quite understand.
I saw a play once about some people on an ocean liner traveling in a fog. And none of them really knew where they were going.
Oh, yes. Outward bound.
That's right. The whole point, you see, was that it didn't matter where they thought they were going. Because they were really all dead.
Well, that ain't true about us, Mrs. Winsome. I can assure you, we're all very much alive.
And there was a steward on the ship just like you. Do you know, Mr. Conductor, in this circumstance, that you are the very last one I would trust to tell me the whole truth?
We shouldn't pay too much attention to the vagaries of an old lady who is on the way to being institutionalized. Or should we? The passengers are an odd assortment of lost, unhappy people. What urges them towards Skeffington Junction? What is there for them, if indeed they ever reach it? And if they don't, what will be their ultimate destination? I shall return shortly with Act 2. The night is a blur of swirling snowflakes. The searchlights from the locomotive bombard the gloom. The rails gleam bright, leading the train surely towards its destination. Inside the first coach, our passengers are as we left them. But from the cold, wild night outside, phantoms have penetrated the interior warmth. And an old lady's voice has stirred in all our travelers the dead ashes of loss and desertion. Only Gus, the conductor, is left unaffected.
We must be running very late, conductor.
Lost pretty near an hour.
Can you estimate what time we might be getting into Skeffington Junction?
Pretty hard to say, the way the weather's shaping up. You want me to go up forward and check?
Yeah, I wish you would.
Yeah, I'll do that little thing. Mrs. Winsome?
Yes?
I just thought I'd like to kind of point out if we really had, like you say, a date with destiny, it sure wouldn't be hit or miss like this, would it?
I wouldn't have thought so before. But now that you mention it, perhaps this is just the way it should be.
I'll get up on forward and talk to the engineer.
That man is hiding something.
I don't think so. Hiding what?
The truth.
About what?
I can't answer that. Oh, never mind. Am I to understand that you have taken over as my nurse?
No, not at all. I just told Miss Brown, since she was sick, that I would help you to get where you're going.
To the funny farm.
I beg pardon?
Oh, don't try to be polite. That's the common term for it.
Well, I don't buy the term or the qualification. You are on your way to a sanitarium. Highly qualified and recommended.
All right, if you like it so much. Do you want to take my place?
Me? Why would I...
Now, don't try to pull the wool over my eyes. You think I don't know of the signs of a man who wants to run from life. You do, don't you?
Perhaps. But that has nothing to do with you.
Now, don't be too sure. Though I may come on strong, but maybe I'm just as ready to run as you. The only thing is, never mind what you run from. Where is it you want to run to? Well, where do you?
And it's not very interesting.
Try me.
Oh, all right. I had a wife who was my whole life. And she died suddenly. The children were gone, long gone, involved in their own lives. And in my case, not interested in extending the line. Creating grandchildren, whatever you want to call it. And suddenly I don't know, I was up against a blank cliff. End of the road. I did a complete flip-flop.
No, you'll have to explain that for me.
Maybe also for myself. See, I was born poor. We were so poor that when I was 8, I was let out for adoption. I never knew my parents, who died very young. It was only in the last years when I couldn't find roots with my children that I tried to go back and find them with my parents.
Did you?
No, not really. Just enough to make this last journey. Because I see it as the only place I'm wanted.
I think you're very lucky to find any place you're wanted. Some of us are not so lucky.
Mind if I sit down for a moment?
Oh, no, why not? But what about your charge?
Mrs. Winsome is enjoying the kind of sleep that only the very young or the very old seem to be capable of.
You sound a little bitter.
I am.
I should be the last to criticize. So am I.
Oh? What are you bitter about?
Life, and whatever prolongs it. This endless trip. Why do we have to just put along?
Oh, a pretty wild storm out there.
The train doesn't have to see where it's going. The tracks are laid out. It just has to go. That's why I picked it.
To go where? Skeffington Junction?
Mainly to anywhere I wasn't.
I don't know how to answer that.
Who asked you to?
Just the normal process of give and take between two human beings.
Oh, haven't we gotten to the time of life where that shouldn't be necessary? You want to argue cases? Why don't you consult them?
Consult who?
Those two so-called kids over there. Ask them about the state of the universe. They know it all. They have it all tabbed. Leaving the two of us just two outmoded nothings to cop out. The faster the better.
No, wait just a minute. You... forget it. Ask a foolish question, you get a foolish answer.
What's so foolish about my answers?
Anytime any of us give up on living, wouldn't you say that it's foolish?
No. Anyway, I'd have laid odds you'd be the first to understand.
Me? Why?
Well, things you said when you first intruded on my privacy. This whole crazy setup. What's a well-dressed, obviously successful businessman like yourself doing on a flea-bitten train like this to nowhere?
I'm going to Skeffington Junction, aren't all of us?
I don't know.
There aren't any other stops between here and there.
Well, then that must be where we're going. Don't tell me you have business there.
Well, as it happens, I have. Don't you?
Not really.
This is a pleasure trip?
That it is not. Definitely not.
Well, then why?
Oh, call it a stepping-off place?
To where?
That's a good question. Why don't you ask the others? Except poor little Mrs. Winsome. She knows where she's going. It really is the end of the line for her.
Well, it might not be so bad for her.
You're an optimist.
And you?
Since the roof of my world fell in, I expect only the worst.
Now, look, Mrs. Conrad. You're a young woman. You lost a husband recently, all right. You'll weather the storm. You'll find a new life.
I don't want a new world. I want the one I had. I just wish I was dead, since I might as well be.
Well, that is a bit rugged, Mrs. Conrad.
Well, that is the way I feel. Takes all kinds of women, I imagine, to make a world. My kind, or maybe it's just me. My kind is symbiotic.
Symbiotic?
Forgive me. I once was a biology major. Symbiosis is the living together of two different but mutually interdependent organisms. Take away one of them, and the other dies. Well, there couldn't be anything much different than man and woman, could there?
But your husband...
Oh, he's a survivor. He'll adapt. Not me. Without him, I'm dead.
So, you're running away.
Or towards...
Toward what?
Skeffington Junction. It's a miserable, scrubby little town, you know, except for the hotels. But it's a jumping-off point for one of the most glorious sights in the world. Those wild, cascading, plunging waters with the spindrift hanging in the air to condense in your hair like diamonds or pearls. He said I was wearing a Juliet's cap. I was in fairyland or Camelot, or you pick your own heaven on earth. And it never changed till it changed. I spent my honeymoon in Skeffington Junction. Began my whole life there.
So did I. I was born there.
Is that why you're going back?
More or less.
To try to find a new life?
No, that isn't possible for me. But it could be for you.
Oh, no way. I'm just going there to say goodbye.
Mrs. Conrad, forgive me, but
Look, Mr. Thorpe, if you have an urge to save a life, forget the two you've squandered yourself on so far.
The two?
Mrs. Winsome and me. Why don't you concentrate on the really lost?
I don't know quite what you mean.
Another of my failures was my children. Not so much unlike those two. Why do you suppose they're going to Skeffington Junction?
I wouldn't have the least notion.
Oh, you are a very persuasive man. If you have this missionary urge, go save a couple of souls young enough to maybe make a difference in the eternal balance.
Oh, you misunderstand me, Mrs. Conrad. I'm the last person to have any missionary urges. In my own way, I'm just as dead as you profess to be. Everything's fine, little baby. Don't move.
I fell asleep.
Who didn't?
I guess it was like all over you.
Yeah, I guess. We made out.
You went away somewhere.
Yeah. You know, like when you got to...
Was that all?
Well, on the way back, I made a stopover.
What?
El Cubo with the briefcase. He was zonked out, and the briefcase was sitting right beside him. So, I checked it. It wasn't locked. I took a peek.
What am I supposed to say?
Well, don't you want to know what was in it?
All right. What?
Money. Dough. Wrapped like from a bank. Must be 100, 200,000 maybe. I don't know. So, it's a lot of bread.
That isn't ours.
Or anyone's, except like, who has it?
Are you talking about stealing it?
Oh, come on. What steal? Nobody owns nothing. It's all up for grabs.
I don't get you.
I say you do. I think you're just as funky as I am, only you don't want to face up.
Oh, no, I don't get you.
Punk, baby. Punk all the way.
I don't know what you're talking about. What's punk?
I'll lay it out for you. I'm me, and I don't give a damn for nothing, nobody, no way. I am punk.
Are you all right?
Oh, yes, I just hurt my arm a little. It's nothing. You better look at Mrs. Winston.
Mrs. Winston, are you all right, Mrs. Winston?
Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the suddenness of our stop, but we've just encountered high snowdrifts blocking the track. It's doubtful we can continue on towards Skeffington Junction. Now, we are sending for additional equipment to take us back as far as we have to go to find accommodations to wait out the storm. So please, be patient. We may be here for a considerable time while we try to figure out the best way out for all of us.
The best way out for all of us. An old lady who is being railroaded into an old folks' home against her will. A woman who feels her life is already over. A man who has turned from the living to the dead. A self-confessed punk who cares about nothing but himself. And a young girl whose secret is still locked behind two dark and frightened eyes. What is the best way out for all of these? I shall return shortly with Act 3. For 2 hours, the train crew has been busy attempting to dig out the huge engine from the snowdrift into which it had burrowed to an accidental halt. The air in the front coach is growing cold. The two young people are huddled together, sharing his goose-down parka. Henry Thorpe stands, beating his hands across his chest, while Mrs. Conrad snugs into his overcoat. Further back in the car, little Mrs. Winsome is two bright button eyes gleaming out from a mound of stray clothing wound about her. Hey, this is kind of kicks, huh?
Oh, glad you think so. Freezing to death.
Cozying up under a blanket?
Now, don't get any ideas.
Oh, come on, Linda. What's the big cold shoulder?
You're wasting your time. I wouldn't trust you any farther than I can throw you. You're not my type.
Who said it takes one to know one?
Well, that was different.
How different?
I just meant you were running out on something.
Okay, suppose I am.
Must be your conscience is troubling you.
Hey, don't give me that square talk. How come you, of all people, figure I have to be wrong?
Me, of all people? Oh, now look, Duke, or whatever your name is. First, I don't care what put you on the road. And second,
Look, it was nothing all that terrible, just everything backed up. I was flunking out in another college, which was stale news. But it meant the usual go-round with my parents, and I'd had it. So I cut out. Got enough bread to see me through to Canada, then I can move in with a family.
Family?
Yeah, it's a, what do you call it, a commune.
You? In a commune?
Why not?
I don't believe it.
Look, it's where you can let everything loose, flow free. Thumb your nose at the establishment.
Oh, come on, isn't the family just another kind of commitment?
Well, all right, so what if it is? It's one that I picked, not one I was stuck with. Hey, it's a good life. You ought to dig it, too. Doesn't it grab you?
I don't know. It's something I never even thought about. Can just anybody join us?
If you want to make the commitment. Hey, are you putting me on?
No, why would you think that?
Well, I had the notion right off from the first that maybe you were headed for the family, too.
Oh, no, this is the first I ever heard of it.
Well, then where are you headed?
You wouldn't want to hear.
Try me.
Well, I don't like to put it into words.
Talk to me, Linda. You know you want to talk to somebody.
Oh, yeah, somebody. Anybody. Well, my father. Well, he died a long time ago. And 4 years ago, my mother married again. I was 14. The man she married didn't want me. I just came along with the deal. Oh, he treats my mom all right. But the guy's he's a dog. He slapped me around plenty when my mother didn't know. Later, she didn't care after she started drinking. Well, up until then, I could take it, but suddenly I was 18, and the only way was out.
But out where? You got relatives in Skeffington Junction?
You're going to laugh at this. But, have you ever heard of a pen pal?
Oh, you mean like you get a name and address and write, and he writes back and all that?
Mm-hmm. No, like that. Sometimes when the walls close in on you got to find a new door out or a window to escape. Well, anyway, I wrote this guy nearly 2 years ago. He's a farmer, and he lives 2 hours out of Skeffington Junction. He's old enough to be my father, but he's never had a wife, so, okay, I never had a father. He was the only way out. Well, that's where I'm headed.
Hey, that is crazy, throwing yourself away.
Are you any better? What do you think you're doing?
I sure hope you folks are making out. I ain't got much to report. We're still waiting for the relief engine that's on its way. We're going to try to keep you as warm as we can till then, but you are going to have to help. How you kids doing?
Oh, we're making out all right.
Good. Oh, Mr. Thorpe, you look pretty cold.
I'm all right.
Oh, he isn't really. He gave me his coat to keep me from freezing.
Well, I got an extra coat here. You better climb into it, sir.
Or maybe Mrs. Winsome could use it.
I think you need it more. Take it, Henry.
I could use it for just a moment or two if I could be sure that...
Why don't you let me sit with the old lady for a spell? Just come out from the engine room and...
What is it?
It's all right, folks. Now, just take it easy. No cause for alarm. That's just the new locomotive hooked up with us at last.
Really getting warm again, Mr. Conductor. We're going back, aren't we?
We are. Guess in our own ways, none of us here were all that anxious to get to Skeffington Junction this time around.
Where will we end up?
I don't rightly know. I doubt if it'll be Lambert. The town was all sewed up with this weather when we stopped there a while ago. We might have to chase our tails back to where we began.
Oh, dear. That wouldn't really solve anything, would it, Mr. Oh, I am so sorry. I don't know your name.
Gus is pretty near all I ever use.
But you must have another name.
Never had any real use for it except income tax and the like. Summers, it is. It's not much of a name in weather like this.
Mr. Summers. Oh, I find it a very nice name, and a cheering one, especially in the condition we all find ourselves.
Do you, ma'am? Why?
Well, it's better than if you'd been called Winters.
It might have been better if I had.
What?
This extra little jaunt, Mrs. Winsome. You know it as well as me. It's only what do you call it when a fella that's condemned to die gets word from the governor or the king?
Reprieve.
Oh, that's it, reprieve. But it ain't gonna last long.
I don't quite understand.
No. You and me, we're in the same boat, huh? Nobody wants us anymore. I'm 65. The boom falls. I gotta retire. There goes my whole life. I never had nothing but the railroad. Take that away, I'm only waiting out the years.
That is my case entirely. We are both in the same boat.
Well, Mr. Thorpe, anything I can do?
No, Gus. Stay where you are. I just had a sudden urge for a cigar. I'm going out to the platform to indulge it.
How is Mrs. Conrad?
Well, she's fast asleep. I didn't want to disturb her. I don't think anyone else should. Gus, when do you think we'll be stopping?
Well, not this side of the Guzman Bridge.
How long is that?
Well, we should be crossing in another 2-3 minutes.
Oh, fine. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Such a pity. That nice man without a wife, lonely. And there's a woman just made to order for him.
Beg pardon?
The lady who is sound asleep, divorced, lonely as him.
You'd like to see them together?
It'd be nice.
But not reasonable, Mrs. Winsome. Any more reasonable than these two kids who are coming this way.
Now, what do you suppose they want?
Hey, conductor, it's getting kind of steamy in here. Okay if we go out on the platform for a breath of air?
I hope you don't mind.
Oh, no, of course not.
You can have a little visit with Mr. Thorpe. He's out there having a cigar.
Oh, cheer up. Neither of us smoke. We'll leave you some air to breathe.
That was sweet.
What?
Thinking of them non-smokers. Maybe there's some hope for you after all.
Like how?
Maybe you're not all punk. You want to get the door?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Oh, hi, Mr. Thorpe. You mind if we join you here on the platform?
No, not at all. If you don't mind the cigar.
Linda?
No. We've been so cooped up. Can we get some real fresh air?
Well, we could crack the outside door open just a piece, okay?
Solid. Here, let me help.
Oh, no problem. There we are.
Except, where are we, really?
Well, the conductor said we should be crossing the river and... Oh, yeah, I guess we're on the bridge now.
It's been a strange trip, hasn't it?
Yeah.
One I don't care ever to take again.
Or me.
I don't know if I can agree.
Hang on for your lives, children. The bridge gave way.
What?
We're hanging on the edge by a thread. I have the door open. Jump!
No!
Jump, it's your only chance!
Duke, I thought you'd never get back.
I'm sorry. I'm kind of sick to my stomach.
Did you hurt yourself when you jumped?
No, it's not bad.
Well, then what?
The train. It's gone.
Gone?
Yeah, the weight of the snow must have weakened the bridge, and when we went back over it, it just gave way, and the whole train went whacking into the river.
Oh, my.
Broke the ice, sank like it had just never been.
But our car, we were the last one, didn't it?
And the three of us jumped just in time to make the snowbank, then our car got pulled down with the rest.
And the old lady, the conductor, Mrs. whatever her name was.
Yeah, gone.
Oh, my.
Wiped out.
Oh, Duke.
I'll tell you, Linda, it makes you sit up and take a new look. I just sat out. Hey, how's Mr. Thorpe?
I don't know. Well, he's alive.
Sir, you all right?
Something happened to my back when we jumped.
Is there anything we can do to help?
No, don't try to move me. This way, this moment, it doesn't hurt too much.
Sir, we've got to get you out of here.
Why? You want me as another statistic? Forget it.
Oh, you know that's not what we want.
I know, Linda. But I'm long past caring what you want from me. It's what I want from you that's important. I want you both as another statistic.
What?
6 of us that we know of. 6 of us on that train. 4 of us ready and composed to die.
Not you, sir.
We won't mention the disease, but it was progressing so fast. I would have been destroyed in weeks. All the others had no real future like me, except you two. And that is the miracle, that you are here. I had a briefcase somewhere.
Yes, it's here. Lucky you always carries it with you, the one with the money.
I'm glad that you know what it contains.
No, we don't want the money. Just tell us where you...
Don't say you don't want it. My own children are long ago taken care of. This money is from a safe deposit box. No one knows of it but me.
What did you mean it for?
Well, once I thought I would build a mausoleum for my parents who were buried in a pauper's grave. You see, that's where I was taking it. To die myself and lie with them. Now I know that was stupid, and I want...
No. Yes, you want?
I want this money to be for the young and for the future. I leave it to you.
We take it?
We take it and use it for things that he might have wanted it used for.
Oh, I doubt if he'd have okayed the punk psychology.
Oh, come on. I don't mean it like that.
Well, then how do we use it?
There'll be a way. As long as it helps some young people, I don't guess he'd fault us too much.
Us? Hey, I got a date with a man who wants to marry me.
You've got a date with a man who wants to use you. We've got a better date.
We?
Okay. Us. With $100,000 and the memory of this trip, of how wrong we could have gone. How can we lose?
Are you propositioning me again?
I'm trying to make you an offer you can't refuse.
In everyone's life, there is a Skeffington Junction. That particular private place where, when life becomes too much to bear, you can run and jump off, or perhaps just bury your head in the sand. Of course, there is no such place in reality, for life itself ordains the pattern we must follow and the end that waits for us. Only the living have that second chance to make changes. So, make them while you can. I'll be back shortly. I have nothing more to say about our story, except that I hope, as you, the young people made good use of the gift of both money and time. And a quote from an old poem. "'Tis here, they say, the journey ends, and little doubt it must be so. But, as I tell my bestest friends, I hate to go." Our cast included Norman Rose, Carol Teitel, E.V. Juster, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Today, a tale of hatred and jealousy, and the meager nourishment one can derive from such a diet. It is one of Henry James' best. Some say it is autobiographical, some say not. We say it is unforgettable.
This portrait of yours, Maria, it's a great work. Did you do it all without sketches of the man or studies?
I destroyed everything years ago.
Then you once had them.
I once had everything.
So that it's all memory.
It is all hate.
Our mystery drama, Portrait of Memory, was adapted from a story of Henry James by James Agate, Jr., especially for the Mystery Theater, and stars Norman Rose and Marion Seldes. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Expatriates, they call them. Those who live abroad. Americans or any national who makes his home in a foreign land and who rarely, if ever, goes home again. Such a man was Justin Court, who spent his youth in the New England town of Old Bedford and maturity in France. It is 2 p.m. in an art gallery off the Rue Jacob in Paris.
It's my exhibit, actually. I've had half a dozen or so over the past 20 years, generally in this same gallery, Guéringer's. You know the place. Derain hung here, Matisse, Van Dongen, so I'm in good company. Only the art lovers have changed, and I'm afraid not for the better.
His predilection with death and destruction and disfigurement, Miss Lark, is awesome.
Tremendous, tremendous.
Do you realize there isn't one painting in this entire room in which a human is portrayed at peace? Even his landscapes are tortured. It is soutine all over again.
Oh, I would like to meet him. Oh, isn't that him? That man with the beard over there talking to the lady with a feather in her hat.
I have not met Justin Court either, so it could be. I hear he had some violent accident when he was younger. That is why the dark glasses. All this murder and blood hanging on these walls.
Oh, Professor Benoit, perhaps we should go. This exhibit upsets you so.
All I am expressing, Miss Lark, is an opinion. This Julian Court is fine, very fine, but his anger brings out the anger in me. Do you understand?
I couldn't help overhearing you both because you were speaking in English. Permit me to introduce myself. I'm Amelia North. I'm an American.
I should have guessed from your accent, Madame. I am Charles Benoit. This is Mademoiselle Beatrice Lark. She's from England, one of my art students at the Lycée.
Aren't you overcome with these paintings? Who is this Justin Court?
We think that may be him standing over there. Professor Benoit doesn't know him, but I'd give anything to meet him.
There is some reason why this painter is punishing himself.
He is?
Well, it's there. You only have to look for it. There, that one. Like Daumier. And there, that one. Poor Vince.
Well, I must say this is the most exciting afternoon I've ever spent. Thanks to both of you. I feel like such a stranger in a foreign land.
Oh, you should not, Madame. This Justin Court is also an American. If he suffers, or has suffered, then he has joined the human race, n'est-ce pas?
Garçon, enfin, s'il vous plaît. I have a certain hoarseness which still plagues me ever since... well, we shan't talk about that. When I'm tired or overwrought, there it is. The only cure is a Paris cafe and a good brandy at 4 p.m. Ah, merci, thank you.
Mr. Court, I beg your pardon, but aren't you Justin Court, the painter?
I am, yes.
My name is Amelia North. Mrs. Amelia North. May I sit at your table for a moment?
Well, by all means.
I wanted you to know that one of the very first things I did when I came to Paris was to go to that gallery on the Rue, what's it called?
Jacob.
Yes, that's it. And see your exhibition of paintings. I was overwhelmed, Mr. Court. So modern, so real, so new.
You're very kind, Mrs. North, but I'm afraid I'm a throwback to the minor surrealists of the 30s.
Oh, you're famous.
Oh, no, dear lady. Though I've lived here for 20 years or so, I'm still regarded as that relatively unknown American expatriate dauber.
Is that what they say?
No, they say, there goes what's his name.
There is such a thing as too much modesty, Mr. Court. In fact...
Are you staying in Paris long, Mrs. North?
A few weeks. Then the south of France, and then I'm coming back in the fall. I have a lovely place in St. Cloud. But really, I've nothing to keep me here or take me there.
Ah, yes, a free American spirit.
No, actually, I'm not telling you the whole truth. I do have something to keep me in Paris. Hopefully, it is you.
Me?
In fact, do you ever do commissions, Mr. Court?
Well, I have.
Well, did I tell you that when I was in Guéringer's just an hour ago that I came away overcome?
Well, it's kind of you to say so. On the whole, Americans seem to appreciate what I'm trying to do much more than Europeans.
The commission I have in mind is not an ordinary one.
Well, I accept the compliment.
Have you ever done a portrait without the person sitting for you?
No, I never have. I rarely do portraits.
Oh, yes, but they're people and things in your pictures. They're so sad, really. They're quite awakening.
The person you wish portrayed is not in Paris.
I don't know where he is. Even if he's alive.
Will you have photographs of him?
No, nothing.
My dear lady, how do you expect any artist to paint a likeness for you with no reference?
Who said anything about a likeness? Un très bel homme. A beautiful man. 35. Drawn purely from your imagination, Mr. Court.
My imagination would satisfy you?
Oh, yes.
Mrs. North, you don't know my work well enough. I'm sorry, but I am not the painter for your commission.
I would pay well.
Well, I'm in the fortunate position that money cannot pay me for making a fool of myself. I can but do in my own way the face I see, not the face I imagine.
Well, I shan't disturb you much longer. I have here the name of another painter, a woman who lives here in Paris. Do you happen to know her?
And then, Maria Elena, she hands me this card with your name written on it.
Why are you so surprised, Justin? It's possible my reputation has reached America.
Of course. I'm not saying that, but the coincidence of you, someone I know so well.
After all, I was born there. So, send her along, your Mrs. North. I can always use another commission.
I don't see how. Yours is the most crowded studio on the Rue Saint-Benoît. Maria, you'll never live long enough to complete all these works.
Commercial stuff. Copying the old masters for film studios, schools, and for the not extremely rich.
Oh, this isn't the original Rembrandt, is it?
No, my dear. It's my prize copy. I shall make money with that one.
Fantastic. I think this Mrs. North's commission will intrigue you.
So long as it is something to copy I can enjoy.
No, not a copy this time. She wants a portrait, out of the blue, as it were.
Oh, but you do portraits, Justin.
No, my kind is not for this lady. She wants a pretty picture.
Of whom?
Of nobody. No person in particular, but it must be someone the artist wishes to do.
I've never heard of anything like that. You mean I choose the sitter?
There is to be no sitter.
Well, then, whom is the portrait to represent?
An ideal.
Mine or hers?
This is what this strange and wealthy American lady wants. A handsome, distinguished, agreeable man, 30, 35, clean-shaven, well-dressed, a perfect gentleman, and a perfect scoundrel.
A perfect scoundrel. And I'm to find him myself.
Well, I told her you could.
Well, I suppose if I wandered about Montmartre, I could find a model. And after all, if Rembrandt could pick up some old bum by the docks for his Apostle Paul, I should be able to find the right face.
No, Maria Elena, this is not what Mrs. North wants. She wants the portrait from your soul, your imagination.
Why didn't you take this on, Justin?
Because I have to start with the face I see before me.
And you think I can paint a face I don't see?
You see so many more faces than I do. And you see them in memory. From all the museums that you've haunted, the great art you've studied. Now, let me arrange a meeting between you two.
No.
You won't take the job?
Well, do I have to meet her to try it? Is she married? Not married? Is this to be her lover?
Now, the way I see it is, I see her at home or here in her apartment in Paris. Visitors arrive. Your creation hangs over the mantel. Who is that extremely handsome man, says someone. Oh, that's a portrait of my dear departed husband. That's my guess, Maria.
I'll do it. Thank you, Mrs. North. Since she's an American, double whatever price you had in mind. Tell her she'll have it in a week or two.
You already have an idea, don't you?
Something very powerful is telling me to go ahead with this. That all the roads I have taken in the past converge on this very decision.
Ah, Maria, I am glad.
It'll be an experience to begin in my studio, not in a museum. I shall make him Supremely beautiful and supremely base.
Base?
The finest gentleman a young girl did ever see. And the worst friend. Justin, I have always wanted to ask you, is Justin your real name?
Maria, what a strange question.
Do you realize, my old friend, that in all these years, I have never seen you without those great big dark glasses covering half your face?
Neither has anyone else. But accidents happen. Glass cuts, vocal cords, skin is punctured, bones fractured. But in time, everything heals. But one's looks. Goodbye, my dear. I must go. The finest gentleman and the worst friend. I shall repeat those words to your patron, and again double the price I had in mind.
Two painters in an atelier in Paris. One who paints only emotions, and tortured emotions at that. The other, a success at duplicating past masters so well that few can tell the difference. This strange commission of an idealized man is now hers. What will she do with it? I shall return shortly with Act 2. Painters have an insight into seeing things that most of us don't even know exist, and of saying things equally surprising. A room hung with pictures is a room hung with thoughts. Sir Joshua Reynolds, the renowned portrait painter of the royalty and rich, he also said, the mind sees more clearly than the eyes, which is pretty much what Justin Court told Mrs. North the following day.
Absolutely, Mrs. North. She accepted your commission.
Does she want to meet me? Or talk to me?
No. She feels it would add nothing to her imagination. And since you wished Maria Elena to reach into herself for this portrait, why see you?
Well, I only thought she might be curious who I was. And I suppose I would have liked to have met her. I know I've asked for something very unusual.
Maria is an unusual painter, and you'll meet her when the portrait's finished. You'll have plenty of time to thank her.
And to pay her the balance, too, I suppose. I did give you the down payment you asked for.
Oh, yes, I have it right here in my pocket.
Maria Elena. An interesting name. Have you known her long, Mr. Court?
A dozen years or so, since she came to Paris to work.
I'm getting such a tingly, jittery feeling now that it's being started. Does she work quickly?
Oh, my impression is she'll toss it off at white heat.
You artists are a most extraordinary people. Oh, how rude I'm being. I haven't even thanked you for coming all the way down here to my house in St. Cloud. And by the way, let me show you where I plan to hang the portrait. This is my room, my boudoir, I guess you'd call it.
Yes. Is that a music box playing on the table?
Yeah, it was given to me long ago. It runs for 2 hours, and I try to keep it going all the time. Now, Mr. Court, if you'll turn around, it is over that mantelpiece I am going to hang the painting. You see what it will do for this room?
And for you, too, I hope.
Why do you say that?
You are waiting for something to happen, aren't you, Mrs. North? Perhaps for someone to come into your life. It is more than waiting for the portrait to be done.
What a good eye you have. How clearly you can see me, even through those black lenses, as if... No, that's not possible. As if you could see right into my soul. No, don't look, Justin. Wait.
Maria, do you mean to tell me it's finished already? It's been less than a week.
Justin, before I let you see it, I have to tell you, I cheated.
You have?
For 4 days, I painted as though I were bewitched. Oh, I slept a few hours here and there, but I felt I was in a furnace of passion to get every line, shadow, nuance of color, light, highlight, quickly onto the canvas before it all escaped me.
That's what I told your client. You would paint at white heat.
Oh, the man I have done is not from my imagination, not a Raphaelite or a Tintoretto man in a modern suit. He is real.
Of course, to you.
He is a likeness of a living person. At least someone who did live once. But nobody will ever know.
Are you sure?
Nobody she has ever seen or knew.
All right. Now, may I see him?
You may wait, Justin. Lord knows I had to.
Oh, of course. Someone you have raked up from the past. Your past. I don't see why not, after all. Mrs. North won't know the man.
I'm glad you agree. Now, I'll turn the painting around and place it on this easel.
Oh, Maria. Whom have you brought to life? Oh, Mrs. North will be pleased, I'm sure. He is un bel homme. Perhaps a little too fine for her fantasy. I would say it needs something less sincere in the expression. But you have captured a daredevil. I see it in his eyes, in the way he holds himself. Oh, yes, reckless.
He was. Joy, pride, high spirits, the expectations of a great fortune. But he was a dilettante, a would-be painter, believe it or not. Oh, how many years ago that all was.
It's a great work, Maria. All done without sketches or studies.
I destroyed them years ago.
Ah, then you once had them.
I once had everything.
So that it's all memory.
It is all hate.
In all the years we had known one another, I had never seen Maria Elena in such a state. She turned away from me. I could see her eyes filling with tears, and abruptly she left the room. Maria Elena, please come back to the studio. Maria!
Forgive me, Justin. I couldn't bear to look at him any longer. I'm all right now.
I don't know what to make of all this.
I didn't want you to see my face, Justin, that's all.
Your tears.
I was 17. What is that? 20 years ago. I was very much in love with him. I thought we would marry. To this day, I don't know whether my love was ever returned. Then, one day, without explanation, without even saying goodbye, he left me to marry someone else.
You were in love with a dilettante? Of course. What does one know at 17?
He loved painting, hoping to study and become one. It's funny, isn't it? I think that's why I took it up. I had to be better than he was at what he desired. Painting meant more to him than I ever could.
Maria, you have created a living, breathing man. But the evil in him, the evil you speak of, the evil Mrs. North wanted, is not as clear.
Nor was it in him. Take it. Take it now, right now. I don't want to see him again.
I'll take the portrait to my place. She can see it there and pay me, and I'll send you a check by the first post. I told you, didn't I? I doubled your price, and she agreed. It now stands at 30,000 francs.
30? Why do I feel like such a Judas? I'm almost afraid to look at the painting, Mr. Court.
I don't see why. It's fantastically done. It will give you nothing but pleasure.
You believe that? Oh. May I look now?
For the money you are spending, your request isn't out of line. It's on the easel by the window, the one with the cloth over it.
No, I can't. Not yet. What if I were mistaken?
About what?
Well, oh, never mind.
Mrs. North, I have a great deal to do today. I cannot wait for the mood to hit you, for you to see what you've bought.
All right. Yes, I will. Now. Oh! My Lord in heaven.
It's him.
This man, you know him?
It's magnificent. Just like him.
Well, who is he? Who was he?
You think I'll tell you his name?
This is all beyond me. Would you like me to have it sent to St. Cloud?
Every lash on his eyes, so real.
Mrs. North, did you hear me? Can we say the commission is concluded?
Mr. Court, do you mean to say you don't know this man?
How should I know him?
Well, you know her. The painter, this Maria Elena. She knows him. The likeness, it's beyond me how true it is.
This is someone you actually knew, do I understand?
He has been brought back to me after all this time. He's looking straight at me.
But a resemblance to a known individual, that was not what you wanted.
Oh, you've no idea how many portraits I've commissioned. Like a detective searching for a clue. And now, here I am. What'd you say?
So, you were hoping for a resemblance to someone.
No one else would ever see it.
No one but you and her.
What does she know about me?
Nothing. I hardly know you myself. This man, staring back at us so knowingly, was he to have married you?
Yes. If he'd lived. But you've got to keep that a secret.
But why? From Maria, who has reproduced
Oh,
it?
if she'd suspect, I know she'd never let me have it. Now, what did we agree the price would be?
30,000.
I'll send you a check for 40 immediately when I get home. But promise me you won't tell her it's because I must have it. Just say I was so pleased with the spirit of the thing that I had to give her more.
You're willing to pay 40,000 francs for a painting she originally agreed to do for 15, and I'm to make such a transparent excuse? Now stay with 30. It's enough.
No, I'm afraid to. Now, don't let her know, Mr. Court, I beg you. She'd be jealous, and it would start all over again.
But you knew her. You gave me her name on a slip of paper when we first met.
She doesn't know me. I must have this painting. I must. I can't tell you more.
I don't wish to know more. I don't wish to know what comedy or tragedy you two have shared. Obviously, this man played a prominent role.
And as a painter, what do you think of it?
What can I think of a portrait that is a tour de force, not done with love?
Oh, more than that. Even I can see it was painted with rage. 40,000 francs.
It was my idea, Maria. You contracted for a decorative trifle, and you've produced a breathing masterpiece.
Is that what she calls it? Oh, Justin, what does she know?
She knows she wants it.
As much as that?
Said she'd send me a check today, and you'll have mine by the first post tomorrow.
But why such a roundabout way?
That's not my idea. You said you didn't wish to meet her. I didn't think you wanted her to know where you live.
Well, there's more to it. 40,000 before she's even received it?
Yes, but she's seen it. It's the same as if someone bought one of mine at Guéranger's. Money down and then delivery of the painting. She said she'd send for it. Now, Maria, try to understand. She's well off. She can afford things that you or I would think twice about. This time she's bought herself a husband, and you've given her a very special one.
I have given her a husband.
Shall we say a painted memory? Your memory.
Henry James, author of this story, was fascinated with where life left off and art began. Art does not lie in copying nature, he said. Nature furnishes the material, beauty still unexpressed, and the artist beholds more in nature than she herself is conscious of. I shall return shortly with Act 3. A wealthy American residing in France commissions a portrait of an unknown man for which she has agreed to pay a great deal of money. But as fate would have it, the painting is not of an unknown man, but of someone from the past of both patron and painter.
concierge in my building told me that while I was dining out, a lady had stopped by and said she was to pick up a painting. I was surprised that Mrs. North had taken it upon herself to do this, and said so. But the concierge said it was no strange American lady, but my friend Maria Elena. The next morning, I was at her studio quite early.
Whoever you are, come in.
It's me, Justin. Good morning, Maria. Maria, what on earth are you doing?
Exactly what you see. I'm preparing to paint right over the portrait.
Are you mad? I have a check in my pocket for you. You listen to me. You cannot throw away 40,000 francs.
No, I can't take the money.
Why not?
I can't tell you why exactly. Something has happened to me.
Maria, you cannot back out. Think of Mrs. North. She's practically fallen in love with that portrait.
Fallen in love, you say?
Certainly. Now look at him. Dispassionately. Try. What woman wouldn't?
I won't back out, Justin. If you'll answer one question. Does she know this man? All last night, I did nothing but ask that question. She must know him. It would account for so much. Do you understand, Justin? The way I feel, these strange sensations, the enormous amount of money she's agreed to pay for it. Justin, they were your words I kept hearing over and over all night. This woman is going to hang the portrait in her boudoir and pass him off as a husband which he never was.
Was he yours, Maria?
No.
Could he have been another woman?
I don't know. Not unless it happened afterwards. Oh, no. What am I saying? He died unmarried. He'd known many women. He hurt many. Too many. And there was one, I remember. She tried to make him marry her and was almost... He was very near it.
And Mrs. North, did you know her?
She could have been the one, but I don't know and never did. When she first saw the painting, did she act as though she recognized him?
Well, she did yesterday, but she didn't name him.
What did she do? Did she cry out? What did she say?
I can't remember everything she said, Maria.
If I didn't know you better, my old friend, I'd say you were hiding something, but I won't. It's very nice, what you're doing for me. The 40,000 francs, it's sweet. Yes, it really is. But I know.
You know what?
What he must have been to her. I have decided now. I am going to see your Mrs. North and tell her that, unfortunately for her, I have decided to keep the portrait.
To paint over it? It's a sacrilege, Maria Helena. One does not mutilate art.
Justin, return her all the money. Do as I say.
And give no reasons.
She'll know the reason.
The door was open. Oh, may I come in?
Mrs. North.
And you are Maria Helena. How do you do? I am Amelia North. I wanted to meet you and thank you. But this morning, when I sent for the painting, it was not at Mr. Court's studio. Now I see why.
Well, Justin did not bring it here. I took it last night.
But I have bought it. Mr. Court has the money.
I'm sorry. I cannot accept it.
I have bought that portrait, and I want it.
Mrs. North has a valid point there, Maria.
Mr. Court, is this lady a well-known painter in Europe?
Well, I'd say extremely well-known.
Extremely well-paid?
Well, in the arts, reputation and remuneration do not always go hand in hand.
Madame Maria.
Mademoiselle.
Suppose I were to double your fee for this painting, instead of 40,000, making it 80.
Maria, that is a great deal of money.
Perhaps not to someone who is rich.
What is your reply?
Sold? In my head, I was seeing him and you in your house or in your apartment. You were looking at him and he at you.
So we would be. Are you jealous?
Of a painting.
Maria, 80,000. Why do you grudge this lady the portrait? Maria, you said you painted it in hate and bitterness. Sell it. Let it go.
No, I can't. I'm sorry. You came here for nothing, Mrs. North. Let me turn it face to the wall. The subject is closed.
My dearest Maria, what kind of revenge is this?
My last offer, 90,000 francs.
All the years. Why Why should you, Amelia, of anyone in the world? Why should you have it?
Mrs. North, I apologize. Believe me, I had no idea when you first gave me Maria Helena's name that it would turn out like this.
You knew my name. You've known it. All along, you've known it was me, Amelia.
100,000 francs. Did you hear me? You can paint him again. 100,000.
You can have it. If you wish it now, I have nothing to wrap it in.
No. Let it sit on the easel for a little while.
Justin, will you arrange about the money?
Yes. Maria Helena, this was wise of you. For your own sake, your own heart.
Don't you wish to stand closer, Amelia? It's yours. Go ahead and look at it right in the eye.
Maria, let us have some tea. Now, if you don't have any cake, I'll run out and get some.
I have everything. Will you join us before you go, Amelia?
I would love to. Maria, you never knew I existed, did you?
I knew I was not the only woman in his life. But you, by name? No, I did not.
Pour me a little more tea, will you, Maria?
I'll have some, too.
Mind if I help myself to another slice of the genoise? Oh, don't get up, Maria. I can cut some for myself. Where is that big knife?
He was a wicked one. But I thought I loved him. I was 17. What did I know? A child of 17 in a small backwoods town in Massachusetts, needing so much reassurance. I used to say to him, "Do you really love me? Do you? Do you?"
Of course I do, Mary Ellen. I've never loved anyone but you.
Is that true? How can that be true?
Because it is.
They say you have many girls and that I'm just one of them.
Do you believe that?
Well, I don't want to believe it. Will we marry someday?
How can I marry a girl of 17? I'm 30. Besides, what will we live on?
You're so clever. You can sing, you can recite poetry, you could teach English.
Mary Ellen, I barely graduated from school. If my father and mother hadn't left me money, I don't know what I'd do.
Oh, darling, what would you like to do?
Paint. I would give my soul to paint. I know that I have the true artistic spirit.
Oh, you have. Well, what can you see in plain Mary Ellen Gray living in the oldest farm in our village?
I see everything, my darling Mary Ellen Gray. One day I shall paint you. I'm going abroad to learn how. I shall study with the masters.
Alone?
No. I'll take you with me.
You will? You will?
Yes, I shall. Now, dearest heart, I must go.
Where are you going? Oh, to meet some other woman.
What a suspicious girl you are. You know that you are the only one for me. I swear to you.
So you were the young girl who lived in the old farmhouse?
Mary Ellen, the farm girl, who became Maria Helena, the painter. And you?
Amelia North. I was then. I am now.
I looked out the window, and I saw him walk slowly up the road and disappear behind a clump of maple trees.
I was standing there. It's where we met every single day.
I knew there were others.
So did I.
Amelia, why did you want me to paint him?
I didn't know you were the painter. I had no idea it was you or who you were. 3 months ago, I ran across a story of an exhibit in Paris by an artist named Maria Helena. And there was a picture of one of your paintings. That clump of maples in your farmhouse. And I said to myself, that woman lived in our town. So I took down your name and I thought, I'll go to Europe and perhaps she can help me find him.
I haven't seen him for 20 years. He may be dead for all I know. I never heard from him again.
And so I came to Paris. All the time, something driving me to have him brought back to life.
As I was painting him, the same desire.
How could I tell you I was from the same town? I was afraid if you knew you wouldn't paint him. That's why I was so vague. But I was sure that you had to know him.
4 days. That's what it took me, Amelia. I told Justin. I thought I still loved him. But every stroke, I was painting him with hate.
Mary Ellen, we've brought him back to life. Now, We must end it.
Mrs. North. Amelia, what are you doing with that knife?
I paid for you. I destroy you. You took everything. You gave nothing. You destroyed young girls. You lied. You gave them hope, and then you took everything away. No! Look at that pretty face. I throw you on the floor. I would trample on your face, but I can't. I can't forget I loved you once. Oh, you see difference. He and I were to be married. Yes, married. My mother and father, all of us, were waited at the South Church in Old Bedford like some old-fashioned drama, but it's true. Every word. How was a girl to know? The banns had been read. My youngest little cousin was the flower girl, and her little brother was the ring bearer. They didn't understand why the wedding wasn't starting, poor little ones. People from far away, friends, relatives. And finally, nobody said anything. Everybody just drifted off, some together, some by themselves.
Amelia, I'm so sorry.
I had to exorcise him. You see, my heart was still married to him, broken and dying. And I've lived with this all these years.
Amelia, your tragedy was far greater than mine.
It was a Sunday, like today. The first day of June. For 20 Junes, I've cried all day. And all I have to remember him by is a music box my grandfather gave me that day when I came home from church without a husband.
Sunday, June the 1st. He was with me.
I keep it wound and it plays for hours on end. We were to be married at 2:00.
He left my house. The farmhouse at 1:30. Where are you going with all those fancy clothes? I said to him. Oh, this is a fancy day, he said. I watched from my window. He was starting to walk up the road to the South Church, and then... I was frozen. I couldn't move. I knew he had been hit. I was that certain, even though I didn't see it. I couldn't find him. He hadn't been taken to any hospital nearby, or the one in the next town, or the next. I went everywhere. I finally found him in a big city hospital. Yes, there had been an accident. A man in a rented gray-striped morning suit, nothing to identify him. He was in a coma. They wouldn't allow me to see him. Even then, I wasn't sure it was him. Day after day, I made up excuses to my parents. I'd go to the big city hospital. One day I went. They said he had lost his memory. Another time, they were fixing up his face with surgery. I cried all the way home. I would never see him as he was again. 2 weeks later, he was gone. They would tell me nothing. I was sure he had died.
I watched the two women cling to one another. Time, the passage of time, might dim and erase their memory of this man. When I reached home, I took off my dark glasses and searched my scarred and rebuilt face. Was I that man? Today, how ugly is my face. But if Justin Court was the man who lived in America 20 years ago, I was much uglier then. I stare into the mirror, but no memories come to me. Nothing. My mind is a total blank.
Many writers have dealt with the effect of art on human nature, and the reverse. Who can forget the picture of Dorian Gray or the prophetic pictures by Hawthorne? Henry James was no less an artist for using life as his palette, emotions as his colors, and the mystery of people's actions as his paints. I shall rejoin you shortly. There is a sense of mystery surrounding our lives, from accident to accident, birth to death. We live with beauty and pain. We find ourselves, we lose ourselves. The author of this story we have just dramatized confessed that he lived intensely, indeed was fed by life. And he adds, my value, whatever it be, is in my own kind of expression of that. We of Mystery Theater are grateful Henry James drank so deeply of the cup of life and expressed it all so vividly. Our cast included Marion Seldes, Norman Rose, and Carol Teitel. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Any negativism may serve as a fuel for a bonfire.
Oh, come on. You're talking to me.
It's the truth. Fortunately, I was able to retrieve the situation.
Yeah, I guess you were.
You have a positively murderous look in your eyes.
I do?
You've been very hostile lately, and it shows.
I guess it does.
You look angry enough to kill somebody.
I guess I am. That's why I went out and bought one of these.
That's a revolver.
No, it's not. It's an automatic. See? You don't know everything.
You do realize you're pointing it at me.
How nonchalantly well-bred we've become. A far cry indeed from Murphy's Diner. But just one little pull on the trigger, and you fall from that high estate. Down.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery
Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. If your nerves are steady enough, I'd like to be your guide into and through, we hope, a place and a time where things happen which we ordinarily think of as supernatural, where grisly events do not necessarily have their moment and go their way as time moves ahead, but may stay and still stay. The home we enter first is not the sinister place I'm talking about. It's a well-appointed apartment, bright, cheerful, normal in every way, occupied by Ken Harris, who at this moment is reading a novel, and his wife Martha, who is working on a needlepoint project.
Well, now, who can that be at this time of night?
Only one way to find out. Oh, couldn't have waited 2 more pages. I was about to find out who done it. Oh, hello, Stu. Here, come on in. Let me take your coat.
No, I can't stay. I just wanted to let you know that I've been out to the lake.
Shadow Lake?
What on earth for?
Well, the thing is, Ken, your cottage has been broken into. Unless somebody you know is out there.
Well, no, nobody. But what makes you think?
I saw lights, and I saw a shadow move across the living room window. No question about it, Ken. There was somebody in your cottage.
Our mystery drama, Return to Shadow Lake, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Fielden Farrington and stars Nat Polen and Joan Lovejoy. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Uncle Ben's Long Grain and Wild Rice. I'll be back shortly with Act One. When you come to think of it, there's something rather sad about a summer cottage in midwinter. Its purpose is negated. Its rooms, built to contain the sounds of pleasure, are silent. Its meaning has been stripped from it. It is empty, or should be. But according to Stu Ralston, the summer cottage owned by Ken and Martha Harris out on Shadow Lake is not empty, and whoever is in it has no business there.
You say you saw lights in the windows, Stu?
That's right.
Well, but all the utilities have been turned off for the winter. There's no electricity.
But we left a couple of hurricane lamps in the utility room, Ken. Couldn't somebody have found those?
It was a dim light. It could very well have been a lamp or even a couple of candles.
Huh. Did you notice if there was a light in the utility room windows, Stu?
No, I don't think there was. All I was aware of was the light in the living room and the shadow of a man walking past the front window, or maybe a woman. I couldn't be sure.
Stu, what on earth were you doing out there in the first place?
Oh, I just thought I'd drive out, you know.
Looking for Claudia. Did you actually think you'd find Claudia out there?
No, of course not. I suppose that was in the back of my mind, but I didn't really expect to find her. Our cottage was empty.
Stu, Claudia has been missing since... Well, it's almost a year now. Do you think it's healthy to keep on this way?
I haven't thought much about what's healthy and what isn't, Martha. The police have Claudia listed as a missing person. Case closed. Well, that's all right for them. They weren't married to her. They didn't love her. I do. I can't just give her up that easily.
But out at Shadow Lake, in the middle of winter?
Well, she used to go there when she was upset about things. Even in the wintertime, she liked to be alone sometimes.
Stu, I know it's a hard thing for you to believe, but don't you think it's likely that Claudia just took off on her own? She was always restless.
Claudia might have left me, yes. But she would never have gone without telling me she was going.
No, I wouldn't have thought so.
So, what does that leave? She was abducted. Maybe killed. I don't know. If she could, I believe she'd have got in touch with me by this time. I just wanted to let you know about the cottage.
How about a brandy, Stu?
No, thanks. I have to get back to my place.
Stu, don't let it just devour you this way.
You're very sweet to be concerned, Martha. I'll be all right.
Ken, will you come to bed? Or are you going to spend the whole night roaming around worrying?
Well, I'm disturbed about the cottage. I think I'll drive out there tomorrow.
To Shadow Lake?
Yeah.
What in the world for?
I want to see if any damage has been done. You know, just check up on things.
Well, I think it's silly. You haven't been feeling too well. And I don't think going out there all upset would be any good for you.
I'm all right. The drive into the country will do me good. But you don't have to go.
Oh, I'll go if you insist on going.
Well, I'd really rather you didn't.
Why?
Well, what if they should still be out there?
I'll pick up a club and go for them. Same as you. 7:30. Ken? Ken, wake up.
What? Oh.
Did you set the radio clock for 7:30?
Yeah, I want to get an early start.
I forgot. You still want to go out there, huh?
The time is 7:32 on a miserable Sunday morning. Heavy snow warnings are out throughout the area. Motorists are advised to stay off the highways if possible. An accumulation of 5 to 8 inches of snow is predicted. The temperature right now is 18 degrees, and it won't get out of the 20s all day. Cloudy and cold tomorrow with a strong possibility of continuing snow. So if you're in bed, stay there. If you're not, go on back.
Well, so much for driving out to Shadow Lake.
I've driven in snow before.
Well, you're still not thinking about going, are you? Can you hear what the man just said?
Yeah, he said it's snowing.
5 to 8 inches.
Oh, it never snows as much as they say it's going to. I've got studded snow tires. Even got chains in the trunk if I need them.
Ken, why are you so determined? It's way out of proportion. Can't you see that?
Well, I told you, you don't have to go.
Well, actually, what you told me was you'd rather I didn't go. No, I'll go. Ken, come on. Enough is enough. Let's turn back. I can't even see where we're going.
That's all right, as long as I can. Now, just be still and let me drive.
We've managed to get as far as Gibbsville, the last civilized outpost before the lake. Now look at it, Ken. It's practically buried under now, and the snow's coming down harder than ever. Now, will you be sensible for once in your life and let's turn around?
I want to stop at Pot's Grocery.
Why, for heaven's sake?
I want to pick up a few things. Is that the store? Doesn't look the same as in the summer.
Nothing does. What do you want to buy, anyway?
Well, if it's really going to keep on snowing like this, we might be stuck at the cottage overnight. In that case...
Oh, Ken.
Well, if we should have to stay over, we'd better load up on food.
Ken, I don't want to spend the night out there. We'll freeze at the summer cottage. We can't spend the night out there.
Sure, we can. We've got the fireplace. It'll keep the living room comfortable enough. If you have to sleep over, there are plenty of blankets.
And what are you going to burn, the furniture?
For heaven's sake, Martha. There's a good half-quart of firewood in the utility room.
There is? Funny, I never noticed it.
How often do you go into the utility room when we're out there in the summertime?
Well, just the same.
Come on. Let's get those groceries. The roads up ahead aren't getting any better, and we sit here arguing.
You know, I still can't understand how I could spend practically a whole summer in that cottage and never notice all that firewood.
I guess you're just not very observant. Been there since the middle of last winter. Go ahead.
Howdy, Mr. Harris.
Hi.
Miss Harris. I'm surprised to see you folks out this way, weather carrying on like it is. What can I do for you?
Well, we want a box load of provisions, just in case we have to stay overnight at the cottage. Martha, you know what we'll need better than I do.
Well, just take one of those baskets, Miss Harris, and help yourself to whatever catches your fancy.
150 degrees below zero and cooking over an open fire. Boy, this is going to be a lot of fun.
You better get some candles, too, dear.
The cottage, you're saying?
Yeah. Stu Ralston was out here last night, and he thinks our place was broken into. I thought I'd better just check it out.
Now, you ain't seriously figuring on going all the way out to Shadow Lake in this kind of weather, are you, Mr. Harris?
Yes, I thought we would.
Well, it ain't none of my affair, of course, but I sure wouldn't if it was me doing it. Not for love or money, I wouldn't.
Oh, well, it won't be easy, I suppose, but I want to make sure nothing's been tampered with.
Ain't going to let up for a spell. You can count on that. Not that I think for a minute you're going to make it out to Shadow Lake.
You don't?
Not for a minute. Not up that wagon track to the lake itself.
Okay.
Well,
this ought to hold us. You want to add it up, Mr. Potts?
Sure thing. Got everything you need now?
I guess so, yes.
All right, let's see. $1.76.43.
If you ask me, I don't think we're going to need any of it. What did Mr. Potts say about going out to the lake?
Took a dim view.
And you're not going to pay any attention, I suppose.
You know something, Martha? You're really getting a little tiresome about this.
What?
$12.97 it comes to, folks. Seems like an almighty lot.
We're used to it. Let's see, 10. Let's see if I have 3 ones. 1, 2, yeah. Here you are.
And here's your 3 cents change. I thank you.
Come on, Martha.
You take my advice, folks. You'll turn right around and go back. Gonna be a mess up there toward Shadow Lake.
Please, Ken. He knows what he's talking about. He's a native.
Come on.
We may not even be able to turn around if we go much further.
I don't intend to turn around. I can rock us out of here. There. Is that the turnoff to the cottage up ahead there?
Yes, there's the old oak with broken limb. Are you actually going to try to drive up that ruddy little lane to the cottage?
Doesn't look good, does it? No. I guess I better not try it.
Oh, thank goodness. Well, we've had a nice Sunday morning drive. Now I just hope we can get back.
Oh, listen, there's plenty of gas in the tank. You sit here. Keep the motor idling so the heater works and you'll be perfectly comfortable. I'm going to walk back to the cottage.
Oh, Lord, give me strength.
I've got boots and fleece-lined gloves and a warm coat, and I've got a cap that pulls down over my ears. Now, why shouldn't I walk?
Snow up to his armpits, and he wants to know why I shouldn't walk.
Oh, what is it, a mile and a quarter? If I can't walk that far, snow or no snow, I'd better give up.
Okay, I'm coming with you.
Are you out of your mind?
Sure, we both are. Well, what are we sitting here for? Let's get going. I just can't.
I told you that before we started. All right. Do you think you can make it back to the car alone?
Will you go ahead to the cottage? Oh, thanks. I'll make it somehow. Ken, please.
Don't lie down. And this, don't you know better than to lie down in snow now?
I have to. Ken, I'm so tired.
Stay on your feet. Martha.
Just a little.
Don't lie down. If I can get this box of groceries, blood, and this tree fort. There. Now, Martha, I told you not to lie down.
Just for a little while.
All right. I can carry you if I have to.
Can we go back?
It's further back to the car now than it is to the cottage.
You can't.
I can carry you.
We could rest a couple of minutes, couldn't we?
No. If we stop now, we stop for 1 minute to rest now. We're dead.
They say it isn't a particularly unpleasant way to die, freezing to death. There's no pain. You simply drift off to sleep, and that's all there is to it. Seems to me the only people who can tell you with any authenticity what it's like to die, no matter what way, are the people who have died, and they don't come back to talk about it, do they? I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Ken and Martha Harris would seem to be in enough trouble, just as things are. Martha has collapsed from exhaustion and exposure, and Ken, carrying her the rest of the way to the cottage, is near exhaustion himself. He plods through the nightmare of snow to another nightmare. For what awaits him at the cottage, if he makes it, is far more terrifying than any accumulation of clean white snow.
Martha, I can see it. I can see the cottage. Oh, Lord, don't, Martha. Don't go to sleep. We're going to make it. Don't let yourself sleep. Oh, we're here. Look. Here are the steps. So heavy. Why should she be so heavy? Martha! Oh, worst thing. Panic. I'm tired. That's all. Keys. Martha, do you think you could stand up for a minute while I just get into my pocket? I've got only these two hands, and I have to... Martha, could you just try... Hey, here you are, helping. Oh, thank heaven. You're not... Okay, now, just... Oh, we made it. You hear me, Martha? We made it. Oh. Now, just as far as... Just to the rocking chair, remember? You always liked the rocking chair.
Are we home?
We're in the cottage, Martha. We made it. Going to be all right.
Can I just take a little sleep?
No, not yet. I've got to start a fire. It'll warm the room up. But until it does, I want you to stay awake.
Oh, poor kid. I give you such a hard time.
If you just stay awake, everything will be all right. Just don't go to sleep. Good fire going. You're wrapped up in blankets. Everything's going to be all right.
Oh, my feet are beginning to hurt like anything, Ken.
Good sign. Means the circulation's coming back.
I'm so tired.
Well, it's warm enough now for you to take a nap. I've got to go out for a while.
Out?
Yeah, I'm all right. My feet don't even feel cold. I'm dressed for it better than you are. I've got to go back and get the box of groceries.
Oh, Ken, can't we just forget the stupid groceries? I don't see how you can make it all by yourself back to where you left that car.
Well, I've got to. There are 3 cans of tomato soup in the pantry. Now, that's all.
Ken, does it look like somebody's been here?
Not that I can tell so far. I'll go over everything better when I get back.
I wish you wouldn't leave.
Come on, it's not all that far.
Well, the truth is, I'm scared.
Scared?
Well, if somebody was in here last night, what if they came back?
In this kind of weather? Forget it.
I guess you're right. Okay.
Okay. I better get going. I may be a while. It'll be pretty slow, especially on the way back with that load of groceries.
Okay. I feel as though I could sleep for about a week anyway.
Good. You just sit there and fall asleep. See you later.
Ken, be careful.
I'll be fine.
What? Who? Ken? Ken! Be quiet. Don't make any noise.
What the hell are you doing wandering around without even any shoes on? What is it? What's the matter?
Ken, there's somebody in the cottage right now, right this minute.
What makes you think that?
I heard them right after you left, a man and a woman. They were laughing.
Right after I left?
Yeah, I went to sleep. I couldn't have been more than a minute, and they woke me up with their laughing.
But you must have dreamed it.
No, absolutely not. I was not dreaming. The laughing woke me up, and they kept on for a while. For a while after I was awake. Ken, I know I was awake. And then when I called out, they stopped.
Did you look for them?
No, I couldn't. I was scared.
Okay, I'll go check it out. Just let me get this carton out to the kitchen. It weighs a ton.
Oh, I'll come with you while you look for them.
All right. Feet still hurt?
Some, but not as much as they did. I can walk all right.
Okay. I want to check out on the utility room first.
Well, you were in there when you got the firewood, weren't you?
So, I'll look again. You just stay here, just outside the door.
No, I'm coming in with you.
Will you stop that? Just once, will you do as I say without giving me an argument?
Oh, all right.
Just outside the door here. Just until I've had a look around.
I said all right.
Nothing's been disturbed in here. No, everything's normal in the utility room as far as I can tell.
Well, what was all that stamping you were doing?
Oh, just some snow I had left on my boots. Could you tell where the laughing was coming from? I mean, what direction?
No, not really. It sounded like from kind of all around.
All around, okay. Let's check the bedroom.
Actually, it It was sort of odd. It seemed to come from farther away than in the house. Silly, of course, but, it had to be in the house.
It could be a skating party from Gibbsville or somewhere. The lake must be frozen over.
It came from inside the cottage.
Well, you can see there's nobody in the bedroom. Where would it have come from? You were in the living room. There's nobody in the kitchen, the utility room, or the bedroom. Now, that's all the rooms we have, Martha.
I didn't dream it. Do you want another hot dog, Ken?
Good Lord, no. I've had 3, not to mention about a pound of French fries and 2/3 of that big can of baked beans. For a lady who doesn't know how to cook over an open fire, you whip up a pretty solid meal.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. It would be kind of cozy, wouldn't it? With only the lamp and the firelight. Except that...
Except that what?
I didn't dream that, laughing, Ken. There was someone in here.
You want to know what I think? I think you and Stu were both dreaming about last night and about today. Now, I've been over this place with a fine-tooth comb. There couldn't have been anybody in here. No locks were broken. There's not so much as a chair out of place. Everything is exactly the way we left it last fall.
Well, I don't know about Stu. I didn't dream it.
There's nobody but us in the house now. At least we know that. And I've got a full belly, and the fire makes the room nice and cozy.
You know, Ken, I'm worried about Stu. He seems so lost without Claudia.
Yeah. I feel sorry for him, too. But he's not the first guy whose wife walked out on him.
No, that's just it. He can't believe she did. I mean, he can't believe she would, without at least telling him she was going.
Yeah, well, she didn't tell him, did she? What more proof does he want?
You've got it just backwards from his thinking. He thinks her not telling him is proof that something happened to her.
Yeah. He also sees people in other people's cottages. Hey, I just had an idea. We left the Scrabble board out here, didn't we? We're up on the shelf in the bedroom closet. How about a game of Scrabble?
I don't know. Okay, if I can keep my mind on it.
Give me a chance to beat you for once. I'll go get it. And, Martha, if you say you want to come with me, so help me, I'll clobber you.
Okay, I'll sit right here. I won't budge.
I'm pretty sure I left it in there up on the closet shelf. I won't be a second.
Don't hurry. I won't be going anywhere.
It's no good, I tell you. I can't do it.
What did you say, Ken?
I didn't say anything.
Can't do it or won't do it.
All right, won't, if you like it better that way.
We'll see about that. Ken!
What's the matter? What happened?
Ken, I heard them again. They were talking this time. Didn't you hear them?
I didn't hear a sound. You mean the people you thought you heard laughing before?
I did hear them. But they were talking this time. He said he couldn't do something and... Ken, where are they?
Well, I'm afraid they're just in your head, Martha.
Oh, no, you don't. Just because you didn't hear them, you're not going to make me out to be off my rocker.
Come on, Martha. You're nervous, you're upset, and who wouldn't be? So am I. Okay, let's play one game of Scrabble and get to bed. I piled enough blankets on that bed to smother us, never mind keep us warm.
All right. But I heard them. They've got to be here somewhere. Ken, wake up. Ken, come on, will you wake up?
What? What is it, Martha?
Look.
At what?
Can't you see it? The flickering? The fireplace in the living room is burning.
Oh. Well, it's probably just part of a log that wasn't all the way burned up. Smoldered for a while and then caught again. Go to sleep, Martha.
No, that's a fire, a whole fire. We couldn't see an ember or something from clear back here.
What are you doing?
I'm going in there to see what's going on. A fire like that just doesn't build itself out of ashes. Somebody built it. Don't you want to catch them? won't talk. We'll just sneak up to the living room door and see what's going on, okay?
Okay.
Did you hear something?
Not a damn thing.
Don't talk anymore. Just let me get a look through the door and...
Good Lord.
I can't understand why you're so glum this evening. You seemed happy enough this afternoon.
Ken, it's Claudia. Can't you see her? She's come back. It's Claudia.
Dear God. It's Claudia, all right.
Be quiet, they'll hear you.
I don't think so, Martha. I don't think they can hear us.
It's not as if I'd dragged you out here or something.
You might as well have. You knew I didn't want to come.
It can't be. Ken, that man looks like you.
Yes.
But it can't be.
Apparently it can be, Martha.
Ken Harris stands beside his wife, watching a scene in which he, Ken Harris, sits in front of the fireplace talking to Claudia Ralston. That adds up to 2 Ken Harrises in the same house at the same time. Impossible? Well, very unlikely, except that there it is. And Claudia, the long-absent Claudia, is she real? We'll find out when I return shortly with Act 3. It is held by some that events of great dramatic impact may leave their imprint so deeply stamped upon the scene of their occurrence that it is never totally erased, not by the absence of the participants, nor by the passage of time. Perhaps this is what we're witnessing here in the living room of the Harrises' summer cottage. Perhaps something is about to happen which has happened before and left its indelible mark on Shadow Lake.
Ken, how could it be you? You're standing right here beside me, and yet you're sitting there in the living room talking to Claudia. I don't see how it could be.
It's something beyond our understanding. They're not really here, Martha. I mean, not really in this place at this time. I don't understand it either. I just want to get away from it.
She's talking again.
It isn't easy for me either, Ken. Not one bit easier than it is for you.
I told you in the beginning, weekends are out. I hate lying to Martha. You know that.
So we steal a weekday when we can. We come out here and have a cold, miserable afternoon and a short evening together and then go back to the city and wait for our next chance to sneak away.
We said in the beginning, and you agreed that...
I know what we said in the beginning, and I can't stand this hole-in-the-corner business much longer.
That was all it was ever meant to be. You should never let it start.
Well, we did let it start. You can't undo that. And now it's not enough.
It's too much. I think we have to stop now. It's gone much further than we meant it to.
They just faded away. They're gone.
They were never here, Martha. They weren't real.
And the fire is dead. And everything is just gone.
It was, I don't know, some kind of illusion. We imagined it.
It was something that happened before, wasn't it? Something that actually happened. You and Claudia out here together.
Martha, if you'll just...
Which weekend was it, Ken? The time you had to go to Chicago to close that deal with whoever it was that time?
That's enough. We're going to get dressed and get the hell out of this place before it drives us both nuts. Now, where...
No, we're not. We're staying right here.
But, Martha...
I'm scared. But I have a feeling they'll be back. And I'm staying till the end.
All right. If you want to see the end, we'll stay. You'll be sorry, but we'll stay.
Operator.
Hi, Mabel. This is Lou Potts.
Hello, Lou. What in the world are you doing up this time of night?
Oh, inventory. Have to do it sooner or later, and I wasn't anxious to leave the store in this kind of weather.
Oh, ain't it awful? Still snowing, looks like, out the window.
Yep, still snowing.
What can I do for you?
Do you happen to know, is the sheriff still in his office, or did he close up and go home?
In his office 5-10 minutes ago. Why? Want me to ring him?
No, I just thought if it turns out he's still in his office, maybe I'd stop by and say hello.
Some kind of trouble going on, Lou?
Wouldn't you know it before I did if there was?
Lou, what are you doing out on a night like this, for Pete's sake?
Oh, got something bothering me. Gosh, it's cold out there.
Yeah, happens every winter, seems like.
How come you're still around this late at night?
Oh, waiting for folks like you to show up. Got something bothering them. Well, what is it you got on your mind?
Well, you remember the Harrises? Got a summer place up there by the lake?
Harris? Oh, sure. Pretty little thing she is.
Well, they stopped in at the store this afternoon and filled up with a box of provisions to take out to the cottage with them.
Today?
I told them I'd hear in so many words they was damn fools. I've been watching all day, waiting for them to come, and I ain't seen them. I would have, too, if they drove past.
I must be stuck up there. Yeah, I guess there's nothing for it, but I go on up there and see, or try to.
I knew it, Ken. They're coming back. I knew they would.
We shouldn't be here. We should have gone away.
Shh, be quiet.
You want us to stop seeing each other. You've had your fun, and now you're ready to go back to Martha. Is that it?
We agreed in the very beginning that it would have to end this way, Claudia.
I may have agreed to that at the start, or seemed to. But I won't have it that way now.
I don't really see that you have much choice.
You don't?
No. I love Martha, Claudia. This was never more than just a
little affair. Is that what you mean? A little fun. Something you could toss aside whenever you got tired of it.
Claudia, we both agreed.
Oh, you and we're both agreed. I don't give a damn what I agreed to.
All right. What do you want from me?
I want you to tell Martha tomorrow that you want a divorce. That's simple enough, isn't it? And if she asks you why, tell her.
I won't do any such thing. You know that, Claudia.
You want to bet?
I won't.
All right, then. I'll tell her myself. Her and Stu both. Let them do the divorcing. And don't you think they won't? I only hope Stu doesn't blow your brains out.
You're not going to do that, Claudia.
Do you think you can stop me?
Yes. I think I can. You're not a very nice person, really. Yes, I'm quite sure I can stop you.
They've faded away again. Just faded away, as if they were nothing but air.
Less than air, Martha. They're nothing at all. They're a memory. Okay, you've seen the end of it. Now, will you come away with me?
Oh, no. That wasn't the end of anything, Ken, and you know it.
Martha, I told her I love you. You heard me tell her that.
Oh, yes, sure. After you and she
Martha,
had...
don't. Please, don't.
Don't what? Cry? Not for $1 million.
I want us to leave this place now.
You go if you like. I'm staying for the end.
Well, they must have made it as far as the turnoff anyway. I ain't seen hide nor hair of the car.
Oh, there it is. Yep, up ahead there.
heap of snow?
Yeah, must be. Stopped just this side of the turn off to the lake.
I sure hope they had enough gas to keep the heater going. Else they're frozen to death by now.
Yeah. Well, don't look like there's anybody in the car, Lou. I guess I'll just have to walk on up there myself.
Why, you're as crazy as they are, Hal.
Yep. Now, you sit here and stay warm, Lou. I got snowshoes in the trunk.
Son of a gun. Now, who'd think of snowshoes?
A night like this, the sheriff would. Don't know why I didn't open a grocery store instead of running for sheriff.
It's weird. The way they just materialize.
It isn't real.
Why are you looking at me like that, Ken? If you have anything silly in mind, you can just forget it.
Silly?
Just don't look at me that way.
What way, Claudia?
As if you could... Almost as if you could kill me.
I wouldn't, of course, if there were any other way. But there isn't.
Come on, Ken. You're kidding.
I won't have you telling Martha about you and me. I won't put her through a thing like that. If I have to kill you to prevent it, then...
Okay. Then I'm sorry. I didn't realize you felt so strongly about it. We'll just forget the whole thing, okay? Well, don't just sit there shaking your head at me. I won't say a word to Martha or to Stu either about us, Ken. I promise you.
I don't believe you.
But that's just the point, Ken. I'm telling you, you can believe me. I promise.
A moment ago, you said you don't give a damn what you promised.
That was just... Oh, you know it was just talk. Oh, Ken, you've got to believe me.
I can't.
But if you don't... Oh, no, Ken. Please.
It's only one alternative.
No.
I'm sorry, Claudia.
Keep your hands off me. Don't touch me.
If you fight me, Claudia, it's only going to make it worse. Now, what's the good of that? Just a little more now. It'll all be over in just a minute. Just a little while. And the whole thing will be behind us.
Ken, you killed her. That was the weekend she disappeared. You killed her.
Yes. I couldn't figure anything else to do.
Oh, God, a murderer.
Martha, don't say that.
Adulterer and murderer. Huh. What did you do with her? What did you do with her body?
I tore some boards off the floor of the utility room and buried her under there.
The utility room? You mean she's under there now, under that floor right this minute?
Yes.
All last summer. Every weekend, all last summer, we were out here laughing and having fun, and she...
I wasn't having much fun.
So, what do we do now?
I'll go to the sheriff's office and give myself up.
You intend to confess?
What else is there to do? I'm glad it's over.
I don't think I can walk to the car.
I'll carry you. We can make it.
There's nobody else who knows about this, is there? Just me. Nobody else even suspects.
It doesn't matter. I told you. I'm going to give myself up.
I know what you told me. It would be so easy
What would be easy?
You carry me part of the way. Far enough so I can't get back and then just leave me in the snow to die. The way you might have done yesterday.
Martha.
You're a murderer. You killed Claudia to save yourself. Why not me?
I wouldn't. Martha, you know I wouldn't.
Well, there's only one way to find out for sure, isn't there? Let's go.
Ken Harris does not know that the sheriff is making his way toward the cottage, but the going is slow. It will be some time before the two meet. If Ken chooses to leave his wife to die of exposure, he can do it and get away with it. But will he? You may have it either way you want it, or can believe it. Whatever you decide, I'll be back in a few minutes. A murderer, a reluctant murderer, granted, has either been exposed for what he is, or has been prodded to the brink of a further and even more despicable crime. And the force that brought him to this plight was supernatural, according to our present standards of what is and what is not natural. Could it be that there is a department of criminal investigation operating on a level not yet recognized by our very exact sciences? Our cast included Joan Lovejoy, Nat Polan, Joan Loring, Bob Caliban, and Robert Maxwell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Lord, will the old goat never die? The bishop is dead. He asked for you at the last. Did you hear me, Carl?
Hear you? Of course I did. And now, by heaven, you're going to hear me. Asked for me, did he? That slavering old hypocrite.
Carl!
How could he could no more stand the sight of me than I of him. But now he's gone and there's nothing to stop me. The estate is mine. The money is mine. Now I can rock the rafters, the 7 deadly sins, the 10 commandments. I'm to commit all the first and I'll break all the second. I'm going to cut such a swath, the devil himself will envy me.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Uncle Ben's Long Grain and Wild Rice and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Once again, we are fortunate enough to bring you an extraordinary tale from the pen of H.G. Wells. This, one of his stories from the classic Time Machine. Herbert George Wells, born over 100 years ago, had a bold, creative power that not only captured the spirit of the future, but has excited and stunned the millions who have been spellbound by his vision.
Eduardo, what are you doing?
Just making sure all the backpacks are secure.
Go back to sleep, Carlos. I saw something flashing in your hand. What are you taking out of that?
Quiet. We will wake them up.
Eduardo, you're stealing.
She'll never miss it. What is one little diamond to a woman with all that money?
Our mystery drama, Search for Eden, adapted from a story by H.G. Wells, written especially for the Mystery Theater by Gerald Keane, stars Lloyd Battista. I'll be back shortly with Act One. To begin this imaginative account by H.G. Wells, let me start by reading to you how he begins the story. 300 miles from Chimborazo, 100 miles from the snows of Cotopaxi, in the wildest wastes of Ecuador's Andes, there lies a mysterious mountain valley cut off from the world of men. But our story first unfolds in the city.
Another beer, Eduardo? I might as well. Why not? Waiter, make that 2 beers.
Carlos, I must be crazy sitting here in this street cafe.
I'd never accused you of being completely sane.
No, I'm not joking. Here we sit, 2 mountain climbers, on these uncomfortable little chairs at a dirty little table in a cafe in the middle of the noisiest, smelliest city in all Ecuador. Why are we here? What in the name of St. Sebastian are we doing here?
Drinking beer.
Drinking beer. When we should be on some high mountain.
But to enjoy our profession, one needs money. And while there is beauty on a mountain path or clear water in a brook, there's no money in it.
Money? I despise it.
I've noticed that about you, Eduardo. That's why you're always at the racetrack or with the moneylenders or gambling. My old friend, I know you. You'd do anything for money.
Maybe what I hate is not having it.
All our equipment needs repair. The cleats of my boots are worn down, useless. Our rope's too heavy. We need a new lightweight kind. I'm not even mentioning a whole new set of pitons.
But we don't belong in the city. You will agree to that.
You haven't heard a word I said. This is where the money is. At sea level. This is where you find the tourists. At the Excelsior Hotel, there is a Mr. and Mrs. John Murray from San Francisco.
San Francisco, USA?
Don't interrupt. Mr. and Mrs. Murray are looking for a guide. They wish to climb the Andes. Not all the Andes, just the nearest.
And how do you know all this?
I've already talked to them. Tomorrow morning, you and I together will meet them.
Is this definite?
Who do you think is paying for these beers? Mr. and Mrs. Murray.
I tell you, gentlemen, my wife and I have traveled extensively all over the world. We've done the Matterhorn and the Jungfrau. I mean, we've been up there, haven't we, Margaret?
Oh, yeah.
So I said to her, Margaret, here we are in Ecuador. Here we are, and right here on our doorstep, so to speak, the most beautiful mountains in the entire world. That's where you gentlemen come in.
Well, so then you are not novices to mountain climbing.
You heard, Mr. Murray, Carlos. Matterhorn, Jungfrau. Well, now that you put it that way, not exactly climbing, I'd say. I wouldn't say that, would you, Margaret?
No.
You went mountain climbing, but you did not climb? I didn't say that. I said we went up the Matterhorn and the Jungfrau. We went up as far as the funicular would take us. The cable car, that is. It's quite a scary climb. I mean, you have to have a feeling for heights to enjoy it. Wouldn't you say that, Margaret?
No, yes.
But this time, no little trolley car hanging in the air for us. No, sir. On our feet. So, what say, gentlemen?
Well, there are many beautiful places in the mountains, and I would suggest that the first climb be a modest one.
Modest? You mean, not too high? Carlos is right. You know, the air is very thin in the Andes, and you must acclimatize yourself to it gradually. How do you feel about that, Margaret? No point our wearing ourselves out first time round, eh?
I have heard of a mysterious hidden valley somewhere in the Andes Mountains, which is like an Eden. Is that true?
Oh, Mrs. Murray, no one knows. There is such a legend that this Eden in the Andes Mountains does exist.
But I will say this. There is not one mountaineer the whole length of the Cordilleras who has not tried to find that valley.
Could we look for it?
Kind of a Shangri-La, is it? Well, how about that, gentlemen? How about that? Shangri-La or bust?
We could take you up into the area where it is believed this Valley of Eden exists, but the chances are we wouldn't find it.
Can we make that our first climb?
Yes, Mrs. Murray, we can undertake that climb, but it would be advisable not to be your first.
See, Carlos is right. Let us make it the second or the third or fourth time, and you will be one of the more experienced mountaineers by then. Well, now then, gentlemen, if you don't mind, Margaret and I are going into town to do a little shopping. We always like to look for gifts for the folks back home. How much will you fellas need to start us off the first day? I know you don't have to tell me equipment, food, whatever it takes. Well, I got my trusty little checkbook right here. Now, what would you say? 1,000 to start us off? Is that so, Chris? Or dollars, Mr. Murray? Well, I should say not. Good old American USA dollars. Yes, sir. And I'll come downstairs with you to the hotel desk to make sure they cash it. There is nothing like being rich.
Oh, in the 10 years we've climbed together, you spent 9 of them talking about money.
I have. I know I have. That is because I never had much. Did you notice the size of that diamond Mrs. Murray was wearing? Oh, it flashed like the lighthouse at Guayaquil.
I saw it. You never stop, do you?
You can talk about the love of mountaineering and let them believe there is an Eden somewhere which everyone has been looking for since the Incas. But I climb for money.
Eduardo, just suppose, if you and I could find that valley, farmlands, peace, like the beginning of civilization, unspoiled, what would you do?
Oh, Carlos, to tell you the truth, I don't know if at my age I could appreciate such a place.
I could. I could give up all this so-called civilized life like that. If I were to find that Eden, I would never come back down the mountain.
You forget one thing, my boy. So you find this Eden, this garden, then you are like Adam. But what good is this Eden to you, Adam, without an Eve? Nah, come. Let us finish our drinks and go to the stores and buy the best of climbing gear they have to sell. I must say, Eduardo, I never thought we'd be caught in a blizzard sitting in a tent miles up on the side of a mountain.
How long do these blizzards keep up, Eduardo?
This one could keep going all night. But we will know better when Carlos gets back. How can he tell traipsing around out there?
Well, why don't we ask him when he gets back here?
I would advise the both of you to climb into your sleeping bags just in case. Just in case what? I don't wish to alarm you, but the last time Carlos and I were caught in such a snowstorm, suddenly a great wind came up and carried our tent into the air like a great sail. So we always advise, remain in your sleeping bags. Good thinking. You see, Margaret? You get what you pay for. You hire experts, you get expert attention. Hey, here he comes.
Oh, stay where you are. I'll tie the tent flaps fast on the inside. It's nasty out there.
Carlos, you're covered in ice. You look just like a snowman.
Wait, I'll get my hood off.
How is it, Carlos?
Oh, I think we're in for it. I made about 50 meters in both directions. We're a little protected by a snow peak above us. That ought to hold back some of the winds.
Any signs when it'll let up?
Well, there's no way of being sure, Mr. Murray. But we are perfectly safe here.
Yeah. So, this is where we spend the night, eh, Carlos?
Well, we've no choice.
If it stops by morning, can we keep on going?
I wouldn't like to promise it. I think it would be wise if we turn back. Don't you agree, Carlos?
Well, yes, I do. I'm sorry, Mrs. Murray. I know you had your heart set on finding that hidden valley. But I think it's the wrong time of year.
Well, can't have everything. You've had a week of different climbs, and I, for one, am very satisfied.
I'm so disappointed. Are you sure we can't find the Eden Valley?
Mrs. Murray, I would like to find it as much as you would. It's the dream of my life. But right now, the best thing for us to do is to get inside our sleeping bags and settle down for the night. Eduardo and I will keep watch. And we'll keep this lantern lit. It's more comforting to have a light burning during a storm.
George, is that you? Go up to sleep, Carlos.
What are you doing?
Just making certain all the locks are secure.
I saw something flashing in your hand. What do you have there?
It is nothing, nada. Be quiet or you would wake up Mr. and Mrs. Murray.
I'm getting up. Eduardo!
Let go of me. You're twisting my arm.
Give me what's in your hand.
I will not give you.
Eduardo, you're stealing.
We'll never visit what is one little diamond to a woman who has all that money.
What is that? What is that noise?
It is nothing. Nothing.
It is something.
An avalanche. An avalanche! I'm going outside to see which way it's heading. Eduardo, keep everyone here. It's coming from the snowpack.
Tons of snow and ice roared down the mountain, miraculously missing the tent and its 3 occupants. Next morning, the sun rose on a landscape completely changed by the avalanche. Eduardo searched for hours for his partner. He found nothing. He led his party back down the mountain, then gathered together a rescue party. For Carlos has completely disappeared. I shall be back shortly with Act 2. To paint the scene for us, let's turn again to the author of this tale, Mr. H.G. Wells, who tells us that the mountaineer fell 1,000 feet and came down in the midst of a cloud of snow upon a deep snow slope. Down this he was whirled, stunned, and insensible, but without a bone broken in his body, and then at last lay still, buried amidst the white masses of snow that had saved him.
I called an animal fall over here.
No, Doctor. It was over here. Put your hand down and touch the big hole in the snow.
Yes, Miguel, you are right. Perhaps it is good for eating.
Whatever animal it is will have broken its neck, so we have no fear of it. Reach down with me into the snow.
Hey, hello. What is it?
Listen. This animal speaks without tongue.
Oh, where am I? Am I dreaming? Hello up there. Can you pull me up?
A mile from the snow. Miguel, it will reach far down. We can both lift him. You hold him by one arm. I hold him by the other. Ready?
I have him ready to lift.
Where am I? Who are you?
Oh, he is a poor creature, this man of the snow. He knows nothing.
It's a miracle. Nothing broken. I can't stand.
It speaks like a man.
But you don't have to help me. I can stand alone.
Touch his face.
What are you doing?
Feel the coarseness of his hair.
Yes, coarse like a llama's hair.
Come along with us, man, from the snow. We will hold you and guide you.
A man.
Oh, you are walking well. That's it.
I don't know why you don't let me walk by myself.
I am a doctor. I decide. You are imperfect, snowman, and you will fall.
We will take care of you. You've fallen into our world. He must have come from the roof.
Well, I've come from over the mountains, from way up there on the other side, halfway up to the sun.
Way up where? There is mist, and above that, the roof.
I assure you, you don't have to drag me along like this.
Oh, he is a stubborn one. I have a good mind to let him find his own way.
Oh, no, Doctor. The elder says we must be kind to the imperfect one.
What are you talking about, imperfect? If I wasn't in such good physical shape, I'd be dead now in that avalanche. I see where we're going. The snow line ends, and there's a path through green fields. Yes, I can see.
See? What is see?
Imagine. Way up there it is winter. Down here it is summer. Oh, very strange.
He talks much, doesn't he? But his words are elusive. No question. We must take him directly to Juan, the elder.
Who is that?
Juan? The wise man of our village. There you are. You stumbled. If I hadn't caught you, you would have fallen again.
Well, I'm a little shaky, that's all. I've been caught in an avalanche, fallen thousands of feet. Naturally, on an unfamiliar path, I'm not very steady, but I can see where I'm going.
You are doing very well. I think we needn't hold him by the arms. We can lead him by the hands.
Oh, I beg your pardon, gentlemen. Now that I look at you closely, I understand. You are both blind, aren't you?
Blind? What is blind?
Oh, we've walked a long way. It's beautiful, and your little village is most quaint. But I don't understand why the houses have only doors and no windows.
Do you know what he's talking about, Doctor?
It does not matter. One can't pay attention to every aberration of the mind.
Well, why are we standing in front of this big cave at the end of your big street?
Go in, Snowman. You first. In there is Juan, the elder.
It's so dark in here. I can't see a thing.
Oh, help, I'm falling. Who is it? Who fed on me? What are you doing?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. It's pitch black in this cave, and I can't see a thing. I'm sorry I fell over you.
Doctor? Miguel? Who is this?
A poor unfortunate we found in the snow. He's full of contradictions. He says he can see, or now he says he cannot see.
Sit up, you.
I'd be glad to. I don't understand why you're here in the dark.
What means dark?
Of course. So stupid of me. I beg your pardon. You, Juan the Elder. You are also blind. I am so sorry.
You see what craziness he talks, Juan?
Leave us, Doctor. And thank you for bringing him to me. I wish to talk with this man. You say your name is Carlos.
Well, yes, I'm a mountaineer. Last night, or it may have been the night before, I was caught in an avalanche. I was carried miles and miles and then dropped in a snowbank not far from here. So by the grace of God, I'm alive. May I call you Juan?
By all means, Carlos.
I cannot see your face in the dark, but your voice is warm and comforting.
It is by voice, sounds to our ears, touch to our fingertips, that we know one another.
So you cannot see either, Juan. You are also blind.
Try to explain to me what is this see. There is no one in this valley who would understand you. Sound and touch, yes, and smell and taste, yes, that we know. It is all there is between men. We love, bring children into the world, farm the fields, harvest the crops. We lack nothing.
Your whole village uses only their fingertips and their voices to know one another?
Young man, there is no other way.
Ah, so you are all blind.
Give me your hand. I will guide it to the edge of a post of wood that has always been in the center of this cave. Can you feel it?
Yes, I can.
Now, as you move your hand, count the cuts in the wood. Go on.
2, 4, 5, 7.
Go on.
12, 13, 14.
14 generations have left their mark there. 14 generations have kept together, farming, weaving, building, all by sound and by touch. There is nothing else.
Good Lord. This is the country of the blind.
Ah, Carlos, I am asking too much of you. You have fallen from great height. You said your brain is, of course, somewhat muddled. One can expect that. Do not draw away. I put my hands to your face. This is your nose, yes? We have noses too. But here I feel strange, feather-like things on either side of your nose.
Those are eyelids, or little hairs on them to keep the dust away from... Oh, it's no use.
I can feel the little hairs. They move so fast, these eyelids. And there is a lump under each one.
Those lumps are my eyes.
Eyes?
Oh, they are what I see with.
We will be kind to you, Carlos. Very good people. We shall make space for you to live and give you food. And perhaps you will work in the fields with everyone else.
Living there in that dark cave?
Oh, no. This is the village meeting place. My daughter, Eva, will show you 2 quarters of your own. Eva, will you come out, please?
Are you always this kind to strangers?
There have never been strangers. You were the first visitor in 14 generations. But because a man comes to us from the snow, a man who is not whole, who has deformities of the face, or talks in meaningless gibberish, we will not send him away. You are welcome here. This is my daughter, Eva. Eva, this is Carlos. He came with the snowfall. An avalanche dumped him into our valley. You will make sure he has a place to sleep and food to eat.
Yes, Father, I shall.
You are Eva?
And you are Carlos.
Oh, your hair is the same color as mine.
Color? What is color?
Well, you have brown hair. So have I.
Is brown hair something special?
I knew it is, Eva.
You said that in a nice way. You must have had a nice thought with it. The sound of the voice tells the feelings in the heart. You turn here, Carlos.
But how do you know?
There is a notch in the curb which tells me. All our streets are made at right angles. But I have lived here all my life. Of course, I know my village.
It's a miracle to me how an entire village can live so harmoniously and so well without fear.
No one here feels deprived of anything. Whatever this seeing is, it doesn't exist. This is your door. You go in here.
None of these houses, none of them have windows. Why?
Windows? What are they?
Or to look out of, to let the light in. Oh, what can I be thinking of? Of course, you would have no need for them.
But I would like to learn what windows are. I better hide if we are going to be friends. I have brought you a bowl of llama's milk and some salted bread. Why are you up here on the steps, Carlos?
Well, it was too dark inside a little house. Besides, I love to watch sunsets.
What is this dark that you don't like? This time of day, when the tiny animals make their music, I like it too.
You say day, Eva, but to you, what difference is there between day and night?
Oh, a great deal. Night, animals sleep, we sleep. The earth becomes cool.
You know, I'm sitting here, and I can see the golden red color of the sun going behind that mountain in the sky, going from light to deep blue to purple. Oh, and I am sad that such a beautiful girl as you has never seen it.
I wish you would stop. We have been kind and welcomed you, and your mouth is filled with untruth and lies and words that bring out the anger in me. There are no mountains. The end of the rocks where the llamas graze is the end of the world.
Oh, no.
And over all of us is a smooth roof of stone from which the dew and the snow and the rain fall.
Eva, it isn't so. There is a sky millions of miles high and clouds and stars and a moon all turning in space as we are. There is no roof. The world is a round ball spinning in a limitless void.
Stop it. I won't hear any more. How can you lie like that? I won't listen to you anymore with your made-up words that make me so angry.
All right. I had better go to see your father again. He's a man of learning. He's my only hope. Please, Eva, lead me to him.
Eva tells me you are filling her ears with strange talk.
Unfamiliar, perhaps, but not strange. Do you remember telling me I was the only stranger who had ever come here? Think back and tell me, did anyone ever leave this valley?
Oh, yes. Years ago, I am told, at the time of my grandfather's grandfather, men walked beyond the rocks where the llamas graze, and they must have fallen over the edge, who knows where.
Oh, they didn't die. They came to my land and spoke of this valley. They called it Eden, after a garden where man first lived.
You say the world does not end at the edge of those rocks?
More than that. I say that world where I came from is not as happy a place as you have in this valley. That's why I climbed mountains.
And you think here you have found your Eden?
Well, I'm terribly afraid that I have. And unhappy.
Why? Why unhappy?
Because it makes me realize the only way man can live without war and disorder, the only way he can exist in peace, man with man, is to be blind.
Yes, our young mountaineer is unhappy, even desperate. Alone, he returns to the house they gave him, throws himself on the bed, but cannot sleep. Somehow, he must show these people there is a value to seeing, especially Eva, the last person he wants to hurt, and the first person in his heart. I shall return shortly with Act 3. The country of the blind, H.G. Wells calls it. These people lived a simple life, he writes. They toiled, they had food and clothing, they had days and seasons of rest, they had music and singing, and there was love among them. Then why was it, in such an ideal community, that Carlos, the young mountaineer, was so desperately unhappy?
Don't stand behind me, snowman, watching me spade the earth. Come forward.
How did you know it was me, Doctor? Your back is turned. Of course, I forgot. You don't need to see someone to know who it is.
You have been here for so many days, and you still insist on foolish talk.
You're the only one in the whole valley who laughs at me.
Quite true, snowman, because I am honest. I would rather laugh out loud than hide pity and scorn, as they do. Now go away. I have a lot of spading to do.
I suppose everyone in the valley is so healthy you can afford to spend time on your farm, huh?
Everyone works the land, whether he be doctor, butcher, shopkeeper, or even the elder.
I didn't know that.
I cannot dig properly with you hovering behind me.
I'll go.
Carlos, you have no more powers than the rest of us have. Less. You stumble to distinguish sounds. Your stars and moons and looking and seeing and all those other words you fancy. Oh, yes, colors, sunlight, all lies. Now, why don't you leave us alone? Go back where you came from. I have heard you with Eva. Eva is not for you.
I never said she was.
Leave her alone. She's a sweet girl, not to be contaminated. Go away. You're not wanted here. What are you doing with my spade? Put it down.
I've had enough of your taunting, you ignorant blind man. I came here looking for peace, and it's those like you who have destroyed it. Now you're trying to destroy me. Get away from me, or I'll use this. Do you hear? I've had enough of this. Come near me, and I'll smash your skull. I must get away from him. Be by myself and think. Otherwise, I can't be responsible.
No, man! Give me back my spade!
Carlos! Come back!
I see them all. A whole village of men. Do they think I'm stupid? They're circling around me.
Snowman! Give me back my spade, Snowman!
My name is not Snowman. My name is Carlos. No, man, we're coming. Put down the spade, Carlos. Juan, don't you understand? Tell them to go away and leave me alone. No, man. We have come to take the spade from you. You will hurt yourself. Oh, man. Crazy snowman. You can't see me. Any of you, you stupid blind bats. But I warn you, I am swinging this spade about my head. And if anyone comes any closer, they will be hit. Do you hear me?
You will do as we say, Snowman.
I'm going to do what I like in this valley. Do you understand? I am going to do what I like and go where I like.
You have no idea, Doctor.
I don't know where he's got to.
Have you searched the village, the farms?
Good riddance, I say. He was a troublemaker.
We can't let him wander around alone. Suppose he comes to the end of our world, to the rocks, and falls to his death.
So?
Carlos is a human being. Afflicted with these eyes, as he calls them. Not normal. He has wild thoughts, lives in imagination, in dreams perhaps, but still a human being.
There you are, Doctor. There, did you tell Juan that we found Carlos?
You found him?
Yes, both of us.
I was just about to.
Doctor, it was sinful of you to pretend you didn't know where the poor man was.
I am human, too. It was my spade he took and threw in the tall grass where I can't find it. My spade he tried to attack us with.
Doctor, is there not some other reason you have for hating our visitor?
I have no other reason.
You must not be jealous of the time Ava spends with him. Jealousy is not for us. We are all above that. Now, where is Carlos?
He's on the furthest farm where the llamas find the sweetest grasses.
He must be very hungry. It has been 3 days.
He won't starve. If the llamas can eat grass, so can he. Good for the digestion.
A man, a human being, is hiding, afraid of us, afraid of himself. Water came from the roof above us twice since he ran away. He's in the fields, wet, hungry, perhaps desperate.
Perhaps he found shelter.
I hope so, Miguel. You say you found him in the furthest farm. Very well. I shall go myself.
I'm sorry, Juan. I brought so much ill feeling to your village.
Good. You are wiser now. And you are sorry.
Yes, I am sorry.
And do you still think you can see?
No. No, that was folly. That word means nothing. Less than nothing.
Ah, good. I am glad you have realized that.
Juan, before you ask me any more questions, for pity's sake, give me some food or I shall die.
Father, may I speak with you?
Yes, daughter, what is it?
It is about our visitor, Carlos. He has found his place in our land.
I know. I hear good reports in the many, many months that have gone by.
You have? Since the harvest, every day, he has gone into the fields and gathered up the hay.
I'm glad to hear that. I am glad his madness has passed. He no longer talks about wild things.
I would be untruthful if I said he does not.
Oh?
But only to me. To all the others in the village. He is one of us with the same beliefs, the same truths.
But Ava, there are not two truths. I caution you, see less of Carlos. He is not yet quite well.
That is what I came to tell you, Father. He has asked me to marry him. What can I do?
Ah, my dearest daughter.
I know he has delusions, but they are getting better. Whenever he hears the approach of anyone in the village, he says everything that they think is right.
I don't know what to say. I have always believed in following one's heart.
He loves me. And Father, I love him.
Doctor, Did you examine him as I asked you to?
I did, yes. He came to my house yesterday.
And what is your opinion?
I would say his case is clearer to me now.
And?
I think, very probably, he might be cured.
That is what I have always hoped.
His brain is affected.
And what affects it?
Those 2 lumps on his face, which he used to call eyes.
I have not heard him mention them in a long time.
No, he does not. And that is why I think there's hope. My conclusion is those eyes and what he calls eyelids are diseased in such a way as to affect his brain.
How extraordinary.
I have arrived at that conclusion because those eyelids, in moving as they do rapidly, cause his brain to be in a state of constant irritation and distraction.
But you say there is a cure.
Let me say, with reasonable certainty, that in order to cure him completely, all we need to do is a simple surgical operation. Namely, to remove the irritant bodies.
And then Carlos will be completely sane.
Perfectly.
Eva.
I have come out to the field to talk to you.
Well, did anyone see you?
No, no one.
All right, let's sit here. The high grants will hide us.
Carlos, dearest, I have told my father that we wish to be married.
You did? But when?
Oh, several days ago.
What did he say?
It was he who had the doctor send for you and examine you. He was still a little worried that you were not completely like the rest of us.
Would you want me to be?
I don't know. But my father would. So he had you examined and then sent for the doctor.
Oh?
He has told Father that what you call your eyes could be removed and that you would be completely sane.
Oh, remove them? Is that what you wish? To have my sight taken from me?
Our marriage would be assured, my darling. Father says so.
Take away my gift of sight.
Well, you haven't spoken of it that way in a long time.
Eva, my world is sight. I pretend it isn't so, but we both know it is.
I want to be your wife.
What of all the beautiful things I would see no more? The flowers, a far sky with drifting down of clouds, the sunsets and the stars. And there's you, Eva. For you alone it's good to have sight. To see your sweet, serene face, your dear face, your beautiful hands folded together.
Don't say those things to me.
Instead, you offer me night and blackness. All I'm left with is to touch you, hear you, never see you again, imprisoned under that roof of rock and stone and darkness. Would you have me do that?
I want so much to be your wife, Carlos. Oh, dear Carlos.
Oh, Lord in heaven, help me.
But dearest heart, you will not be hurt, and you will go through all this for me. You will. I swear to you, my loving Carlos. And we shall be happy forever.
And when must this take place?
Tomorrow.
Oh, so soon?
Yes.
Tomorrow, then? I shall see no more.
I must go now until follow the wonderful news.
Eva.
Yes?
I wanted to look at your face once more. To remember.
Carlos bent down and picked up a flower. He didn't know its name, but he marveled at its petals and its color. Eva had almost disappeared from the fields. Holding the flower, Carlos turned away from the Valley of the Blind and started to the mountainside where the snows began. He was a mountaineer, and he would climb again and search for another Eden. I shall return shortly. one tries to surmount cliffs of stone, ice, or avalanches, or the hurdles of life below. We're all mountaineers. The quest for tranquility is in every heart. Rudyard Kipling, a friend of H.G. Wells, described our search when he wrote, "Something hidden. Go and find it. Go and look behind the ranges. Something lost behind the ranges. Lost and waiting for you. Go." Our cast included Lloyd Battista, E.V. Juster, Jackson Beck, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Everyone knows that Sir Arthur Conan Doyle started in life as a doctor, not a writer. But how many of us know what type of medicine he specialized in, or where his real medical offices were located? For your information, Dr. Arthur Conan Doyle opened his office at 2 Devonshire Place, near Harley Street, in 1891. He was an eye specialist. While he waited for the patients that never came, he created the unforgettable characters of Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Watson, you know my method is founded upon the observation of trifles.
But the cigar, Holmes.
Once having located the tree behind which the killer stood, it was child's play to find a cigar stump where he had tossed it. The end had not been in his mouth, therefore he used a holder. The tip had been cut, not bitten off, but the cut wasn't a clean one. Hence the penknife.
Holmes, you've drawn a net around this man from which he cannot escape. How do you do it?
Elementary, my dear Watson.
Our mystery drama, The Bascom Pool Mystery, was based on the Sherlock Holmes classic and adapted especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett. It stars Kevin McCarthy. It is sponsored in part by ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It's a singular fact that we know more of Sherlock Holmes than we do of his creator, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Of course, we all know he was a doctor and that he believed in spiritualism, but most of us are unaware that he was also a whaler, athlete, speculator, historian, dramatist, war correspondent, and ever and always the champion of the underdog, as is so well illustrated in the mystery which follows.
One morning, when my wife and I were seated at breakfast, the maid brought in a telegram. I slit it open and read it to Mary. Have you a few days to spare? Have just been wired for from the west of England in connection with Boscombe Valley tragedy. should appreciate your coming with me. Leave Paddington by the 11:15.
Well, darling, you'll need some time, and so I shall help you pack.
I'm not at all sure that I should go, but I've a fairly long list of patients.
Oh, Anne Strother will handle those for you. I think the change will do you good. And you know how interested you are in all of Sherlock Holmes's cases.
Oh, well, I should be an ingrate if I weren't. But I met you through one of them.
Now you finish your coffee while I go and get you packed.
And so, within a very few minutes, I was in a cab rattling away to Paddington Station. After paying the cabbie, I spotted the tall, gaunt figure of Holmes pacing up and down the platform. As he saw me, his face lighted up with one of his rare smiles, and he said...
Very good of you to come, Watson.
Oh, well...
It makes a considerable difference to me, having someone with me on whom I can thoroughly rely. If you'll keep the 2 corner seats, I'll get the tickets.
We had the compartment to ourselves, and a batch of newspapers Holmes had brought along with him. As we settled down for the journey, Holmes asked...
Have you heard anything about the case?
Well, I haven't seen a paper for some days.
That's just as well. The London press hasn't had very complete accounts, and that's why I brought these local papers along. I've already read through them, and I gather it's one of those simple cases which are so extremely difficult.
Well, isn't that paradoxical?
Of course, and profoundly true. Singularity is almost invariably a clue. The more commonplace a crime, the more difficult it is to bring home. In this instance, however, the police seem to have established a very serious case against the son of the murdered man.
Ah, it is a murder then, huh?
According to our old friend Lestrade, it's not only murder, but he has the guilty man under lock and key.
Oh, well, what brings you into it then?
An appeal for help from a young lady. And a feeling that all isn't as simple as it seems on the surface. I know Lestrade's theory of crime, and I shall either confirm or destroy it by means which he refuses to employ.
Oh, refuses or is unable to?
Nonsense, my dear Watson. Anyone with eyes can use my methods. To take the first example to hand, I very clearly perceive that in your bedroom, the window is on the right-hand side.
Oh, but Holmes, you've never visited us. How on earth would you...
My dear doctor, I know the military neatness which characterizes you. You shave every morning, and in this lovely spring you shave by sunlight. But since your shaving is less and less complete as we get farther back on the left side, and it becomes positively slovenly as we get round the angle of the jaw, it's obvious that side is less illuminated than the other.
You never cease to amaze me, Holmes.
That's only an elementary example of observation and inference, my dear chap. Now I suggest that you devote your time to these newspaper accounts and see if you can reach the same conclusions as I have.
On my word, Mr. Holmes, I do believe you've got a real streak of the romantic in your makeup.
Why do you say that, Lestrade?
Oh, for wasting your time and coming all the way down here in answer to the pleas of a moonstruck maiden.
It's your opinion that I'm wasting my time.
If you'll allow me to recount the facts, I think you'll agree.
Delighted. Go ahead, Lestrade.
Now, let me just use these notes to keep me on the track. Let me see now. Wait, now. On Monday last, Mr. McCarthy left his farm in Atherley about 3 in the afternoon and walked down to Boscombe Pool, a distance of about a quarter of a mile. He never came back alive.
That is a fact I must concede.
You'll also have to concede that we have 2 witnesses who saw him on his way, and one of them, William Crowder, a gamekeeper in the employ of a Mr. Turner, saw McCarthy's son following him with a gun over his arm.
That was all in the papers?
Oh, there's more. A girl of 14, Patience Moran, who's the daughter of the lodgekeeper of the Boscombe Ferry estate, was in the woods near the pool picking flowers. While she was there, she saw the elder McCarthy and his son, James, in the midst of a violent quarrel. She even testifies that she saw the son raise his hand as if to strike his father. It so frightened her that she ran away and told her mother about it when she reached home.
A pity she didn't stay and see what happened.
Come now, Mr. Holmes, we're pretty sure of what happened. I mean, McCarthy died of injuries to the head inflicted by some blunt weapon which might very well have been the butt of a gun. And the son's rifle was found near the body. Mr. Holmes, you'll have to admit that many men have been hanged on far less evidence.
So they have. And many men have been wrongfully hanged.
Oh, true. But if ever circumstantial evidence pointed to a criminal, it does so here.
Circumstantial evidence is a very tricky thing, but I must confess, however, that the case looks exceedingly grave against the young man, and it's possible that he may be guilty. Come in.
You must be Mr. Sherlock Holmes. I'm Susan Turner. I want to thank you for coming, and I've driven down here to the inn to welcome you and help you in any way I can to prove that James is innocent.
Well, I sincerely hope we may clear the young man, Miss Turner. You may rely on me to do all I can.
I know that James didn't do it. I know it. And I want you to know it before you start working on the case.
My dear young lady, your loyalty to James McCarthy does you credit. But I know nothing before I complete my investigations. First, may I see your father if I call tomorrow?
I'm afraid the doctor won't allow it.
The doctor?
Yes. Father has been ailing for some years, but this has broken him down completely. Dr. Willows says that his nervous system is completely shattered.
Then your father and the elder McCarthy were close friends.
Oh, yes, indeed. Mr. McCarthy was the only man alive who had known Dad in the old days in Victoria.
Aha, at the gold mines where the papers say your father made his fortune.
That's it.
Thank you, Miss Turner.
But is that all? I've read of your other cases, and I had my carriage wait to take you to the scene.
I shall certainly want to go there at some time, Miss Turner. But the barometer holds steady.
I don't understand.
My dear young lady, you must allow me to pursue my inquiries as I think best.
Oh, I will. I know you've read the evidence in the paper. You must have discussed the case with the inspector. Do you see some flaw? Don't you think that he's innocent?
I think that is very probable.
There now, Inspector, you heard. Mr. Holmes gives me hope.
Well, now, I'm afraid, Miss Turner, that my colleague may have been a little hasty in forming his conclusions.
With a final brilliant smile of thanks, our young lady swept to the door and left.
Oh, Holmes, I'm ashamed of you. Why should you raise her hopes when you're bound to disappoint her? I'm not a sentimentalist, but I call it downright cruel.
I think, Lestrade, that I see my way to clearing James McCarthy. Have you an order to see him in prison?
Oh, well, of course.
Then we still have ample time to take a train to Hereford and see him tonight.
We can go, of course, but in my opinion, it's a waste of time. I don't know whether or not you've been informed of the remark he made when the local constable informed him that he was under arrest.
What was that?
Oh, he said, "I'm not surprised to hear it. It's no more than I deserve."
Good Lord, Holmes. That's a confession.
Not at all, Doctor, not at all. That was later followed by a protestation of innocence.
Well, with all the other evidence, Mr. Holmes, don't you consider that a most suspicious remark?
On the contrary, Lestrade. It's the brightest aspect of the case, pointing to his innocence.
Every one of the great detectives of fiction can be compared to magicians in their love of mystification. But with Holmes, there's a large difference. Many of the others love to mystify simply for the sake of mystification, whereas Holmes refused to divulge his thoughts until he checked to be sure that there was no other possible interpretation. We'll be back shortly with Act Two. A little earlier, I mentioned that Sherlock Holmes was a champion of the underdog, and I suspect that this was an added factor in the endless popularity of A. Conan Doyle's creation. Now we have Holmes rushing off to the west of England to save a man not only suspected of murdering his father, but sitting in Hereford prison waiting to be tried for that crime.
When we entered James McCarthy's cell, I could understand Miss Susan Turner's feelings for the young man, for he was indeed handsome, with a frank, open countenance that cried out for belief. But I remembered other criminals with handsome faces and listened avidly as Holmes began to question him after we were introduced.
I understand, Mr. McCarthy, that you're an only child.
That's right.
Now, I believe you testified before the coroner's jury that you had been away from home for 3 days and returned only on the day your father was killed.
So I did.
Mm-hmm. Where were you for those 3 days?
In Bristol.
You have business there?
What's in Bristol has absolutely nothing to do with my case.
Once again,
I'll say no more about it.
Very well. Now, when you returned, did you see your father?
No. He wasn't home. I was upstairs in my room when I saw him drive his trap into the yard, get out, and walk very rapidly out of the yard.
Mm-hmm. So you saw in which direction he was going?
It's all down in the records of the coroner's jury.
I've read them. I'd still like to hear it in your words.
Very well. This is the way it was. I'll try to let you hear what I said, exactly as I said it.
And now, Mr. McCarthy, you say you weren't aware in which direction your father was going when he left the yard?
Right.
You'd been away for 3 days. Did it not occur to you to seek out your father and tell him you were back, or were you on bad terms?
We got along all right.
You don't deny quarreling with him at the pool?
No.
You must have followed him there, did you not?
I told you I had no idea where he was heading. I took my gun and set off for the rabbit warren, and the gamekeeper saw me, as he said. But I wasn't following my father. I had no idea he was in front of me.
Yes, just so. And how, then, did you meet at the pool?
I was about 50 yards from the pool, on my way towards the warren, when I heard a cry of, "Cooey!" which was a usual signal between my father and myself. I turned and went to the pool.
Yes. And?
My father was surprised to see me. He thought I was still in Bristol. He asked me rather roughly, what was I doing there?
You said you were on good terms with your father. Did you not find the attitude you described rather strange when you returned from a 3-day absence?
Those who knew my father will back me up when I say he was a cold and forbidding man of a violent temper.
But you're his son.
We had a disagreement of long standing.
Oh, indeed. About what?
I'd rather not say. I've already told you about my father's temper. That's why I left him, to avoid blows.
And how long were you gone before you claim you heard this hideous outcry?
I don't exactly know how long, but I couldn't have been more than 150 yards away.
And then?
I ran back, found my father lying on the ground with his head terribly injured. I dropped my gun, held him in my arms, but he died almost instantly.
Did your father say anything before he died?
He mumbled a few words, but all I could understand was something about a rat.
A rat? What did you take that to mean?
Nothing. I thought he was delirious.
I understand that the cry, "Cooey," was a common signal between you and your father.
It was.
Well, can you explain, then, that he used it before he saw you, and indeed before he even knew you'd returned from Bristol?
I can't understand that myself.
When you returned and presumably found your father fatally injured, did you see anything which looked strange or suspicious?
There's only a vague impression in my mind of something lying on the ground to the left of me as I tried to help my father.
Yes. Can you be more specific?
I'll try. But you must understand it was only an impression. I think it was a coat of some sort. Gray, perhaps, or a plaid.
Well, how is it that none of the officers examining the scene mentioned this, thing?
When I rose from my father, I looked around for it, but it was gone.
Do you mean it disappeared before you went for help?
Yes.
And you don't have any idea what it was?
No. Just a feeling that something was there.
How far from the body?
About a dozen yards.
And how far from the edge of the wood?
About the same.
Well, then, if there was something there, it must have been removed while you were within a dozen yards of it.
Yes, but with my back towards it.
Thank you. That will conclude your examination. I will address the jury about arriving at a verdict.
Of course, I suspected pretty much what the verdict would be after the coroner's charge, so there wasn't any shock when they came back and said I should be held on a murder charge.
When we left James McCarthy and were on our way back to the inn by train, Sherlock Holmes was in high spirits. Although, for the life of me, I could see nothing in what we just heard which pointed to the innocence of young James McCarthy. Lestrade, of course, said as much as we rode along.
I see by your expression, Mr. Holmes, that you're down to the deductions and inferences. As for me, I find it hard enough to tackle facts without chasing after theories.
Very well, Inspector. Here's a fact for you to ponder. We all agree that McCarthy Sr. met his death at the hands of a blunt instrument, do we not?
Well, of course.
It's also a fact that young McCarthy's rifle was examined and found to be free of blood, hair, or any signs that it had been used as a weapon. Isn't that so?
Absolutely.
And you don't find it at all strange that in the heat of a violent quarrel, the son lays down the rifle that he has in his hand and searches for a rock or some other suitable weapon with which to strike his father?
Well, I believe that'll come out when he confesses. It'll all be explained.
My dear Lestrade, you'll be sorely disappointed if you pin your hopes upon a confession. First, because the young man, although not very bright, isn't the type to confess. And secondly, because he can't confess to a crime he didn't commit.
Oh, come now, Holmes. The coroner's jury came in with the charge not because of me, but because the coroner very correctly pointed to the discrepancies in his story about the father having signaled to him before seeing him, and his strange account about his father's dying words, and his refusal to give the details of the quarrel with his father.
Both you and the coroner don't blink an eye at young McCarthy's ability to come up with a fantastic tale about his father's strange dying words involving a rat and a mysterious disappearance of some kind of garment.
Well, you do have a way of looking at things, Mr. Holmes. But if you don't mind my saying so, they're kind of wrong side up. Like the way you took his saying when he was arrested that it was no more than he deserved as a sign of his innocence.
Most certainly, Lestrade. Had he appeared surprised when he was arrested or loudly proclaimed his innocence, I should have looked upon it as highly suspicious.
And may I ask why?
Well, however innocent he might be, he cannot be such an absolute imbecile as not to see that circumstances look very black against him. His honest acceptance of this, plus his undoubted self-reproach for his quarrel with his father, bring out the words, "It's no more than I deserve."
Lestrade left us to write a report to the Yard, and Holmes insisted that we visit Susan Turner. Accordingly, we drove to Boscombe Hall, a large house located in the center of the considerable holdings of Mr. John Turner.
Miss Turner, do you have any idea what caused the quarrel between James and his father on the day he was killed?
You've seen James. How is he? Did you tell him I believed in his innocence?
He didn't need to be told. He seems in as good spirits as one could expect. But you haven't answered my question.
I know. I'm just trying to think whether James would want me to tell you, since I am involved in it, and that's the reason he wouldn't tell the coroner.
Now, Miss Turner, this is no time for concealing things that might well be vital to the investigation.
Oh, you're right, of course. It's no time to hide anything. James and his father had many disagreements about me. Mr. McCarthy was
very anxious that there should be a marriage between us.
And you're telling me James objected?
Mr. Holmes, James and I have always loved each other as brother and sister, but of course he's young and he just isn't prepared to undertake marriage just yet, and I'm sure there were many quarrels between them over this.
And your father? Did he favor such a marriage?
No. He was adverse to it also. No one but Mr. McCarthy was in favor of it at this time.
Did your father ever give you any reason for his objecting?
As I've told you, Mr. Holmes, my father hasn't been well for some time, and I would never think of discussing anything with him that I felt might cause him distress.
At dinner that night at the inn, Holmes was thoughtful and less buoyant than he'd been earlier in the day. Lestrade joined us at coffee.
Well, Mr. Holmes, have you come up with any more fancied deductions and inferences?
No, as a matter of fact, Lestrade, I've only a few interesting questions. Perhaps you can help me with one of them?
Oh, glad to do what I can.
Can you tell me the relationship between Mr. Turner and the senior McCarthy?
Well, of course. They were the best of friends. He even gave McCarthy Hatherley Farm, rent-free. They went to the races together.
Indeed.
And furthermore, this business has had a very bad effect on him. You know, he's in his 60s and hasn't been in good health for some time. But now it's said that because of this, his life is really in danger. It must have been a great blow to him. Does that help you at all, Mr. Holmes?
Insofar as it poses two other interesting questions, the answer is yes.
Well, then perhaps I can answer those for you also.
Not unless you happen to have a map of Australia and know exactly what young James McCarthy was doing in Bristol for 3 days.
The city of Bristol is noted for its extensive port facilities, its leadership in engineering, and the fan-vaulted ceiling of the famed church of St. Mary Radcliffe. But I doubt if it was for any of these that young James McCarthy spent 3 days there. We'll find the answer to that together with Sherlock Holmes when I return with Act 3. I'm not in the travel business, but I was struck with the notion that perhaps England would find it profitable to offer a Sherlock Holmes tour, one that would include visits not only to his famous headquarters at Baker Street, but would include visits to all of the places where he and Dr. Watson worked their particular brand of detection. Now, if we can imagine ourselves on one of these tours, then we'd find ourselves in the west of England at a pool in the BOSCOMBE Valley, the site of a murder.
Tell me, Lestrade, what did you go into the pool for?
Oh, I was fishing about with a rake looking for some weapon or other. But how on earth did you know that?
Tut, tut, I have no time. Footprints can be easily read on this marshy ground, and that left foot of yours, with its inward twists, is all over the place.
Oh, of course. Now I understand why you said you'd wait until today to examine the scene of the crime. Because of the barometer, eh? The glass was steady. You knew it wouldn't rain and the tracks would still be here.
Upon my word, Lestrade, you're actually employing the science of deduction. Congratulations. Now, Watson, would you be kind enough to let me have your waterproof?
Of course, Holmes.
I warn you, I'm going to place it on the ground to lie upon it, so that I can get a better view of these very interesting prints.
It's yours, my friend.
Thank you. Let's see. These are young McCarthy's feet, and here, twice he was walking. And here, once he ran swiftly. The soles are deeply marked and the heels barely visible. That would bear out his story. He ran when he saw his father on the ground. Now here are the elder McCarthy's feet, pacing up and down. He seems to have been impatient. And then what's this? What's this? Aha! The butt end of the gun as the son stood listening. And what have we here? Other prints. Square. quite unusual boots. They come, they go, they come again. Of course, that was for the cloak or the coat that the son mentioned in his testimony. Now, where did they come from?
Oh, now, come along, Holmes. There are a great number of footprints here. Some of them may well have been made by local police or even sightseers. I cannot accept your inferences and deductions as facts.
That is your privilege, Lestrade. Now, if you'll excuse me, I go to search for more concrete evidence that may change your mind.
Oh, and where do you expect to find that?
Under the trees that line this pool and on a map of Australia.
When Holmes rejoined me, he was cradling a large stone in the crook of his elbow. I saw he was trying to suppress a smile of triumph. As he neared me, he said,
I believe the time is now ripe for another visit to young James McCarthy.
I hope you're bringing me good news, Mr. Holmes.
If you consider the fact that I believe your story to be absolutely true in every detail good, then I am the bearer of good news.
That's marvelous. Marvelous. When can I hope to be released?
That's another matter. My knowing that you're innocent is one thing. Proving it to the authorities is quite another. Now, Miss Turner has told us about your father's wish that you and she should marry. And I think it's imperative that you tell me now the reason for your trip to Bristol.
That has nothing to do with the killing of my father.
Possibly not. But it has everything to do with my being able to free you.
Then I'll have to take my chances.
It must be something of which you're bitterly ashamed.
Look, Mr. Holmes, I'm not ashamed. Anyone can make a mistake. I made one. But it's over now. And I'm not going to say any more.
Because of Miss Turner?
Keep her out of it.
Do you really think she can be?
If I have anything to say about it, she will be.
You sound as if you really care for her.
I love her. Do you understand? I love her, and that's why...
You refuse to marry her?
I was already married.
But of course, your father didn't know.
No one knew.
The young lady lives in Bristol.
She's a barmaid. I was younger, and somehow we ended up married.
But now you say you're not. I believe you used the word was.
I received a letter from her the day after I was arrested. It seems I never was married. She'd had a husband, a sailor. And now that I was accused of murder, she let me know that she wanted nothing to do with me.
And you're afraid to tell, Miss Turner?
If she knew, she'd never consider marrying a fool like me.
I'm sure you're mistaken. But now that I know the facts of the matter, perhaps it won't have to be brought out in court. Come, Watson. We must have a chat with Lestrade. This may interest you, Lestrade. It is the murder weapon.
This stone? Oh, really? I see no marks.
There are none.
Why then do you describe it as the murder weapon?
The grass was growing under it. It had lain in that place only a few days. It corresponds with the injuries. There is no sign of any other weapon.
I see. And perhaps then you can describe the murderer?
Certainly. He's a tall man, left-handed, limps with the right leg, wears thick-soled shooting boots and a gray cloak, smokes Indian cigars, uses a cigar holder, and carries a blunt penknife in his pocket. There are several other indications, but these should be enough to point us to the murderer.
Oh, point you, perhaps, but we still have to deal with a very hard-headed British jury.
Lestrade, doesn't it strike you as curious that McCarthy, living rent-free at Turner's expense, and thus under great obligation to Turner, should seem so certain that a marriage between Miss Turner and his son would be appropriate?
Well, it might have if I hadn't seen the young lady. I mean, she's head over heels in love with that boy.
Then if this isn't enough to move you in the proper direction, there's nothing more I can do. Watson, look up the timetables and tell me the next train to London.
What? Now, you're going back to town, leaving the case unfinished?
My dear Lestrade, you have your man and cannot be moved. And as for me, the case is quite complete.
Yes, but there are still some unanswered questions.
Not for me. I've described the murderer to you.
But too easy. Can you put a name to him?
Well, surely it shouldn't be too difficult to find out. I've discharged my duty. The rest is up to you.
After Lestrade left, Holmes lit a pipe. I could see from his expression that he was troubled.
Look here, Watson. I am in a bit of a dilemma.
I don't see how. You've done all you could.
Not quite. I believe I can name the murderer.
Well, surely then the dilemma is solved. All you have to do is...
come in.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, I'm so glad you're still here. I can't believe what I heard about your going back to London is true.
I'm afraid it is, Miss Turner. Come in and close the door.
But Inspector Lestrade said you were convinced that James is innocent.
Patience, Miss Turner. Patience. In considering this case, there were 2 points that struck me instantly. One was that his father should cry cooey before seeing him.
Well, no, that's only according to his story, Holmes.
Which I've already told you, my dear fellow. I choose to believe.
Oh, yeah. And the second?
The father's singular dying reference to a rat. I say that if we presume both to be true, we come up with some strong presumptions. The father thought his son was in Bristol. The cooey was meant for someone else. That is a distinctly Australian signal. Therefore, I deduce that the person McCarthy expected to meet at Boscombe Pool was someone who had been in Australia.
Yes, and the reference to the rat?
This is a map of the colony of Victoria, the one I told you I wired for last night. Now, I place my hand over part of this map. And what do you read, Watson?
A rat.
And now, when I raise my hand...
Oh, Ballarat.
Quite so. That was what the elder McCarthy was trying to tell his son. The name of the murderer. So-and-so of Ballarat.
By Jove.
The possession of a gray garment was a third point, bringing us to a definite conception. We are looking for a person from Australia, from Ballarat, with a gray cloak.
Astounding, Holmes.
You applaud my performance before I finished. We can further deduce that this person is one who is native to this district because the pool can only be approached by the farm or by the estate, where a stranger would, well, hardly wander without being certain to attract attention. I have other evidence, but it all points in the same direction. The direction of a left-handed man with a limp who smokes Indian cigars.
But you told Lestrade he used a cigar holder.
He does. The cigar stump I found clearly showed that the end had not been in his mouth. Therefore, he used a holder, and the tip had not been bitten off, but cut. The cut was not a clean one, so the deduction is clear that he must have used a blunt penknife.
I don't want to hear any more. Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson, you must forgive me, but I cannot stay. I have to... Father.
Susan. Good Lord, I never expected you to be here, Susan. Mr. Holmes, your note said...
I apologize, but there was no way of avoiding this issue.
No, I suppose not. And I assure you I would have spoken before now if it weren't for Susan. She's...
Father, I don't think you should say any more.
No, it's too late, my dear. I have a great deal more to say, and it's best now that you hear it all.
He cannot be arrested. I will not have him arrested. I sent for you, Mr. Holmes, and I can send you away.
There may be no arrest.
Oh, but Holmes...
We are not police officials, Watson. I came here at Miss Turner's request, as she says. However, an innocent man must not be allowed to suffer.
I have had diabetes for years, and my doctor says now that it's only a question of a month or two before I die. But I tell you, no one knew the true character of that dead man. He was a devil incarnate, and his grip has been upon me these past 20 years.
It stems from Australia?
Yes. Back in the early 60s, I went to Australia to make my fortune. I failed at my diggings, fell among bad companions. Oh, I was hot-blooded and reckless. I took to the bush and became, in short, nothing better than a highwayman. There were 6 of us, and we had a wild, free life. Black Jack of Ballarat was the name I went under. And we're still remembered out there as the Ballarat Gang. And then, one day we heard of a gold convoy coming from Ballarat to Melbourne. The escort troopers outnumbered us, but as I said, we were reckless. All right, boys, let's go get him! Hold those horses steady, driver. Cover him, boys, while I climb up and get him to help me unload the gold. All right, now, driver. You'll either help us unload this gold or I'll put a bullet through your brain. We got away with the gold, but the driver of that coach was this same McCarthy. I wish I'd shot him then, but I gave it no thought.
And how many years later did he find you?
Some 11 or so. I suppose it was a punishment God laid on me, despite the fact that I'd turned over a new leaf and tried to make up for my past. I'd gone to London about an investment when I met him in Regent Street with hardly a coat to his back or a boot to his foot.
But he'd been tracking you?
Well, he must have been, because he knew I didn't live in London. He touched me in the arm, and I'll never forget his words. Well, here we are, Jack, he said. We'll be as good as a family to you. There's 2 of us, me and my son, and you can have the keeping of us. If you don't, well, England's a fine, law-abiding country, and there's always a policeman nearby.
And so you've been supporting him ever since?
Whatever he wanted, he got without question. Land, money, houses. But then he went too far. He wanted his son to marry Susan.
But the boy seems a nice enough lad.
Oh, I had no objections to James. But as you know, I don't have long to live. And he grinningly told me it was only his just due that he should step into the whole property as Susan's father-in-law. Oh, I drew the line at that. So we were to meet at the pool for a final talk.
And why, after all these years, did it end violently?
Because he threatened to tell Susan, and suddenly I saw red. I stooped, I picked up a stone, and I struck him down. His cries brought back his son, but I had gained the cover of the wood, although I was forced to go back for my cloak. Well, Mr. Holmes, that's the true story.
Alexander Turner died less than a month after he'd given us his confession in the inn at Hereford, with Holmes feeding young McCarthy's counsel ammunition with which to shoot down the case for the prosecution, and with the young man revealing the reason for his Bristol visit. He won an acquittal. And that very night, Holmes and I sat before a fire in our Baker Street flat, watching Turner's confession turn to cinders in the crackling flames.
My dear Watson, don't fret too much about my not being able to take credit for solving the Boscombe pool mystery.
How the devil did you know?
I'm sure that after the passage of time, you'll write it in those memoirs you're working on. And don't forget to point out that the one person everyone tried to protect, Susan Turner, knew the whole story.
Yes.
While James McCarthy was spared the knowledge that his father was a blackmailer and his father-in-law a murderer.
Sherlock Holmes once remarked that art in the blood is liable to take the strangest forms. And Holmes' creator, A. Conan Doyle, proved it by permitting the stolid Dr. Watson to become mischievous about the stories that were supposedly too delicate to open to the public. And here Doyle let Watson's imagination run wild as he mentions the fact that he could never tell us the story of the politician The Lighthouse, and The Trained Cormorant. A mischievously intriguing title, if there ever was one. I'll be back shortly. When I mentioned that we could never read any of the unrecorded adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I neglected to tell you that Doyle's son and famed mystery story writer John Dickson Carr did collaborate on a volume which included some of them. They were interesting, but as the authors themselves would be the first to admit, lacked the master's touch that made A. Conan Doyle and his Sherlock Holmes world famous. But they never dared to tackle the story of the politician, the lighthouse, and the trained cormorant. Our cast included Kevin McCarthy, Court Benson, Patricia Elliott, Ian Martin, and Dennis Koch. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Good luck is a giddy maid, fickle and restless as a fawn. She smooths your hair, and then the jade kisses you quickly and is gone. But Madame Bad Luck scorns all this. She shows no eagerness for flitting, but with a long and fervent kiss sits by your bed and brings her knitting. And so, you have them, the Luck sisters, good and bad. Two ladies who cannot be wooed or courted. They pick and choose their own time and place. If only we knew how to capture one and escape the other.
If only.
It's wrong.
I know.
It's indecent.
I agree.
It's immoral.
I admit.
Murder can never be justified for any reason.
That's a fact.
Then why? How can you agree to it?
The price is right.
Our mystery drama, The Luck Sisters, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynne. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. I'll be back shortly with Act One. We have, when you add up the minutes, something less than an hour to relate our stories. And most of the time it's enough. We usually attempt to tell a tight and taut little tale that honors the Aristotelian strictures for the unities of time, place, and character. However, every now and then, we come up with what can only be called a saga, an epic that sprawls across a vast and multicolored canvas, rolling, rollicking, swashbuckling, filled with violence, intrigue, conflict, adventure, and sex. Well, what you are about to hear may qualify
as a saga.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am in the town of Bulwer, high in this Rocky Mountain Valley. Bulwer is hardly more than a hamlet. It was on its way to becoming a ghost town when suddenly an enormous vein of gold was discovered in an abandoned mine. Right now, this little village has just about been invaded by the news media. I believe we even outnumber the residents. But those residents of Bulwer, the 100 registered, tax-paying, and voting citizens of Bulwer, will each become a millionaire, because the mine itself is owned by the town of Bulwer. Let us rejoin the press conference outside the store of Mayor Jefferson McDowell, who is also the town barber.
Yes, sir. The town's named after Mayor Poindexter Bulwer, who was adjutant to General Grant. It later came out he was a speculator in army supplies and stole $1 million. That's Major Bulwer, not General Grant. But by that time, he was dead.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Mayor, what about the mine?
It's the old Bulwer mine. Town grew up all around it. Never was worth much. The mine, I mean, not the town.
Yeah, how did the town get possession?
Well, after Major Bulwer died, and without issue, I might say, the town took it over for back taxes.
Mr. Mayor, what would you say this new discovery means to the citizens of Bulwer?
Well, it means, once we get her into production, everybody in Bulwer's going to become a millionaire.
How was it discovered that there was gold in the mine?
She's been abandoned almost 100 years. Then, last week, little Billy Blackburn, that's Bob and Eunice Blackburn's kid, fell down a shaft. Wasn't hurt, just scared. When they dug him up, there was all this gold dust.
Mm-hmm. Do you think this will change the people in this town?
What kind of a stupid question is that? If you was to become a millionaire, wouldn't it change you?
Oh, Jeff.
Yeah?
Where have you been? You're late for supper.
Yeah. So, let's eat.
Jeff, something's wrong.
What do you think is wrong?
Maybe it's not true. The mine doesn't belong to the town. We're not going to be rich?
The mine does belong to the town, and the town can distribute the revenue from it any way it sees fit.
Then what? Jeff, are you trying to tell me maybe it all isn't on the level somehow? Maybe there's no gold?
Nope. As far as we know, there's gold. An engineer come in from one of those big companies. He said it might even rival the Comstock load.
Well, then, what's that look on your face?
Maria, I'm scared.
Scared? Scared of what? Oh, I see.
Do you really see, Maria?
Well, I think I do. Sure, our quiet, lovely, decent little town transformed suddenly into what can I call it, a flesh pot filled with neon lights, the pure, fresh air poisoned by smoke and pollution. Bulwer will become a city with all those urban problems, juvenile delinquency, crime, prostitution, and the like. That's what's bothering you, isn't it?
No, none of that's bothering me.
It isn't?
Why would I care what happens to Bulwer?
Well, it's our home.
But we won't be living here no longer. We'll be spending our time in sunny Spain and the Riviera in Florida. We're going to have an apartment in New York and a flat in London.
Are you crazy?
No, Maria. I'm just saying, when you become a millionaire, you have a responsibility to maintain a certain standard of living.
Well, I never get to the point.
I'm afraid to tell you.
Oh, whatever else you may be, one thing you are not is afraid.
Maria, maybe I don't know how to tell you.
Well, just try.
I guess I'm waiting.
What? Waiting for what?
For the other shoe to drop.
I see. Well, what are you expecting?
Something bad.
Bad? Why?
I don't know.
Oh, well, then I don't understand.
No. That's not true. I know. I think I know.
Jeff, you're starting to scare me. You're the most level-headed person I know. What's bothering you?
Something bad is going to happen.
Why? Why do you say that?
Because it's the history of this town. Bad follows good like night follows day.
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, look. Go back to the beginning, right? The town is named after a Civil War hero.
Mm-hmm.
It later turns out he's a crook. Bulwer was supposed to be the location of a great new gold strike, like Sutter's Mill or the Klondike. Turns out to be a false alarm.
All right, but that's all ancient history.
Granted. Let's talk about modern history, then. The history of the last 20 years.
Remember, this company was going to open a plant just outside of town, rejuvenate the economy with 500 jobs?
Oh, well, I don't believe they were serious.
What are you talking about? They already started digging the foundations. Do you remember what happened? They went broke. That's what happened.
But still, that doesn't prove
And the Air Force was going to put up a base on Spencer's Plateau?
Well, that wasn't definite.
What do you mean it wasn't definite? We were going to contract for the land.
Oh, Jeff, you know where the government's concerned, you've always got politics.
But the fact is, one day it was yes, and the next day it was no.
Yeah, but what can happen now?
I don't know. Something terrible. But you can't fight history,
Yes,
Maria.
but you yourself told me we know there's gold. Millions of dollars worth. And the engineers said it's high-grade ore. And there shouldn't be any real problems getting to it. What can happen?
Maria, honey, this is Bulwer. Depend on it. We're in trouble.
What kind of trouble?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, it's you, that reporter. How come you haven't left for the rest of them?
Because I think the real story is yet to happen. For example, Mr. Mayor, why do you appear to be so troubled?
Troubled?
Well, obviously something's bothering you.
Oh, tell me. You've been around. You're a college-educated man. Do you believe in fate?
Well, fate is whatever happens. Then you look back at it and say, yes, that was fate. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to talk to you about the mine, if I may.
The mine? Oh, the mine.
Yes, and the sociological impact it'll have on this tiny community.
If you'll excuse me, I have an important appointment.
At midnight?
Oh, my goodness, then I'm really, really late. Good night, sir.
This is your special reporter in Bulwer, and I can report the town is behaving in a manner close to what you might expect. There's great happiness here and great expectations. Mayor Jefferson McDowell, however, seems somewhat different from his fellow townspeople. He takes long walks at night. Those who know him say he's suddenly become very serious. Certainly, he appears to be extremely introspective. It's almost as if he knows something that is hidden from everyone else. Is it true? More on the town of Bulwer on my regular broadcast this evening.
Jeff?
Yeah?
Darling, why aren't you asleep?
I'm thinking.
All this turning and tossing is keeping me awake.
Sorry.
Jeff, can't you explain what's bothering you?
I told you. It's this pattern of good and bad that seems to haunt Bulwer.
Well, I guess it's true.
Oh, I see you're not fighting me anymore, huh?
Oh, surely and simply in the interest of getting my beauty sleep, I solved the problem.
What are you saying?
Darling, this will be the craziest thing you ever heard. Do you believe in luck?
Sure.
Well, now let's say good luck is a good angel. So then bad luck would be...
a bad angel.
Right. Now, we got two of those angels in this town.
You've really got to explain this.
Well, the Miller sisters, Eunice and Janice.
Eunice Blackburn and Janice Howling.
Those two.
You lost me. You just lost me.
Well, all I've been doing is exploring your subject, history. Now, here you have those twin girls, Janice and Eunice Miller. And by now, they're grown women.
Eunice and Janice?
Yes, study it. Everything that Eunice does, everything and everybody she's connected with, turns out fine. On the other hand, Janice...
Wait.
As far back as you can remember, hasn't it been that Eunice brought everybody good luck and Janice caused nothing but trouble?
Now, as a matter of fact...
Now, before you dig around for all the evidence, and there's whole volumes of it, just a couple of simple things. Janice was engaged to Tom Patterson, who went off to Vietnam and got killed. Eunice married Bob Blackburn, who put in 4 years, never got a scratch, got the Congressional Medal of Honor, and came back a colonel.
And the mine. Little Billy Blackburn goes berry picking with his Aunt Janice and falls down that abandoned shaft just because he was with Janice.
But just because he's Eunice's son, he not only comes out without a scratch, but we strike gold.
Okay. Review the past 20 years. And now maybe you know what I mean when I say I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop.
All right. But what possible calamity can Janice bring about now?
It has to follow. It has to. Remember, It was through Eunice's husband, Bob Blackburn. The Air Force was interested in building the base, right? The guy who was the head of planning came down. He was impressed. He was interested. The deal was just about to go through. We put him up for the night in Janice's house. The next day, somehow, everything cooled down.
Oh, but still, you can't blame Janice.
It's not time for credit, and it's no time for blame. All we can go by are facts. The same thing with the factory that was going to be built here. It was Janice who...
Jeff, we have no proof.
We have facts.
Where are you going?
Out.
It's 3 in the morning.
I know, but I don't have a minute to lose. I have to save the town, the mine, the gold, all of us, before it's too late.
Too late for what? Well, what are we talking about? We seem to be talking about people who carry luck, good or bad, around with them. Superstition? Old wives' tale? Before you make your judgment, consider many of the commonplace things we take for granted today, like telephones, airplanes, not to mention spaceflight, were once old wives' tales, and people who spoke about them seriously could be burned or hanged. I hope you will hang around with burning anticipation for Act 2. Gold. Chemically, structurally, it's a simple and relatively uncomplicated element. And yet, it has within it a mysterious essence that can completely change human nature. Or is that really true? Can we basically be altered by gold? Or does gold merely act as the catalyst to speed up changes that were always ready and waiting to happen?
Who is it?
Janice, it's me, Jeff McDowell.
What is it, Jeff?
Janice, I've got to talk to you.
Jeff, do you know what time it is?
I know what time it is. Can I come in?
Well?
Janice, I don't know how to say this.
Say what?
I don't even know how to begin.
Well, as Miss Ballantyne, our 5th grade teacher, used to say, begin at the beginning.
The beginning. We go back a long way, you and I, Janice.
You never should remind a lady of her age, Jeff.
And many things have happened. Oh, it's no use. The only way to say this is say it. Right out. Straight out.
Yes.
I want to tell you that
you're in love with me. Is that it?
Janice, that's not what...
Do you want to divorce Maria?
No.
Are you suggesting that we have an affair?
Janice, listen.
In a small place like this, how long do you think it could be kept a secret?
You've got it all wrong. I want to ask you to leave town.
No, Jeff. You've got it all wrong.
It's not what I came here to talk about. I came here to ask you to leave town, and it has nothing to do with me or you. It's for the good of Bulwer.
Is that a fact?
Janice, you must leave town before it's too late.
You ring my bell at 3 in the morning to tell me to leave town? If it's a joke, I'm not amused.
I'll put it this way. Look, 300 years ago, you would have been burned at the stake.
Your conversation isn't getting more pleasant either.
You and Eunice, the Miller sisters. What's the history of the Miller sisters?
I must ask you to leave, Jeff.
You, Janice, you bring misfortune, tragedy. Eunice has always brought good things, great things, wonderful things to everyone about her.
I can't believe I'm sitting here listening to this.
She brings us good luck. You bring us bad. Maybe it can be spread like a disease, and you could be the carrier.
There's the door, Jefferson McDowell.
Janice, there's no malice in this. I promise you. I'm stating a fact.
So am I. Get out.
Consider, Janice, everybody who's ever been associated with you has... In high school, you went out with Freddie Price.
So did other girls.
Come on, Janice. Remember the senior album? You and Freddie were voted Romeo and Juliet. He had a great future as a ball player. The big league scouts were here to see him. But the day he gave you his pin, you broke his arm. And that was the end of him.
And what did I have to do with that?
It doesn't get any better, Janice. The Patterson boy. Remember, you got engaged just before he went to Vietnam? He was killed, and your husband, Joe, he was killed in a plane crash.
Jeff, I have had a very tragic life. Things have always gone badly.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, and there's a reason for it.
Are you saying it's my fault?
Yes. Oh, you're unaware of it. You're not personally responsible for it. It's just one of those things.
And you have come here at 3 a.m. to tell me that?
Yes, because we may not have very much time.
Time for what?
The mine. Look, we could sit here for hours, going all the way back to when you were a little kid, and we could come up with hundreds of examples, but, well, here we have the mine. The rediscovery of the mine. It could mean millions, maybe billions of dollars. So please, don't kill it.
Kill it? How?
I don't know. How did you kill all those other things?
But I'm telling you, I didn't do anything.
And I'm telling you, it's not what you do or what you did, but what you are.
What am I?
I could say a jinx. I could say a witch. But what does that mean? You've heard of Lady Luck? Okay. So there's also Lady Bad Luck. Janice, I'm so scared something will come up to ruin the mine. Please.
Please what?
Please leave town.
As one of the 100 citizens of Bulwer, I understand I own 1% of that mine. Is this a scheme to steal my share?
I swear to you, I believe with all my heart that if you stay here, there won't be any money or shares or anything for anybody. Something will happen to that mine.
So I'm to leave town?
Yes, Janice.
Leave town and go where? Go where, Jeff? This is my home. I don't know any other place. This is all I have.
Janice, I know how you feel.
How? How do you know? How do you know what it feels like to be a woman who has nothing and nobody? No husband, no kids, no career. I never even went to college. They sent Eunice out east. She was the smart one, the pretty one.
Janice, it isn't anybody's fault. It's the way things just happen to be, I guess.
And now, you want me to give up the only thing I have in the world, my home. The answer is no.
Janice.
This is my home. You can't force me to leave it.
Good morning. This is your special reporter in the tiny town of Bulwer, which has been struck by the golden lightning of sudden wealth. Let me say at this point that I seem to feel an unexpected reaction. You would expect most people to be exhilarated by the prospect of wealth, and yet most of these townfolk seem sobered by it. Does this mean that they are highly mature, sensitive to the responsibilities of great wealth? Or is there something we don't know?
It's dawned on me. It's finally dawned on me.
What, Maria?
That we're going to be rich.
It may not happen.
Now what?
Do you believe what you were telling me about the Miller sisters? Especially Janice?
Well, I don't...
Was it just talk, conversation, or what?
Oh, well, maybe I don't know if I believe it or not.
I believe it.
Jeff,
what? Am I right? Am I wrong? What do you think?
Oh, I wish I knew.
I believe it. I went to see Janice.
To say what? To do what?
To ask her to leave town.
How could you just ask her to leave?
That's what she asked me.
Oh, what did you tell her?
The truth. She's entitled to know.
Well, what did she say?
She said no.
So? Now what?
I don't know.
Oh, yes. Yes, you do. You know you're going to talk it over with Jim Delray, Harvey Parkins, and Colonel Bob. And then you're going to...
Yeah. I guess I am going to do that. But what happens next, that I don't know.
And?
I guess that's the size and shape of it, Colonel Bob. What do you think of it?
What do I think of it?
Janice is your sister-in-law. You, if anybody, are the town's leading citizen.
But you're the mayor.
Only because you don't want the job. You're famous, a war hero. Bob, what's your opinion? Is this just a bunch of superstitious foolishness?
You seem to believe it. And from what I gather, so does everybody else in this town.
Oh, then folks have been talking to you.
Everybody talks to me, Jeff.
I know what I am. I'm a hick, a provincial. I got a high school education, but I never been anywhere, never done anything, just a country boy. But you've been all over the world, met all kinds of interesting, important people, so this thing, what is there to it? Anything at all?
When I was going to engineering school, Jeff, in our lab courses, we studied the scientific method. You know what that is?
I'm sure it's too complicated for me.
No, that's where you're wrong. It's very, very simple. Has to do with cause and effect. You follow this?
I think so.
The classic one they give is with a dog. Every time, just before you feed a dog, you ring a bell.
Why would you do that?
Oh, that has to do with the experiment. The dog hears the bell, he sees the food, he starts to salivate. You see?
Oh, that makes sense.
Now then, after a while, every time the dog even hears the bell, he begins to salivate. That's what's known as cause and effect. Now, we got the same thing here. Cause and effect. Every time we get something going in this town, thanks to Janice, it goes up in smoke.
Then you're saying there is something to it?
Oh, sure. I knew it. I always knew it.
Then why didn't you say something?
Say what? And to who?
Well,
who'd have believed me? I guess the idea was before its time. But now that I see that other folks have come to the same conclusion, it's time we all got together.
What would we be getting together for?
You should know, Jeff. You know. You're mayor of this town. You feel it's your duty to get something done about it.
I wish I knew what it was. I talked to Janice. I asked her to leave town. She turned me down.
Naturally.
So? Where are we?
You know where we are, Jeff. You may not like where we are. Nobody does. But we are at the point where we have to do something about Janice.
I admit it, but what?
I think you know, Jeff. I think you know.
And if you're a member in good standing of our audience, I think you know, too. Poor Janice Miller Hollings. It is her fate to be a carrier of bad luck. Such people, when found out throughout history, have suffered for it. Ah, but you say this was all in the past. Today, we are advanced, sophisticated, civilized. You want to bet? Act 3 will be here shortly. Sacrifice. Society is based on it. We give up some of our liberty for the greater good. Our ancestors sacrificed the individual to turn aside the wrath of the gods and spare the tribe. A general sacrifices a battalion to save an army. For the common good, the majority can usually justify any sacrifice, especially morality. Ah, morality. How weak, how fragile, how friendless she can sometimes be.
You know what we have to do about Janice, Jeff?
There's just no way we can force her to leave town.
I admit that.
Besides, you've got this newspaper correspondent poking around.
I wouldn't worry about him. Nobody will tell him anything.
But you just admitted we can't force Janice to leave town.
That's right. Even if she up and left, that wouldn't do any good.
Why not?
Because she'd still be alive.
Oh.
There it is. Oh.
No, Bob. We could never.
All right, Jeff. Take a little more time. You'll talk yourself into it.
I could never talk myself into murder.
Jeff, never is a very long time.
I don't think you know me very well, Bob.
Jeff, right now, the mayor and the town council of Bulwer, that's you, me, Harvey, Jim. We're receiving bids from mining companies to develop and exploit the property for us. The lowest one is for $250 million. We have 100 citizens, so that's a minimum of $2.5 million each.
I know.
It's better than that. Because you and Maria each get $2.5 million. So do Eunice and I. Harvey and his wife have 3 grown sons, so his family stands to get, what, $12.5 million. That's what's involved here, Jeff.
I know.
So, then you know what you have to do. Jeff, the second the idea occurred to you, you knew how it would have to end. You've been fighting it.
Yes, I've been fighting it.
We've all got to agree. We have all got to agree.
Have you spoken of this to anyone else?
Yes. Yes, I have, to just about everyone. This thing's been gathering momentum without you. Now you've got to come on board.
How about the women?
Oh, yes, they have to be part of it.
You mean you told Eunice?
Oh. She's the one who convinced me. Good evening. This is your special correspondent in Bulwer, Colorado. This is the strangest town I've ever seen. The prospect of wealth, fabulous wealth, has frightened every inhabitant. There will be wealth. Each of them shall become rich beyond their dreams. I understand the bidding to exploit the property will go as high as $500 million. Ladies and gentlemen, divide that 100 ways. I have been promised an interview with a lady who lives in this town later on, Janice Miller Hollings.
It's wrong.
Yes.
Yet it's the will of the majority.
Well, that's not going to help. It's murder. And it's wrong.
Yet, I know after we say everything there is to say, we're going to go along with it.
Are we?
Yes. We have no choice. It's just too much money. At least $5 million for you and me. Maybe more, maybe twice that much.
$10 million. It isn't right, Jeff. It isn't right.
I know.
What I mean is, it isn't right to tempt human beings like this. It's just too much money. It's worth Janice Miller's life.
Janice Miller Hollings.
You want to know the truth? The terrible truth? I never liked her.
All right. You can say that. I'll say it too.
Say what?
Whatever it is, we're starting to justify it. Finding reasons for it.
Yes, I realize.
We have to, if we want to be able to look at ourselves.
I'll never be able to again.
You will. Oh, yes. As time goes on, you'll find reasons to show you did the right thing. We'll be convinced that she was the most evil woman in the world, and we'll discover facts to prove it. Eventually, we'll all feel like saints for our part in this.
Oh, Jeff,
You know how I always like to study history, Maria? Well, most of your history is rewritten.
Oh, Jeff, we're going to have blood on our hands.
Nothing like gold to hide the color of blood. Oh, yeah, we'll have a few bad days. And then it'll be all over.
Hi there, Miss Miller, or is it Mrs. Hollings?
It can be anything you like.
You promised me an interview, remember?
Did I?
You most certainly did. Now, I understand you have a twin sister, and the two of you are as different as night and day.
Well, if you know all about me, why do you wish to interview me?
None of us really know all about another human being, Miss Miller.
Nor should we.
You strike me as a very sensible person. I'm sure we could have a most agreeable interview.
I was warned about big city types like you.
I promise I'll be all business.
But I'm not too sure I like that.
Well, why don't I take you to dinner this evening?
Why don't I cook dinner at my house?
I can't think of a single reason against it.
Till this evening, then.
Jeff?
Oh, hello, Bob.
I figured the shop would be empty this time of day. How about a little trim?
Sit right down.
You spoke to Maria?
Yeah.
And
this thing's like that ancient What did they call that terrible machine nobody could stop?
A juggernaut.
Yeah, that's what it is. Just rolls over everybody and everything. You just can't make any argument against it.
It's true.
So we're just gonna blithely kill Janice Miller.
Well, it won't be blithely. Nobody's gonna enjoy it.
Do we have to even talk about it?
Yeah, we do.
What's there to say?
You know, Jeff, I've been barbered in New York, London, Paris. I even spent $50 for a haircut, but none of those characters can touch you.
What's there to talk about now?
How to do it.
100 citizens in this town. Funny how we could get 99 to agree to kill one of them.
Why is it funny? Maybe it is. Because that's life. You surprised?
I'm surprised it was so easy. It took so little time.
Jeff, the leading citizens should do it.
Yeah, it's up to us, pillars of the community, I guess.
You, me, Harv, and Jim.
The mayor and the 3 councilmen. Well, what do? We just can't shoot her, can we? Good Lord, listen to what I'm saying.
No, we can't. It has to be an accident. Jeff, you think you're taking too much off the front there?
If I thought I was taking too much off the front, I wouldn't do it, would I? What kind of accident is she supposed to have?
Well, fortunately, her house is just across from the abandoned shaft opening.
No, what do you suggest, that we throw her down there?
Nothing that crude. Dynamite.
There's nothing subtle about dynamite.
You see, this company, International Precious Metals, that's bidding for the mine, they have a truck here. It's got dynamite in it. It's parked near the shaft that's just across from Janice's house. It can blow up.
Huh? How?
How do I know? An accident.
But her place is at least 100 feet away. Is there that much dynamite in the truck?
Oh, yes, there certainly will be.
And, who?
The 4 of us will help wire, and we'll have an automatic fuse to set it off.
Huh. And that's it?
All of our problems are over.
When do you want to do it?
We want to do it as soon as it gets dark.
About 7 o'clock.
Be there. I guess we're all here and ready.
That's a lot of dynamite.
Has to do a big job. Jeff, you attach these wires.
Yep.
Careful. Come on, Jeff. We can't stop now.
But wait.
But nothing. Now, this is it. Start walking. Less than a minute, it'll be all over.
Bob, you sure it'll do the job?
I'm sure.
You're sure nothing else will be...
The only house within 300 yards. The thing will rattle windows all over town, but all the damage is going to be directed toward that.
I'd give all the money I'll ever see from that mine not to have done this.
Now, how fast can you run? I estimate we're 100 yards away from the dynamite. We've got 15 seconds. Can you run 115 seconds?
Well, in school I could run 109.8.
Now, here we go. You got 11 seconds back there. Pull a fuse. Now you got 10. Now, you're past the point of no return. We better hit the ground.
Bob.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bango!
Bob, it didn't go off. We're saved.
Well, I could have been a couple of seconds off. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your reporter at the town of Bulwer. Except there is no town of Bulwer any longer. It is buried under millions of tons of dirt and rock. The only survivor is the luckiest woman in the world, Miss Janice Miller, who is standing beside me now. Miss Miller, what exactly did happen?
Well, we don't get them often. But when we do, we do. This was an avalanche. As you know, Bulwer was in a valley, hemmed in by very steep mountains.
But what set it off, Miss Miller?
Well, you and I
heard what set it off.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I should explain. Miss Miller and I had made a date for her interview to be taped at dinner, which she kindly offered to prepare for me at her house. But at the last moment, for some reason, we decided to drive to a restaurant in Council Forks, some 40 miles away. Why did we decide to do that, Miss Miller?
I don't know. We just decided.
What did set off the avalanche, Miss Miller?
We were a long way off, but we heard an explosion.
Yes, I thought it was thunder.
If you'd been raised in a mining town, you know the sound of dynamite.
But where was the dynamite?
I noticed a truck outside my house just before we left. I'm sure there was dynamite in it.
But what could have set it off?
Who knows? Anything. Or nothing. That's dynamite.
And this explosion triggered the avalanche.
Definitely.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is an eerie sight. Here was once a hamlet of over 100 human beings. All of them are now covered by tons of rock. This disaster struck without warning, with bewildering speed. There was no time to sound an alarm, no time to make an escape. I suppose all this debris will be bulldozed away, and this fantastically rich mine will belong to the sole survivor of Bulwer, Miss Janice Miller. Miss Miller, you are the luckiest lady in the world. Fortune's favorite.
Funny. I always thought of myself as Miss Fortune's favorite. But I guess if you live long enough, the worm turns. The road turns. And your luck turns.
Of course. There's a category of stories known as the getting hoist by your own petard type, or the scaffold of Haman kind. You know, Haman, who built the scaffold for Mordecai and wound up stepping off it himself. We love such stories because you can't beat poetic justice, and they speak for themselves. At the end, they leave me with nothing to say except that I shall return in a few moments. We began these ceremonies with a poem by Heinrich Heine, which celebrated the ladies who control fortune, good and bad. And if they are fickle, volatile, and unpredictable, would you have them any other way? Isn't it marvelous to live in suspense, uncertain of the morrow, not knowing which of these ladies will knock on your door and enter your room? And do you require a word of caution? Well, remember, since luck is a lady, treat her like one, and she will always treat you like a gentleman. Our cast included Fred Gwynne, Bryna Rayburn, Russell Horton, and Carol Teitel. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The words traitor and spy are easily applied. Very often, however, events shape destinies. One man's bravery is another man's cowardice. To label a man is to tell what is outside. However, what is inside, what motivates even a hero to change color, is both the tragedy and the mystery of the ensuing hour.
Mr. Stansbury, I have here a secret proclamation sent to me by General Washington of the American plan to invade Canada. 8,000 troops are expected from our ally, France, for that campaign.
You said 8,000?
The British wanted specifics. Well, specifics is what I'm giving you.
Benedict, that information is secret. Are you sure that you should divulge...
The die is cast, Peggy. There is no turning back.
Our mystery drama, The Spy and the Traitor, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Gordon Heath. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contac, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
He was 39 years old, a war hero, a loner, daring to do battle against odds and without orders, feared by the enemy and disliked by his soldiers. Were they jealous? Was there a place in revolutionary America for a brilliant general who had the reputation of being a one-man army? He was wounded in battle, decorated, and sent home at 39. He was engaged to marry a girl of 17. His name was Benedict Arnold.
They all hate me. The Army, Congress, everyone.
Oh, not hate, Benedict. They're envious of you. Who in his right mind wouldn't be? You're the best general old George ever had.
The best? You may be right, Peg. I have a feeling for fighting. I've had it since I was 13 in the French and Indian Wars. George Washington. A bullet never whistled past him till he was 21.
I know General Washington appreciates your worth.
I'm not so sure, Peggy. I wish he would speed up this ridiculous court-martial so that I could clear myself.
Then I don't want to hear any more about it. Don't fuss so.
Waiting. How I loathe it. And not having any command.
Benedict Arnold, will you stop that?
I've been put on the shelf, that's what it is.
Ben, I'm going to change the subject, and I want you to pay full attention. You know we've been invited to the Meschianza fancy dress ball, and I want your advice. Do you think I would look well-dressed like a Turkish lady? Ben? Ben, are you listening to me?
5 new major generals, and I was passed over.
Ben, if you're going to go on and on over that stupid court-martial, when everyone knows you'll be cleared, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Who is it?
Your father.
Oh, please come in, Father. I'm so upset.
I'm afraid I am also.
General Arnold was just here, and we parted under not too friendly terms.
Margaret, I have something to say to you.
He's so preoccupied with that dreary old court-martial. All he thinks of is clearing himself so he can get a command and go back out there and get shot at. His leg is already terribly hurt. Every time I see him limping, it makes me cry.
Margaret, you know that ball you and your sisters are making such a fuss over?
I should think so. It's the most important social event in Philadelphia. Fuss indeed.
Will you please listen to me?
Yes, Father.
I have decided that in these times it would be unseemly for the Shippen family to spend their efforts on something as flippant as a fancy dress ball.
Father!
I myself have tried to remain neutral, but if my family takes part in such foolishness, we shall certainly be accused of making a mockery of the rebel cause.
Father, I have to go to that ball. Major John Andre has asked me to. It's important.
Think, child. You are engaged to General Arnold, an American general. Not so very long ago, his superior, General Washington, asked 2,000 men to freeze and die at Valley Forge. You cannot be seen dancing with the British here in Philadelphia while widows are weeping over the graves of their soldier husbands.
Oh, no.
We have no money. No money coming in. As you know, when this city fell to the British, I decided not to help either side, to wait it out. Oh, these are not times to indulge in lavish entertainments.
It's this awful war. I wish that darned old George Washington had never gotten it into his head that we should be separated from Great Britain. It makes me so angry.
Margaret, please keep that sentiment to yourself. We may be forced to swear allegiance to the American flag. Besides, there's much merit in their point of view.
You may think so, Father, but I shall never. I hate this stupid revolution and what it's done to people of culture and breeding.
Miss Peggy Shippen, I believe?
Major John Andre, an honor.
What an exquisite gown.
Thank you.
I hadn't expected you at the ball.
Why not, Major Andre?
Well, a little bird told me your father doesn't approve of such blatant luxury.
The little bird was right. Father does not.
But you are here anyway.
Let us say when Peggy Shippen wishes her own way, she usually gets it.
Usually?
Always.
Do you suppose your fiancé, General Arnold, will mind if I ask you to dance?
The General would mind very much if you did not. A dance or two will make his absence more bearable for me.
Isn't it extraordinary? Here we are of the same heritage and background, General Arnold and myself. Yet one is a loyalist, the other a rebel.
Major Andre, may I ask you to help me forget the war for one evening?
Oh, it shall be a pleasure.
Tell me, did you bring your scissors, Major?
My scissors? Oh, why, yes, I did. How did you know about that?
Your little bird. I understand you are quite accomplished in cutting out silhouettes of the ladies you dance with. I hope you'll do mine.
I should be honored.
Gracious. Is that a country dance the orchestra is playing?
Why, yes, it is.
Do I dare dance a country dance?
My dear Miss Shippen, it is we who must set the fashion for others to follow.
But a country dance is so daring. Imagine moving about to music held in the arms of a man not your husband, in public.
Shall we give it a try?
Oh, I can't wait. I am absolutely exhausted. 4 whole country dances.
Miss Shippen.
Peggy.
Well, good. Then I can be John to you. Peggy, a glass of punch?
Oh, yes. I need something to revive me. Doesn't this awful revolution seem far away to you, John?
One for you and one for me. To your health.
Thank you.
No, the war is very close to me. Especially since my promotion to Deputy Adjutant General.
I am impressed. You have new duties?
Chiefly that of intelligence, the gathering of information.
You mean spying?
I've said too much already. Now, if you'll allow me, sit there like that, in profile, and I'll take out my black paper and do your silhouette.
Only in exchange.
Exchange?
May I see the scissors?
Here. Peggy, what are you doing?
Snip, snip. A fair trade. A lock of your hair for my face on paper.
I must say, Peggy, for a young lady of your young years, I would say you are one of the most dangerous I have ever met.
Because I cut off a lock of your hair as a keepsake?
Now, stop blinking your eyes and hold still. The nose. I would say you have all the earmarks of a headhunter.
You flatter me.
And if I know anything about that type of lady, one lock of hair won't satisfy you. You won't rest until you have my entire head.
Ben? Husband? Please come to bed.
I'm coming, Peg, dear.
Do you know what day it is today?
Of course I know. The 8th, Tuesday.
Is that all?
1779.
Oh, Ben, today is our anniversary.
It is. Yes.
1 month, married today.
Ah, yes.
What is it, Ben? Don't I please you?
Of course you do, Peg. It's obviously I who doesn't please you. I don't know what you see in me, crippled.
I won't have you talking that way.
You should have married a younger man like John Andre.
Will you stop that? I love you. I know what is troubling you, and it's nothing to do with our marriage. It's a wonderful marriage. Perfect. It's old George, isn't it? And the Philadelphia Congress. It's really shocking. You're the country's hero, and you're being treated like I don't know what.
I wonder, Peggy, if we can ever be happy in a land filled with upstarts and envy.
Why do we have to?
Are you saying, why do we have to remain loyal to the American cause?
Yes, I am. I think they're treating you shamefully. You never got your full commission. That ridiculous court-martial is put off from month to month, so you can't even face your accusers and clear your name. If you were a ranking officer in the British Army, you can be sure they would never treat a great man like that.
No, they wouldn't.
It must be a peculiar American trait to heap honors upon a man, and when he has served his country well, then to drag him down.
Peggy, are you saying we should consider going over to the British?
What do you think?
I wonder how one would go about it.
John Andre might have an idea. He's in intelligence. And because we know him as a friend, he'd keep it a secret.
Yes, John Andre. I remember being a little jealous of him and his attentions to you, Peg. Little did I think someday I might need him. Yes?
Is this the Penn Mansion?
Yes.
General Benedict Arnold?
Yes.
Sainsbury's the name. I've been informed you are a gentleman interested in the finer things of life, and I have brought with me from Philadelphia some articles of rare distinction which I believe you will appreciate. May I come in?
All right. Do so.
Are we alone?
My wife is upstairs, and of course the servants are about.
Yes, I brought with me some exquisite Staffordshire and creamware.
My wife attends to the household effects.
Is there any place we can talk, General, without being overheard by the servants?
Oh, I see. Perhaps in the garden.
In the garden. Splendid. Yes, beautiful spot you have here, General. Is that West Point directly south?
Why, yes, it is. My wife and I have only recently purchased this property.
Yes, I'd like to see a bit more of the Penn Mansion grounds, if I may. And if you'll come with me outside to my carriage, I have some extraordinary samples fit for a connoisseur. It's an opportunity I don't think you would like to pass up.
Is this strange man selling porcelain or Great Britain? It's one thing to think about changing one's allegiance, another to take action. But when one is faced with a wall of delays, making it impossible to clear oneself, when one is suspended from rank and duty without a trial, perhaps that first step is not such a big one. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. It is not the act, but what compels the act. Why does a man cheat at cards, lose a job, even kill another? How often have we been told the fault lies not in our stars, but in ourselves? Here we have a man of great courage, a winner of battles, a gainer of medals, who is about to desert his country. Well, let us see if we can pluck out the heart of this man's mystery. Word has gone out to Major Andre that Benedict Arnold wished to defect. Now the British reply has come knocking at his door.
I have brought with me a personal message from Major Andre.
Proceed.
You sent him a note asking to be assured the British were not planning to give up the war. The answer to your question is assurances are given.
Good.
You asked for suitable pay from the British as inducement.
No, not inducement. Compensation.
Major Andre agrees in principle that you should be compensated, but does not agree to the specific sum you requested.
Oh?
He directs me to tell you the amount will depend upon what services you render to the British.
And what about my question? Should I openly go over to the British side now?
The Major says no, not now. To continue as you are. Serve us in secret.
Has the Major asked for an immediate answer?
I've brought along a dictionary identical to one of British headquarters. Your reply is to be written each word corresponding with the page and line in this dictionary.
I understand. My correspondence is entirely numbers.
The Major suggests your wife write an innocent letter addressed to one of her Philadelphia friends.
She write?
Something innocuous, inquiring as to what's doing in society, the fancy dress balls, whatever. And you are to write your coded, numbered message in invisible ink between the lines.
I don't care for it, Stansbury. Involving an innocent lady friend of my wife's.
The letter will be intercepted, General. It will never reach the party. I suggest you put your thoughts down on paper. I will return to Penn Mansion in an hour for your answer.
Answer? What answer?
For the name of the person to whom your messages for Major Andre will be addressed.
I cannot promise you that. I shall have to consult my wife.
A messenger? When was he here?
He has just left.
What did John say to your proposal? Tell me. Tell me.
The British don't want me to publicly change sides.
But why not? I don't understand.
They want me to secure a command I can betray. But how can I? Washington is holding off giving me a post until this wretched court-martial is over, and there's no date set for it to begin.
What about the money?
Nothing definite. Oh, yes, they'd be delighted for me to tell them of troop movements, secret dispatches, etc. Anything I wish, but Andre refuses to name any specific amount.
But you asked for so little, 10,000 pounds.
We'll write back to John Andre. Peggy, draft up some letter about hats or gowns or whatever. I'll make notes on my views and perhaps, yes, give them some incidental intelligence just to whet their appetite.
This messenger who's coming back, is our letter to be given to him?
No, we're to tell him who in Philadelphia we're writing to.
I'll write directly to John himself. Why not?
You must be out of your mind. Write directly to Andre. Why, you might as well take your carriage and drive to British headquarters or shout our intentions from the housetops. This must be done in secret.
All right, then. I'll address the letter to my father.
Now you're talking sensibly.
I hope something comes of this. How are you going to send your part of the letter, Ben?
Using this dictionary as a code book and writing between the lines of your letter in invisible ink.
I see the dictionary, but where's the ink?
It makes you wonder, doesn't it? How they ever expect to win this war. That fool agent never gave me any ink.
Dear Father, I am well and happy, and to be the wife of this great man has filled my heart and my days. Would you be good enough to forward this letter to our dear friend, Major
John Andre? I have asked him the next time he goes to New York, would he buy me material for a pale pink dress of Mantua, decorated with broad ribbon of the same color. John Andre will know.
Same color. John Andre will know, as we spoke of such material when last we danced at the Meschianza fancy dress ball. Also satin for matching shoes and one pair of ladies' neat spurs. Love to Mama and the girls, your daughter, Margaret. Williams, bring me a candle and that dictionary in the far left-hand corner of the bookcase, and then leave me. I'm not to be disturbed. Good. It's all decoded now. Now let me see. As my life and everything is at stake, I shall expect a certainty as to what amount you will pay me. Herewith some current intelligence. General Washington is going to the Hudson. C has given up. C. Congress has given up C-Ton, Charleston. Congress has given up Charleston. They are in want of arms, men, ammunition to defend it.
Your garden is quite as lovely as I remember it, General Arnold.
You will forgive me if I don't get up. I've had these chairs placed out here at various intervals so I could rest.
Oh, forgive me. May I bring you a cushion from my carriage to make your back more comfortable?
I shall feel more at ease, Stansbury, if you bring me favorable news from the Major. He's received our letters.
Yes, and has entrusted me with the answer. We are to drop the dictionary code. He now fears that the correspondence may fall into the wrong hands and your cooperation is too valuable to risk.
Then he agrees?
To an extent.
To the extent of £10,000 in my terms?
No. The Major cannot see any payments to yourselves until you have made a real and generous effort. He suggests you make a little exertion.
Are those his words?
Verbatim. And procure an accurate plan of West Point, boats guarding the Hudson River, etc., etc., and also the American Army's battle orders.
Andre doesn't realize the problems. No, I don't like this method of communication. Letters, codes, second-hand replies by agents. You will forgive me, Stansbury. Most unsatisfactory.
Which brings me to my next point, General. The Major says if you could enable him to see you, he is convinced a personal conversation would satisfy the both of you entirely.
No. To meet him face to face, yes. Tell the Major I am of like mind. I shall arrange it.
What time is it, Father?
A little after the noon hour.
I'm beside myself with worry. How long does a court-martial take?
I don't know, Margaret.
Benedict has been dragged into this hearing by enemies, but I know he'll come through it with flying colors. Just you wait and see.
Yes, I have no doubt of it.
Father, I wish you could be more charitable.
No. Come along, Margaret. How can you say that? You no longer were able to afford the Penn Mansion. Who put this house at your disposal?
Father, I didn't mean that.
I told you both it's yours to keep it. I want you to have some place where you can be happy with no worries of mortgages or unpaid bills.
We shall have money, you'll see. The Philadelphia Congress owes Ben £5,000 a month for the 9 months he had to keep his establishment as commandant of Philadelphia. That's him. He's back. Ben, we're here in the drawing room by the fire.
Another brandy, General?
No, thank you, Mr. Shippen. One was enough to help me recover.
Do you feel up to telling us now the outcome of the court-martial? Are you well enough?
My dearest, I never felt better. At least this trial has taught me who my friends are.
Who spoke up for you?
No one. Not a soul. I had no friends.
But you were acquitted.
Do you remember the story of King Solomon, who, when asked to decide which lady was the true mother of a baby, ordered the infant cut in half and half given to each woman?
Yes, and the true mother rejected that. She would rather have her child alive, even in another woman's hands.
I feel exactly like a mother whose child has been returned to her cut in half. The verdict was half for me and half against. But like King Solomon's child, my reputation is dead. I was exonerated of some charges, but found guilty elsewhere. Nothing specific. Words like improper conduct, imprudent, were thrown at me like dice.
But how could they do that, General? Were they not dealing in facts, specific accusations?
When you are disliked, Mr. Shippen, anyone can dig into the articles of war and come up with some catch-all to hang you.
Oh, my darling, how wicked of them.
They wanted my blood, and they found the catch article, all right. One that forbids, without being specific, mind you, anything an officer might do to, quote, the prejudice of good order or military discipline. The hardest blow of all was the sentence.
But if they acquitted you...
I am to receive a reprimand in writing from General Washington. Now, Mr. Shippen, I am very tired. I did not sleep at all last night. It was good of you to visit and be here when I returned. Now, if you would be so kind as to leave my wife and myself. I had to talk to you alone, Peggy.
Any word as to your meeting with Major Andre?
Not when I left the house this morning, but I've been gathering some important news for him. Peggy, we must face the truth. America has turned its back on me. Had I ever any doubts about joining the British, they are dispelled now. Yes?
Father, I thought you had gone home. Were you... I mean, have you been standing outside the door all this while?
No, I was waiting for my carriage when a gentleman came to the door and asked to see you, General. I thought perhaps I should announce him.
Who is it, Father?
His name is Stansbury.
Who was that gentleman who just left?
My father.
General, I wonder. That is, if Mrs. Arnold does not mind, if you and I...
Mrs. Arnold and I are in this together. She will remain by my side. Before you say anything, Mr. Stansbury, to show my cooperation, I'll give you some information.
Why, excellent.
I have here a proclamation sent to me in secret by General Washington. The American plan to invade Canada. 8,000 troops are expected from France for that campaign.
Well, that is new.
Major Andre wanted my specifics, did he?
Benedict.
What is it?
You are sure?
The die is cast, Peggy. There is no turning back. Where was I? Yes. Our invasion. I mean, the American invasion of Canada. 6 French ships of the line, several frigates, and a number of transports carrying the 8,000 are expected at Newport, Rhode Island in 3 weeks. You may tell Major Andre I shall see Washington myself, and I guarantee I shall be offered the command of West Point. Tell him also, when I meet with the Major face to face, he will have from me a complete report on how that garrison can be taken by the British.
A sad day for patriots. The man was noble, but with his last attempt he wiped it out, betrayed his country, and his name remains to the ensuing age abhorred. William Shakespeare's prophetic words, written 100 years before Benedict Arnold's betrayal. I shall be back shortly with Act 3. It is night. Benedict Arnold, his wounded leg propped up beside him, is being rowed to a secret rendezvous near Dobbs Ferry. 30 months of glory, of battle scars and battle honors, and 30 more months of suspicion, disgrace, and despair lie behind him. There is no turning back now. Under the false flag of truce, the British major and the American general, the spy and the traitor, are about to meet.
Arnold? Andre? I've been waiting for you. When did you arrive? A few hours ago. Down there. Look over the cliff. Can you make out her mast? No, don't get up. I know your foot is a great bother. I waited till it was dark. So you came by ship? Yes, the Vulture. Are you alone, Benedict? Yes, John, you? I left Stansbury on the beach below. A useful man. He knows this whole area on both sides of the Hudson like the back of his hand. How is Peggy? Oh, this adventure doesn't sit well with her. I understand you have a baby. Congratulations. A boy. That doesn't make the strain on Peg any easier. But she insists on knowing everything I do every step of the way. I'm sorry the court-martial did not go well for you, Benedict. It was the next to last straw. Was there a last straw? Oh, yes. Old George himself had to write to me my actions were improper. But I made him eat his words, which he yet doesn't realize.
I don't quite understand.
It was simple. I made him ashamed that he had to reprimand me. So from there, it was only a step to get him to agree I should be the commander of West Point. Yes, old George will learn how foolish it is not to be loyal to Benedict Arnold.
That's good news. When do you take command?
Soon. But I haven't been twiddling my thumbs, waiting. Now, I have brought with me, John, a detailed drawing of the fortifications. Drew it myself. Here. Put it in your pocket. Now, here are my recommendations how best to storm them.
Oh, I wish I could take a look at these.
We can't light any lanterns here. My guess is, John, if you were to attack West Point before Albany could send reinforcements, the garrison would be yours.
Oh, if we had it, our guns trained on the river and inland, why, all New England could be cut off from the rest of the colonies. Men, supplies, everything.
And what's that worth to you and your generals?
You said 10,000 pounds when last we talked.
The price has gone up to 20.
Yes, but not for a pile of stones and burnt-out cannon. Add 3,000 prisoners and all the stores, then we would be agreeable.
Is that an owl or a signal?
It may be Stansbury signaling.
Let's hope it's not trouble.
Major Andre.
Hey, Stansbury, what is it?
The boatman, sir. The one who rowed us from the Vulture. I took a tour of the beach to keep my eyes open for the enemy patrol, and when I returned, the boatman was gone.
I didn't believe him. He told me if the hour grew late, he wouldn't be able to row me back, but I didn't believe him.
Will he come back for us in the morning, sir?
One would hope so, but who knows? All right, Stansbury, back to your watch down at the river's edge. I'll call you when I need you.
Yes, sir. But don't worry, sir. I'll keep my eyes open.
It's not a pleasant sensation being in enemy territory. What if there's no boatman in the morning? What then?
Your agent, Stansbury, has a house nearby, doesn't he? About a mile upriver?
Yes, he has.
Then that's where you and I shall spend the night. It'll give us more time for me to explain the drawings and specifications. John, wake up. I'll have Stansbury make us some coffee. Stansbury? Stansbury?
Oh, I could have sworn I didn't sleep a wink.
He's not here. And his cot hasn't been slept in.
If I know him, he's waiting on the shore for that boatman.
I want to give you these papers as well before I forget. The ordnance at West Point, guns available, number of men protecting each fort. Then, here, secret plans of the artillery commander in case of attack. Here, Washington's own top-secret military plans. I'd say I could guarantee you at least 3,000 prisoners.
If so, the 20,000 pounds are yours.
I knew you would see it my way.
Expensive soldiers.
I don't haggle.
The price has gone up in 17 centuries.
I don't follow you.
One used to be able to buy a man's freedom for 30 pieces of silver.
John, I don't care for that. If you British have any second thoughts about doing business with me, please come out and say so. I'm not in the least ashamed of what I'm doing.
But neither am I, Benedict. It was thoughtless. It was a thoughtless remark. Put it down to my fears of how I can get safely back to Philadelphia.
Major! General!
Come in, Stansbury.
I've been on the beach since 5 this morning.
The boatman didn't return?
No, he didn't. But even if he had, there's no warship to take you on.
What? The Vulture is gone?
One of the local farmers told me he saw it pull anchor and disappear last night.
Well, how am I going to get back to our lines undetected?
I'd say it's time to consider escape plan number 2. Stansbury, I want you to show the Major the way overland. Stay with him.
Of course I will. I've done it many times.
On horseback, in my British uniform? You want me to be shot?
I'll give you letters of passage. They'll have to let you through the lines.
I can give you a long cloak instead of your jacket, sir. Then your breeches and boots won't be seen.
Capital. Believe me, John, it's quite safe.
To spend the rest of the war in a prison camp. Unthinkable.
Were it not for my bad leg, I'd accompany you myself. There's no danger, John. Look, if I had any doubts, would I even consider you carrying these incriminating documents?
You're certain?
I risk everything also, John. The papers you carry could send me to the gallows.
Oh, my darling, I am so happy that you've returned safely. I worried so. Did everything go as you planned?
Not quite, Peggy. But I feel sure Major Andre will get back safely.
All morning I've been walking about this house and thinking, soon, soon, soon. Soon I shall be with my own people. The kind of people I deserve to associate with. Not the American riffraff. In a few days, West Point will be delivered. In just a few days.
Perhaps a bit longer than that, but it will be.
The baby. I must go to him.
Peggy, would you remember one thing?
There are 1,000 things about you I can never forget, Ben. What one thing?
Last night, when I was returning home, riding alone, I prayed that whatever might happen to me, you would always remember our happy days together.
How you talk. Our happiest days are yet to come.
Yes, coming. Stansbury, back so soon? What are you doing here this time of night?
Let me in, quickly.
Do you realize it's 3 o'clock in the morning?
All is lost, General.
What do you mean?
They captured us, Major Andre and myself. I managed to escape.
Oh, good Lord.
What is it? What's the matter?
I'm sorry to intrude at this late hour, Mrs. Arnold, but...
John Andre has been captured.
No.
Go ahead, Stansbury. Tell me how, when, and where.
We had come as far as Tarrytown, sir. The British outpost at White Plains, only 15 miles away, when 3 men, armed, stopped us. The Major handed them the General's pass, your pass, sir. I don't think the men could read it. Then he shouted, "You said you were a British officer. Where is your money?" "I have none," said Major Andre. They didn't believe him. "You are a British officer and no money. Search him." They did. They stripped him.
Oh, how dreadful.
The moment I saw them ahead on the road, barring the way, I said to the Major, "Let's climb up to the right. We'll be hidden in the forest." He would have none of it, but rode straight into their arms. I hid myself and observed the entire capture. Then they found the papers. General, your plans for the taking of West Point.
All is over. All is lost.
The other 2 stood around while the biggest tried to make out what the papers meant. And then, at last, he said, "This man is a spy."
Oh, no.
Please, Peggy, don't go on so.
Ben, they'll find out. They will accuse you, crucify you. You will be called a traitor. You must save yourself. You must go. Now, tonight. Not lose an instant.
General Washington, sir, I had had much time to reflect since my escape and the sentencing of Major John Andre. I know the world will accuse me for what I have done as wrong. Believe me, sir, I have ever acted from a principle of love of my country. Too often have I, in the past, experienced the ingratitude of my country. I ask not, therefore, for any favor for myself, only that you extend your hand, sir, to protect Mrs. Arnold. I beg she may be permitted to return to her father in Philadelphia. I am alone to blame. No one must share my grief other than myself. Your faithful servant, Benedict Arnold.
What news, jailer?
General Washington has approved the sentence that you're to be executed as a spy, Major Andre.
I foresaw my fate.
Is there anything else, Major?
I am the victim of misfortune, not guilt. When is the hour?
Tomorrow at 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
I do have one last request. May I be executed as a professional soldier?
Sir?
To die like a gentleman and a soldier. Shot, not hanged as a peasant and a spy. I am, after all, still the Adjutant General of the British Army.
Hanged? They
hanged that great man like a common criminal.
Margaret, you must calm yourself.
I have no one. You know that, no one. Benedict has deserted me. I'm all alone with my baby.
Please, please.
I haven't a friend left in the world. Do you know that? I did have a friend once. A good, kindly good friend. Yes, I did. Look, sir, he was my only true friend. This was his.
That lock of hair?
A long time ago, at my very first ball, John Andre gave me this lock of his hair. He let me cut it from his head. Do you know what he said to me, sir?
Margaret.
He said, Peggy, I know you. You won't be satisfied with one lock of my hair. You won't rest until you have my entire head. Oh, dear Lord, what have I done?
Peggy Shippen Arnold, once an innocent and lovely belle of the ball. Did anyone grieve for her? John Andre, once a man of charm and talent, who mourned for him? The British Army did, and a memorial to him stands to this day in Westminster Abbey. Benedict Arnold, for him, no one shed a tear. Once a hero, but forever is he remembered in history as a traitor. I shall return shortly with a few more thoughts on this tragedy. As we look back today at the sad tale of spy and traitor, let us remember there were also very many patriots. One of them, in uniform with Washington, said, "These are the times that try men's souls." The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of his country. But he that stands it now deserves the love and thanks of men and women. Said by Tom Paine in 1776. Today, we can say it no better. Our cast included Gordon Heath, Catherine Byers, Howard Ross, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. Before television, children entertained one another, often with quite gruesome games, like sitting in the dark and answering the question, what's the most horrible thing you can imagine happening to you? The answer usually involved werewolves, vampires, ghouls, and the like. But I've never found such things real enough to be frightening. I believe the question should be rephrased. What's the most horrible thing that could really happen to you?
But they're going to kill me.
Well, I can't help you. I've got nothing to work with.
But you're supposed to be a lawyer.
I'm not a magician.
So, you're just going to let them electrocute me? I'm innocent. Can't you understand that? I'm innocent.
Not anymore.
What do you mean, not anymore?
I mean legally. That's the law, Joe, remember? Innocent until proven guilty.
But I'm not really guilty.
Where's the proof? Proof is 9 points of the law. And on your side, Joe, you don't even have 1 point of proof.
Our mystery drama, The Victim, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Bryce Walton and stars John Lithgow. I'll be back shortly with Act One. This is my idea of genuine horror. To be somehow proven guilty of murder when you are not. To be locked away in a cold cell, alone, friendless, helpless, waiting to die. How many innocent people have been executed for crimes they never committed? How can such rank injustice happen? Here is how it happened to one man. Here is his story in his own words, as it appeared in the Morning Sun Times.
I'm Joe Thompson. In the headlines now. My picture in the papers and magazines. But before that Monday night, when my nightmare began, I was Mr. Nobody. Going nowhere but on over the hill to the wrong side of 40. Old Joe Average. Divorced. Lonely. Average height. Average build. Average paunch. With the kind of face you'd forget even while you were looking at it. I'd killed another evening in a restaurant and bar. Got home around 12:30 that night. Home. One room with a pull-down bed, a closet-sized kitchen, and a television set that wasn't mine. I'd popped another can of brew and was semi-conscious in front of the TV, and there was a knock at the door.
Is this any way to greet a visitor?
What way? What do you mean?
I mean, half-dressed, hair all messed up? Why, you haven't even taken yourself a shave.
I wasn't planning on having company.
I wouldn't have planned on it either. If I was you, I wouldn't even be at home.
So you should have called first. Hey, what's the idea?
I'm not a fan of early John Wayne. Nothing funny now. Just stand against the wall, nice and easy.
Hey, what are you doing?
Risking you for concealed weapons, remember?
That's no weapon. That's my wallet. So keep it. It's empty. This whole scene's empty. Nothing worth taking out of here unless you collect old TV sets. Go ahead, take it. But you'll also have to pick up the payments.
Hold on to your sense of humor, pal. You'll need it.
Hey, what are you doing?
Handcuffing you. That resisting an officer won't help your case either.
What case?
I'll ask the questions.
So who's asking?
Oh, excuse my rudeness. I'm Sergeant Crow. My partner, Officer Wilson, is waiting for us downstairs.
Sergeant, look, you can see in my wallet there. I'm Joe Thompson. You've made some kind of mistake.
You made the mistake, Thompson.
Hey, why throw my clothes around? Well, wait, I've got some rights here. You're a cop. Show me some identity. You barge in here, don't tell me anything, handcuff me, tear my clothes apart, break things. What about the search warrant? I've got rights.
Didn't you invite me in, Thompson?
I sure didn't.
I say you did.
You're wrong. I didn't.
Oh, I apologize for disturbing your elegant wardrobe, but I got... here they are. We'll need the raincoat and hat.
What for?
We're going out, Thompson. You have an appointment.
But it isn't raining.
We'll take the raincoat and hat anyway, just in case.
Let's go. Go where? Why should I go anywhere?
We're going downtown, Thompson. Police headquarters, Central Station, where you set up the appointment.
I didn't set up any appointment there.
Sure you did. You set it up last Saturday night.
I don't know what you're talking about. I tell you, you got the wrong man.
Then why do you object to cooperating with the police? Where's your civic spirit?
Civic spirit? That's a laugh.
Now, simmer down, Thompson. If you're innocent, you can't object to answering a few questions.
About what?
This is no place for a serious discussion. We have a place all set up for that downtown. A special private room just for answering questions.
How long have you lived here in Palm City, Mr. Thompson?
About 6 months.
You married?
I was, but my wife thought better of it.
You're a drifter.
I wouldn't say that.
Well, how would you classify yourself, then? You don't seem to spend very long in one location.
I'm a carpenter, sir. That's my line of work.
And hasn't a great deal of your work consisted in standing in unemployment lines?
I've put in my time there, yes. But I've got a job now at Larson's Building Supplies on South Street.
You're a carpenter there.
Well, I'm getting close. Work in the lumber yard.
Were you working there last Saturday?
Yeah, that's the big day at Larson's.
How late did you work Saturday?
Until 6.
And what did you do after that?
Why, mostly I guess I just drove around.
Oh, just drove around?
Yeah, I do that a lot. Just doesn't seem to be much else to do.
Cruising?
I wouldn't say that. Just driving, killing time.
Killing time?
Lonely, in a new town, not knowing anyone much.
Do you drive around looking for company?
Maybe. It's always a possibility. But
did you also kill some time in the Shamrock Bar?
Sure, I dropped in there for a few.
To pick up some company?
Well, it could happen. But mostly I just...
what time were you cruising the Shamrock Bar?
I don't know exactly. Like I said, I was there to kill time. Not count it. I had a few. My memory's on the hazy side.
When did you get home from the Shamrock Bar?
Maybe around 2 a.m.
This raincoat and hat, Thompson, they're yours?
Yes, they are.
You went to the Shamrock Bar, then home, huh? Well, where did you get all this mud on your raincoat and hat?
Mud?
Yeah, this reddish clay mud smeared all over. Where did you pick that up, and when?
I guess I don't... Wait, yes, I remember now. I had a flat tire. Sure, it's all coming back to me. A blowout.
Mm-hmm.
Had to change a flat there off the road.
Oh, off the road? Where?
Along Jemison Drive somewhere, I think. It was dark, and I couldn't...
Well, if you can't remember where this suddenly remembered convenient flat occurred, maybe you can tell us when.
I can't. No, I can't. Not exactly.
Oh, well, can you remember if it was after or before you cruised the Shamrock Bar?
After, I think.
Mm-hmm. And when do you think?
I think maybe around midnight.
You're Benny Schaff?
For 66 years, sir.
Your occupation, please.
Bartender at the Shamrock. Since the end of World War II.
Is this man, Mr. Thompson, one of your customers, huh?
Him? Oh, sure. He's in here every Saturday night. That's his name, Thompson?
He was at your bar last Saturday night.
That's right. Leaning over the end there.
Was he wearing this raincoat and hat?
Yeah.
Was the raincoat and hat smeared with this reddish clay mud?
Not that I remember. No, sir.
Well, when did Thompson come into the Shamrock?
About 9:30, I'd say.
Uh-huh. When did he leave?
Maybe a little after midnight.
And was the girl Dorothy Logan at the Shamrock Bar Saturday night?
Yeah, she was. She's there just about every night.
And what time did she leave?
Around midnight.
Now, Thompson, do you remember following Dorothy Logan out of the Shamrock Bar a little after midnight Saturday?
I told you, no. I never knew any Dorothy Logan.
Small, slender, 18 years old, dark brown hair, red sweater. You knew her such a short time, maybe you just didn't get around to her name.
I didn't get around to her at all. I never saw her. I never followed any woman out of the Shamrock Bar. I was always careful who followed me out. Where are you taking me now?
Just down the hall here, Thompson. We have a little theater set up down here for our guests.
Little theater?
Right. For bad actors.
You've got to fill me in. What am I supposed to have done? You can tell me that much.
I can tell you what you'd better do. Call yourself a lawyer.
Why? Why do I need a lawyer?
You guys are weird. All sound alike. Who, me? I never did nothing. I'm clean. A lot of you, innocent as babes. Some of you really think you are innocent. That's what's really weird.
I'm not weird. I am innocent.
Here we are, Thompson. Now, just step up here between these two gentlemen. That's right.
What is this?
You're on stage, pal. Let's say you're trying out for a part. And if you get it, you'll be a star performer. Now, just stand up here, straight and natural. That's a ticket.
Now, Miss Travis, please look at the men lined up there. You look at them, study them very carefully. Now, take your time. Now, do you recognize any of them?
I'd rather not, but I do.
Well, have you seen one of these men before?
I sure have. But what I saw wasn't a man, it was an animal.
Would you point out the man you recognize?
That one. Second from the right there.
You have seen him before?
Yes. But what if I hadn't? Look at him. Anybody'd know on first sight he was an animal.
Where and when did you see this man?
In Jonathan's Grove last Saturday night. No, actually, it was early Sunday morning.
Now, are you certain? Now, you must be absolutely certain, Miss Travis, that this is the man you saw.
I'm certain, all right. Do you ever forget how a skunk smells? He's the one. He's the killer.
I'm sure you've noted the fact that all men are mortal. This is most fortunate, at least for mystery stories, where anyone can be a victim, don't you see? Which is perhaps as it should be in a democracy. For example, anyone at all may be robbed, mugged, murdered, or falsely arrested. It is just a matter of waiting one's turn. Or is it? Joe's story of persecution sounds straightforward and believable enough. Perhaps we shall clear up some disturbing contradictions in Act 2. Joe Thompson's continuing story of persecution as it appeared in the Morning Sun Times rings with undeniable conviction. Joe's been there. He's experienced the nightmare. Joe knows firsthand the depths of terror, the terror of a small and innocent man found guilty of a murder. He's telling it like it is. We believe him. Of course we believe him. But I'm reminded of an old English legend. I know not what the truth may be. I tell the tale as 'twas told to me.
I kept telling them the truth. What else could I tell them but the truth? But nobody believed me. Nobody even bothered to listen. Nobody cared. I was presumed guilty of murder. And who cares about murderers anymore, right? Let's care more about the victims, right? Sure, fine. That's just dandy. I'm on the side of the victim. But I was the victim. They couldn't see that, though. All they could see was Dorothy Logan and the need to nail somebody to the wall.
You followed Dorothy Logan out of the Shamrock Bar Saturday night or early Sunday morning. You lured her into your car, drove her into Jonathan's Grove and back of the tavern. She resisted your advances, and you killed her. You strangled her with those powerful carpenter's hands.
No, I didn't do that. I couldn't have...
No, you're guilty, Thompson. Now confess. Tell us the truth. Make it easier for yourself and for all of us.
But I'm telling the truth. I never knew any Dorothy Logan. Never saw her, never followed her, never followed anybody. I sure never killed anybody.
Evidence, witnesses, and testimony at this homicide court hearing strongly indicates the contrary, Mr. Thompson. And that will be all for now.
This way, please, Mr. Thompson. I'll show you to your room.
Thanks, Sergeant. Even set up a reservation.
Here we are. Sorry, we have nothing with a view.
How about a mattress?
Mattress will be along. No mattress cover or bed sheets, though.
Why not?
Some of our guests have hanged themselves.
Wait. Please listen and believe me. Somebody has to. I didn't kill that girl. I couldn't kill anybody.
No one in here has ever been guilty. No one's ever killed anybody. But himself. Sure is weird.
Oh, forget it. So what's next on the Law and Order program?
Well, your case goes to the grand jury, and like I said, you better get yourself a lawyer.
I can't. I told you that. I can't afford any lawyer.
Well, then I hate to tell you this, but you'll be assigned a public defender, a second or maybe third-year law student hoping to learn something, maybe pick up some experience. And what you're getting is a born loser named of Hal Mark.
Hi, Joe. How you feeling? You'd be Hal Mark.
Right on. I've been assigned to your defense. How you holding up, Joe?
I feel better in traction. I'm climbing the walls in here. You've got to get me out.
Yeah. Well, Joe, we've got a problem.
No kidding. I've got the problem. I've never done anything wrong, and they want to kill me.
Now, I know the facts, Joe. Believe me, I know. But I'm not referring to the end, the bottom line of this case. Our hurdle is big and immediate. The grand jury hearing's coming up in just a few days. Now, we aren't prepared. I have here a copy of your homicide court proceeding. Yeah, I have slept with this report. I've turned it inside out, and it's a hang-up.
If you were a doctor, I'd figure I had terminal cancer.
I got to level with you. There's no evidence here in your favor. Nothing.
You're supposed to find something.
Well, you give me something to work with.
Like what? I didn't kill Dorothy Logan. I wasn't there.
That's it. You see, your word. That's all there is. We have to have some positive evidence, some kind of alibi. Witnesses. Okay, like, maybe someone saw you changing that flat tire. Someone stopped to offer a hand. Anything.
And there wasn't anybody. Nobody stopped.
We're just driving around? Who knows? Did you stop for gas somewhere? A filling station at town?
No, I didn't need any gas.
Oh, boy. You know, I can see just one way out for you, Joe.
Don't tell me.
Plead guilty.
What?
When you go before the grand jury, plead guilty. Throw yourself on the mercy of the court.
Mercy? What mercy? They want to kill me.
I can't help you. I got nothing to work with.
But you're supposed to be a lawyer.
Well, I'm not a magician.
So you're just going to let them electrocute me? I'm innocent. Can't you see? Can you understand that I'm innocent?
Not anymore.
What do you mean, not anymore?
I mean legally. That's the law, Joe, remember? Innocent until proven guilty.
But I'm not really guilty.
Oh, where's the proof? Proof is 9 points of the law. And on your side, Joe, you don't even have 1 point of proof. Well, I'll stick with you to the end. I'll try to dig something up, but...
spare me.
I don't blame you for being uptight, I understand. If I was in your shoes, I'd be shaking in them forever. But you're not getting rid of me. I'll be there at countdown.
So stick around. Take notes while they cut me up. And hope I last until your final exam. Hey, Officer Crow.
Yes, sir?
What was the defendant's attitude on the night you questioned him at his apartment?
Oh, his attitude was very hostile, very uncooperative.
Mm-hmm.
He resisted arrest. He insulted an officer.
What officer? How?
Oh, me, sir. He accused me of not telling the truth.
You found this raincoat and hat in his apartment, huh?
Yes, I did.
Well, have laboratory tests been conducted on his raincoat and hat?
Yes, they have.
What were the results of the analysis?
Well, the mud found all over the raincoat and hat is identical with the mud found on the body of the murder victim, Dorothy Logan.
There's no question. My memory's never failed me in 66 years, and I remember him being in the Shamrock drinking at my bar Saturday night.
And you still remember when he left?
About midnight.
And you still remember when Dorothy Logan left, huh?
About the same time. Maybe a little before. I get a lot of customers on Saturday night.
And when the accused left the Shamrock, you didn't see any mud on his coat and hat?
Not that I remember.
Helen Travis, you said you were parked in Jonathan's Grove Saturday night, or Early morning, a little after midnight?
Yes, sir. I was parked in there with a friend.
Mm-hmm.
It was after midnight, but I'm not sure of the time. My friend and I were, marveling at the sky, the stars all out.
Mm-hmm.
Such a pretty night for a while.
Will you describe what else you saw that night, Miss Travis? I mean, other than the constellations.
Can't hardly even think about that horrible night, but... Okay, I'll try.
Yeah, well, thank you, Miss Travis. Please proceed.
Well, we're parked, my friend and me, admiring the heavens, when this beat-up old heap of a car drives in, parks just a ways from us, no more than 50 feet or so. And I couldn't be mistaken about what I seen. I mean, no way. The moon was full and bright and all those stars out. I mean, it was Mr. Thompson's car, all right. I'd know that old heap with the rubbed-out blue color anywhere. He didn't see us, I guess, on account of our car lights not being on, and we're parked in close alongside a mulberry hedge, but I seen him clear enough. The way he came out of that car into the moonlight, dragging that poor girl, and the way she was screaming. And we were afraid to go over there and try to help her or anything. I'm ashamed to say it, but we were afraid. But after he drove away, we went over there, and she was dead. And all that blood.
Well, why didn't you report this earlier, Miss Travis? Why wait until Monday to call the police?
We were just too scared, I guess. Afraid to, get involved. But it wouldn't leave us, me, alone. I just kept thinking about that poor girl, and what if it had been me? So I called the police, described the man I saw, and his car, and his license number.
How can we fight eyewitness testimony like that, Joe?
You're supposed to find a way.
Can't you come up with something, anything, to show that you were someplace else?
No way. How often does this happen to innocent people?
I can't say. And I wouldn't want to guess, Joe. I'm telling you again. Your only chance to save your life is to plead guilty. Throw yourself on the mercy of the court. Hope for a second-degree verdict.
You really think I'd do that? Admit being a murdering fiend when I never hurt anybody?
You're hurting me, man.
Let go. Are you crazy? Is everybody crazy?
Let go! You want to kill me, too?
You too? See? You do believe I'm guilty. You miserable shyster. Why not kill you, too? Why not? I can only fry once. Isn't that the line? I can only fry once.
Well, I am getting out of here. Crazy, man. You are crazy.
Well, you may be right. Yeah. Could be.
Joe, you have got nothing on your side. No witnesses, no alibi, no money. Look, I checked out that Travis dame. She's okay. A waitress at Al's Diner. And that eyewitness account of hers is bad. Real bad. And you've got the whole judiciary system of this town against you.
How's that?
Well, it's corrupt. It's greedy. The DA is ambitious. He wants as many murder convictions as possible because he's going to run for state prosecutor. And what's more, the months of May, June, and July are called the lethal season.
A lethal season?
Yeah. More murders occur during hot summer months. Courts get overloaded with killers. They got to be cleared out as soon as possible.
Yeah, could be it's me. Could be I've lost my marbles.
Are you serious?
Maybe she did see me kill that girl. And I don't remember because I'm some kind of split psycho.
You mean a split personality? A schizo killer like Jekyll and Hyde?
Oh.
Hey. You mean it. You want me to cop an insanity plea?
No. Wait. What if I'm not crazy?
Well, so what? You do a little time in a funny farm and go free.
But it's bad enough already. Being guilty when I'm not. Do I have to go crazy, too? When maybe I'm no crazier than anybody else?
Okay, it's your funeral. But I'd rather be crazy as anything than dead.
If I'm not crazy, what is it? Do I have some fiendish double?
Possibly. But I have to be on my way.
Yeah. Wait. And if I didn't do it, who did?
You're the only one who's going to worry about that.
How long Do I have to worry?
Not long.
What happens now?
It's happened. You're indicted for first-degree murder.
The worst criminals among us may become the object of hero worship. As a child, I was emotionally stirred by Billy the Kid and Jesse James. But how times have changed. I can't honestly think of a single present-day murderer I would care to identify with. I certainly wouldn't care to identify with Joe Thompson, whether he's a murderer, a convincing liar, or in fact is, as he insists that he is, an innocent victim. Which reminds me, is any victim entirely innocent? Perhaps we'll find at least some of the answer in Act 3. People still insist on reading newspapers and listening to the news. Most likely because they desperately need to be assured that something, somewhere, is happening to somebody. The misfortunes of others make us feel, by contrast, so much more fortunate than we really are. We can only hope that the ending of Joe Thompson's nightmare story of persecution does not disappoint you.
So I'm found guilty of first-degree murder and put away to die, like a bug in a killing bottle. My only company was hopelessness and fear. I'd wondered if everyone else was right and that I might be crazy. Now I began to fear that I was going crazy in that isolated cell, waiting, knowing when and where and how I was to die, and knowing I was helpless to do anything about it. And one night, I woke in a cold sweat, thinking of a name that might mean a last faint chance for salvation.
Mr. Sam Ferris.
Ferris?
Yeah, he says he has an appointment to see you, Joe.
Oh, yeah. Sam Ferris. Almost forgot.
Here you are, Mr. Ferris. Make yourself at home.
Thank you, Sergeant. I prefer larger quarters. I didn't really think you'd come, Mr. Ferris. I wondered if you even got my letter or read it.
Oh, I read it all right, but before committing myself, I had to review your case. Sergeant, would you kindly excuse us?
Oh, sure. Pardon me, Mr. Ferris. Take your time. Now, call out if you need anything. Maybe you'd like some coffee?
No, just some privacy.
Oh, right, Mr. Ferris. You got it.
Here, Mr. Ferris, you want to sit down?
Why not?
First off, Mr. Ferris...
Sam.
I gotta say first that I'm innocent. Believe I'm innocent. Like I said in my letter, I couldn't have killed that girl. I've never been in Jonathan's Grove. Never heard of that girl or seen her before. You gotta believe me now. Say you believe me. Do that or it's off. No talk, no nothing. Forget it.
No, just cool down, Joe. Just cool down. Now, how did you get on to me?
I dreamed about you. I read a magazine story about you once, and I remembered in my sleep here. The lawyer of last resort. The man who goes to bat for the little guy who's been written off and doesn't have the chance of a moth in a blizzard. You've pulled off miracles in the courts. I figured you could pull off the biggest miracle of all time and help me.
Well, no miracles, Joe. It's just evidence, facts, and the right of every man to equal defense before the law. And I have never taken the case of a man who smelled guilty.
You mean it? You figure me innocent?
Well, I am here, Joe.
You give me a chance?
Oh, the prosecution has, Joe. Now, one look at the prosecution's case, and it is so full of holes you could use it for a fishnet.
You mean it?
Easy, Joe. You've been running in the rain too long. It's time to just dry off and just sit tight. Now, I'm going to do a complete rundown on your case, those so-called witnesses. Especially that gal, Helen Travis.
Sam, where you been? I thought maybe something...
Well, I've been losing sleep, Joe, losing sleep. But that DA is going to lose a lot more.
How's my case look now?
What case? There just never was a case.
So how come they figure they could kill me?
No defense, Joe. No lawyer. Now, first off, they put most of their eggs in Helen Travis eyewitness testimony, and nothing is so undependable and so unreliable in a court of law as an eyewitness. Any 10 eyewitnesses will give you 10 different versions of the same event, and nothing is easier to break down and discredit than an eyewitness. Now, what about the boyfriend she was parked with who was supposed to have seen you commit the murder most foul?
That's right. Where was he?
Well, it wasn't easy finding him. I saw Helen Travis. Now, she couldn't remember just which guy she was with. Now, one guy she named denied being with her at all, and the other joker said he hadn't seen anything because the night was pitch black. Now, I checked the Weather Bureau, and sure enough, at night the sky was black with clouds. No stars, as Travis said. No bright moonlight, no moon at all, so that's why they didn't bring in the boyfriend to testify.
So they couldn't have seen me. Couldn't have seen anything. I knew she was lying. Or crazy.
Or drunk. Probably all three. And even if it had been a moonlit night, she couldn't have told your car was blue, because no one can distinguish at night any difference between green, blue, black, purple. Now, for Sharp, the bartender.
Yeah. What was his bag?
Well, I saw him. He says he'd never testified definitely that he saw you leave the bar after the Logan girl. Now he isn't sure the exact time you left. He says he never was, never said he was, and it's the same with the Logan girl. And he says he never saw you with her at the bar, so much for Sharp. And now for the physical evidence.
Yeah, the mud on my coat and hat.
Mm-hmm. That could have been picked up anywhere in the area. Now, I am talking about withheld evidence. You see, I checked at the headquarters. There were sneaker footprints all around the girl's body. And that foot that made them was patently larger than yours. Evidence never presented in court. And the crime lab had blood and hair samples, but didn't begin testing until the weekend before the hearing. And by then, the original samples were too old to be properly tested. Now, the DA knew the sophisticated laboratory analysis might prove that the blood and hair belonged to someone else, so just forget it. And there's other evidence, all proving one thing, Joe. You have been a victim of gross injustice.
No argument there, Sam.
Well, I took my findings directly to Judge Winters. Now, he read the statements and had them verified. He declared the Travis woman unworthy of belief. And he said the DA and all those responsible for your persecution are guilty of criminal negligence of a high order. So, you're a free man, Joe. Come on. I'll buy you a drink.
So there, on the razor's edge between life and death, I found salvation. How many other innocents have been unjustly condemned? No one knows. I only know that I could be dead and buried in a dishonorable grave for a crime I could never have committed. I only know that eternal vigilance is still the price of liberty. My story, as it appeared in the Morning Sun News, ended there. It was a sensation story. It also paid me $4,000. But there is more. Much more that I didn't tell. The story I share with one other person, Miss Helen Travis. I used to stop off at Al's Diner, where Helen had the early part of the night shift, waiting tables. Business slacked off after 11. I'd hang around. Helen would join me in a booth for coffee. Helen was about my age, bored, bitter. We were there in Al's Diner Monday night. The Monday after Dorothy Logan was murdered.
Refill, Joe?
Thanks, Helen. And how was your evening?
A Texan was in here. So wealthy he didn't even know he had 4 kids in college. Or so he said. It hurt, but I laughed, and he tipped me $25. And what about you, Joe?
No.
Has the little man got any more big pipe dreams?
Well, we can still rob a bank.
Yeah, you can get yourself killed doing that.
You know a better way?
Joe. No, I'm tired out.
So am I.
Tired waiting for nothing to happen.
Gotta make it happen.
Tired reaching for the sky and getting it right in the teeth. I'm tired hating myself because I'm a bust. I just want to accept myself and live with it.
We're not cut out to be gracious losers, honey. Gracious winners have more fun.
Pipe dreams. We're over the hill, Joe. It's finished.
Maybe only the astronauts can have the moon. But we can shoot at it. We ought to make it a good ride anyway.
Even if it's all downhill?
No, everybody's on the toboggan ride.
Hey, you're a funny cat. All hot air, but I like to listen to you yak. You almost make me believe all over again in the big bufola.
They're out there grabbing it every day, Helen. Why not us?
I just feel burned out.
Wow.
Wasted, like an old rack at the thrift shop. Like that girl that was murdered Saturday night.
Oh, another one?
Don't you read the paper?
Oh, who needs more bad news?
Here, it's all over the front page. Girl hung around at the Shamrock Bar, Dorothy Logan. Just a kid into the city looking for, Lord knows what. One of our dreams, the brass ring you're always yakking about. So what did she get? Murdered. In the mud. Squashed like a bug. Wasted. Only difference between her and me is it's taken me longer. That girl, that night, Joe, gives me the creeps.
Oh, why the creeps? It happens every night.
Not right in front of your eyes.
What?
I was there where it happened. When it happened. I was so bored Saturday night, I took a ride with an old boyfriend. If you saw him, you'd know how really bored I was. Anyway, he parked in Jonathan's Grove. That girl was killed a few yards away. I know the spot. At about the same time we was there.
But you didn't see or hear anything?
Oh, no.
Yes, you did, Helen. You saw and heard it all.
No, it was dark.
No, it wasn't dark. You saw it, honey. You saw the killer's car. You remember the license plate, and you know the killer.
I do?
Yeah. You're looking at him.
Hey, you sure could have fooled me. I figured your limit was pulling wings off butterflies.
No. I mean, that's what you're going to phone up the cops right now and tell them. You're going to describe me, my car, give them the license plate, and tell them you saw me murder Dorothy Logan.
Hey, sorry, Joe, but you're gone. Gone round the hill.
Just gave me the idea. The big one, Helen. The first and last big one of our life, honey. Because if they're big enough, one is all you'll ever need. Now listen. And do what I tell you. And all you have to do is stick to your story. And when it's over, we cash in. Helen? Now don't say anything. Just listen. We have to be careful about seeing or talking with one another for a while. It's called collusion. I'm sending you some money and a plane ticket to Acapulco. I've set up reservations for us at the Hacienda del Lobo. I'll see you there next Saturday night.
Joe, you wouldn't kid me.
I never did. Haven't we got more walking around money than we ever had in the bank?
Boy, it was a nightmare. I wouldn't go through that again for the key to Fort Knox.
Who needs Fort Knox?
What happened?
Sam Ferris and I sued the city. Charged that I was subjected to false arrest, unlawful imprisonment, illegal search and seizure, malicious persecution, loss of job, damaged reputation, cruel and unusual punishment, mental torture, and you name it.
What does all that add up to?
$2 million, honey. And the golden bacon. Hey, you okay?
I feel dizzy.
That's not dizzy, Helen. That's flying. Here, drink this. You look a lot younger, especially when you smile.
You know, Joe, when I first saw you flaked out in Al's diner, I figured you had about as much life in you as a window dummy and weren't nearly as handsome.
I've changed.
You're beautiful, Joe Thompson. Just beautiful.
It's wholesome and American for a criminal to want to rise in the world, to want to get on to bigger, if not always better things. However, I hope this success story doesn't inspire you to do likewise. I'm not even sure to what degree our hero is a criminal. If so, he managed to carry out a crime that was somehow rendered legal by the illegality of the law. I shall return shortly. Quantities, it is frequently appealing. For this very reason, long sentences have been designed for grand larceny. Money persists in being a problem. They say it isn't everything, that it's the root of all evil. Then there are those who consider it eminently worthwhile, or who at least feel that they deserve the chance to decide for themselves, whatever the risk. I should like to look in on Joe and Helen Thompson one day, and perhaps find out if it was worth the cost. Our cast included John Lithgow, Russell Horton, Terry Keane, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Tammy Grimes inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the world of terrifying imagination. The fear you can hear. Somebody said it, I believe, or if he didn't, he should have. The world is neither good nor bad. 'Tis wishing makes it so. Our story is about a fey, elfin young woman who made her own world and who had a disturbing and fateful capacity to make her dreams come true. Not always in exactly the fashion or the dimension she wished for.
I'm warning you, you stop hanging on to me, Marge.
I got to, Tom. You just can't do it to us anymore.
Just lay off of me.
Tom, you can't do this again.
And I got the luck tonight. I can feel it all going for me.
The way you always feel. Please.
Marge, let go. You want to put the whammy on me? I said...
Tom, you...
Let go. Marge, I didn't mean to push it. Oh, Lord.
No! Pa, you killed her, Pa! You killed her dead!
mystery drama, The Wishing Stone, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Clarice Blackburn and William Prince. It is sponsored in part by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal, and by new sugar-free Diet 7-Up. I'll be back shortly with Act One. We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep. That quote is definitely Mr. Shakespeare's. But our little life is equally founded, and sometimes confounded, on dreams, like the bad one Jenny Coulter had a few moments ago, and for which, fortunately, there is present comfort in the person of her mother, and, in turn, her brother, Judd.
Jenny, you all right?
It's you, Ma. You. Oh, you all right?
Well, I'm fine, honey. What'd you have, a bad dream?
I suppose. Oh, now that I see you. Oh, Ma, it was so real. I saw you lying there at the bottom of the stairs, and your head, oh, it was turned to the side like...
Well, now, don't let it upset you. Here I am, right as rain, and it was only a dream.
But it was just like I saw it happen. He pulled his arm away from you while you were hanging on, and you went tumbling down.
He? Who's he?
I don't want to talk about it.
Oh, was it your father?
Yes.
Who else would it be?
Judd, what are you doing up?
I heard Jenny Lou cry out.
Oh, it's just a bad dream is all.
You okay, sis?
I'm just fine now.
You go on back to bed now, son.
What did you dream the old man did to Ma, Jenny?
Ma was trying to stop him from going out gambling again, and he sort of pushed her off him like... And she tumbled all the way downstairs.
Now, that's enough fussing about nothing now. You get back to bed, Judd.
Okay. Good night, Jenny.
Good night, Judd.
You want I should close the door, Ma?
No, I'm coming back to bed myself right away. You're not scared no more, are you, honey?
No. As long as I know you and Judd are close by. But I sure was scared.
No, my baby, you're just so sensitive. Everything touches you close like a little old butterfly sitting on a leaf with your feelers reaching out all a tremble.
I like being butterfly. That's a pretty sort of thing to think on.
So you just keep thinking on it and hustle yourself back to sleep. Good night, Jenny.
Good night, Ma. I love you.
And I love you. Sleep tight. Ma? Sakes alive, Judd. You like to startle me out of my wits. Come away from Jenny's door. I thought I told you to go on back to bed.
Was you and Pa having an argument again tonight?
When?
Well, right now, that she might have heard.
Your father isn't even here. He went on out after you kids went to bed.
Yeah, I bet he's over to Stover's playing poker.
Oh, Tom don't mean what he does. He's sick.
Yeah, and so am I. I'm sick of him.
I'm here in the kitchen, Dr. Luther. How's Jenny?
Jenny Lou's just fine, Marge. She's getting dressed, and I'm going to drop her off at school on my way into town.
It ain't the encephalitis again.
You got to stop worrying about that, Marge.
It's not so easy. After last year getting put back one grade after missing all her classes.
It won't take her long to jump back where she belongs. That's a right smart little girl.
She used to be before.
That's what I want to talk to you about. If I've told you once, I've told you half a dozen times that Jenny was one of the lucky ones. She came through it without a scratch, physical or mental.
But such a long time.
It was a very mild case, even if it was stubborn and protracted.
It's just I worry so that she was somehow held back.
Now, I want you to get that clean out of your mind, once and for all.
But sometimes she seems so young.
Lord, what do you want her to be at 16? I don't know of anyone fresher and lovelier and more unspoiled than your little girl. She wants to cling to childhood a little longer. Leave her be.
Well, just so you're sure last year didn't hurt her none.
There's only one thing I worry about with Jenny.
What?
Your husband. Lord knows why, but she thinks the sun rises and sets in her father. Once she settles for being a woman, she'll have to open her eyes as to what he really is.
Oh, Tom doesn't mean to hurt anyone, Doctor. You told me yourself that he's sick.
Yeah, I think it is a kind of sickness, but not one a doctor can treat.
What am I going to do?
I don't know, Marge. Oh, one thing I do know is I've got to go. People waiting at the office, but Tom is hurting all of you. Bad. Worse, maybe, than any of you realize. And in the end, Jenny Lou is the one he'll hurt most of all.
Judd, that you?
Oh, yeah, Ma.
Is Jenny with you?
Oh, no, Ma.
Oh, where you been?
Baseball practice. Why'd you think Jenny was with me?
Because she didn't come home after school. Judd, it isn't like her to just take off. You don't suppose she...
Well, she what, Ma?
That dream shook her up. And Tom and me had another bad set to this morning. She wouldn't run away.
Jenny? From us? No way.
Well, she was sort of strange when she left this morning with Dr. Luther. Kind of, I don't know, excited as if she had some secret plan. You know how she gets.
Secret? Yeah. I bet I know where she is.
Where?
Well, I can't tell you. I mean, it's her own secret place. Well, the only reason I know about it is I was out rabbit hunting one day and I stumbled across it. She goes there to bird watch and, well, just to be alone, I guess. Now, she made me promise I'd never tell just where. I'll bring her home. Jenny? Jenny? Jenny, what are you doing hiding out here?
I wasn't hiding. I just came here to say a little prayer.
Well, for who?
Pa.
Oh?
And the sun was shining in like a big splinter of light, the way it does through the hole in the tree up there. Remember how I always used to think when we was little kids that it was God stretching down his hand to touch us?
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
Don't say that, because he is there. He was here today. Leastways, one of his angels was.
What?
I was kneeling and looking up into the sun, and all of a sudden, the birds was all still, and the whole hidey-hole here filled up with golden light that sparkled and spun. And right over there, he was standing.
Who?
Him, the angel of the Lord. And I could feel him all around me, in me, warm and kind, so kind. And then he touched my hand and smiled and just faded away. And then I looked in my hand and I saw it. Oh, wait, I didn't lose it. Oh, no, here. This is what I found in my hand.
Well, let's see. Well, what is it?
It's a conjure stone, all gold and shiny. A stone I can wish on.
The angel said that?
He didn't have to. I heard the words inside me. You can wish on this, Jenny. You can have anything you want in the whole wide world. You just don't believe this is a wishing stone, now, do you?
Jenny, right to the moment, I just got to say I'm so fussed and fumed about dinner being ready and you kids not, and your father ain't home, I can't hardly think straight about... Oh, Lordy, if my biscuits have risen, we're just going to have to sit and eat without Tom.
Jenny, don't bother Ma right now.
I just want to try my wishing stone. Wish something nice for her.
Well, let's just hold up for a better time.
I could wish Pa to hurry home, so we wouldn't have to wait.
I don't want to wait none at all. I got a math test tomorrow. I just got to pass or I don't make the ball team, and I need every minute to study. Except who am I kidding? If I stayed up all night, I wouldn't be ready for tomorrow.
If you had a few more days, could you make it?
Well, even just one, I'd stand a chance.
Okay, here goes.
No, hold up a minute.
Too late. Shh. I just wished there'd be no school tomorrow.
No school tomorrow? What nonsense is that? Jenny, go bring them biscuits. Judd, you sit down.
Ain't we going to wait for Pa?
We ain't waiting for nothing, not even wishes to come true. We're going to eat our dinner before it spoils.
Yes, Ma. I'll get the biscuits.
You didn't have to be so rough on her, Ma. Play her game.
I know, Judd. It's just I have no sense of humor left, or fun. The way it is with us, if we had a wishing stone, we could use it for a lot better things than no school tomorrow. Ain't that crazy? The two of you have had me half believing there is a power in that stone.
Hi, Marge.
Tom?
Where are the kids?
As if you care. Gone to bed. Where have you been? What was the action tonight? Bingo? Horses? Pool?
Nope. Tonight I got a pretty fair excuse. The only thing I was gambling was my life.
What's that supposed to mean?
I've been a volunteer helper at a fire. Now it's finally out. I couldn't hardly wait to get home and tell the kids the good news.
What good news?
That the school burned down. Good news for the kids everywhere tonight. No school tomorrow.
Is there any other catastrophe in the world that carries with it an equal amount of joy than a school burning down? But this time, is it chance or is some supernatural force, sinister or benign, at play? We're going to find out that this simple phenomenon, or happenstance, is a great deal more than sheer coincidence when we return in a few moments with Act Two. So Jenny Lou, our 16-year-old who is determined to cling to childhood and all its happiest dreams, has made her first wish upon the conjure stone, the magic piece of shiny gold that came to her, she believes, at the hand of an angel. A wish that came true. Well, this one was a harmless enough request, although the manner of its granting has been destructive enough, if indeed it was actually granted. If this is a wishing stone, it is potentially as dangerous as a nuclear bomb.
Did you say the school burned down, Pa?
It sure as Tucker did, Judd. Ain't that good news, Jenny?
I reckon. I guess I didn't mean to do it that way.
You didn't mean to do what?
To burn it down. I just didn't want it to be. That's all I wished on.
Hey, what was she talking about, Marge?
Oh, it's just Jenny found
Don't you tell him, Ma.
Don't you tell me what?
Oh, don't pay any mind to the young'un's nonsense. Just tell us about the schoolhouse and what happened.
Well, sir, I just about finished trimming up Mayor Sackett's hedge, and I just started to get all my tools together to put back in the pickup when the fire horn went off.
I heard that old horn go just a couple of minutes after...
Yeah, I run straight over to the firehouse, being that close, and we took off. By the time we got there, she was past all saving. And it's funny, you come to think of it, a brick building like that, you wouldn't figure it'd turn into a regular torch.
Well, how'd the fire start, Pa?
Yeah, you wouldn't believe this. And neither does nobody else credit it. But according to old Sam Wallace, all of a sudden, a flaming arrow comes straight out of the sky and cut right through the brick walls and everything and hit the oil tank and blew her wide open.
Oh, that drunken old no-good. Some custodian. I'll bet he was drinking and dropped one of those foul old stogies he smokes into all that rubbish he's too lazy to clean out of the cellar.
Yeah, it could be. It's what most everyone thinks. Still...
Still what?
It's hard to tell someone who wasn't there. But damn if the way he told that story did make you stop at least once to think on it.
What do you mean?
Well, it's the first time I ever seen that old booze hound with his eyes put together like he really was seeing what he talked about. Anyways, we talked enough. Hey, something to eat around here.
I got it warming. I'll serve it right away.
Pa?
Yes, sugar.
That flaming lightning bolt, you said. How long before the fire horn sounded did it come?
Oh, according to Sam's story, he lit out next door to the gas station and called the fire department. Couldn't have been more than a couple of minutes.
See, Judd? It did so work.
Okay, if you want to believe it.
What are you kids talking about?
Well, forget it, Pa. Just kid talk.
Oh, I'm too old to share.
Oh, no, if you want to.
Well, sure I do.
Well, Pa, it's just for no mind. Jenny and me's got to be getting to bed.
With no school to worry about tomorrow?
If there's no school, there's plenty of chores they can catch up on in the morning. Scoot now, both of you. I'm serving your Pa dinner.
Good night, Pa. Let's go, Jen.
But I wanted to
You
tell...
get on upstairs. It's past your bedtime.
Yes, Ma. Good night, Pa.
Good night, kids. Did you have to chase him off to bed? It's little enough chance I get to see him.
It's little enough chance you make to see him.
Oh, lay off, will you, Marge?
I'm not even laying on. If you stuck a little closer to home than to the other woman, maybe you'd know what goes on around your own house.
Now, what other woman? Now, dang
I'm
it.
talking about Lady Luck, or whatever name you want to call her. My rival.
Oh, Lady Luck.
Whatever makes you gamble, Tom, one way or another, it's going to be the end of us. You ever going to see that before it's too late?
Why wouldn't you let me tell Pa about the wishing stone?
Because.
Because what?
Because first thing you know, he'll take it off of you, that's why.
Why would he? Because it's real gold?
Jenny, that stone ain't gold.
Then what is it?
It's pyrite.
What's pyrite?
Oh, it's just what everybody calls... Well, it's a sort of metal.
Well, anyways, whatever it is, it's real precious to me. It's my lucky charm.
Well, that's why you better not let Pa know what you think about it.
Why?
Well, you know what he's like. He cares about gambling more than he cares about anything, and all gamblers are real superstitious. Now, if he knew you had a lucky piece, especially if he heard the crazy story about you and the school burning down, he'd have it off of you so fast it'd set your head to spinning.
It isn't crazy. You heard me wish on the stone for no school, and now there is no school.
That was just happenstance.
You don't think it happened just 'cause I wished it?
Of course it didn't.
Then I'm going to prove it to you. What do you want me to wish for?
I don't want you to wish for nothing.
I got to show you. Look here now. I'm going to wish...
Jenny.
What, Judd? Oh, you sound so funny.
Well, maybe it's 'cause I feel like that.
What way?
Well, it's sort of, well, you know, it's superstitious like. It sort of gives you goosebumps if you think on it.
What does?
Well, now, look, Jenny, supposing... Now, I'm not saying it did fall out this way, but supposing you did get what you wished for. You were the one yourself said you didn't mean to get it the way you did.
No, that's for sure I didn't. I didn't want the schoolhouse to go on fire. Gosh, Judd. Oh, just supposing someone had been in there and got caught in the fire.
Or a whole lot of folks. That's kind of what I'm saying.
And my wish could have burned them all up. But the angel gave it to me. For sure, he couldn't have meant nothing bad to happen. I don't have to throw it away, do I, Judd? I can keep it.
Well, that won't do no harm, so long as you don't wish on it.
I guess I'll just put it away for my keepsakes. And I'll never use it unless...
Unless what?
Unless the angel comes and tells me to.
Well, that's a right good idea, Jenny. And remember, don't let Pa get wind of that there stone. There would nothing hold him back from using it, even if he didn't believe in it.
It's going to seem funny going to school in the courthouse.
You'd think with only a Friday left in the week they'd wait until Monday to start up again.
I'm glad they did. I don't want to miss any more school ever.
Then you better look out the things you go around wishing, Missy.
Oh, she's took... I'm sorry, Ma. She's taking a pledge.
What does that mean?
I'm not going to wish on the stone anymore, 'cause the wish you get might turn out bad for other folks.
I think that's a very good pledge.
Yes, only...
Only what?
I'll have to whisper.
Well, don't mind me. I'm all finished. I got to get my books from upstairs.
What's this you had to whisper?
I was just going to say that with Judd's birthday tomorrow, I wanted to wish him a bicycle. He sure has his heart set on one.
Well, you won't have to worry because he's already got one. Leastways, he will by later this morning.
How?
You see this flour tin?
Yes.
Watch this. Down under the flour, there in this old glass salt cellar's the money I've been saving up for most a year to get your brother the bike he wants.
How come you kept it there?
Your father, what he is, it had to be some real safe place to keep his hands off it.
Who's that?
Oh, it's your Uncle Al. He's driving me to work this morning. Get the door, honey, will you? My hands are all flour.
Sure thing, Ma. Oh, hi, Uncle Al.
Ah, beautiful. Oh, my, you sure are as pretty as a picture. Getting to look more like your mother every day. And they don't come any prettier than that.
Oh, you and your honey talk. You should have been on a TV instead of behind a cage.
Thank God the bank don't keep its tellers there anymore. You make me sound like an ape. Me, Tarzan. You, Jane?
No, me, Jenny.
Well, I saw a guy here laughing. I knew you must be around, Uncle Al. Hi.
Hi, Gabe. Give me some skin.
Well, here's 5.
I'm at you. Ooh. Say, that's some grip. You want an Indian wrestle?
Oh, I'm going to be ready pretty soon to take you on.
I think you're ready already.
No, I got no time this morning. I got to catch a school bus. Come on, Jenny. We got to scoot. Goodbye, Ma.
Oh, have a good day, son.
Bye, Ma. And get a real swell you-know-what.
I will. Be happy, Jenny.
I am.
Bye, Uncle Al. Hey, it's great to see you.
We'll make it longer next time.
Bye, Uncle Al.
Come on, Jenny.
Make next time soon.
You can count on it real soon. Oh, they're swell kids, Marge. I envy you.
Yeah, they're what I live for these days.
Tom left already?
No, he's upstairs, dead to the world. He rolled in this morning around 3, smelling like a brewery.
That brother of mine, I'd like to knock his head off.
The way he'll be feeling time he gets up this morning, you won't have to. It'll fall off all by itself.
I got to talk some business to him.
Like what?
Well, I don't want to get you involved in it, Marge.
Well, if it's about money, I will be anyway.
It is about money.
And there's no use asking him. I went through his pockets last night, and he doesn't have 1 red cent.
But he's got to.
What for, Al?
Jim Kenny called me at home late last night.
The insurance agent?
Yeah. Last payment on Tom's life insurance hasn't been made, and tomorrow's the last day of the grace period.
But I gave him the money for that a month ago.
You gave him the money?
Oh, I was a fool, I know, but things had been going well for a while like they sometimes do, or anyways, I thought they were. And he asked me to trust him, and oh, Lord, what am I going to do now, Al?
I don't know, Marge. This time I just haven't got it.
What do you mean, this time?
Marge, Tom is hopeless. I've been carrying him for years, or thought I was. I gave him the $60 for that same payment. When I found out last night it hadn't been made, I was mad enough to kill him. One reason I waited till this morning is to cool off. I'd help you out, Marge, but I can't. I had to take out a new loan to raise the cash for Tom.
I can't let the insurance go.
He'd have a tough time getting a new policy written if this one lapses, but how?
Nearly a year I've been saving it for a bike for Judd's birthday tomorrow. Instead...
I'm going upstairs to beat that...
No, take me downtown, Al. I just can't face Tom this morning. I'll have it out with him tonight. After what you made me have to do today, how could you steal money out of my purse and leave to go gambling again?
All I want to do is run it up till it's enough to pay you back.
You're sick. I'm not going to let you take the money I broke my back making today.
I'll bring you back 5 times this. And you're not stopping me.
Oh, yes, I will.
I'm warning you. You stop hanging on to me.
I've got to, Tom. You just can't do this to us anymore.
Just lay off of me.
Tom, you can't do this to us again.
I got the luck tonight. I can feel it all going for me.
The way you always feel. Please.
Let go of me. You want to put the whammy on me? I said,
Tom!
Let go. Oh! Marge! I didn't mean to push.
Oh, my God.
Ma, what happened?
Ma! Oh, Judd, it's just like my dream. He killed her. Pa killed her dead.
The terror of addiction. Step by step, it grows to envelop the addict till it becomes his whole world, shutting out everything else. But the greater terror is the destruction of all who love him, dragged down with him, and eventually engulfed in a tragedy not of their making. I'll return in a moment with Act 3. An endless moment in time. A few dreadful seconds ticked away, with every heart crying out to take them back again, to make this just a bad dream and not reality. 3 people frozen in horror. The 4th sprawled at the bottom of the stairs, her neck bent at an impossible angle, frozen in what? Unconsciousness or death? Now, at last, the man brings himself to move.
Marge.
Don't you touch your pa, I'll kill you dead.
Oh, son.
I'm not your son, I'm your enemy. Jenny, call the police. Emergency. We got to get Ma to the hospital fast. Ma.
Okay, kid. Just take it easy.
She's not going to die. You're not going to let her die, Doc.
Just hang in tough, kid. We'll do our best. I should have gone with the ambulance.
You're sticking right with me, brother. We see how your wife makes out.
No. Look, officer, you don't think she's...
Well, for the sake of your own skin, you better hope she isn't.
But it was an accident.
Well, the way that boy of yours reacted looked like he wasn't so sure. Now, we got to get moving. What happened to your daughter?
Huh? Oh, Jenny, she went back to get something. Where are you taking us?
Well, the hospital. First, anyways. No, here she comes. Come on, shake a leg, kiddo.
I had to get something very important.
Okay. Hop in the front with my buddy, Officer Franks.
Okay, Harry. Straight to X-ray. You got a family doctor, kid?
Yeah, Dr. Luther.
Oh, you know his number?
No, but I can look it up.
Okay. Tell your doctor to get here as fast as he can.
It's that bad?
I wouldn't want to fake you out, son. It's not good.
And I phoned Dr. Luther. He's on his way here.
Is Ma going to die, Judd?
I don't know. I'm scared, real scared.
So am I. Judd?
What?
I'm going to break my pledge. You forgive me?
What pledge?
I brought the wishing stone. I'm going to wish on it. I'm going to wish that Ma's going to be all right, just like it never happened.
If you want to, Jenny, go ahead. Can't do no harm.
What can't do no harm?
For me to use my wishing stone?
Your what?
Shh, quiet. I'm wishing right now.
Are you the intern brought the Calder case in?
Yes, officer.
Well, how is she?
I'm waiting for x-rays right now. I'd say she has one chance in 1,000. For certain, sure, her neck is broken. And the way it's broken and other signs indicate to me her spinal cord is badly damaged. If it isn't severed altogether. I just can't understand it, Dr. Luther. When I brought Mrs. Coulter in, I'd have sworn she was in deep coma. I was sure her neck was broken, spinal cord severed.
There's no indication of that from my examination of her. Not the slightest in these x-rays.
I know, but not in this second set.
Was there a first?
Yes. And that's a funny thing. When we developed them, everyone was fogged. And we don't know why.
Well, these are perfectly clear. So is my patient's condition. I see no reason why she shouldn't go home. Cheer up, son. All interns make mistakes. I made a few buttes in my time. And I'll say this for you. If you have to make one, make it on the gloomy side. They're the ones that don't hurt anyone or anything. Except maybe your pride.
Well, I can't understand it. That cop said it flat out that Marge was a goner.
Well, maybe he was just trying to put the fear of God into you.
Well, if he was, he sure succeeded.
If it'll do any good.
Well, you think I made a stone, Judd? You think I don't blame myself for what might have happened? You think I wasn't ready to kill myself if anything happened to Marge?
I don't know, Pa.
Pa wasn't trying to hurt Ma, Judd. It was an accident.
An accident that wouldn't have happened if... Well, Pa wasn't sick with gambling fever.
Well, I've learned my lesson this time. I'll never gamble again.
Oh, Pa. Oh, that makes me so happy.
I'm glad, honey.
And it means I won't have to use the stone again.
Mm-hmm.
I can save up what's maybe the last wish for something special for all of us, instead of having to use it to stop you from gambling.
What stone?
The wishing stone. The one I used at the hospital to wish Ma well again.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Listen, Duchess. Let me see that stone.
Don't show it to him.
Why not?
I don't know. It's just a sort of hunch that... Wait a minute. Here comes the doctor.
How's Marge, Dr. Luther?
She's fine, more's the wonder. Oh, a few scrapes and a bruise or two and a lump on the head. Nothing a good night's rest won't take care of.
Thank God.
You should. It's a miracle she didn't break her neck in a fall like that. That intern at the hospital was sure she did.
But she didn't.
No, Judd, I told you she'll be as right as rain.
Well, can I go up and see her now?
Yeah. She was asking for you. And the kids. She wants to see you alone a moment first.
I'll go right up.
Just to put your mind at rest, or maybe more hers, she doesn't want to prefer any charges against you. So you can tell her my report to the police will call it just an accident. She slipped and fell.
I'll tell her, Doc.
You got off mighty lucky this time, Tom. You better not tempt fate again.
Well, I won't. No, I mean it, Marge. Just give me another chance.
I didn't see how I could, Tom.
I never meant to throw you down those stairs.
Oh, not because of that. The last straw for me was taking a chance away from Judd to have something he wanted more than anything in the world, his bicycle.
You should just have let the insurance go.
How could I, Tom? With 2 kids to bring up, if anything happened to you, Not that I want anything to happen to you.
You gonna take me back, Marge?
I don't know, Tom. It's hard for me to feel for you what I once felt. But if you're going to promise me you'll quit the gambling for the children's sake, we'll try to make a go of it.
You won't be sorry, Marge.
I hope not. I just wish I knew how to make it up to Judd tomorrow.
If there was something I could pawn.
You haven't left anything in this house that you could. Except the one thing you could never get your hands on.
Well, what's that?
My wedding ring. Do you think I could get enough on that?
Well, not enough to pay for it all, but for a down payment. Then I'll take that night job cleaning sewers you made me turn down to pay it off.
I don't want you working in any sewers. Anyway, you can't work day and night.
Well, I can't till I get Judd his bike.
Well, we'll see. I'll take the ring down in the morning.
No, sir. Dr. Lewis doesn't want you out of bed. I'll take it down.
You?
Can't you trust me, Marge? Boy, if you can't trust me now, And what hope do I have, or any of us, I can ever be trusted? Well, you got to. Well, I swear to God, I'd just as soon be dead.
All right, Tom. I'll trust you.
Did what? You ran out of the money? Look, Benny, you got to do an old customer a favor, huh? You got to cover me for the 5th. Headlonger. Now, Benny, you gotta. That 15 I laid out on the 1st was money I got for pawning my wife's wedding ring. I got to get it back, and I got a hot tip. The headlonger's assured. Benny, for God's sake. Oh, just this once. Please. Benny. Benny. What am I going to do? I wish to God. Wish. Oh, that wishing stone. Yeah.
Where's Jenny, Judd?
Oh, I left her down by the pond. We were skipping stones. I just came up to see how you were feeling.
Fine. I'm going to get up. Your pa didn't get back yet, did he?
No, ma'am. I ain't seen him since early morning when he pulled out in the pickup.
Well, you go on back down and keep Jenny company. I'm going to bake me a cake so we can have a real birthday celebration.
Oh, it's all right, Ma. I don't need a cake.
You're going to get a lot more than you bargained for. Now, go on. I don't like Jenny down by that pond alone. You know she can't swim.
Hi, Pa.
Well, what are you doing up on top of the rock here?
Oh, just sunning myself and listening to the birds.
Jenny, hey, you know that wishing stone you talked about?
Yes?
Is it gold?
You want to see?
Yeah.
Here.
Oh, damn. It's nothing but pyrite.
Isn't that a kind of gold?
Yeah, fool's gold, and not even worth as much as a piece of charcoal.
No, Pa. No. Don't throw it away. It's still good for one wish.
You think this makes any wishes come true?
It made the school burn down, and Ma got her neck unbroken.
Your Ma. Why'd you grow up and stop your daydreaming? Don't you know nobody ever got nothing by wishing? I've been doing a kind of wishing all my life. Look at where I end up now. Well, I'm going to wake up your little Miss Bright Eyes to show just how tough a world this is.
Pa, please don't get mad.
If this was a wishing stone, well, nobody ever needed it more than me right this moment. So look at this. I'm going to make a wish. I need money. I need it bad. So I'm going to wish that old Nick himself comes climbing up out of the middle of this pond with a sack of gold on his back for me. And I ain't going to be greedy. And I ain't going to ask for much. Just say like a 10, no, make it $20,000. Okay. Now, I rub the stone, and I wish. You see? It ain't no wishing stone. It don't make dreams come true. It's a nothing. Ah! Oh, Jenny, help me! Help me!
Pa! Oh, why doesn't he come out? Help! I can't swim! Dad! Help! It's
Pa! I don't know how I'm going to tell the kids, Al.
They're not really children anymore, Marge. They know.
I guess I do baby them. I won't anymore.
In a lot of ways, they're better off. Tom...
Well, Tom had a cancer that he just couldn't cut out. Even my wedding ring, Oh, I didn't want him dead, though.
Well, he is. And it was of his own making. Kind of queer, isn't it?
What?
Him trying to show Jenny Lou her wishing stone wasn't worth a darn, and he ended up having his wish come true?
Not quite. The policy's only for $10,000.
There's double indemnity for accidental death, Marge. Tom got everything he wished for. The full 20,000.
Three wishes, and they all came true. Whether by some supernatural force or sheer coincidence, it doesn't really matter. For in the end, everyone was better off except the one who didn't deserve to be. This was the gambler's last plunge, one he should never have taken with the odds so stacked against him. Like Jenny, Tom Coulter had never learned to swim either. I'll be back shortly. As for the wishing stone itself, since it lies buried deep somewhere in the mud at the bottom of the pond, no one will ever know if it had the power to grant wishes. For Jenny, like all of us, had no escape from a common fate that soon befell her. She grew up and inherited a mantle that only Peter Pan seems to have escaped. She stopped believing in magic. Our cast included William Prince, Clarice Blackburn, Ann Costello, Jack Grimes, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Your husband? You dreamed? It was no dream. Oh, it was my husband. His ghost.
Oh, for the love...
Rory. He stood at the foot of my bed, and he begged my forgiveness for leaving me a pauper and breaking my heart. And he said, Jessica, I promise you'll live in Gormley House again. And then he vanished. The very next night, the Putnams crashed through the bridge over Gormley Gorge.
Well, accidents do happen.
It was no accident. No, the real estate man didn't tell you the whole story. Mrs. Putnam lived long enough to tell just what had happened. The Putnams didn't go off the bridge by accident. They were driven off it. Forced to swerve off it by an oncoming car. A car driven by a skeleton.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. When you come right down to it, there are three mysteries we experience which have much in common. The mystery of dreams, the mystery of hope, and the mystery of evoking imagination. Mystery Theater best fulfills the last one, but it is the first two enigmas we will explore today. Hope, the fantasy of our waking hours, and dreams, those visions of both night and day to make our lives more bearable.
It hasn't only been the money, Larry. Everything has conspired against my seeing Europe. It's a strange thing. I'm almost fated, if one believes in fate.
I don't, Caroline. You are what you make of yourself. You do what you really wish to do.
It's been my castle in the air. I'm almost afraid to talk about it anymore. Whenever I make plans, and it seems to come nearer, it all melts away. It's as if I were doomed never to leave this town.
Our mystery drama, Tomorrow Is Never, was adapted from a story by Henry James by James Agate Jr., especially for the Mystery Theater, and stars Marion Seldes and Larry Haynes. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Her name was Caroline Spencer. Caroline teaches school, and sometimes her fourth-grade students would wink and make fun of her. For Caroline might suddenly be gazing out the window of her classroom, looking far beyond the snow-covered New England hills, daydreaming of Rome or Paris, places she'd never seen. Today, at a party, she will meet Lawrence Stanford, a man who may change her whole life.
Aunt Peg, thanks for inviting me over.
Oh, Lawrence Stanford, don't stand in the doorway. Come in or it'll be snowing in my hall.
All right, first let me thaw out. It's cold out there.
Take your coat off.
I will. Be patient with me.
Oh, I'm glad you braved the storm to come to my party. People are so rude. Hardly anyone has arrived yet. You'd think they'd have the decency to let me know.
Oh, Aunt Peg, are you being fair? The drifts are 3 feet high. Not everyone is used to climbing the Alps like I am. Vermont is nothing compared to that.
Well, so it's snowy. You'd think they'd find some other means of letting me know. I see you've brought along your album of photographs, as I asked you to. I am just the person for you who will be fascinated.
Oh, I don't mind showing my pictures in the slightest. That way I don't have to be witty or charming or even talk. Evidence of my travels. Talk for me.
Well, stop talking now and join us in the parlor. Oh, Caroline.
Yes, Mrs. Pegasus?
May I introduce you to Lawrence Stanford? Lawrence, this is Caroline Spencer. Lawrence is my nephew and my neighbor when he isn't gallivanting about the world.
How do you do, Mr. Stanford?
A pleasure.
Now, I have a special purpose in mind, introducing you to... Lawrence, young as he is a world traveler.
Oh, how wonderful.
There, you see, Lawrence? Here is a young lady to whom traveling is the ne plus ultra.
Well, as Paganini said to the King of Prussia only yesterday, I just happened to bring my violin.
Oh, stop fooling, Lawrence. What my nephew means is that he brought a whole portfolio of pictures of the places he's been to.
Oh, I understood that.
Oh, did you?
Aunt Peg, I think I hear someone at the door.
Good. Hopefully someone else has braved the storm to join us.
Miss Spencer, whether you're ready for it or not, and whether I am or not, it's travel time for both of us. Let's sit over here by the fire. Now, on this page, some pictures I took in Switzerland. You sure I'm not boring you? We've already been through half my photographs.
Oh, no, not a bit. I'm quite fascinated. Please go. Oh, that lake is like glass. Have you been on the shore, too? That big building?
Oh, that's the castle of Chalon on Lake Geneva. Yes, many times.
Chalon. Isn't that where Bonaparte was imprisoned? Byron wrote about it in The Prisoner of Chalon.
You're quite right. That one picture brings back Byron and his poetry.
Oh, yes. And more.
I see. Well, if you can understand how art and literature and music are all part of European life, I'd say that you are well equipped to visit many countries, Switzerland, Italy, everywhere. But if you want to see Europe as Byron described it, you'd better make your trip soon. The continent is getting sadly dis-Byronized.
How soon must I go?
I'd give you 10 years.
Oh, I think I can go in that time.
Well, you two have been sitting by the fire for an hour. Don't you want some tea?
Can I get you a cup, Miss Spencer?
Oh, thank you. Yes, just plain. No sugar or milk.
Plain, no sugar, no milk. Cakes?
Lawrence, come back here. I'll bring you both some tea.
Are you sure, Aunt Peg? Besides, I may be taking up too much of Miss Spencer's time.
Oh, why do you think I invited you here? Now, put that portfolio back in your lap, and I'll bring you both a cup.
Mrs. Pegasus is a sweet lady.
Yes. How do you know my aunt?
Well, 3 of her little grandnieces are in my English class.
Oh, so that's what you do. You teach English.
Well, with half a mind, really. Do you speak many languages?
Well, after fashion, but well enough to make myself understood from Geneva to Rome.
I envy you. Have you been over there many years?
Well, it does mount up. Put all the visits together.
And you've traveled everywhere.
Oh, no, not everywhere. I love it, and happily I can indulge.
All of this is like a fairy tale to me. I suppose it's all very expensive, isn't it?
Europe? Well, it depends how you go. The big ocean liners, they're expensive, but one can go third class. It takes no more than 2 weeks. Once you're over there, you can manage with very little. You can see a great deal if you spend it wisely.
Well, I think I could. I've saved, and I'm always adding a little bit to it. And I don't mind doing without things as long as... Oh, well... There's that pot of gold at the end of my rainbow. Those countries, their history.
You must never give up that dream, Caroline. When your rainbow ends in such beautiful colors.
You say that in such a kind way. I don't even mind your calling me by my first name, and yet we hardly know each other.
Well, I didn't mean to be forward. My friends call me Larry.
Oh, it's all right. I feel I can trust you. It hasn't been only saving up the money to go. It's been other things. I'm almost afraid to talk about it anymore. 2 or 3 times, it's come a little nearer, and I start making definite plans, and then I talk about it, and it melts away. I can't explain it, but I'm still possessed with a kind of madness to travel.
Well, there's only one cure for it, and that is to make up one's mind and go. Keep believing, and you will.
I've read and read. I've prepared my mind, I think, as well as anyone can. Not just Byron, but histories and guidebooks, Baedeker's. Mm-hmm. And when I'm at long last there, when I put my foot on that ground, I know I shall rave about everything.
Well, as I say, the only cure is to go. Indulge in yourself.
I've got a relative who lives in Paris. He's an art student. So it isn't as though I'd be completely alone.
Yes, well, I'll be going back pretty soon. One has to. And I'll be looking for you, Caroline, and I'll expect to find you there.
Well, here you are, you two. 2 cups of tea. Lawrence, I believe it stopped snowing. Well, my dear, meeting this young man is almost like an adventure with an explorer, isn't it?
Oh, Mrs. Pegasus, you couldn't have given me a more enjoyable afternoon. I do appreciate it.
Miss Spencer, Caroline, I'd better circulate a bit, or they'll accuse my aunt of inviting a very rude nephew. But if you do go abroad, remember, I shall be on the lookout for you.
And I'll tell you if I'm disappointed.
That was how I met Caroline Spencer. Almost 3 years went by. I was living in Paris. And in October, I'd gone to the French port, Le Havre, to meet my brother Freddie and his wife. I got there late. Their ship had already docked, and I finally found them at the Grand Hotel.
Larry, how good to see you. You never get any older. We wondered what happened to you.
The train was late leaving the Gare Saint-Lazare, and then every farmer in northern France took it into his head to drive his cows across the tracks just as our boat train wanted to pass. How is Elizabeth?
Oh, not well at all. Not a good start to a vacation.
Oh? What is it?
Oh, you know, still feels the boat under her. She's in the next room now, trying to sleep.
Well, aren't we taking the 4:30 back to Paris?
It's unlikely, Larry. Better to spend the night here, and when Elizabeth's had a good sleep, to start off fresh tomorrow. But we'll see.
Well, if that's the case, Freddie, the first thing to do is for you and me to find ourselves a cafe on the waterfront and have a spot of cognac.
At 2 in the afternoon, cognac?
Freddie, my boy, you are in France, and when you get to Rome, I expect you'll do as the Romans do. But till you get there, while you're here, you'll do as the French do. Cognac at 2. Cheers.
To your health, too, Larry.
Oh, and to Elizabeth's. Hope she's back on her feet by dinner time.
Good cognac, I'll say that for it.
And cheap.
Great Scott. There she is. The little lady of the steamer.
Oh, you mean that girl at the farthest table under the awning? Was she on your boat?
On deck from morning till night. She was never sick. And I needn't tell you how rough the Atlantic can be in October. Every day she'd sit there, just as she's doing now, hands folded, looking out at the horizon ahead, every single day, as though hypnotized.
So why don't you go speak to her?
Oh, I don't know her. We never met. She talked to no one. I have an idea she's a Yankee schoolmistress on her first trip to Europe.
Yes, I think you're right. I think I'll speak to her.
Oh, I wouldn't, Larry. She's very shy.
Freddie, I know her. I'm sure I met her at a tea party at Aunt Peg's.
Oh, well, matter of fact, I'm getting twinges of conscience about Elizabeth. I'll be starting back to the hotel.
Well, I'll walk you back.
No, it's just up the road. I can find it. Suppose you come knock at our door about 6, and we'll see if she's well enough for us all to go down and have an early dinner.
Good afternoon.
I beg your pardon. Oh, aren't you?
Do you mind if I sit with you at your table? So, here you are in Europe. I hope you're not disappointed.
It was you who showed me photographs of your travels. You're Mrs. Pegasus' nephew. I remember that afternoon so very well.
Yes, so do I. So do I, Caroline. The last thing you said to me was, I'll tell you if I'm disappointed. And you're not.
Oh, I can't begin to tell you how happy I am just to be sitting here in this cafe watching the people. It's like a dream. I've been right here for over an hour, and I don't want to move.
Well, if you're that enchanted with poor, prosaic Le Havre, you'll have no admiration left for better things. There are so many more beautiful places just waiting for you. And why are you still in Le Havre anyway? Why haven't you gone on to Paris?
Oh, it's quite a long story. It's because of my cousin, George. You see, he has all my money.
It happens. There seems to be no end of naivete, of trusting people who believe the best of others. Caroline Spencer seems to be one of those, but not so Larry Stanford, who is beginning to feel compassion, if not care and conscience for this neophyte innocent traveler. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. I won't be as brash as that Broadway figure who once said, "There's a sucker born every minute." But when Larry Stanford heard the young schoolteacher had handed over all her savings for a European trip to a mysterious cousin, he was apprehensive. He would have been downright appalled had he been able to overhear Cousin George 2 weeks before Cousin Caroline arrived.
There is no other way.
But, George, I don't think I can do it. My handwriting is terrible.
Bertha, it will be good enough for this.
I am supposed to be a French countess? Oh, if anyone can understand my handwriting, they would never believe it.
I tell you, Bertha, it doesn't matter. She won't know the difference. Now, I've given you some nice, clean paper. There is the ink. Take up the pen and we'll begin.
But, George, chérie, why am I writing this letter? If your cousin, this Mademoiselle Caroline from America, arrives at Le Havre in 2 weeks, why write her a letter? She won't receive it before her departure.
Because, ma petite, I shall go to meet the ship when it arrives. And when I think the moment is right, I will give it to her to read. Now, write. Chère Mademoiselle, I appeal to you as one woman to another.
Woman to another.
New sentence. Your wonderful cousin George.
Oh, you don't think much of yourself, do you?
Bertha, will you stop this nonsense and write what I tell you? Look, I don't know whether my cousin is rich or not, whatever. She's certainly better off than we are. All I'm asking is to borrow some money until my chef-d'oeuvre, my big painting, is completed. Now, does that satisfy you?
Then why this, I appeal from one woman to another? What are you up to, George? I want to know. I have a right. We're husband and wife, aren't we?
You don't trust me.
And why do I have to be a countess? I work in a bakery shop in my spare time. That's honest work, isn't it?
You don't understand the romantic mentality of an American spinster. Now, shall we continue?
When Caroline told me she'd handed her American dollars over to her cousin, I admit I was more than suspicious. I became alarmed. I can't say why, but it gave me a definite chill. And I suppose I looked uneasy as we sat together at that waterfront cafe.
What a face you're making, Larry Stanford. It's all right.
I hope so, Caroline.
Then stop frowning.
No, I'm wincing at the thought that half an hour after you land in Europe, your funds should have passed into someone else's hands. Is this cousin...
George?
George. Is he going to travel with you?
Only as far as Paris. He's an art student.
Yes, you told me that. He was an art student 3 years ago.
I've always thought that so splendid. I wrote to him when I was sailing, but I never expected him to come all the way here to Le Havre. I mean, that's very kind of him, don't you think? He's very kind and very bright.
Yes. But you say he has your money. Where did he go?
Just to the bank to change some of my dollars. He said I should wait for him here. I haven't minded it a bit.
I see. And when Cousin George returns, are you going to Paris?
Well, George thinks I should stay here for a few days.
Here?
Poor man.
Why do you say that?
Well, something's troubling him. He said when he came back with my French money, he'd have something important to tell me, and that we shouldn't really decide anything until he's told it to me.
Ah, I thought so.
He's been so thoughtful, so how can I not listen to him?
Caroline, you did not come all this distance to listen to troubles, but to go to new places.
Oh, I will. I have it all planned. That's him. Is he coming back? The tall one?
Yeah, the one with the swagger stick and the red hair.
And the velvet jacket. Don't you just love the velvet jacket?
And the slouch hat.
That's my cousin. I told you we'd be along. George, over here.
How do you do? I'm Lawrence Stanford. I'm an old friend of Caroline's.
Hello. Oh, you were on the ship with her.
Don't stand there, George. Sit down.
He's got my chair.
Well, fetch another one, silly. Larry, please stay.
No. I think I'd better be off. My sister-in-law didn't make the voyage too well, and I want to get back, see how she is.
Well, I was hoping to stand us all to a drink.
Well, I'm afraid I haven't the time, but thank you. Caroline, in case I don't return to Paris this evening with my brother and sister-in-law, where are you staying here?
I've put her into La Belle Normande.
Isn't that a pretty name? It's a lovely old inn.
Yes, it's a good place. I've been there myself.
I know my way around, old chap. Au revoir.
Caroline, it's Larry. May I sit here?
Oh, yes. You may if you wish.
Beautiful evening, isn't it?
Yeah.
My brother and his wife have decided to spend the night, and we'll all go to Paris tomorrow. So I thought I'd come over to La Belle Normande and see if you were still here.
Oh, I'm still here.
Have you been crying?
Me?
Yes. Yes, I thought something was wrong. You're sitting here in the dark.
Lots of stars in the sky.
Caroline, tell me what happened.
Oh, how can you tell?
By the way, you've gathered yourself together as if you'd been hit and were trying to ward off any more blows. Your cousin gave you bad news, isn't that it? Between the time I left you this afternoon and now. You've had a very bad time of it.
No, not I. It's George who's been having one. He has great worries, and he asked me to... Oh, you won't be angry with me.
Angry with you? No, never.
He was in dreadful need of money.
In want of yours, you mean?
Oh, of any he could get. Honorably, of course.
Oh, of course, honorably.
And mine was all that was available.
And he has taken all of it from you.
Well, I gave him what I had.
Oh, great Scott, Caroline. Is that what you call his getting money honorably, all you had?
He's just badly in debt.
Yes, no doubt he is, but what was the rush to take yours?
Well, I felt so much for him.
Yes, so do I. I hope at least he's going to give it back to you very soon.
Oh, yes, as soon as he can.
And when will that be?
When he's finished his great painting.
Now, Caroline, you can't accept that. His great picture, he's an art student. Where is he now?
He's in the dining room having his dinner.
Why aren't you eating with him?
Oh, I wasn't hungry. I wanted to be under the sky in this little courtyard. You do understand, Larry. Look at that beautiful little outside staircase and the fountain with the small statue. I have to stay out here as much as I can, soaking it all up, breathing it.
Caroline, listen to me.
Where else in the world could you find such a place?
I don't know what to say to you. You see romance everywhere, and this man, this cousin of yours. Caroline, you're too generous. He made the debts himself. He ought to pay for them himself.
Oh, he's been foolish. George admits that. He told me everything. He threw himself on my charity. It's not only for him, it's for his wife, the poor young thing.
Oh, so he has a poor young wife now.
Well, he married 2 years ago. Secretly.
Oh, why secretly?
She was a countess.
Oh, you sure of that?
Yes, she's written me the most beautiful letter.
Asking you, whom she's never seen, for money?
Asking me for confidence and sympathy. She's been cruelly treated by her family for marrying George. He told me that she's a beautiful young widow of a high-born count. I want you to read her letter. She begins by saying she appeals to me, one woman to another.
Caroline, I'd rather not read it.
You see, they're going to have a baby. There's not enough money even to feed it. How could I refuse George?
My dear Caroline, my concern is for you. I don't want you to be stripped of every dollar you've saved for this trip for such a rigmarole.
But it's not a rigmarole. I mean, how could I enjoy Europe knowing George and the Countess are suffering?
Oh, yes, the Countess.
Look here, she signed it, Countess Bertha.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I shan't live any worse than I've lived. And besides, the next time I come, I'll go first to England to see Stratford, where Shakespeare lived.
You speak of next time. What of this time? You're being used unfairly, Caroline. You've worked for that money. I don't know how many years.
I'll be coming back. And I'll stay with George and the Countess. He said so. He insisted. And by that time, I'll have everything back that I loaned him. It's a loan, you know.
You mean you're going home right away?
Well, I've nothing left for the tour.
You gave it all up.
Well, it's just a loan. George insisted on signing notes for all of it, every dollar, even though I told him we're family.
How large an amount, Caroline?
Well, I've kept enough to take me back. Please, Larry, don't feel sorry for me.
Fred, it's absolutely unbelievable. This so-called art student has taken that poor teacher for every dime she brought with her to see Paris, Marseille, Florence, Rome. It's pathetic. A trip she's had her heart set on for years. Now, this man has shattered her dream and made her feel sorry for him in the bargain. He's made her believe he was doing her a favor by accepting her savings. I tell you, I'm so angry, I don't know what to do. By the way, how's Elizabeth?
No, better, yeah. After a good night's sleep, she'll be able to start for Paris tomorrow.
Fred, I wish you could see this character. He wears a slouch hat, a black velvet jacket. Velvet, mind you, like a caricature of a Degas or Cézanne. Pretending to be an artist. He's nothing but a pretentious liar and a cheat.
And you didn't tell him so?
Well, how could I? The poor girl is enchanted with this faker. Well, let her keep her illusions. It's all she has left. And I'm not the one to break them.
What train shall we catch tomorrow? Oh, by the way, Elizabeth said to thank you, Larry. We've already taken up so much of your time.
Freddie, if I hadn't come down to Le Havre to meet you both, this whole episode with the poor little school teacher... Oh, it's so tragic. I wouldn't have known about that.
Larry, have you thought maybe you should do more than complain?
You're right. You're right, Fred. Tomorrow morning, I'll go to where she's staying and make her accept a loan from me, just so she can do a tour. After all, we're related in a way, and Peg introduced us. Of all the times of my life to have overslept, this time was unforgivable. Not that our train for Paris was to leave till noon, but what were Carol and Spencer's plans? As I dashed through the crooked streets to La Belle Normande, one sound echoed my worst fears.
Looking for my cousin, are you?
Yes. Good morning, George. Is Caroline up yet?
Oh, yes, she's up all right. Nice little courtyard this, don't you think?
Has she had a breakfast?
Oh, yes, we shared a few croissants and coffee. Sat right here. Oh, nice, mellow old place, don't you think?
George, we can talk about all that later, all right? Where is your cousin now?
Oh, didn't I tell you? She went to the boat about 7 this morning. I helped her with her suitcase, took Carolyn right up the gangplank. She's on board. You might be able to wave to her. If you go up the street, you'll see the ship pulling away.
I was too late. I turned away, conscious of the tears starting up in my eyes. That poor, poor woman. The end of her rainbow had been some 19 hours in Europe.
Describing his own technique, Henry James tells us, make the reader's general vision of evil intense enough, and his own imagination, his own sympathy or horror will supply him with the particulars. Precisely our aims and ambitions here on Mystery Theater. Indeed, were he alive today, what fabulous, spine-tingling dramas could Henry James have written for us? I shall return shortly with Act 3. The anguish we suffer at time present lessens with time passing. So it was with Larry Stanford. For a long time, he did not forgive himself for having literally missed the boat and allowing circumstances to take over Caroline Spencer's life. But months went by, then years. I'm not saying he forgave himself, but he did forget. And then...
Suddenly, it all came back to me. 5 years after that dreadful episode at Le Havre, I found myself back home in America. It was spring. Again, I was a guest at one of Aunt Peg's tea parties with the same alderman and his wife, a selectman and a few teachers, but no Caroline.
Oh, doesn't my nephew look well? After 5 years' absence from his homeland? One hears all sorts of things about Americans abroad. The weather is disagreeable, the food unpleasant.
Not the food, Aunt Peg. It couldn't be better.
Well, while you're in this house, Lawrence, you'll just have to be satisfied with molasses cookies, angel cake, and my own Boston tea.
Oh, I'm not criticizing things at home. Far from it. I hate to hear Americans who come to Europe and run down their own country.
I didn't think you remained long enough in one place to meet many Americans, Lawrence.
Which reminds me, does that little Miss Spencer still teach school hereabouts?
Caroline Spencer? Indeed she does. You'll find her quite changed, poor dear. She hasn't really been very sprightly since her visitor arrived.
What visitor?
Well, why don't you run along and see for yourself?
She's had a visitor for long?
Oh, longer than she expected. No question about that. Frankly, Lawrence, I think it's an imposition. She's quite a changed person now. Lives most abominably, and all to accommodate her visitor. Looks 10 years older than she should. A great pity.
Caroline Spencer did appear 10 years older, and it had been only 5. When I arrived the next day at about 2, it was at a drab little house at the edge of town. Caroline looked at me as though she wished I hadn't come, and then led me through a hallway up the back stairs to a tiny room which looked out on a small woodshed and 2 clucking hens.
Isn't this a bright, cheery room?
Yes, lovely.
I didn't expect to see you ever again.
Well, I waited for you over there to come back, but you never came.
Waited? Where?
At the old French port. Le Havre. Remember?
Yes. I remember that day. How have you been, Larry?
You remembered my name.
I never forgot it.
Caroline, have I come here today at a bad time? Do I inconvenience you? Perhaps 2 in the afternoon is the wrong time.
No, not you. No.
Well, again, you're in distress. What have I said?
Oh.
Please, Caroline, take your hands away from your face.
It's because you remind me.
Remind you? Oh, you mean that miserable day in La Havre?
Oh, don't say that, please. It wasn't miserable. It was wonderful.
I can't tell you how it felt going back the next morning to the inn and finding that you had retreated and to see the boat sailing away with you on it.
Oh, can we not talk about that?
And you've been here ever since?
Yes, ever since.
I hope at least your cousin repaid you that money.
Oh, I don't care for it now.
You don't care for your money?
For going to Europe anymore. It's all over. Everything's different. I never think of it.
The scoundrel never repaid you.
Please. Oh, pardon, ma chère. I didn't know you had company. The gentleman came in so quietly.
We didn't wish to disturb you in the garden. I know how much you like your afternoon nap.
I have only interrupted to speak of my café. Will you bring it to me, please, under the little quince tree?
I'll bring you your coffee.
C'est bien. And don't forget again, you know. Bonjour, monsieur.
Well, who in the world is that?
It's getting a little close in here. Do you mind if I open the window? I don't usually because of the hens.
Caroline, isn't this your own house?
Oh, yes, I bought it.
Well, then, without trying to be funny about those hens, why are you cooped up in this little room over the hen house? Surely there must be other rooms in your own house.
Oh, yes, there are. But she has them.
You mean the person who just ordered coffee?
That is la comtesse, as they call her in France. My cousine. I told you about her that day, the letter she wrote me, remember?
Oh, Cousin George's wife.
Yes, disowned by her own family for marrying George.
Uh-huh. And where is he?
George is dead.
Oh, I'm sorry. And what happened to your money?
I don't know.
And wasn't there supposed to be a baby?
Oh, she never talks about it.
I see. So on her husband's death, she came over here to live with you.
Yes, she just arrived one day for a visit.
How long ago?
2 years and 4 months.
She's been here ever since?
Ever since. Will you excuse me? I'd better go and get the Countess's coffee.
There's no one else to do it?
No one but me. I do it every day at this time. Oh, you go out into the garden. Talk French to her, would you? Please, Larry. And I'll bring the coffee along.
Well, can't she wait on herself?
Well, she isn't used to manual labor.
I see. And you were. Hand and foot, no doubt.
Her family is of the oldest Provençal nobility.
Oh, sure. I could see it written all over her.
Now, please, Larry, don't spoil everything. Go outside. I'll be there in 10 minutes.
I wandered out into the garden, where, seated under a tree, was this woman posing as a countess, living off Caroline Spencer. As I walked across the grass toward her, I knew in an instant all about her. A plump, dead white face, vulgar and common as any person from the streets of Paris.
Monsieur?
Oh, bonjour, madame.
Bonjour. Please, be comfortable on the grass, monsieur. Unfortunately, there is only one chair.
Ça m'est égal, madame. It makes no difference to me.
Oh, I knew you could speak French. To think I would end in a foreign country here, an exile. My family drove me away. Oh, you get used to it, but some things, no. For example, my coffee. All I ask is a little cup after breakfast.
I see. And when do you have breakfast?
At noon, as I always did. And the coffee is the last straw. I ask so little. A cup of black coffee with a drop of cognac. My cousine is charmante, but she cannot understand the habit of a lifetime. Every day I say to her, don't forget the drop of cognac.
Well, let me go back into the house and see if I can rush things along. Caroline? Caroline, where are you?
In the kitchen. I've forgotten where I left the tray. I'm so nervous these days.
The coffee is boiling over on the stove.
No, it has to boil like that and get black, or she won't drink it.
Caroline, don't you see what she's doing? You've got to stop letting people walk all over you.
Oh, people only walk on me because I want them to.
What?
Bring me that small cup. And oh, that one's dirty. I'll get one from the shelf up here.
Caroline, look out. The pan of coffee. It's spilling. Oh, my goodness. It's all over you. Where's the butter?
Butter?
Yes. Do you have any butter in the kitchen to put on your hand and wrist to stop the burns?
I don't think I can go on much more. It's too much for me. My strength has all left me. I don't know what to do next with my life.
Caroline, what do you want to do?
I don't care anymore. That's it. If only I could start my life over.
I'm afraid no one can do that.
I think you're the only person I've ever known, Larry, who didn't cheat me somehow.
Even Cousin George?
Oh, I suspected he wasn't what he made himself out to be, but I thought it was wicked to be suspicious.
And his wife?
She doesn't seem to behave like someone of noble birth, does she? Perhaps I just don't know Europeans, but, well, she's all I've got now. What else is there left for me? I've been cheated and made use of. My life is absolutely worthless.
Is that what you tell your little students? Caroline, why must life be worthless? Why do you let people walk all over you? Are you afraid of life?
Afraid?
Why all this make-believe? Making yourself believe that by taking care of this vulgar, pretentious creature who happened to marry your cousin George, that this is Europe. That with her in the house, sipping your coffee, you're in a cafe at Le Havre. It's no such thing. Now, why do you fool yourself like this, Caroline? Life hasn't cheated you. You've cheated yourself.
Is that what I'm doing?
You, of all people, an intelligent, sensitive, educated woman. Caroline, get on. Get on with your own life. Live it. Not vicariously. Experience it firsthand.
Oh, I'm so ashamed, Larry.
You should be. Now, you must make that trip. And more than one. You owe it not only to yourself, but to all the little ones in your classes. Just think what you could tell them, what you've seen with your own eyes. How's your hand?
I feel much better.
Good. Then you cook up some more black coffee, and I'll go out and tell the widow George it's on the way.
Monsieur, whatever has happened to that wretched girl and my coffee?
There was a slight accident in the kitchen. Miss Spencer burned her hand.
Oh, no wonder. Clumsy little fool. Ma chère belle. My morning coffee. Hold the tray near to me, ma petite. I do hate reaching for things, you know. It smells delicious. Now, to taste. No. Mademoiselle Caroline, what was your cousin George say? You have again forgotten in my coffee a drop of cognac?
I didn't forget, Bertha. I merely decided, since this was the very last cup I should ever again serve you, I brought it the way I prefer it.
Incroyable. What?
You see, Bertha, I have several plans for myself, and they do not include you. Right now, Mr. Stamford and I are taking a ride into town, a pleasant airing.
We are?
Decidedly. And when I return, Bertha, it will be to pick up your luggage and yourself and take you to the train.
But, ma chérie, where should I go?
The train goes to Boston, and from there you may take a boat back to your beloved Paris. Au revoir. Goodbye, Bertha.
Was it common sense or the urging of a friend that caused the final turning of Caroline Spencer? The unfathomable and mysterious ways of man's behavior never cease to confound us. And as Byron himself said, never take a female's actions for granted. I shall rejoin you shortly. Who has not read the Aspern Papers, Daisy Miller, the Bostonians, and the hundreds of great short stories by Henry James? And who hasn't been horrified and hypnotized by the turn of the screw? In the countless volumes of this master writer, there is story upon story of man against evil, none the least of which is man himself. We hope the next time the name Henry James appears on our program listing, that you will not fail to join us on Mystery Theater. Our cast included Marion Seldes, Larry Haynes, Ray Owens, and Bryna Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I am married?
Yes, the legal documentation is already stored.
But I don't know the girl.
Why do you raise such an irrelevant point?
It's just that the whole thing is such a surprise.
Why? Certainly you knew that one day your marriage would be programmed.
It's just that I thought...
You thought... What is there to think about? Your home has already been selected and furnished.
Furnished?
In accordance with the registered and adjusted tastes and preferences of both of you. You will report there at once.
Where?
To North River.
North River? But that's so far away.
From what?
Well, from my job.
You have a new job. For the next 10 years, you and your married companion shall devote all your efforts and energy to producing your young.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. The writer William Faulkner once said in describing his craft, action defines character. Applying that rule to real life, we might say, you are what you do. But can we really judge character by profession? Can we assume all doctors are gentle and all plumbers handy? Will a cop always be honest? A judge always fair? The answer is no. Anyone, you and I included, can slip out of character when put under pressure.
Quick, Ruth, into the car. Come on, baby. Come on, start.
Hurry up. I see a flashlight.
Get down on the floor.
All right, you two. Out of the car. Hands behind your heads.
It's Sergeant McAllister.
Well, what do you know? It's my friend the lawyer. Now a part-time car thief, too, I see.
mystery drama, Tourist Trap, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Douglas Dempsey and stars Paul Hecht and Terry Keane. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The title of John Milton's epic poem, Paradise Lost, might well be applied to today's world. Who doesn't wish for a quieter, simpler time, a return to innocence? Even the vacation trip, once an easy escape, has become a desperate search for balmy island paradises and remote mountain cabins. Witness one Harry Meeker, a big city lawyer on a 2-week vacation. Plagued by headaches, racked by indecision, he's searching for an escape. When he finds one, you'll learn that paradise is not always what it seems.
Harry, why aren't you stopping? That's the gas station right there.
Prices are too high on the interstate. I'm following that sign for cheap gas and fine cuisine. Downsville, 5 miles.
I still don't know where you saw that sign.
Right on the interstate, plain as day.
Well, the only sign I saw said food, fuel, this exit, period. And we just passed the place.
I'll find Downsville in no time. It's probably some tiny little hamlet, general store with a gas pump out front and a quaint little restaurant.
Why the sudden interest in rural America?
Why not?
Well, we should concentrate on getting to the lake before dark. After all, we did pay for the cabin.
Hey, Ruth, if this is a vacation, I should be allowed to wander off the superhighway occasionally.
I was just thinking of the time.
I'm sick of schedules and destinations and planning and logic. I thought I left all that at the office.
You sound like you're getting one of your headaches.
Yeah. I'm tired, Ruth. I'm tired of corporate law. I'm tired of protecting some big fat company from the consumer. I just don't want it anymore. I'm sick of the whole system. After a decade in corporate law, I found my allegiances with the little guy.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, maybe, but it's too late. I can't change sides now.
But if you stay where you are, you'll never feel right.
But that's the conflict. That's what causes these headaches. I'm stuck, Ruth.
Now, look, the point of this vacation is to relax you. Now, let's get to Candlewood Lake. I just know you'll feel better once we settle into our little cabin.
Okay. Just let me try to find this little town first.
It's getting awfully late. All these little roads are unlit. And it's going to storm. I can feel it.
And soon we'll be lost in the dark, creepy woods.
Oh, Harry, come on, don't tease.
Oh, relax, Ruth. This won't take more than half an hour, tops.
We're lost, aren't we, Harry?
I can't understand it. The sign said Downsville 5 miles. We've covered every road within 10 miles.
So, this is your big escape, huh? Driving around the backwoods in circles all night?
Oh, come on, Ruth. You know I didn't plan. Hey, wait. Look. I see a light.
Where?
There, see that glow? Must be a house.
I don't see it.
Over there to the left, about a quarter mile off.
I honestly can't see any glow out there.
Has to be Downsville.
Watch it, Harry. There's a curve here.
Huh?
Oh, we're off the road, Harry. Do something.
I can't. The wheel's caught in the shoulder. Hang on, honey.
Harry, wake up. Oh, are you all right?
Yeah. I just smacked my head on the doorframe. How about you?
I've hurt my shoulder a little on the shoulder harness. Harry, you hit a tree.
That was a bad curve. I didn't see it coming at all. Gosh, I hope I didn't crush the radiator.
Well, the rain's let up anyway.
Well, let's have a look at the damage.
It doesn't look all that bad.
Gosh, it's incredible. The bumper actually absorbed the blow for a change. Come on, let's go back and see if she starts. Oh, great. Let's head into town.
Well, that's funny. I can see the light now. I was looking right at that spot before and saw nothing.
Yeah, it must have been the rain.
Yeah, I guess.
Hey, Ruth. You know something? My headache is gone.
But you just banged your head.
Yeah, and I got a heck of a bump, but my migraine is completely gone. The town should be just over this hill.
Look, there's the sign, Welcome to Downsville. I don't know how we could have missed it before.
It's just like I imagined. Look, K&L's Country Kitchen. Country spelled with a K.
And the Drift Inn?
That's got to be the bar.
Last Stop Motel?
Here we go. McAllister's General Store and Garage with a gas pump right out front.
Boy, everything looks so ancient.
Yeah, I know. Isn't it great? It's just like an old movie set.
All right. Hold your horses.
Perfect. A cranky old geezer.
Well, took you long enough to get here.
What? How's that?
Well, I seen your headlights come shining through my window about 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, right. Well, we had a little trouble down the road.
Well, people don't usually come here unless they got trouble.
Well, we were on the interstate when we saw your sign. We got lost trying to find you.
Pardon my asking, but which one of you saw this sign?
Well, in fact, I did. Why?
And your name is...
Harry Meeker. This is my wife, Ruth.
Well, McAllister's my name. Hollis McAllister.
Harry, can we get our gas and go?
Sure. If you could just fill it up, Mr. McAllister, regular, we'll be on our way.
We got no regular, only premium. And we don't take no credit cards.
Fine. Well, would you just pump the gas, please?
Oh, well, that figures. We come all the way out here to pay cash and for premium yet. You won't save a dime.
I know.
What was all that about the sign?
He wanted to know which one of us saw it. I told him I did.
Well, what on earth does he want to know that for?
I don't know, Ruth. It was just his way of making conversation, I guess. Say he's a little eccentric.
I'll feel much better once we're on our way.
Check under the hood.
Oh, yes, please.
You'd better come take a look at this.
Now what? Yeah?
Your radiator's busted. You're losing water fast.
Yeah, but it was fine before.
Hit something, didn't you?
Yeah, I bumped into a tree, but there was no damage. I checked.
Well, she's sure leaking now. Take a look.
How could that be?
Real easy. You bashed in this here bracket, you see? And she poked right up into the radiator.
Well, maybe you can put in some kind of a sealant. We really have to get going.
Well, I'll see what I got.
Harry, what is going on?
Did you hear a loud pop when he opened the hood?
I wasn't listening. Why?
I think he poked a hole in our radiator.
Deliberately?
Well, I'm not sure, but we better not aggravate him too much. He seems like the type that'll sour real quick.
Well, I ain't got no sealing compound. The cheapest thing to be'd be to junk the whole radiator, put in another.
You got to be kidding.
Well, be faster than patching up that hole. Hey, I'll head out into the auto graveyard tomorrow morning and see if I can find you a used one.
Tomorrow? Now listen. Suppose I pay you a bonus to do the work now?
No way, mister. I ain't climbing around no junkyard this time of night.
All right, then I'm going back to the interstate.
You'll never make it. Engine'll overheat. Now, look it. You just come see me about 10 o'clock in the morning, and I'll have her all fixed up and ready to go.
Harry, we can't stay here.
Ruth, what else can we do?
Yeah, you folks best go see Kay across the street. Country Kitchen's open till 10, and the motel's open all night.
Okay, let's go, Ruth. Oh, Mr. McAllister, could you give me a receipt for the car?
Ain't got any.
How about a business card? Anything?
Well, here, take a pocket calendar. Phone number's on it.
Oh, thanks. We'll see you in the morning?
Hey, but don't show up too early. 10 o'clock.
Well, I hope you're satisfied, Harry.
Oh, I'll get us out of here, Ruth. We'll call the auto club. They'll bring us a car. Meantime, we can have a bite at K&L's Country Kitchen.
No, thank you. If it's anything like McAllister's service station, we'll wind up sick in bed.
Okay, let's try the Last Stop Motel. They must have a phone.
Well, it's appropriately named, considering our luck so far.
Let's hope not.
evening.
Oh, hello. I'm Harry Meeker. This is Ruth, my wife. Our car broke down and...
Need a room for the night,
Well, no. We'd just like to use your telephone.
Stone dead. Storm blew the lines down.
Here we go again, Harry.
Well, maybe could you rent us a car, ma'am? Like just for the evening?
Don't have one. Well, you're going to stand there all night or come in. Register's on the table. Might as well sign in.
Yeah, might as well.
What you doing way out here?
We're vacationing at Candlewood Lake, only as you can see, we aren't there yet.
Used to have our own resort just outside of town, Overton Pond.
Used to?
Yeah. Interstate passed us by. Killed Overton. Killed Downsville, too. Stone dead.
Excuse me,
Mrs. K. McAllister? Hollis's sister-in-law. If that's your next question.
Actually, I was wondering about your rate.
There's only one room. $22.50. 2 single beds. Sheets and towels included. Sink in the room, toilet, and shower down the hall.
Single beds?
That's right. 1 person to a bed. House room.
Yeah, look, that's fine. We'll take it.
Coffee in the morning. Breakfast is extra. You better order now.
I think we can skip breakfast. We'd like to get an early start.
Don't expect Hollis to finish your radiator before noon. May as well order breakfast and lunch.
Noon? He said 10 o'clock.
Ruth, forget it. Fine breakfast, fine lunch.
It'll be cash in advance. House rule.
Okay. Here you go.
Thank you. Lights out by 11. Enjoy your stay in Downsville. Good night.
Harry, I can't sleep here. This place is awful.
I've never seen such a tourist trap.
And tell me something. How in heaven did she know about our radiator?
Well, I told her we broke down.
But that's all you said. Our car broke down. Now, how did she get "don't expect Hollis to fix your radiator" from that?
Well, maybe Hollis called her.
With the phone dead?
I don't know. It is kind of spooky.
Evil is what it is, Harry. Something is wrong here. Very wrong.
Harry Meeker has found his little corner of the world, but it's no paradise. Quite the opposite. It's a dusty clump of shacks not to be found on any map. It's a one-horse town without the horse. What does Downsville want from the Meekers? Their money? Their time? Or something else? We'll tour the town in Act 2. Stranded in a grim little town, Harry and Ruth Meeker face a depressing situation. This is the first day of their vacation, and their car is in the garage. They are completely at the mercy of that most unpredictable character, the auto mechanic. If they can manage to stay in his good graces, the job may soon be done. But if they rub him the wrong way, who knows what fate awaits their four-door? Against this background of suspense, let us now join Harry and Ruth.
Oh, listen to that, Ruth. It's a beautiful morning.
Yeah, too bad we're not spending it watching the sailboats on Candlewood Lake instead of staring out of a motel window near McAllister's garage.
Can you see him down there? Any sign of life?
Nope. Although it is a little hard to tell from across the street. Let's walk over.
No, Ruth, not yet. Let's give him until 10 o'clock, like he said.
Such respect. Do you actually trust Hollis McAllister after last night?
He's not such a bad guy. He's just trying to survive.
Yeah, I reserve judgment on his character until after I hear what he has to say about our car. I suspect he enjoys the role of doomsayer.
Hello? Hello, Mr. McAllister. Are you in there?
I can see our car through the window. The hood is still up.
Oh, that's not a good sign. Okay, come on, let's go in. Hello? Watch your clothing, Ruth. Everything is covered with grease.
This place smells like death warmed over.
There he is, under the car.
Listen. He's asleep.
McAllister! McAllister? Wake up.
What? Yeah? Oh, yeah, well, hello. I guess I must have dozed off. How are you, folks?
Never mind about us. How's our car?
Well, she ain't ready yet.
Why not?
Complications set in.
What kind of complications?
Water pumps on the blink.
Now, just a minute, Mr. Callister. When I brought this car in last night, it was running just fine.
No, keep your shirt on. You ain't the first person who's ever had car trouble.
Okay, I'm listening.
All right, crack of dawn, I went out to the auto graveyard, and I couldn't find no radiator to fit your car. So I come back here and patched up the busted one.
And?
And when I started her up, she overheated. So I figured the water pump was out of
Yeah,
work.
well, never mind about that. We'll take the car as is. Now, how much do I owe you?
Oh, no, can't take it. Got it all tore apart. She's all disassembled.
Well, you'll have to put it back together.
But you gotta fix the water pump first.
Okay, I'll play your game. How much do you want for everything?
How much?
Well, you must have a dollar figure in mind, a certain amount you plan to make off me.
Well, I charge fair prices, mister.
Drop the act, McAllister. I'm willing to give you a check for the full amount.
No, this ain't no act, mister. I'm doing my job, and I ain't no crook.
I didn't say you were. Now, look, how much more time will it take?
Well, better part of today, I figure. Why don't you walk around town and see the sights?
I can see this is hopeless. Come on, let's go, Ruth.
No, there's no sense leaving in a huff, Mr. Meeker. You come here by choice, didn't you? Well, you must have had some reason. Maybe you ought to think on that for a spell, eh?
Harry, how long have we been sitting here?
Not long. Half hour, maybe.
Well, look, I'm ready to give up. You can't hitchhike if there aren't any cars.
What else can we do?
Walk. Good old-fashioned locomotion. The farther we get from this place, the closer we'll be to civilization.
All right, let's go.
You know, Harry?
What?
I've been thinking about what Hollis said back there. How you must have had a purpose in coming to Downsville.
Yeah, I think that was just his brand of sarcasm.
No. You did have a purpose of sorts. Remember? You were trying to run away. You wanted to avoid thinking about your work.
Yeah, well, I've succeeded in that. I haven't given work a thought since we got here.
My point is, maybe you should.
What?
You said you wanted to protect the little guy for a change instead of the powers that be. Oh? Here's your chance.
What are you talking about? You mean this town? They don't need any help. They've found a way to survive.
No, I don't mean help them. I mean you should prosecute the McAllisters and their tourist trap, their corrupt little setup. They're just feeding off the consumer.
No, you're overreacting, Ruth. I don't think they're that organized. All I want to do is find a telephone and try to get another car.
Okay. Suit yourself. Oh, hey. Look at that sign. McAllister's Automotive Salvage and Parts.
The auto graveyard we've heard so much about.
Let's have a closer look. I've got a hunch. They don't look much like wrecks, do they?
No. I imagined a few rusty old Chevys. This looks more like a used car lot.
Look over there. Isn't that blue sedan the same as our car?
Yeah. That's our model, all right. I bet there's a perfectly good radiator in it, too.
That sneaky little weasel, Hollis.
Look, a lot of them still have license plates on them.
Florida? Iowa?
Yeah.
Utah, Massachusetts? Tourists.
Just like us. I bet every one of these cars wandered into town like we did.
And Hollis McAllister, quote, fixed their cars.
Yeah, what a racket. McAllister tells you your motor is shot and suggests you junk the car. He offers you a couple $100 for your wreck, and then he turns around and sells you one of his used cars for $1,000 or $2.
You see, Harry? We've got all the evidence we need to nail him, but good.
Yeah, I suppose I could build a case, but...
Oh, hey, I hear a car coming.
Oh, great. Let's flag it down. Hey, over here.
Oh, it's a state policeman. What luck.
Well, howdy. Howdy, tell me, what's the trouble?
Oh, officer, our car broke down, and could you give us a lift to the interstate?
Sure, I'll be glad to. Hop in. Well, where are you folks from?
We're from Washington, D.C. We're vacationing up here at Candlewood Lake.
Oh, well, a little out of the way, aren't you?
Yeah, we sort of wandered into Downsville.
Is that where you left your car?
Yeah, we didn't actually leave it there. It's being held by the mechanic.
Ruth.
Well, if we're going to make a complaint, this is the logical place to start.
You've had some problems?
Oh, yes. A mechanic named Hollis McAllister has appropriated our automobile.
Officer, it's not actually as simple as that. Last night we took a curve too fast and hit a tree. We damaged our radiator.
Harry, you said Hollis punched that hole in the radiator himself.
I can't prove it, Ruth.
But this Hollis did fix the damage.
Well, no, that's the problem. He's been dilly-dallying with it since last night.
He's cost us a day of our vacation and who knows how much money.
Tell you what. Now, why don't we head back into town, talk to this fella, see if we can't settle things?
We've already tried, officer. You'd just be wasting your time. The damage has been done, and we intend to take action.
You mean you're going to sue him?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, filing a suit is no overnight process.
Well, I'm aware of the legal process. I'm a lawyer.
Well,
The man is dishonest. Someone has to stand up and say so. Don't you agree, officer?
Well, no, I don't. I think you're being too tough on the old guy. Now, what is he guilty of, really?
Well, how about fraud, huh? False advertising, tampering with personal property, failure to deliver services.
Well, look, if you want to get technical, I could haul you in for hitchhiking. You know, it's illegal in this county.
But we were desperate.
Oh, and I have been meaning to ask you, just why were you snooping around the auto graveyard when I picked you up? You know, now that trespassing.
We were gathering evidence. That junkyard belongs to Hollis McAllister, and he's got cars in there from all over. New cars.
Well, I happen to know it's on the level. Hollis buys those wrecks and fixes them up. And he sells them. It's all perfectly legal.
You know Hollis, huh?
Oh, pardon me, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Sergeant Albert McAllister. Hollis is my dad.
Why didn't you tell us that before when we first mentioned his name?
Well, some things are better left unsaid.
Harry, look, isn't this the curve where we hit the tree?
Yeah, you're right. We're back in Downsville. We've just driven around in a big circle. What's the idea, officer?
I'm sorry, folks. This is as far as I can take you.
You're an officer of the law. Are you refusing to help us?
No, I am keeping you out of trouble, mister. You get yourself into this legal business too deep, and you might forget why you come to Downsville in the first place. Now, you just stay here, wait for Hollis to finish your car.
Ruth, I'm back.
Oh, hi, honey. I've packed the luggage. So, what's the verdict?
Take one good guess.
Oh, no. What did he say this time?
What's the difference? He hasn't even got the engine back together. He says it'll be ready by morning. We know better.
So, unpack the suitcase?
No. Don't do that. Now, Ruth, I got a plan to get us out of here. You see, I got some supplies from the hardware store.
It's Kate McAllister. Can I come in?
Yeah, just a minute. Quick, Ruth, hide the bag. Okay, come in.
Evening. I figured you'd be staying, so I fixed some dinner.
How'd you figure that?
It don't take no genius to see Hollis ain't nowhere near done with your car.
Yeah, fine. We'll have dinner then.
Mashed potatoes and corned beef hash. I ain't got no greens.
Yeah, it sounds great. We'll be down in a minute.
Take your time.
Harry, I'm going to go crazy. What's your plan?
Okay, get the bag. Look at the hardware.
Hey, the flashlight? Wire cutters? Tape? What, are we going to break out of prison?
We are going to break into the junkyard.
What for?
So we can hotwire a car.
Harry, steal a car? Are you sure?
Why not? Hollis certainly stole ours.
But, Harry, if you get caught, you could be disbarred.
I'm ready to risk it. talking to Hollis tonight, I got scared.
Scared?
Yeah, really frightened. I got the feeling we might never get out of here if I don't try it now. Tonight.
And so, in self-defense, our heroes have become criminals. But they've been pushed to it, haven't they? Especially Harry. He knows that some powerful force has a grip on his destiny, and he knows that he must resist it, at whatever the cost. We'll be with Act 3 shortly. A horse, a horse, my kingdom for a horse. Thus cried King Richard III, embattled at Bosworth Field. And tonight, a car, my practice for a car, is the cry of attorney Harold Meeker, no less desperate in the village of Downsville. Soon, using device and daring, he will get one, and then win his battle against the corrupt McAllister clan. Or will he? Is it possible that his trouble runs deeper than the argument over an automobile?
Harry, I can't do it. There is no way I'm going to climb a chain-link fence.
That's what the wire cutters are for. Now, I'll just help snip around this lock. And we open the gate. You see, Ruth, we'll be able to drive the car right through here. Come on! Okay, let's try the blue sedan. What happened?
Oh, I tripped over this boulder.
Please be careful. These rocks are all over. You gotta watch out.
Oh, Harry, maybe we should go back.
We can't. We gotta go through with this.
It won't look good on your record, grand theft, auto.
If we hurry up, we won't be caught.
All right. What do I do?
Here, hold the flashlight while I open the hood.
Look, shouldn't we worry about fingerprints?
No. They either catch us red-handed or not at all.
All right.
Okay. Now shine the light inside. That's good. There's the battery. Now let's see if we can hotwire this baby and get out of here.
Car doors are all locked.
No problem. I got a coat hanger. Compliments of the Last Stop Motel. If I can just reach in and... got it.
But that was so easy.
Sure. Now, I'll just cut the ignition wires up under the dashboard. Here, Ruth. Ruth, hold the light underneath here so I can see the colors.
Okay.
Okay, now, we'll try red to green. Yeah, nothing. Red to blue. Nothing. Red to yellow. Hey, wait. You got it.
You're a regular win.
Yeah, I learned it watching all those TV cop shows. Uh-oh. Oh, guard dogs.
You mean they're in here? In the junkyard?
Quick, get in the car.
Oh.
Lock the doors, Ruth. I'll try the wire again. Come on, baby, start.
Oh, what's the matter?
Probably the one thing I didn't think to bring. Gas.
Oh, Harry, there are about 2 or 3 German shepherds out there, and they don't look very friendly.
This car is not going to start. We'll have to wait.
Harry, look. There's someone with a flashlight.
Get down on the floor.
All right, you two. Out of the car. Hands behind your heads.
It's Sergeant McAllister.
Well, what do you know? Our friend the lawyer is also a car thief. What a surprise.
I knew this would happen.
We are in the process of appropriating this property in exchange for our property, officer.
Skip the mumbo-jumbo, Mr. Lawyer. Just get into the squad car.
If you are planning to arrest us, officer, you should state the charges and advise us of our rights.
Well, you're awfully cocky for someone on the receiving end of a .357 Magnum.
Officer, we are not thieves. We're victims.
Oh, that's so. Well, let's hear you explain that to Hollis. Come on. All right, I'm coming. All right, now. Oh, what's up, Albert? I've got a couple of your customers here. Mr. and Mrs. Meeker. Why, good evening.
I caught him over at the salvage yard trying to hotwire one of your cars.
Now, why would you want to do that, folks? Your car's all ready to go.
What?
Since when?
Since this evening. I tried to call the motel.
Yeah, I'll bet. So, how much do I owe you, huh? $2,000?
Oh, there's no charge.
What?
I don't need your money, Mr. Meeker. Let's just say I did the work for my own enjoyment.
You kept us trapped here for your enjoyment? That's cruel, not to mention dishonest.
Speaking of dishonest, Hollis, you want to press charges?
I don't think we'll have to do that. They are okay, folks.
Now, you can't talk your way out of this, Hollis. You caused us damages, and we plan to file a complaint against you at the county courthouse.
File away.
We know about your racket with the used cars. There will be an investigation.
Well, that's good. Our prosecutor needs something to do. Hey, don't you think so, Albert?
Give me the keys to my car, please.
You still don't get it, do you? After all this time, you still don't know why you're here. Even after looking round the auto graveyard, maybe you didn't look hard enough.
And maybe I've had enough of your little games.
Albert, I'm thinking we ought to take him over to the junkyard again.
Yes, I think that would be a real good idea.
Me too. Yes, sir. There's something in the junkyard you ought to see, mister.
Fine. Now just give me the keys and I'll follow you over there.
No. You'll ride over with Albert and me. Oh, here, Mrs. Meeker. You can have the keys.
But I want to go with my husband.
Hollis, do you mind if I have a word with my wife just for a moment?
No, go right ahead.
Thanks. Look, it's okay, Ruth. You take our car. I'm not sure what they're up to, but I've got a feeling they want to book me. They'll take me out to the junkyard, they'll walk me through our little break-in, and then they'll arrest me.
You want me to go get help?
No. Now, you come out to the junkyard, too, but keep the car running, and first chance I get, I'll make a run for it.
All right, that's enough, Meeker. Time's a-wasting. Into the squad car.
Be careful, honey.
Return to the scene of the crime. Hey, Meeker?
Very funny. So, what's this all about?
I just want you to walk into the junkyard like you done before. Retrace your steps. You too, Mrs. Meeker. Come on, over here.
Well, we came through the gate and we went off to the left here through the tall grass.
Watch it. That's where I stumbled on one of those big rocks.
Take the flashlight, Harry. Take a look at those rocks. Now, tell me what you see.
Well, there's about 25, 30 large rocks lying around in the grass. They're all about the same size.
Yeah. Try to pick one up.
What?
Just do it.
Well, I can't. It's buried or something. Hey, the sides are smooth. Like a gravestone.
That's right. You're standing in the middle of the Downsville Cemetery, Harry.
Oh, good Lord.
Read me what they say, Harry. Read the names with the flashlight.
Well, it's hard to make out. McAllister, Kay, and Albert McAllister, and Hollis. Are these relatives?
And look over here. Look at this one.
Where? Let me see. Harold Meeker. What? I mean, this is crazy. What is this?
You're supposed to be here, Harry. You belong here. With us.
No, you're wrong. I don't. This isn't real.
Harry,
Come on, Ruth. Come on, run for the car. Go! Go!
No, there's no use trying to leave, Harry. You'll be back. You'll always come back.
Come on, Ruth. Come on, let's get going.
You'll be back, Harry.
Harry, be careful. It's wet.
They can't have me, Ruth. I won't stay.
Harry.
I gotta get away.
They are not following you. Please slow down.
No, I can't. Not yet.
But watch it. We're coming to that curve.
What?
You're sliding off the road. Do something.
I can't. The wheel's caught in the shoulder.
Nurse,
First.
I think he's coming out of it.
Ruth, is that you?
Yes, I'm right here, Harry.
I'll go fetch the doctor.
My head. Where are we?
The hospital in Lansdale. How do you feel?
Oh, a little dazed. How long was I out?
Several hours. You were in a coma.
Coma?
But the doctor says you're out of danger now.
How about you?
Oh, just some bruises, that's all. You hit a tree, Harry. We were very lucky. A state policeman saw our car in the ditch. He brought us here.
You mean Sergeant McAllister rescued us? Huh. I wouldn't have believed it.
Sergeant who?
McAllister. Albert. Hollis's son.
Darling, what are you talking about?
The cop, the mechanic from Downsville.
Harry, we skidded off the road and hit a tree. We never found any Downsville.
Ruth, we spent all day there trying to get our car fixed. We spent the night.
What day is it?
What do you mean? It's Saturday.
Harry, it's only Friday. It's Friday night.
What is this? What are you trying to pull?
Harry, calm yourself.
Hello. I see our Rip Van Winkle has finally come around.
Harry, this is Dr. Helen Ornish.
Oh, that's good. Maybe you can explain all this.
Explain?
He's having a reaction, Doctor.
Now, look, how did I lose to 24 hours?
Oh, I think I can explain. You suffered a violent blow to the head and went into shock. Your vital signs became very weak, and you went into a coma.
You mean I knew...
During your weakened state, it's likely you had some, unusual dreams of a very vivid nature.
I was in that town for 24 hours.
Oh, I'm sure you were, in your mind. Mr. Meeker, I am an expert in dream symbolism. Perhaps we should analyze your dream.
There's nothing to analyze, Doctor. Downsville is a tourist trap. We were stuck there.
Did you say Downsville, Mr. Meeker?
Yeah, that's right.
That's quite amazing. I'm familiar with the Downsville case.
It's true?
You see, the McAllisters are probably notorious around here.
The place was known for fraud, corrupt from top to bottom. In fact, the investigation went to the top, the county clerk's office.
You said went?
Yes, that was 20 years ago, the early 60s. Those people are all dead now. The town's gone.
Then how do I know all the details? The last stop motel, Hollis's garage.
You're a lawyer. You probably read about the case in some journal. You may have forgotten, but the facts stayed with you.
Yeah, that's very neat, Doctor, only it doesn't explain the gravestones.
Gravestones?
Yeah, it was very strange. They took me out to the cemetery and they had headstones for everyone, for themselves. They even had one for me. Now, those aren't the kind of facts you get from a legal journal.
Dream symbolism. You were afraid to die.
Well, I have a theory. Now, I've read about people who experience dying. They cross over that threshold, just for a brief moment. They have visions, take trips, visit relatives in other cities, and then they come back to life. Sometimes it's quite wonderful.
Oh, I hate to shatter your illusions, folks, but you're talking about parapsychology. From a medical viewpoint, it's pure nonsense. A dream is an electrochemical storm in the brain, nothing more.
Well, some of us believe that a human being is more than a walking chemistry set, Doctor.
That's right. I know that I visited that town somehow, and it was for a reason. Call it parapsychology, call it a dream, call it magic, but it took a great weight off my mind. I'm ready to go out and start fresh.
Now, I'm sorry, but you're still my patient. I won't release you until I have proof that you're calm and thinking rationally.
Proof?
Now, please, take a sedative, and you'll find all this making much more sense in the morning.
Now, wait a minute. I've got some proof for you. Where are my pants?
They're hanging in the closet here.
Quick, Ruth, go and get them. Now, go into the right front pocket. What do you find?
Right front. Oh, here. It's one of those little wallet-sized calendars.
Read it.
McAllister's Automotive. Downsville.
What's the date on it, Ruth?
1961.
That's the receipt Hollis gave me for the car. There's your proof, Doctor. And now, if you don't mind, I'd like to check out of here.
The doctor has a point. The psychic sciences are not well established. Indeed, many feel they will never be true sciences, but only myth and superstition. Of course, none of this matters to Harry. He is at peace with himself. More about Harry and his proof after this. Throughout history, various cultures have tried to prepare their dearly departed for the trip to the next world. American Indians sent their warriors downstream in fully equipped canoes. The ancient Egyptians buried their kings with food, money, and servants. Harold Meeker may be the first, though, to bring an object back from the beyond. Perhaps it will serve to remind him that he has buried his demons. Perhaps it will be a reminder of just how lucky he is to be here. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Terry Keane, Earl Hammond, and Evie Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
He goes out almost every night and meets these men. They all gather somewhere. How do they get there?
They all come in their cars.
Is one of those cars a big blue sedan?
A big blue sedan? Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Is that the one that belongs to Harold Soames?
No, he drives a white sports car.
Oh. Well, the next time all those folks get together, I want you to find out the license number of the blue sedan. Nothing happened for the next 2 days. Then on the third night, I got a telephone call.
Lieutenant, this is Mouse Weber.
What's the matter, Mouse?
I want you to come and get me.
Come and get you?
Before they kill me.
Who?
I don't have time to explain that now. I think I shook them off, but they could have followed me here.
Who?
Those guys are out to shoot me.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by White Westinghouse Appliance Company. This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Life is eternal, and love is immortal, and death is only a horizon, and a horizon is nothing save the limit of our sight, the limit of our sight. It has nothing to do with the limit of our perception. Therefore, it is not the vision of our eyes that illuminates what lies beyond the horizon.
Sometime around 6 this evening, you hired a cab.
I don't remember, Inspector.
But the driver remembers you. He drove you to Dr. Bexler's address. Do you deny it?
No, I can't deny it now. Why have you come here, Inspector?
To tell you that Dr. Bexler is dead. He was murdered.
Murdered? By whom?
I'm not sure. But I can tell you that you're the best suspect we have.
Our mystery drama, Wine, Women, and Murder, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Robert Dryden. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Are there as many stars in the sky as there are grains of sand on the beach? And does it matter? It does to some people, proving that any knowledge, no matter how esoteric, is meaningful to somebody, sometime, somewhere, somehow. Well, no matter what it is, you want to find out. If there's ever been a book published on it, Elias Breckenridge would know all about it.
Good morning, Mr. Breckenridge.
Oh, good morning, Miss Bexler.
I came in because of the sign on your door.
Ah, the sign.
Well, it says we'll be closed for holiday.
Yes.
Well, I'm not aware of any holiday. There's no national one that I know of, even though they've been scrambled about in a most confusing fashion.
Yes, that's true. Well, it's my holiday. I shall be away for a week.
Oh, you mean a vacation?
No, my dear Miss Bexler. A vacation implies a period of freedom from toil. I do not consider my bookshop as an enslavement.
Oh, of course. Trust you to put the situation in its true perspective.
I am en route to Germany.
All the way from California to Germany?
The city of Cologne, or Cologne, as we might say it.
Oh? Is there some purpose, some reason for choosing Cologne?
Of course. I'm a member of the International Coleridge Society.
Coleridge?
The poet Samuel Taylor Coleridge.
Of course. The Ancient Mariner.
The best known, but perhaps the least of his achievements.
Wasn't he English?
Oh, yes, most certainly. Quite essentially English.
Well, then it would seem to me
that the society should meet in England.
Precisely.
It requires no great imagination or originality to honor an English poet in England, does it?
But why meet to honor him in Germany?
Because of the Rhine.
The Rhine?
The river.
Oh.
Tell me, Miss Bexler, what is the most serious problem facing society today?
Promiscuity?
Ecology.
Reasonable people may differ.
Coleridge was the first of the major poets to be truly concerned with the population of the environment.
Is that a fact?
On a trip to Germany, he could hardly wait to see the beautiful Rhine of song and story. It almost broke his heart.
The Rhine?
Yes. On close examination, it was nothing but a poisoned and polluted river.
Pity.
He therefore wrote the famous poem, Cologne, the theme of which is, "The river Rhine, it is well known, does wash the city of Cologne. But tell me, nymphs, what power divine shall henceforth wash the river Rhine?"
Beautiful.
Yes, he was one of the great romantic poets. He is dead almost a century and a half, and yet he speaks of today.
You must admit the romantic poets were all promiscuous.
And so we meet to honor one who was not only a great poet, but also a pioneer environmentalist.
I dare say.
It is not enough for a poet to write beautifully.
His words must also be meaningful.
I'm sure of it. Well, you said you were going to Cologne, and by the sheerest of coincidences, I have some business in, of all places, Cologne. Cologne.
Oh, do you indeed?
Yes, I have a cousin in Cologne, Dr. KARL Bexler. He teaches at the university.
Oh, indeed?
Yes. His specialty is molecular genetics.
Is that a fact?
Well, we have an uncle who died.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He was 95.
Well, even so.
In Cincinnati, where he left us a house. We agreed to sell it.
Ah, I see.
You see, we must get the deed to my cousin somehow. And, I was thinking... Oh, no, it would be an imposition.
What would?
Well, since you are going to Cologne...
Oh, I should be happy to.
Would you? You see, the mails can be so undependable. Oh, but it would be too much trouble.
No trouble at all.
You could place the deed in his hands.
Yes, and he could sign it.
Well, that's all he has to do.
And then I could bring it back.
Oh, I can't help feeling that I'm imposing.
Oh, no.
Well, if you're sure.
I insist. I keep saying what a pity we have so few opportunities to be helpful to one another. What I mean is that we take so few opportunities
to... If you're quite sure.
My dear Miss Bexler, I insist. My dear Miss Bexler, I write to inform you that I have arrived here in Cologne after a most uneventful journey. I have seen the River Rhine, and unfortunately, Mr. Coleridge was all too truthful. I am about to post this letter to you and then leave my hotel to visit your cousin and tend to your little affair. I have telephoned. I am expected. Sincerely, Elias Breckenridge. Taxi, are you free?
Who is free in this world?
It is comforting to know that German cab drivers are as philosophical as American ones.
And you, Herr American, are you out for some fun?
Oh, yes. Take me to 71 Schillerstrasse. Is that it?
You won't find much fun there.
No?
Oh, no. That is where the teachers are. At the university. That's where they live.
Ah, then I have the right address.
Not for fun. For real fun, I could take you to a...
No, I suppose it all depends on how you define fun, huh?
For me, fun means ladies present.
Oh, I shall be with some ladies later this evening.
I misjudged you, Herr American.
We have several female members of the Poetry Society.
I was right the first time. But if you should change your mind later on, ask at the taxicab line for Willie Kellner.
Very well. I'll remember.
No, somehow I do not think you will.
Mr. Breckenridge. Professor Bexler?
Yes, please, come in.
Ah, thank you.
It is I who should thank you. Please, be seated. Glass of wine?
No, never during the day. I make it a rule.
We have a saying here in Cologne. Lies were meant to be spoken. Rules were meant to be broken.
Yes, well...
It sounds better in German. And I have a most excellent vintage.
Oh, well, a little. I've been looking forward to your fine Rhine wines.
Oh, this is imported from California. Cordillera. You may have heard of it. I prefer it to our own. Please, don't tell anyone.
Oh, certainly not.
Prosit.
You're very good health, sir. Well, so you're a professor of molecular genetics.
I have that honor, yes.
I am a bookseller. Now that I think of it, I happen to have in my shop the definitive work in your field.
Indeed?
Well, not that there's much demand for it. It's by Dr. Harrison Peterson. You aware of it?
Oh, certainly.
I must say that I find his book hard going. Do you know Dr. Harrison Peterson? I imagine you would.
Oh, yes. Yes, I do.
The field is so small.
We are the best of colleagues. Tell me, how well do you know my cousin Maud?
Well, she comes into the shop now and then to buy a book.
Wonderful woman. So kind, so concerned with humanity, so sincere. A saint, that woman. And so are you, sir, to perform this kindly act. Most people would not have bothered.
Yes, it could be a more cooperative world, I suppose.
Let us have a drink to that. A more cooperative world.
Oh, no, thank you. No more for me. One has to set limits.
But if no one broke limits, what would happen to progress, huh?
You have a point. But the Coleridge Society banquet begins early this evening.
Then I must not keep you, but now, you know the way. You must come again.
Perhaps you could explain Dr. Harrison Peterson's book.
Gladly.
Well, until next time. Oh, I nearly forgot. The deed.
The deed? Oh, yes, of course. The deed.
I have it right here in this envelope.
Well, thank you again, Herr Breckenridge. And please, visit again soon. Goodbye. Or better, auf Wiedersehen.
Well, aren't you going to sign the deed?
Of course.
I thought if you signed it now, I could take it with me.
Well, this is a legal document, and I make it a never-to-be-broken rule. Never to sign any legal document until my attorney has read it.
Aha.
You may say to yourself, this is a simple, small matter of the deed to a house, and my dearest cousin Maud is a woman of the utmost rectitude. Yet
I understand, Professor Bexler.
I hope I do not impress you as an overly suspicious type, Herr Breckenridge.
No, certainly not.
We have a saying here in Cologne. Make positive before you sign what is yours and what is mine.
I understand.
It sounds better in German.
I dare say. Well, once again, auf Wiedersehen, Professor Bexler.
Leb wohl, Herr Breckenridge.
In Xanadu de Kubla Khan, a stately Petrodome decree, where Alf the sacred river ran through caverns set. Hello. Did I leave the lights on when I left?
Herr Breckenridge?
What? I beg your pardon? Who are you?
My name is Friedrich Schmidt.
What you doing in my room?
I'm with the Criminal Investigation Section of the German Federated Republic.
Oh. Well, what has this got to do with me?
Some 5 hours ago, at approximately 6 p.m., you engaged a taxi driven by Willy Kellner?
I'm not sure I remember.
But he remembers you. An American gentleman he picked up in front of this hotel.
Oh, yes, of course.
He says he drove you to number 71 Schillerstrasse, to the home of a Dr. KARL Heinz Bexler. Do you deny it?
Deny it? How could I deny it? Why would I deny it? What is it you want?
I have come here to tell you that Dr. KARL Heinz Bexler is dead. Murdered.
That's impossible.
Unfortunately, it's true.
Murdered? When? By whom?
When? Sometime around 6 this evening. By whom? By you.
Let's see. We were with him during that visit to Dr. KARL Heinz Bexler's home. We didn't see or hear Elias Breckenridge kill the professor. However, we were not with him when he went to the meeting of the Coleridge Society. We only have his word for that. Have we been wrong about meek, mild-mannered Elias Breckenridge? One thing is sure. To be accused of murder when you're a stranger and alone in a foreign country is hardly the happiest of situations. I'll return shortly with Act 2. The Good Samaritan had compassion, as we are told. However, helping one's neighbor can turn out to be a risky business in the end. And it's no one's fault, really. It's just the way things are. Somehow, so many of us, so often, suffer our greatest losses when we're engaged in someone else's business. A case in point, Mr. Elias Breckenridge.
Herr Breckenridge, why am I being kept here in jail? Are you ready to be reasonable, Herr Breckenridge? About what? You insist on making these foolish denials. Confess that you killed Dr. Wechsler. But I didn't. Why did you visit Dr. Wechsler? I told you. To deliver a document. What sort of document? A deed to a house in Cincinnati. Where? A city in America located on the Ohio River. And? I brought it to him and left it there. You left this deed with Dr. Wechsler? Yes. And then I said goodbye and went on to the banquet. If you left this deed with Dr. Wechsler... What do you mean, if? If you left it there, where is it? Where is it? Now, that is my question. At about 6 p.m., you visited Dr. Wechsler. At about that time, he was murdered, stabbed to death. Oh, no. I could never... You say you left the document. Well, none was found. Therefore, none was left. Therefore, you lied about the deed. In sum, you visited him for another purpose, to murder him. But why would I want to murder Dr. Wechsler? Well, that is the question you must answer. We have enough proof to go to trial in a court of law. You mean that I'm to be tried for murder? The only mystery is the motive. Why, Herr Breckenridge? Why? Harold, you can't railroad me. I'm an American citizen. I demand to see the American ambassador. The ambassador? Himself? Well, who do you think he is? He's just a servant of the American people, of whom I happen to be one.
Mr. Elias Breckenridge.
Yes? Well, who are you?
I'm from the American consulate.
You?
My name is Victoria Shakespeare.
You don't look like a consul.
I'm not. I have a long way to go. I'm only the 3rd assistant secretary.
Oh, I see. I'm not important enough to merit a visit from the consul himself.
He's busy negotiating a $20 million trade treaty.
What's more important? Justice for a human being or money?
Now, what do you think I can do for you?
You mean to say that I'm in danger of being hanged, and the best my country can do for me is to send a 3rd assistant secretary?
First, you are in no danger of being hanged.
Oh. Well, then you are going to do something about it.
Because there is no death penalty in this country, you'll probably get life. Second, I may be a 3rd assistant, but I have prospects of becoming a 1st assistant.
Well, you must do something.
What? We've been presented with the facts in the case. Tell me, why did you kill him?
But I told... Oh, no. What's the use? It's a nightmare. I find myself in prison, accused of murder that I did not commit. I am abandoned by my country.
You still haven't answered the question, why did you kill him?
I did... All right. You refuse to help me.
You insist you went there to deliver a deed. But no deed or document was found.
Someone took it.
Who?
Whoever murdered Dr. Wechsler.
But you murdered Dr. Wechsler.
Miss Shakespeare, please leave me. I was foolish enough to believe that my country would stand behind me. Elias Breckenridge, bookseller. Who does he think he is? Are you quite finished with me?
I have to make a report. Now, You claim you came here to attend an international poetry conference.
And I can prove it.
A customer of yours back home, a Miss Maud Bexler, asked you to deliver a document to a cousin of hers here in Cologne, a Dr. KARL Bexler, who teaches at the university.
Yes, that's true.
You claim you visited Dr. Bexler briefly, left the document with him, and went on to your meeting.
That's exactly what happened.
Thank you, Mr. Breckenridge.
And now that you've got that information, what are you going to do with it?
Why, file it. Of course, Mr. Breckenridge. File it. Mr. Breckenridge.
What are you doing here again, Miss Shakespeare?
The consulate has assigned me to your case.
Which means what?
Which means I have begun an investigation.
It's about time.
I have been...
Why don't you start at the beginning? Start with Miss Maud Bexler, who asked me to deliver the deed to...
I have already done that.
You've already?
Yes, Mr. Breckenridge. I telephoned the chief of police back in the States to get a deposition from Miss Maud Bexler.
Well, now we're getting somewhere.
The transcript was sent here by plane, and it arrived this morning.
Now then, Miss Shakespeare, this should get us off to the proper start. It will prove that Miss Maud Bexler asked me to bring the deed to Dr. KARL Bexler. It will prove beyond the shadow of a doubt that I am speaking the truth.
Would you care to read the transcript?
Oh, it isn't necessary.
Well, I'm sure it will be informative.
I know what it says.
Do you? Here. Now, why don't you look through it?
A transcript of deposition given by Miss Maud Bexler to Detective Lieutenant Frank Fremont of the Los Angeles Police on April 17th at 10 a.m.
Well, Miss Bexler, are you acquainted with Mr. Elias Breckenridge?
Breckenridge? Well, I don't mean to seem...
Are you saying you do not know Mr. Elias Breckenridge?
No, I don't think so.
Are you saying that you have never been in Breckenridge's bookstore?
Oh, yes, I have been there.
Did Mr. Breckenridge tell you he was going to Cologne to attend a meeting of the Coleridge Society?
No. Oh, we never engaged in any sort of personal conversation.
Miss Bexler, did you give Mr. Breckenridge's deed to a house you inherited from an uncle in Cincinnati to deliver to a cousin in Cologne?
Lieutenant Fremont, first, I have no uncle in Cincinnati or anywhere else, for that matter. Therefore, he could not leave me the deed of the house. And since I have no cousin in Cologne, I would have no reason to ask Mr. Breckenridge to deliver the non-existent deed for a non-existent house to a non-existent cousin.
Miss Bexler, do you have any idea why Mr. Breckenridge should have told such a story?
Well, obviously, he's a promiscuous person.
She's lying. The woman is lying.
Why should she lie? Mr. Breckenridge, is it true that you lose money on your bookshop?
Who told you?
We've been checking some of your friends and acquaintances. You told them. The bookshop does not make a profit.
Well, you can't make money if you want to carry books many people won't read.
Well, then why carry them?
Because they're good books. Deserving books.
Who subsidizes your shop, Mr. Breckenridge? Who makes good the loss?
Who? Well, I do.
But where do you get the money?
I have a small income left to me by my mother.
Mr. Breckenridge, isn't it true that your bookshop is a front?
A front? For what?
Why don't you tell me?
Miss Shakespeare, I have nothing to tell you.
Are you a hired assassin?
How can you make such an accusation?
Then what other reason would you have for killing Dr. Bexler?
Bexler? I see. I was right. Maud Bexler denies having a cousin in Cologne, but there was a KARL Bexler living here.
The name is not an unusual one.
Miss Shakespeare, please, someone must listen to me.
I'm listening to you.
For someone must believe me.
That's another story.
I did not murder Dr. Bexler.
I'm afraid that attitude won't get you very far.
I see now how unfit I am for modern life.
What brings this on?
Suddenly, the smooth and even tenor of my existence is disturbed. I am, without warning, flung into a hazardous situation. And I don't know how to cope with it.
Mr. Breckenridge, I am suggesting...
I am a man of far-flung interests. I have enough information to fill an almanac. Yet I know nothing that is of any use to me in this hour of my need.
I would, personally, like to be of assistance.
Well, that's very kind of you.
As long as there is some hope of your innocence, I am assigned to you.
But I am innocent.
If you go to trial, I am reassigned to another project. I will have to figure freight rates for the trade deal. It's a most boring task.
Yes, I can understand that.
How can we prove your innocence?
I don't know.
Let us accept your word that you did not kill Dr. Bexler. Describe that visit.
I've done that at least 100 times. I arrived at the house. It was just about 6. He admitted me.
Was he alone?
I think so. There were no signs of anyone else.
And?
We had a glass of wine.
Yes.
And we chatted.
What about?
Oh, just polite conversation.
About what?
I don't remember.
You came into the house. The first thing that happened.
He offered me a glass of wine.
The first thing you talked about.
It was the wine.
What did you say about the wine?
Well, he remarked that it was a California wine.
Here? In the Rhine country?
Yes. A white wine called Cordillera. I'd never heard of it.
Neither did I. Then what?
More small talk.
On what subject?
His particular subject, molecular genetics. I happened to remark that in my bookshop I carried the definitive work in the field.
Yes.
I made a mistake.
A mistake?
How could I possibly make such a mistake? I never do.
What are you talking about, Mr. Breckenridge?
Now I know I didn't kill Dr. Bexler. Now I can prove it.
If a little knowledge is a dangerous thing, what is a great deal? Our friend Elias Breckenridge has come to this Rhenish city of Cologne to enjoy poetry. Instead, he has spent most of his time in prison. Well, there's nothing strange about that. After all, some of the world's greatest poetry was written behind bars. We'll see if we can get him out of there in Act 3. Stone walls do not a prison make, nor iron bars a cage. That's a fine poetic sentiment, but it does strain the limits of poetic license. Stone walls and iron bars make the toughest and strongest cages ever made. True, they cannot confine the spirit, but they do a great job of holding in the body. Yes, it's a great philosophy for philosophers, but small comfort for the rest of us.
You say you can prove you didn't kill Dr. Bexler?
Yes, certainly.
How?
The man who opened the door and admitted me to the house, the man who offered me the glass of wine, the man who chatted with me, and finally the man who took the deed from me. He was not Dr. KARL Heinz Bexler.
He wasn't?
You see, I happened to mention that I sold the definitive work in his field, molecular genetics, and I said it was by Dr. Harrison Peterson, and he said he and Dr. Harrison Peterson were the best of colleagues.
Well?
I never do this. The author of the studies in molecular genetics is not Dr. Harrison Peterson.
It isn't?
No. It's Dr. Peterman Harrington.
Well, who's Dr. Harrison Peterson?
Well, he's the author of Gradation in the Southern Sanskrit Dialects, a completely different field. Why did I get the two mixed up? Surely, if it were the real Dr. Bexler, he would have known the difference. Wait.
Yes.
I am accused of killing Dr. Bexler. What did he look like?
Fortunately, he is still being held here.
This place makes me nervous.
Why? It's only a morgue.
We shall soon see.
Thank you for your cooperation, Inspector Schmidt.
Johann, slide open number 32, is it? Dr. KARL Heinz Bexler. Well, Herr Breckenridge?
No. No, he's not Dr. Bexler.
But he is.
He is not the Dr. Bexler I spoke to.
What did that man look like?
As completely different from this one as you could imagine. This one is dark. The other was fair. This one has long hair. The other was half bald.
Inspector Schmidt, in light of this new development, could we release Mr. Breckenridge from custody?
Well, so far, I have nothing tangible.
We will be responsible for him.
Inspector Schmidt, I must be given the opportunity to prove my innocence. Now, there are two things. First, the man who posed as Dr. Bexler, about 5 feet 10 inches, around 55 years old, light complexion, half bald. Does this description seem familiar?
I'm sure the inspector will work on it.
Yes.
Second, Cordillera. It's a white wine. Have you ever heard of it?
No.
It's from California.
Well, then I would have no reason to hear from it.
Is it sold here in the city?
Well, why are you so anxious to know about that wine?
Am I free to go?
You are released to the custody of your consulate.
He means me. Why did you want to come back here, to Dr. Bexler's place?
To look at this wine bottle.
What fascinates you about that wine?
It's a very small winery in the Napa Valley. I'm sure they don't export.
But what's the difference?
How did this bottle get here? Someone had to bring it from America. When do they deliver the mail?
Oh, about 2 o'clock.
It's just about an hour from now. Let's wait. May we talk to you for a moment?
Are you the new people in this house? Poor Dr. Bexler. Not even cold in his grave, and already the place is rented. Well, life must go on.
Dr. Bexler, did he get a great deal of mail?
Yeah, and no.
Did he get much mail from America?
America, huh? Well, sometimes I would ask him for the stamps for my sister's little boy.
Yes, but did he get any packages from America?
Packages? Oh, yes. Maybe once a month. Some bottles of wine.
Wine? Are you sure?
Oh, yeah. Sometimes he would offer me a glass.
Wine that came from a bottle like this?
Oh, yeah. It's not bad for an American wine.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
You wanted to see us, Inspector Schmidt.
Yes, please sit down. I have good news for Herr Breckenridge. The tall man who was posing as Dr. Bexler?
Yes?
His name is Heinrich Moller, and he was a hardened criminal. He's dead.
Dead?
He was shot while robbing a warehouse in Stuttgart. And before he died, he confessed to the murder of Dr. Bexler. And this deed was found in his clothes. Is this the document you delivered to the doctor?
Well, of course, it was in an envelope, and I didn't read it, but it seems to be a deed to a house in Cincinnati.
Now, this proves you are telling the truth.
Well, then it's all over.
Yes, poor Dr. Bexler is dead.
Well, what should I do with the deed?
I suggest you return it to Miss Bexler when you return to Los Angeles.
Yes, of course. I'll do that.
I'm sorry there was this misunderstanding.
Well, it isn't every day one is accused of murder, I suppose.
You are no longer in my custody, Mr. Breckenridge.
It's a pity. You'll have to go back to calculating freight rates.
Well, all's well that ends well, as the poet said, although it sounds better in German.
I would like to make a transatlantic call, please. Yes. To Miss Maud Bexler in Los Angeles, California. Yes, I'll wait. Hello? Yes, this is Mr. Breckenridge. She's not. Do you know where she can be reached? Oh? She's en route to Germany. Where? To Cologne.
Just a minute.
Mr. Breckenridge.
May I come in? Thank you. Small world indeed. What brings you here?
A very sad event, as you may know. My cousin, my only relative, was murdered. I flew here for the funeral.
Oh, a most pious act, Miss Bexler. I have here the deed you asked me to deliver.
Oh, thank you.
It's your property.
But you've been most helpful to me, Mr. Breckenridge.
I wish I could say that you've been most helpful to me, Miss Bexler.
Why, whatever do you mean?
Why did you tell the police you didn't give me that document to deliver to your cousin?
Oh, that.
Yes, that.
Well, you see, I'm absolutely terrified of the police.
Are you?
Yes. Once you're involved, it brings nothing but notoriety and scandal. It's best to keep clear of such...
But did you stop to think where that would leave me?
Well, I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry.
I was being accused of murder.
Well, when the police officer called that morning, I was so surprised and frightened I lost my head. You must believe me. I would have made it all straight later on.
Is that a fact?
You see, there's no harm done. You're free. It all ended well.
Has it ended?
Poor Karl. His murderer has confessed, and so, well, I understand the case is closed.
Not quite.
Why? Is there anything else?
Let's see. We have Miss Maud Bexler in Los Angeles, California. We have, or had, her cousin, Dr. KARL Bexler in Cologne, West Germany. Miss Bexler is a spy. So is her cousin. Miss Bexler purchases U.S. military secrets and sends them to Dr. Bexler, who in turn sells them here in Europe.
That's a lie.
Most are sent in wine bottles, or should I say, on wine bottles. Needed is a bottle with a great deal of white on the label. Cordillera answers that requirement. A simple, invisible ink is used, lemon juice or any strong concentration of acetic acid.
Sir, I must ask you to leave.
When you discovered that I was leaving for Europe, you made up the story of the dead uncle so that you could give me the deed to deliver. But on the back was an important message in invisible ink.
That's a lie.
But someone over here must have discovered what Dr. Bexler was doing, perhaps tried to blackmail him, or whatever. At any rate, he killed Bexler just before I arrived, and he posed as Bexler.
Not one word of this is the truth.
Do you know what's on the back of that deed, Miss Bexler? In invisible ink? Apply a little heat to it, and you would read the specifications for the electronic rangefinder for the latest...
That's enough, Mr. Breckenridge.
Well, now, that's a pistol.
And I know how to use it.
Do you expect to get away with anything?
Yes. It was self-defense. You're slightly mad anyhow, eccentric. You came here to kill me for lying about that deed. What could I do? I had to defend myself. Now I shall start to scream, and then I'll fire. Help! Help! He's going to kill me!
Do not shoot, Miss Bexler. All is well. We have him. We have him.
He's crazy. A madman, and he wanted to kill me.
Well, that's a lie. Inspector Smith, that's a lie.
That's enough out of you. You're under arrest.
Well, you certainly fouled things up.
That woman tried to kill me. She's a spy.
We know she's a spy.
You know?
We've been feeding her the wrong information for years. Dr. Bexler's been selling it. I suppose it caught up with him. A professional assassin was hired to take care of him, just as you arrived.
Then you knew about her all along?
We had to get you out from under. Why did you have to try to solve it? Miss Bexler is very valuable to us as a source of misinformation for the enemy. Now she'll have to leave all of her contacts on the West Coast and move somewhere else.
Or I could move somewhere else.
Really? Where?
I could open a bookstore here in Cologne.
I understand it takes years to build up a trade.
I understand it takes years to become a first secretary at the consulate.
It's not so bad waiting, if you have company.
Who says we don't give you happy endings? Here's a story that ended happily for all of the principals. For Elias Breckenridge and Victoria Shakespeare, of course. Certainly for Maud Bexler, who is continuing her career as an enemy spy, but working unconsciously for our side. I shall return with another happy thought in just a few moments. Today, the emphasis is on ecology, the environment, clean air, pure water, as it should be. But there is another ecology, the ecology of the spirit, the ecology of thought. There is so much emphasis given to the quality of life. How about a little concentration on the quality of the mind? We have exercises for the mind 7 times each week, right here. Our cast included Robert Dryden, Carol Teitel, Bob Caliban, and William Griffiths. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. Mr. Carlyle said... The age of miracles is forever with us. And so it is. For mankind is in constant need of miracles. And that is because miracles are notoriously short-lived. The fact is, once a miracle has taken place, it is no longer miraculous. After all, the first steam engine was a miracle. And so was the first airplane, the first radio, the first computer. And while familiarity may not always breed contempt, as Mr. Aesop said, or children, as Mark Twain once insisted, familiarity always does breed indifference.
I want a Russian sable coat. I want an Isota Asmara sports car.
My dear, are these things so important?
They are, to me.
But these are trivia.
A $20,000 coat? A $30,000 car? These are trivia?
Yes, dear. And even if we could afford
I'll have them. I'll have them. And anything else I want. And what's more, you are going to get them for me.
But how?
Just wish. Wish with me. And see what happens.
Our mystery drama, Your Desires, My Guilt, written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Norman Rose. I'll be back shortly with Act One. We consider now the case of Professor Maurice Avery Jennings. He has a roster of degrees that could consume the entire alphabet. Blessed with such impressive credentials, you might suppose he'd be rich and famous. And you would be wrong. He is only an obscure teacher at Northern State, a small college, in a rather remote region of the upper Midwest. Why? It would depend upon whom you ask. For instance, an old classmate who has had a distinguished career and is now an advisor to the President of the United States would say,
"Well, you take old Maurice now. He has absolutely no ear for music when it comes to blowing his own horn."
And if you ask his wife, Ursula,
I would rather not discuss it.
And should you ask Maurice himself?
The underlying dynamics appear frozen in the same constant state of flux, regardless of individual situational positioning.
And if you can make head or tail of that, your clarity of vision is greater than mine. However, let us move onward and upward, or possibly backward and downward, with Professor Maurice Avery Jennings as he comes home on this particular night of the year.
Ursula.
Yes, it's Ursula.
You're home.
Yes, I'm home.
But this wasn't the plan.
What plan?
You had planned to visit your sister in Chicago.
Oh, that plan.
I don't understand. You had made all the preparations.
Most of the plans we make in this life have a way of coming to naught.
I beg your pardon?
You should. 20 years ago, I made such exciting plans for myself, and then I married you.
But what seems to be the problem? You said you were leaving for Chicago this morning. It was definite, wasn't it?
Yes. Well, I have a headache. I think I'll lie down. There's some dinner on the table.
You still haven't told me why you changed your plans.
I couldn't face what would happen in Chicago.
But your sister is very generous. She would entertain you royally.
Yeah. Her servants would wait on me. We'd go to the theater, the finest restaurants, parties, luncheons.
That's all really very nice, isn't it?
And every minute of it would serve to remind me of how poor I am, how threadbare, how shabby my life is.
Oh, now, dear, it's not that bad.
It's worse. Because if we were really in want, I could come to terms with it. But it's this genteel poverty that I simply cannot. Oh. Good night.
Ursula, everybody can't be a millionaire.
That's true. But you can.
I can?
Who else has your background, your knowledge?
Well...
Why aren't you writing books, teaching at a prestigious university, consulting for Wall Street, the government, pontificating the way other economists do? Men who don't have a quarter of your ability.
Do you know what the problem is?
Oh, never mind the problem. Let's worry about the solution.
But you see, darling, there is no solution.
No solution to what?
To anything.
I believe I've already said goodnight.
For example, I'm an economist. I've made a complete and exhaustive study of the science, and I am convinced it has absolutely no connection with reality.
Maurice, I'm convinced that you have absolutely no connection with reality.
And not just economics, but all the sciences and all the arts. None of them has any answers.
See you in the morning.
Why do I want to work here at this obscure, practically unknown college? So I can be free to think and study and consider.
Yes, Maurice, you do that.
I am looking for what I call the guiding principle.
Well, good luck.
If I can discover the true essence, the primeval motive force that powers economics, the same principle will hold for chemistry and physics and mathematics, everything.
Mm-hmm. And meanwhile, I would like to enjoy a bottle of imported Salvador champagne, which sells, I believe, for some 300 smackers a bottle.
Oh, that's a conceit.
Yes, perhaps, but it's my conceit. And I would like a Russian sable coat, just like the one my sister has. It only costs $20,000.
But that's obscene.
Yes, but it's my obscenity. And I'd like a sports car like the one she has. That's an Isota Asmara. You can pick one up for as little as $30,000.
But that's mindless vanity.
That's me, Maurice. That's all I am. That's all I ever want to be. Just a bundle of conceits and obscenities and mindless vanities.
Those are the things that are truly important to you, Ursula?
Yes, those are the things.
The coats, the cars, the champagne, those are the things you really want?
You'll never know how much I want them.
Then, my dear, I sincerely wish from the bottom of my heart that you could have them.
That chance. Well, don't forget to turn out the light on the stove.
No, I think I'll listen to some Bach before dinner. Won't you sit here with me?
No, why don't you listen for both of us? I better go inside and turn off that burner sooner than depend on you. Maurice!
Quiet, my dear.
Where did you get this?
Get what?
You know what? Turn off that boring thing. Oh, I'll do it.
Oh, Ursula, why did you...
Tell me, Maurice, where did you get this?
What is it?
What does it look like?
A bottle of champagne.
A bottle of imported Salvador champagne.
Where did you get it?
I thought I'd have a little milk. I opened the refrigerator, and there it was. Did you actually buy this?
Well, no, of course not.
Who gave it to you?
No one gave it to me.
Then how did it get here?
How? Oh, it's simple. Your sister. She must have sent this bottle as a gift.
What sort of a gift? It's not my birthday or anything.
Dorothy doesn't need an occasion. She's always finding reasons to send you something.
When did this bottle get here?
I don't know. This is the first time I've seen it.
Well, you must have seen it when it was delivered.
I wasn't here.
Oh, but you forgot. You're absent-minded.
Ursula, I may be unworldly by the standards of some people, but I am not absent-minded. I can remember every...
I'm going to send this back.
Well, should you insult your sister?
Isn't she insulting me?
I'm sure you're being unduly harsh. She is very kind. Why hurt her feelings?
All right. Let's open it.
Now?
Well, if not now, when?
When we have something to celebrate.
We'll never have anything to celebrate.
I do believe that's the last of it.
Bottoms up.
Could just the two of us have finished an entire bottle of champagne?
You, Maurice. You're not at all bad looking. Actually, you are quite handsome. Oh, it's late. Let's go to bed. Lock the door and put out the cat.
We don't have a cat.
We don't? What happened to it?
We never had a cat.
Oh. Well, maybe that's what's wrong with our marriage. Let's go to bed and talk about it.
Yes, dear. I'll join you presently. I just want to listen to a little bit of the Bach.
You do whatever you like, sweetheart. And then you come to bed.
What was that? Ursula! What is it? There's something wrong. But tell me what it is.
Say another word. Come here. Close the door.
my closet.
I don't understand.
In that case, I'm just having the DTs.
On half a bottle of champagne?
Now listen, I'm now going to open my closet door. And you are going to look inside.
Yes, I'm looking.
Well, what do you see?
What am I supposed to see? Your dresses, skirts?
Is that all?
You have a fur coat?
Then you see it too?
Yes, of course.
Do you know what this is? Genuine Russian sable.
Oh, it looks very nice. Did you buy it in one of the local stores?
Maurice, you don't buy a coat like this in a store. You go to some exclusive furrier, and you have it made from the most rare and expensive skins. And that is why this coat must cost more than $20,000. First the champagne, and now this coat.
It's your sister.
Why didn't you warn me about this? Oh, of course. Dorothy sent these, and you had to be here to take the delivery. Well, who placed the sample down the refrigerator? Who hung the coat in my closet? You had to be in on it. You helped her to humiliate me.
No, darling. Please believe me when I tell you that I know nothing about... Why do you insist that she wants to humiliate you?
She's jealous.
Jealous?
I was always better looking.
That's true, I suppose.
You can't be more enthusiastic. And she's jealous because I married you.
But her husband's a millionaire many times over.
Well, you are at least respected.
And he's not.
Everybody knows what a shady character Harry is.
I always thought he was the very soul of integrity.
You're still as good-looking as ever. Whereas he has become fat and bald and pudgy, and he reeks from those cigars. And that is why Dorothy hates me.
That simply cannot be true.
Oh, what do you know about women? What do you know about anything?
Nothing. I see now that I know very little. I'm married to a woman for 20 years. I took her for granted. She was my wife. I was so wrapped up, lost in my own career, my own pursuits, I forgot that she had needs too. And from time to time, when she did want certain things, what did I do? I laughed at her, because those were material things, and I decided that they were unimportant, trivial.
All right, Maurice.
I know that Dorothy is a generous, warm-hearted woman. You don't have to hate her anymore. You don't have to be envious any longer. You can accept her gifts, because soon you will be able to reciprocate. Now, that's the heart of the problem, isn't it?
What are you saying, Maurice?
I owe you everything for the years you devoted to me. I shall become the man you always wanted. I will write books, arrange for lectures, and do consulting.
Do you mean it?
Starting tomorrow.
Oh, Maurice, you're wonderful.
That's a lovely coat. Who could blame you?
What a night this has been. How am I ever going to fall asleep?
Oh, Ursula.
What is it?
I feel a sudden chill.
Oh, poor darling. I wouldn't want you to catch cold. Just let me close the window. Maurice. Maurice. Come over here.
Yes?
Look.
Oh, where?
In the driveway.
What is that?
That is a sports car. An Isota Asmara.
Are you sure?
Dorothy has one exactly like it. Maurice, how did it get here? How?
How, indeed. This is certainly a night of nights. A most enchanted evening for the Jennings. But from whence comes this virtual rain of good things? Can it be from that most wealthy and generous sister? That coat? That car? Add them together, and we're talking about $50,000, perhaps $60,000. We'll talk about it some more in Act 2. It was the Roman poet Virgil who said, Timeo, Danaos, et dona ferentes. Or, beware the Greeks when they bear gifts. There was a point to that in its time and in its place. But Ursula and Maurice are not behind the walls of ancient Troy. And although they have just received some fabulously expensive gifts, they have a pretty good idea who sent them.
You're right, Maurice. You're absolutely right. What a magnificent sister Dorothy has been to me. So sweet, so loving, so generous.
Yes, dear, I know.
I'm going to call her up right now and thank her.
Now? It's midnight. Why don't you get some sleep?
Never postpone a good deed or a thoughtful act.
Yeah, I suppose.
I just never realized how lucky I was to have a sister like Dorothy.
Hello?
Dottie, darling, it's me.
Ursula, do you know what time it is?
I just couldn't wait to thank you.
For what?
For those fantastic gifts.
What gifts?
Dottie, you are, without a doubt, the most wonderful human being in the whole wide world.
What's up?
First, the glorious bottle of Saint Verdun champagne.
What bottle?
The one you sent us.
I sent you a bottle of Saint Verdun?
And then the coat.
What coat?
The Russian sable. And then to top it all off with the car.
What car?
It's just like yours, the Isotta Hasmara.
Ursula, what are you up to?
I just want to thank you for everything.
Okay, now let's have the punchline.
What punchline?
You mean this is not a joke?
Dottie, I only want to thank you.
I know it's a game. You call somebody at midnight and you...
I'm just so happy you sent me the wine and the coat and the car.
Oh, I just caught on. You're making a pitch for those things. Well, forget it. If I could even find a bottle of Saint Verdun, I'd drink it myself. You want a fur coat, the sports car. We'll have that cheap husband of yours get them for you.
Don't call Maurice cheap.
Don't think you can promote me for anything as heavy as a sable or an Isotta. I do enough for you as it is. You've got your nerve to ask for more.
If you're going to take that nasty attitude,
Listen to who's talking about a nasty attitude. Sweetheart, you were born with one.
I don't have to take that from you.
I only put up with you because of Mom and Papa. When they were still alive, they said to me, take care of Ursula.
Maybe Mom and Papa would still be alive if you hadn't aggravated them to death.
Who supported Mama and Papa after he had the accident? Now, good night.
Dorothy, don't you dare hang up on me. Maurice, she claims she doesn't know anything about it. And I don't think she's joking. Maurice? Asleep. And I must be sleeping, too. This is all a dream. The champagne, the fur coat, the sports car. It's all a dream. And I'll wake up in the morning and they'll all be gone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Coffee smells good. Let's have breakfast. Then you put on your new coat and we'll go for a ride in your new car.
Maurice, at first I thought this was all a dream.
Oh, so did I. But when I got up this morning, I looked in your closet and there was the coat. I looked at the driveway and there was the car. And here on the sideboard, the empty champagne bottle.
Maurice, I spoke with Dorothy on the phone. She did not send these things.
I don't understand. Are you sure?
Yes.
Well, they must be gifts from someone.
I'm scared.
You always wanted a fur coat and a car. You said those are the things that are important, so enjoy them.
I can't enjoy them.
Why not?
Because I can't account for them. I looked through the car, and there are no ownership papers. The coat, I have no receipt. People are going to ask questions. Everyone in town knows how much you make. How could we afford them? Maurice, suppose they're stolen goods.
Stolen?
And the thieves had to get rid of them in a hurry.
Why has this suddenly become so complicated?
I don't know. Maybe we better call the police.
And tell them what? These things just materialized out of the blue?
Let's put the coat in the sports car and drive it to some deserted spot and just abandon it. There isn't any other way. We'll just have to get rid of them both on some lonely road. I know the one that winds through Dawson's Woods. I'll drive the sports car and you follow along in ours. Come on. Let's do it right now.
Well, shall we wait until tonight?
We can't afford to wait.
Ursula!
It's gone. It's gone. The coat. It's not in the closet. Look.
Where could it be?
I don't know. Maurice, I don't know.
Now, we can't afford to panic.
It was here just a few minutes ago.
No one could have come into the house.
Oh, Maurice, what are we going to do?
I know. Deferred subconscious transference.
What's that?
You put the coat in the car.
When?
Oh, the first time you thought of it.
But I just thought about it this minute.
Consciously. Unconsciously, subconsciously, the idea took shape much earlier, and without being aware of it, you simply put it into execution. If you look in the car, you'll see the coat lying on the seat.
Maurice?
Yes, what is it now?
Look at the car.
What's wrong with it?
What's wrong is you can't see it. It isn't there. It's not in the driveway. Where is it?
I don't know.
Could we have been dreaming?
No, I'm sure.
But the coat and the car are gone, as if they'd never existed.
The bottle. The champagne bottle. That's still here. Well, why hasn't the bottle disappeared, too?
I'm frightened. I'm scared to stay in this house.
I admit it's disconcerting. Why don't you go away for a bit till things sort themselves out?
Where can I go?
Visit your sister.
After what I said to her on the phone?
We must not lose our heads.
Maybe we did. Maurice, that bottle. Could the wine have been drugged? Could it have given us hallucinations?
But how did the bottle get into the house?
Do something.
Let me think.
Oh, must we listen to that?
Now, let me sit here and try to analyze just exactly what did happen. Darling, I think I figured it out. There's really only one way to explain the appearance and the disappearance of the coat and the car.
Tell me.
I'm almost afraid to tell you. Now, I can state it this way. Your desires and my guilt.
Maurice, I am in no mood for your usual nonsense.
You spoke to me about the car and the coat and the champagne. Your exact words, I would like to enjoy a bottle of Saint-Verdun. I want a Russian sable like the one my sister has, and a sports car like hers and Isota Asmara in the driveway.
I know I said that. So?
And I asked you, are those the things you truly want? And you said to me, yes, I want them.
But what has this to do with the fact
Do you still feel the same way? Are they of such great importance?
Yes.
Why?
Oh, it's something private between me and my sister. It's not just a feud between two women, but two sisters. You're a man. You could never hope to understand
But the fact is, these material things, they form the dominant desire of your life.
Yes.
Your desire. Now, for my guilt. Suddenly, I saw how I had failed you. How throughout our married life you felt frustrated, cheated, defeated.
Oh, what's the use of going through all that now?
My guilt, and I was unaware of it, became as strong as your desire. Together they formed a force. Perhaps an elemental force. A force that cannot be denied. And that's why and how your wishes came true. Through me.
Maurice, things are bad enough. But if you continue to talk like that, they'll put you away.
The combination of your desires and my guilt, they produced the wine, the coat, the car. We drank the wine. The coat and the car remained, but they began to create a frightening complication. Suddenly, your desire to get rid of them became greater than your desire to own them. And so your desire reached out for and found my guilt. And once again, the forces were created, and the car and the coat disappeared as miraculously as they had materialized.
Please, Maurice, don't do this to me.
You want proof? The wine bottle is still here. Wish, Ursula, wish with all your heart for it to be gone with the car and the coat. Wish. Look at that empty bottle and wish. With my help, you can wish it away.
I wish... Oh. How can I even fall in with this...
This what?
This ridiculous nonsense.
And why is it nonsense?
Because what you're saying is that all we have to do is just... wish.
No, that is not what I'm saying. I told you about your desires and my guilt.
And I'm supposed to believe that?
There are forces out there.
Out where?
Out there, somewhere, anywhere, everywhere. What's the difference? Powerful forces. And some people have discovered the secret.
What secret?
The secret of how to tap those forces.
Doesn't get any better.
Primitive man, follow this now. Primitive man heard the thunder, looked at the lightning, the elemental forces. If you told him that it was possible to harness those forces, do you know what he would have done?
I don't care what he would have done.
He would have killed you because he thought you were a witch. Or he would have worshipped you because he thought you were a god. But we have done it. We have harnessed the lightning. We have brought its energy into our homes. We have captured it in wires. All we have to do is plug into it.
That's different.
Well, why is it different? Because it's physical?
Well, yes.
Well, why isn't there just as much mental, psychic energy flowing all about us? And somehow you and I, by wishing in a certain way...
What way?
Well, I don't know, but it works.
Oh, I don't believe it.
Well, then try it. Wish for that bottle to disappear. Wish as hard as you did when you wanted the wine and the coat and the car. And I'll wish with you. Wish.
All right.
Harder.
I wish that bottle were gone. I wish it had never come into this house.
I'm helping you, Ursula.
I'm wishing with all my might.
Look.
It's gone.
Yes. It's gone.
Yes, it's gone. It has disappeared. It has never existed. And what can we make of it? Is Maurice correct? Is there this overwhelming psychic force that surrounds us all? Why not? The world we live in is still a mystery. For all our science and sophistication, what do we really know about the basic laws of nature? We may find out a bit more in Act 3. What is a miracle? Well, the word itself comes from the Latin mirus, something to admire, to wonder at. True enough. But when you consider life itself, what is more worthy of wonder? The fact that things grow in the earth, the rain, the wind, the snow, the constant changes of season. Aren't these miracles also? In a universe where everything is possible, how can anything be considered miraculous?
The champagne bottle's gone. I can't believe it.
You've just seen it happen. You just made it happen.
Maurice, you and I, we can ask for and receive miracles.
Yes, between the two of us. Somehow we present the proper combination to harness the psychic forces. Have I finally found the basic underlying guiding principle? Is this what I'm looking for?
I don't know what you're looking for, but I know what I'm looking for.
How can we proceed in a manner that would be most beneficial to the human race? It's all a matter of how you and I combine our emotions to harness this invincible, all-powerful array of forces.
Oh, yes, indeed. I have to prove something to somebody.
Let us desire to change the world, eliminate poverty, create universal peace and justice.
First, I have to take care of Dorothy.
Ursula, this awesome power, you cannot use it just to win a petty feud with your sister.
Petty? If you have been patronized by that woman all your life...
But what do you want?
I want her to eat the bread of charity and see how bitter it can be.
You never had to take charity from Dorothy.
No. You were so busy with your noble thoughts. I had to run things on the salary of a small college professor. How many times did I have to run to my sister because the end of the paycheck always came before the end of the month? I wish to see her on my doorstep, reduced to the clothes on her back.
No, Ursula.
This is what I wish.
It needs the two of us to make that wish come true.
I'll make a deal. Wish with me for what I want now, and I'll wish with you for what you want later. Peace, justice, all the rest of it.
It isn't right.
Maurice, you have to give to get. Are you going to let Dorothy ruin it for everybody else? Oh, come on. Do something for me. Wish with me. Wish.
All right.
Well, you have to be more enthusiastic than that. Wish. Really wish.
I wish for it. I wish for it.
Who's that?
Who do you think? Shall I open the door?
No. No. You must allow me. Ursula, it's my dear sister. Maurice, guess who's here?
May I come in?
Well, of course, Dorothy. What are you doing out in what's known as the stick?
Ursula, please, can I stay here with you? I've lost everything.
Oh, poor Dorothy. Please, sit down. Something to drink? Perhaps you're hungry.
The world has just come to an end.
What happened?
Harry has run away.
What do you mean?
The police are after him.
Why?
He's lost everything we own.
But is that a crime?
He misappropriated company funds.
Oh.
It's all gone, Ursula. The house, the car, my jewels, everything.
Overnight?
Well, it comes out it's been going on for years. He found a way to hide it. He thought he was secure, immune to discovery. But suddenly, for some reason, it just blew up in his face. It's my fault.
Really? Why?
Oh, maybe I pushed him too hard. When I married him, he was just a salesman. He made a good living, but it wasn't enough for me. Oh, well, he must have hated me. You know, he didn't run away alone. There was another woman.
Yes, there usually is.
And I'm poor, Ursula. I'm even poorer than you are.
Well, don't you worry, my dear. We'll take very good care of you. You can have the spare bedroom. Of course, I'm sure you'll find it small and cramped after what you've been used to.
Oh, I wish I had it all to do over again. Now, if you'll both excuse me.
Oh, Ursula, that was cruel.
It's exactly the way she treated me in her house. And now I've got her, just where I want her. I can lord it over her, just the way she lorded it over me.
No, Ursula, this isn't the way you're made. You're not mean and petty. Forgive her.
Forgive her? Why?
Because she's your sister, and you really love her. Share your gift with her.
Share it?
Grant her wish, too. You heard her. Didn't she say she wished she could do it all over again? Let's give her that chance. Let her start again with Harry. Let her find herself back at home.
But you heard what she said. She doesn't have a home anymore.
I don't mean that home. I mean the one she would be living in today if she and Harry had led a different life. The one Harry really wanted.
No.
Ursula, give in to your better nature.
Oh. All right.
I knew you would.
On one condition. Yes. We will let her relive the last 25 years the way Harry would have wanted. Provided.
Yes?
Provided you agree to change our lives, too.
Change them? How?
Let us have the past 20 years the way I would have wanted.
Ursula, please listen to me. Your sister is in the next room, broken-hearted. She's absolutely destroyed. How can
I'm willing to give her a chance. You're the one who won't make the deal.
Ursula.
No discussion. No soul-searching, no preaching about ethics and morality. Just agree, that's all. And join me. Wish with all your heart that Dorothy's life could have been different. Well, are you wishing with me?
Ursula, surely you...
Dorothy is broken-hearted. Won't you help her? Wish with me.
I wish.
Wish harder. Stronger.
I wish for Dorothy to have another chance.
Who's that?
You know who it is. Answer it.
Hello?
Ursula?
Where are you calling from?
Home. It's long distance, so I'll be brief. Can you have Thanksgiving dinner with us?
Well,
Say you will. And we do have something to be thankful for this year.
What?
Aside from still having our health and everything, Harry got a raise.
Oh, that's nice.
Not an awful lot, only $25, but it's better than nothing. Sometimes I wish Harry had been a little more ambitious, but I guess you can't have everything. How is Marie?
Just fine.
We didn't marry a pair of world beaters, either of us. But they kept their good looks. That's something. Say you'll be here Thanksgiving.
Oh, sure.
Hey, I better hang up before this gets really expensive. Regards to Maurice. Bye.
All right, Maurice. And now for your part of the bargain. I want us to have everything the way she and Harry had everything.
But you saw what having everything did to them. It ruined their lives.
We didn't know how to handle it. We're smarter.
Between us, we have this wonderful gift. Is this how you want to use it, selfishly?
Why not?
It must have been given to us for a reason, a purpose.
Oh, what reason? What purpose?
So we could make the world a better place to live in.
I want to make the world a better place to live in. For me.
No, for everybody.
I don't know how to make it a better place for everybody. I'm not a saint. I'm not a philosopher. And I don't want to become a martyr.
There must be some kind of design. Why were we selected?
Oh, there isn't any design. There's no rhyme or reason for anything. Things just happen, that's all. We weren't selected. We just blundered into it. Now listen, Maurice. Let us become rich, vital people. It's so easy. We're halfway there already. It's what I want. More than anything.
But how do you know you'll want it when you get it?
How could I not want it? Oh, Maurice, wish with me. Let's harness the forces, the power, whatever it is we've stumbled into. Make it happen, Maurice. Please.
All right. Let it happen. Let it happen.
Happening. Something's happening in my head.
Yes, in mine, too.
What is it, Maurice?
It must be time.
Time?
Time moving. Time changing. And you and I, we're changing. We have to go back in time, 20 years to the day we first met, and then forward again until we arrive at today.
Oh, my head. Oh, it's bursting. I hear voices. I see people. I see you. Me. We're 20 years younger. What do you do for a living?
I'm an economist.
Oh, sounds dull.
It's very exciting. It's all about money.
The man I'm going to marry, he's a teacher.
He makes a good living?
Oh, he's not like Harry, just satisfied to make a living. I've got great plans for him. Great plans. Great plans.
Dr. Maurice Avery Jennings has been named Chief Economic Advisor to the President of the United States.
Maurice, where are you?
I'm rich. I'm famous.
You'd better keep an eye on him, Ursula.
Maurice, you're never home.
Let's not have a scene.
I saw Maurice on the TV last night. You know, Maurice is getting fat. He's growing bald.
Maurice, where are you?
It's in all the columns. Maurice and this actress. They've been seen together.
Maurice, where are you?
You have to hand it to him. He's going to get that Nobel Prize.
Maurice, where are you? Where are you? Maurice, what are you doing home?
Oh, I have a delay between planes.
And your girlfriend isn't available?
I thought we had agreed...
Agreed to what?
Oh, let me turn this off. Agreed that each of us would go our own way.
I'm so unhappy.
Why? Don't you have everything you want?
I don't have anything.
You have everything. I seem to remember you said you wanted wealth and fame. We have it. You wanted a mansion. We built it. You wanted expensive antiques, works of art. Look, all about you. Any complaints? Well, what's lacking?
Oh, Maurice, I am so miserable.
Why?
I don't have you.
But I warned you that if we changed, it could ruin our lives. But you said we would know how to handle it. The fact is, We don't.
Oh, Maurice, let's change back.
And become nobodies again? Become poor, unimportant, and live in the middle of nowhere? Is that what you want?
Yes.
But I'm not sure that I want it.
Oh, Maurice.
I associate with the rich and the great. I am one of the rich and the great.
But those dreams you had, what of them? You want to make the world a better place for everybody.
I can only tell you what you told me. I don't know how to make it a better place for everybody. So I'll concentrate on making it a better place for me.
Oh, please, don't leave me here in this strange world. I want to go back. That's what I want more than anything else. Oh, wish with me, Maurice, please. Let's harness the forces, the power. Oh, Maurice, wish with me.
I can't.
Don't you want to go back with me?
Yes, but not enough.
Don't you love me?
Yes, but not enough. Ursula, can't you understand? I've changed. I've tasted success and wealth and fame, and I can't do without them.
But what will become of me?
You'll have to get along as best you can.
But how?
We have $1 million. A home that's a showplace. You're popular, admired, envied. You have sports cars, a townhouse in London, a condominium in Palm Springs. Oh, you'll manage somehow.
And I'm sure she did. If one has to be unhappy, it's better to be unhappy and rich than unhappy and poor. Yes, they say fame has its price. It's usually more than most people can pay. So in order to meet the debt, one has to mortgage a part of oneself. Usually the best part. I shall return shortly. Can wishing change the world? It certainly can, if the wish is strong enough. Consider the world and the shape it's in. The seemingly impossible has come true for so many people. Obscure, unknown men dream impossible dreams in tiny villages. And somehow, these men who began life alone, poor, reach positions where they control the destiny of the world. How does it happen? What forces are they able to harness? I wish I could tell you. Our cast included Norman Rose, Elspeth Eric, and Marion Seldes. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by White Westinghouse Appliance Company. This is Tammy Grimes inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.